Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Hope you had a great weekend. You celebrate Easter. Hope you had a happy Easter over the weekend. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We were with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Hello.
Yeah.
How are you?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out.
Start with the positives. The Astros are 6-4 and on pace for 97 wins.
They're on pace. The pitching is a mess right now. For those of you who just took the weekend off altogether, just know this.
Good for you. Good for you if you took the weekend off altogether.
Yeah, know this. The Astros have some issues with the pitching right now. Hunter Brown is on the 15-day IL for a shoulder strain.
For something that will for sure take longer than 15 days to heal.
It usually takes the average, because immediately when that came up, I saw somebody had told you that's on typically a 3 to 4 month recovery, and that's a shoulder strain with a pitcher tends to be 30 to 40 days.
Hey, can we be clear as to who this person was that told me this? It was a rando on Twitter. It wasn't a shoulder doctor.
No, but he talked so he very very much was trying to big bro explain to you exactly how.
Oh, and they're going to need to trade for a pitcher and this and that. Yeah.
So, which might very well happen, but the only thing to know is that it's usually longer than 15 days when you see the word strain used. So it might be 30 or 40 days. It might be less than that. Who knows? Could end up being 2 years.
MRI is today.
Yeah. So Espada said Hunter Brown wasn't too concerned about it, but we know it doesn't matter what anybody says.
Zero.
With injuries with the Astros.
That's right.
But no, okay, this is just to frame everything. Just know that if the Astros had scored 10 runs per game if they had scored 10 runs in each of these last 3 games, they would still be 1-2 against the A's.
Yep.
It's the damnedest thing. Every game against the A's has turned into that World Series game against the Dodgers.
That's right.
Where it just, all right, we're going to have to get to 15. First team to 15 wins.
This is where we are. And Lance McCullers started his second game yesterday, and some of it was okay until the 5th inning. And the 5th inning is where everything just kind of unfolded in this game.
It was still okay in the 5th inning until Jake Myers lost a ball in the sun.
Yeah. Well, they took him out for that. That wasn't Lance who gave that up.
I understand.
Yeah. So it had started to unravel on Lance a little bit.
Right. Yeah. No, but it was still in terms of, okay, you can get yourself out of this.
Yeah.
And then Okert came in, and it was all set up for a fly ball in that ballpark, too. It's remember, the fly ball at the wall isn't like you let up extremely hard contact or anything.
No.
And Myers just lost the ball in the sun.
As 7 guys did this weekend at various times.
Do you not want to wear sunglasses? Is it uncomfortable? Does it pinch your nose?
Yeah, well, I got a lot of that. I'm like, when that happened with Jake Myers, I just retweeted the play, and I'm like, I'm not a Jake Myers guy, and I've never been a Jake Myers guy. And just watching him tumble into the fence on what at the time was a game-changing play. Now, that made it 4-3 or something like that. The game ended 12-10. So it's a footnote in the entire game. The whole thing was just a circus. It was a very entertaining baseball game, and it went all day. Amy and I, Seth, we're all over the place this morning. Welcome in, everybody.
Not really.
Yeah. No, I mean,
this game.
I feel
all over the place.
I feel all over the place. Yeah, and because Amy and I, when the pregame started, we were sitting down to Easter dinner or brunch or whatever you want to call it at her parents' house. We were at our 3rd different place we went to after leaving Amy's, and we left Amy's parents' house in the 6th inning, and we were in our 3rd place we went to after that during the day. We just decided, hey, let's keep going. Let's go here. Let's go there. We ended up at Carrabba's eating pizza, and I'm like, this game is still going, and we've been 4 different places. It reminded me of that. The playoff game against the Mariners back in 2022, the 18-inning game that I think you went to, didn't you? Didn't you go to the first 10 innings?
I had to leave. I had to leave in the 10th inning.
Right, and it went 8 more innings after that. And
I drove from Seattle to Tacoma and still ended up having plenty of time to watch the last few innings of that game.
Right. And so that game, I remember Amy and I, that was the Texans bye week that year, and Amy and I were in Kansas City with Boss Lady and her husband, and we went to literally 6 different places, including back to the hotel to shower and go out to dinner. Yeah. And that game was going on. That's what that game felt like yesterday. It was an eternity. So Hunter Brown goes on the IL. The Astros offensively are really, really fun to watch. The starting pitching is a huge question mark now without Hunter Brown, and the bullpen ain't that great, especially their closer, Brian Abreu, who sucks. He's terrible. So we wake up this morning, Seth, to tell Houston, you are basically rooting for a beer league softball team right now.
Right, for this moment, yes.
You are a beer league softball team that you're going to watch a lot of 12 to 10s. That's what you're
Cody Bolton is going to start tonight. Beyond that, it's unclear. If you're wondering why Spencer Arrighetti isn't starting already, it's because he pitched on Friday night.
Right.
Had a really good performance on Friday night.
Yeah.
But, yeah, in terms of just the overall pitching, even Blue Ball came in, and I'm really optimistic about it. Blue Ball and excited. He lets up, was it 3 runs or 4 runs? I lost track.
It was a bunch, yeah.
And, there's such everything about the hitting you should feel so good about because so much of it is based on substantial stuff. Their judgment of the plate has just been immaculate, especially when you compare it to what it was before. Jose Altuve has turned into a wise old man in terms of just picking and choosing and showing maximum patience at the plate. All of these things that are real. Small sample size, beginning of the season and everything. I don't know exactly how it's all going to shake out, but I feel much, much better about that part of them just changing systemically the way they've done things. But the pitching, it could go a million different directions right now. And there's some guys that you feel really good about, chief amongst them, Hunter Brown, except for the fact that he's got a shoulder strain and nobody knows what the hell happens with an Astros pitcher once the S word is used.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. If we were to do a circle of trust. We did our first circle of trust of the season for the entire team on Friday, and there's like 5 or 6 guys in it. Most of them are everyday players. If we were to do a segment, and maybe we will at some point, just a pitching circle of trust for the Astros where we just literally went 1 through 13, do we trust this guy to either start a game or come into a game and do their job? It is a short list right now, man. It is a really short list, and Hunter Brown was one of the only guys who would be a definitive yes on that list. Yeah. He is your most irreplaceable guy on this team. This team has enough offense right now where I think even if Yordan Alvarez went out, I feel decent enough about the starting lineup top to bottom, especially the way some of the outfielders are playing early, or hitting. Cam Smith had a big hit yesterday to tie the game at 9. I think you could get by.
No, Cam and Loperfido have been great. Zach Allen was great in this series.
Yes, yeah. So all of that, like offensively, like the everyday lineup. I mean, Yordan is the most irreplaceable guy in the everyday lineup, but you're scoring runs right now because he's got that transformative effect. You got nobody that can do what Hunter Brown can do for you right now.
Right. Well, now this is where Imai looked incredible. So there's that. And for reasons for optimism for this very jostled up pitching staff right now, Imai really just settled down and pitched his game, and he was amazing. At some point, Josh Hader is going to come back, and Abreu isn't going to be your closer because he's not supposed to be your closer. I'd much rather have Brian King is for all intents and purposes, is your closer.
He's your most trustworthy reliever right now. Yes.
So here's Josh Hader from an appearance a couple days ago on how he feels right now.
Ultimately, it's trying to break that tissue up, make sure it's recovering well. My bullpens have been really well. My last bullpen I touched into the 90s, so that's exciting for me. I've never touched 90 in a bullpen, even when I was healthy, so that's a testament to the work that we're putting in.
As far as when you talk about feeling right now, is there any discomfort, any pain, or do you feel like, okay, I'm past that, it's more so about making sure that we're at 100% before we actually return?
Exactly. That's it. It's making sure that when I come back, there's no setbacks on that. It's when I'm in there, I'm there to the World Series, and I'm going to be there to give it every day as I can and be 100%.
Does that make you feel any better?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I mean, it sounds like things are progressing. It just sounds like they're being super, super cautious with him. Yeah.
Right. So at some point, that's going to rectify itself. And then we've got
Brian Abreu. I'll let you get to Imai. Brian Abreu has not had a single good outing yet. Not one. Not one. I know he struck the side out in the afternoon game last week that I was at. He gave up a home run, right? He gave up a home run and then struck. You have no margin for error when you're the closer. He sucks right now.
He does.
He's terrible.
But this is what we get with right. So at some point, the only thing I know about Brian Abreu is that at some point he'll swing back into the point where a month from now people are going to be saying, this is how it happens every damn season. Sean will get upset to an extreme degree about Abreu because he has these erratic stretches. He's going to get it together, and he's going to look incredible for a while, and people will act like you were overreacting or something, and then he's going to dip back down into this.
Yeah.
So 100%. Like, you can't be leaning on Brian Abreu as the guy that's going to make you feel great about these games at the end of the game. No. About these situations.
You were going to talk about Imai, and I interrupted you.
Imai has this slider that looks like a screwball, and nobody's ever seen anything like it, including pitch tracker, which is, it's us versus the machines at this point, Sean.
Yeah.
We know AI is coming for all of us at some point.
Yep.
It's a mad scramble to what happens in the aftermath of the AI takeover.
Yep.
For now, we have Imai, who is confounding the pitch tracker. Here's pitching coach Josh Miller talking about just how crazy his slider is.
And reading the swings of the guys, especially with the sliders, it looked like if they were really getting frustrated by some of those pitches.
Yeah, I was giving them fits. It was doing some weird stuff, and they were taking some healthy hacks and coming up short, and they looked a little frustrated. Yeah, there's been quite a few misclassified pitches in his 2 outings. He did use the split and the changeup some today, but most of those were sliders.
Is that a new thing now that Josh Miller was made available after a game? I don't recall that ever happening before.
Not as often. It seems like we've heard from the position coaches a lot more frequently this year.
I don't even know. I didn't even know what Josh Miller's voice sounded like. I was watching the post game. We had the post game on a separate TV. We were watching the basketball game at that point on Saturday, the day the Astros actually won against the A's 11-0. So we were watching the college basketball, but we had the post game show on one of the other TVs. And I'm watching, and I noticed 2 things. One, Josh Miller doing a media availability. I'm like, okay, well, that seems new. I don't remember hearing from the pitching coach. I think it's cool to hear from him. That was a great cut right there. Listening
We've heard from Victor Rodriguez.
Have we heard from him? Yes, I haven't seen that yet. The other thing I noticed is just how ratchet the whole A's situation is.
It looked like spring training, didn't it?
Yeah,
when there was that Josh Miller interview, I thought they were in West Palm Beach.
It was like from outside the men's room or something like that. Like where Joe Espada's doing a media availability in front of a wall in the sun.
I like the environment out there, though. I don't know. Other than the sun screwing everybody up all the time. Remember, Lance in the first inning had that pop-up that 3 guys converged on and it dropped, and they ended up getting out of the first inning without any runs scored. But the sun was the enemy in this series.
And I guess it's because the park it's only one. It's not multi-level.
So the sun's not blocked out as much as
right.
It would be
That's what they say.
Well, yeah, but when the evening game on Friday night, there was an issue too. So the lighting. Oh, that was Yiner. Friday night was Yiner missing the pop-up.
Yep.
But I'm guessing the lighting isn't all that great either, so you can probably lose the ball in the darkness.
There's probably a wind issue.
The ball goes off into the void more often than it does.
They make it well. It happens so much in that ballpark. It's got to be something to do with the ballpark and whatnot. So, anyways,
you know who's got an answer for the Astros low lighting situation? Is Jake Berger from the Rangers. He's wearing these freaky red contact lenses.
Oh, yeah?
They're supposed to help him in low lighting situations.
How about Jake Myers not wearing any shades at all in center field? What the hell, man? Dude, and then he loses the fact that it's Jake Myers and Brian Abreu, I don't want to say anything mean, but the blank stare on both of their faces when they're failing is just like the look on Brian Abreu's face as he's coughing up games is just infuriating to me.
Jake Myers doesn't frustrate me as much as Brian Abreu because Brian Abreu is screwing up at the thing he's supposed to be doing well, where at least with Jake Myers, Jake Myers is doing the same thing, which is screwing up the thing that he's supposed to be doing well, which is fielding. But it was so obviously a sunlight situation.
Yeah.
I saw jabronis on Twitter trying to explain to Jake Myers about the proper approach and everything, and not extending your arm out before. Well, yeah, he gets that part of it. He's a very good center fielder.
He was a finalist for the Gold Glove.
Because in that situation, because he didn't know where the ball was, he had his arm extended like a little leaguer who kind of runs with his arms straight out and everything. But like, no, that's not who Jake Myers is. So like that's a blip on the radar for me for Jake Myers.
Yeah, I just don't know how you don't wear sunglasses out in center field.
I don't know. When it comes to direct glare from staring directly at the sun, I wonder how much it actually helps compared to versus you're not used to wearing them.
Yeah, I'm being more inquisitive than I am blaming Jake Myers. I've never been a Jake Myers guy. Like I'll be kind of happy when we're done with the Jake Myers experience overall. But I'm literally wondering, like, would shades have helped him there, or is it such a pain in the ass to flip them because you get a certain type of sunglasses that you wear out there that you normally like have to adjust and whatnot. So, anyways, so how are we feeling about this team?
I mean,
right
as far
now?
as offensively, I mean, remember there were times last year where it seemed like there was nobody on the team that had an above average OPS. Where now you've got three guys who are in the thousands.
Yeah.
I mean, you get down. Okay, I feel awesome about how they're hitting.
Walker, Jordan, and Altuve are killing it this year.
This is the one part that you have to wonder how sustainable this is and how. But I think it is evidence of their new approach at the plate. The fact that Christian Vasquez right now has a 978 OPS, that's not going to last. But, man, it's impressive. That I wonder when the last time he actually, even early in a season or something where he might have gotten off to a hot streak, had an OPS quite like that.
He was probably on the Red Sox at that point, like back in 5-6 years ago.
I mean, honestly, we talk about the outfielders. Cam Smith and Joey Loperfido, so far, so good. And they've both made incredible plays defensively. But Cam's at an 885, Loperfido's at an 854.
Yeah.
Loperfido's batting 320 right now.
Yep.
And you get to, so just anywhere between 720 or 740 or so is usually average. Yeah. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys that are 717 or higher right now.
Yep.
And then Nick Allen's sitting there at Jake Myers is at a 700.
Yeah.
Still like just a little bit below average.
I like your point early that, from 10, 15 minutes ago, right out of the chute, where it's like this does feel more sustainable because of how disciplined that they are as a team, seemingly. I mean, they had 11 walks again yesterday. Now, we'll see. I mean, the A's are not a good baseball team. They're going to play the Rockies the next 3 games. That's not a good baseball team. The big test will be Seattle this weekend, and they're going to have to go up there, and they're probably going to be attacking that series with a front four. I haven't looked to see how the pitching shakes out over the next few. I just haven't looked ahead yet at the probables for who's going to be pitching, other than we know that Cody Bolton's going to be opening tonight. I'm guessing they're trying to get 3 innings out of him tonight and then hand it over the bullpen and hope.
Well, and the bullpen's kind of beleaguered and tired at this
point.
Hope
that you shut down a bad team,
Yeah.
So I don't know what it looks like for Seattle this weekend. I just know you got no Hunter Brown. So your front four are, Mike Burrows is your, just by name, by chronology is your number one right now.
Right. Well, we're going to get Spencer Arrighetti back. So Arrighetti's going to be one of them. And I think Imai looked incredible when he was out there. Yeah. So I'm optimistic about that. It's really, we knew we were going to have to see what we have in Arrighetti at some point this season.
Yeah.
So here we go. And beyond all that, there were a lot of question marks.
A lot of question marks. All right. So we'll stick with that. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. That is the base power text line. All right, our other team right now, the Rockets. How are things going with them? They had a late game last night. If you're just waking up, they beat the Warriors in a close one last night. We'll take a look. We are rooting for this right now. This would be huge if the Rockets can land on this. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. Oh, we get to save people money right out of the chute today, Seth. $618 on a Monday morning, and Payne and Pendergast are already saving you money on your property taxes. You got to get it in gear and get in touch with Ownwell, baby.
And it is not a hassle whatsoever. You can sign up in just 3 minutes and see how much Ownwell can save you. And they make it super easy. Year after year, these savings will rack up over time. And it all starts with just going to Ownwell.com, signing up. You could be signed up by the time we come back from this commercial break. And the deadline's May 15th, so do it. Do it today.
May 15th. You're a stat nerd, right, Seth?
Oh, yeah.
You're a huge stat
hardcore.
nerd. You ready?
Everybody knows how much I love math.
You ready for this? Harris County, Owenwell delivered an average net savings 21 to 51% higher than their competitors. Montgomery County, if you're listening, for homes in the $250,000 to $500,000 range, Owenwell achieved a 94% success rate, saving money for people. Brazoria County homeowners with houses in the $500 to $750K range more than double what they save by using other firms. Owenwell are the experts, the premier experts, so get in touch with them today. It just takes 3 minutes. The deadline is May 15th for most of the counties I just read there. Save money on your property taxes with Owenwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Owenwell.com. That's Owenwell.com. Let them know we sent you on Payne and Pendergast when you complete your sign up at Owenwell.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a guy on this offense that had the effort mentality, that hated opponents, that had the ability to push the envelope with your own organization, they can be a guy they just brought in. Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, David Montgomery. Obviously, I'd like them to have some level of play to back it up. I'd put a little wager in on the Texans winning the title in the next couple of years.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 6. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I will say this: it was a very entertaining Easter Sunday for the two local teams that were in action. I mean, the Astros lost that game, but man, it was a fun game. It was back and forth. It was high scoring, a lot of runs. Lot to be optimistic about offensively. The pitching is a bit of a mess right now, but we'll see. We'll learn more about this team this coming weekend. I don't know how much we're going to learn against Colorado. They just need to go in there and win that series. Hopefully sweep them so you get out to a 4-2 start on this road trip against two not so great baseball teams. And then you got the Rockets last night, Seth, in a game that was a late game. If you stayed up for it, they made it worth it. Most importantly, they won the game 117 to 116. But it was cool, man. The end of this game with Ime Udoka drew up a nice sequence there with Kevin Durant finding Alperen Şengün for the layup to put him ahead with 11 seconds left, and then really tense final 11 seconds with Steph Curry trying to dial back the clock, and he misses a three from straight away, and the game's over, and the Rockets extend their winning streak to 6 games here. It's been a nice run the last week or two.
And Curry had a flurry of threes there to get back within one there at the end of the game. And I think the biggest thing by far over this 6-game winning streak, if you ignore the fact that 4 of the opponents were losing teams, but the fact that they're actually running an offense. I mean, they've moved beyond just the ISOs and the post-ups and just some of this mind-numbingly frustrating, stagnant, and turnover-prone basketball. And lo and behold, in this 6-game streak, they've led the league in offensive rating, and are they leading the league in second lowest turnover rate in the league over this 6-game win streak?
Yeah.
Which is very notable. I don't care if it's a good or a bad opponent, because we've seen this Rockets team win games against bad opponents while still turning the ball over 25 times. So even yesterday, they turned it over 14 times. So it wasn't great, but that's still lower than their season average.
Yeah.
And they're playing smarter, more cohesive basketball. There's player and ball movement, and it's all these things that it just seemed like it was never going to click for them. I'll credit Udoka for drawing up a great play at the end of the game, but then also just for changing the strategy over the course of these last few games and becoming more of a respectable NBA offense and utilizing the guys you have available to you.
You can beat good teams turning the ball over 14 times.
Right.
You can't beat good teams turning the ball over 27 times. You just can't.
Yeah, especially in a 7-game series.
In a 7-game series, right. So this is where the Rockets are now. I mean, they may get one of the biggest gifts in recent postseason history here. The Rockets. They are there's 4 games left to play. They're up 3 games on Minnesota. Now Minnesota's got the tiebreaker, so So they're really up. They're up 3 games and they can't afford to tie Minnesota. But there's 4 games to go. They're up 3 on Minnesota, and Minnesota's dealing with injuries. So the Rockets have a pretty firm floor right now of being the 5 seed, Minnesota the 6 seed, and then the play-in is after that. So the Rockets are most likely to be the 5 seed right now. Here's where it gets really exciting, is if you're looking to make a postseason run, the Lakers and the Nuggets are tied right now. They have the same record. The Lakers have the tiebreaker. So the Lakers, they're both 50 and 28. They also have 4 games remaining. Pretty much everybody's got 4 games left in the season here as we enter the final week of the regular season. The Nuggets and the Lakers are tied. I would imagine the Nuggets are going to overtake the Lakers because the Lakers are playing without Luka Doncic for the rest of the regular season with a hamstring, and who knows how much of the postseason. And they just lost Austin Reeves. I say their 3rd best player just because LeBron James by name is LeBron James, but even LeBron had been saying throughout those 2 games they played against the Rockets, a month or so ago, where they swept the Rockets in those 2 games at Toyota Center. LeBron was saying, no, I'm really like the number 3 on this team right now. LeBron's 41 years old. Austin Reeves is out with an oblique injury. So you have certainly their best player in Doncic and 2 of their 3 best players in Doncic and Austin Reeves that are big question marks once the postseason gets here. Chances are the Lakers are going to fall to the 4 seed or maybe even the 5 with the Rockets as the 4. But there is a very, very good chance, Seth, that the way the standings are going to land at the end of the year, that the Rockets are going to be in a 4 versus 5 series with a seriously depleted Lakers team.
This is the big difference, I think, evidence of how the Rockets have substantially changed their game right now. It's that, I think, 2 weeks ago, if you told me that same scenario, I would have said, all right, okay, great, Sean, what? Okay, so they might beat a weakened foe in the first round. Now, I feel completely different about it. Okay, they're facing a weakened foe. They're on the upswing in terms of the type of basketball they're playing. The young guys, Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd, they still had some moments last night where they got to be more careful with the ball in the second half when playing, understanding the flow of the game and situation and everything. They get a little, but they're young in that role that they're being asked to play. So now I look at it as, all right, they might face the Lakers who are weakened. I'm not going to be ashamed about it, and I'm going to look at it as an opportunity to continue improving at this finer aspect, these finer aspects of offensive basketball, and with a lot more optimism about what they might do in the second round than I would have felt 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's the other thing to think about is, okay, if you're 4 versus 5, that means in the second round you're getting, in all likelihood, you're getting fed to OKC, as opposed to if you're the 3-6, which they could still be the 3 seed, but then you're having to play Minnesota, and then you're having to play San Antonio. Normally you go 4 versus 5. Boy, I'd rather get to the 3 and just not have to worry about OKC. San Antonio and OKC are practically the same thing right now. San Antonio is like 27-2 in their last 29 or 30 games. San Antonio is on just as much of a heater and looking just as imposing right now as OKC. So I don't think it really matters who you're feeding into in the second round. It's going to be an uphill climb. I would love to have a series in the first round where you don't have to work too hard.
You don't have to work too hard, or even if, regardless of how hard you have to work, it's winnable. But you can also, face an opponent for multiple games that's going to make adjustments defensively. It's going to make you better as a basketball team.
Yeah, yep.
And then I would not have great expectations at this point versus either of those opponents in the second round.
No.
But I don't fear. I would be going into something like that with the previous version of the Rockets just
dreading
angry.
It. Yeah.
Angry before it even began. And probably wouldn't let go of my rage, even if they won the first game or something. If they won that first game through a flurry of threes or something, I would have been upset. This is a completely different story. I flipped 180 degrees. I am a two-faced hypocrite, and I am not ashamed of it, Sean. Not one bit. Mike D'Antoni made the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Yeah, that was good to see. Your close personal friend, Mark D'Antoni.
Mike D'Antoni?
What did I say, Mark? Yeah. Mike, I was thinking of the Michigan.
Do I know a Mark D'Antoni?
No, Mark D'Antonio used to be the Michigan State football coach.
Mike D'Antoni, my personal friend.
Didn't you and Meltzer go to their house in West Virginia when we were?
No, that was Landry.
Oh, Landry went to. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I'm cordial with Mike D'Antoni.
Yeah. No, I knew you. Like I I've only interviewed him once. That was it.
If you go into the Hall of Fame, I know they don't do this, but if you had to pick a hat, which hat would he wear going
Phoenix.
to the Hall of
He's
Fame?
best known for the 8 seconds of hell Phoenix offense or whatever.
I think it's
called.
Olympia Milano.
Oh,
I think,
in Italy, yeah,
it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's not the NBA Hall of Fame.
That's true. That's true.
Phoenix would make the most sense. Yeah.
If it's NBA, it's Phoenix probably. Yeah, he did a hell of a job here, though, man. I mean, if he's, he and James Harden both are going to be victims of the Golden State dynasty when it comes to their legacies and whatnot.
He only spent one more year at Phoenix than at Houston.
Yep.
But
yeah.
he was kind of revolutionized modern basketball when he was with Phoenix.
Revolutionized Steve Nash is what he did.
Yeah,
Like he turned Steve Nash into a 2-time MVP. Yeah, the Basketball Hall of Fame's weird, man. And this is not to diminish Mike D'Antoni making it into the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's just, the bar is not as high as the other halls of fame, in my opinion. Like Amari Stoudemire's going in. I don't think Amari Stoudemire's a Hall of Fame.
It's a weird Hall of Fame just because it's such a superstar sport. And there seems like there's such a great chasm between the guys who are the genuine bona fide superstars, but then other guys who had really impressive and incredible careers, and yet just where they didn't reach that superstar status. The football, it's not as big a difference, I think, between the superstars and the really, 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 really good guys.
Doc Rivers is going in, and I'm like, is Doc Rivers going in for having the most fan bases that have wanted him fired throughout the course of his career?
Who's the most? That'd be a fun dose of haterade as we just go through and be like, who are the least actually? Who do the fans most detest going into the Hall of Fame?
The Hall of Fame? Like I saw Doc Rivers is going in also. I'm like, okay, I guess he won a championship with Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So yeah, Rockets as they sit right now are the 5 seed. But boy, man, a week from now we're talking about a series against a Doncic-less and Reeves-less Lakers, that could get really exciting.
Yes, and I am not one bit embarrassed.
I apologize for nothing.
If the Rockets had coasted into this, and backpedaled into the playoffs, I would be ashamed of playing a weakened Lakers. I don't feel that way right now.
They may hit their over. 52.5 is the over. They win out. They get to 53 and 29, and
I'm calling it. Calling it now. Sweep.
Yep.
With several asterisks attached to
Phoenix,
it.
Philly, Phoenix on the road, and then 3 home games. Philly, Minnesota, who's probably going to be resting guys at that point. And Memphis. It's doable, man. Absolutely doable. All right, we'll get to headlines. The Astros, a lot of offense, not a lot of pitching, and big news on their pitching staff. We'll get to that and more in headlines coming up next.
Another thing you don't want to be ashamed about, your retirement plan. You don't want to be stuck in that situation where you
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, today's headlines, we start with the Houston Astros, who lost 2 out of 3 this weekend to the just the Athletics. Even though they did have Sacramento across their chests
it was
on Saturday.
There were a whole lot of, they're giving out the bridge-colored jerseys. They gave out gloves yesterday.
Make up your mind, man. Are you Sacramento or are you not? It just says Athletics in the standings, and you wear these jerseys on Saturday that say Sacramento across in front of them.
It was almost like it was like an alternate jersey day or something, you know? That's all.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the environment, except for the fact that because there was no shielding or blockage of the sun whatsoever. The sun, our oldest enemy known to humans, the blasted sun.
Yeah. We've been
always looking down on us.
Yeah.
Always reminding us how much we need him.
Yeah.
He reminded us again how powerful he is.
It's a very complicated relationship with the sun, no doubt about it. Yeah, we're very reliant on the sun, but boy, that sun can get nasty sometimes.
So for those of you who didn't see the atrocity yesterday, Jake Myers could not locate the ball on a very catchable fly ball to center field, and it ended up giving the A's an opportunity to stay in the game versus the Astros.
Cleared the bases. Scored 3 runs. It was a big play.
Well, it gave them the opportunity to stay in the game because both teams would go on to score 5+ more runs.
Yeah.
Just know this, everybody. If the Astros had scored 10 runs in each of these 3 games, they would still be 1-2 in this series.
Yeah, you are rooting.
Well, they needed more. They needed more than 10 in Saturday's game.
That's right. Yeah. So
they would have been 0-3 if they had scored 10 runs in each of these. Yeah.
Well, the A's got shut out.
Saturday they would have been fine.
The A's got shut out. So the Astros lose 2 out of 3. They're 6-4 on the season. The biggest news from the weekend wasn't the result of any of these games. It's that Hunter Brown is going on the 15-day IL with a shoulder strain. This is new territory for Hunter Brown. You know, he had his ups and downs early in his career as a pitcher. He has evolved into one of the best pitchers in the game. He has not had to deal with any sort of injury since coming to the big leagues 4 years ago, Seth. And so now this is new territory for him. He's back in Houston. He's getting an MRI, I believe, today, and we'll know more. We'll know more then, the severity of it. Now, for what it's worth, and I mean all caps, size 72 font when it comes to the Astros. When I say for what it's worth, Joe Espada said that Hunter Brown didn't seem overly concerned about the shoulder strain. Maybe everybody's just exercising an abundance of caution here, like they've done with Josh Hader. They've been especially cautious with him coming back from a shoulder. They've been, I would say, especially cautious with Jeremy Pena coming back from whatever the finger issue he had from that World Baseball Classic exhibition game. He didn't play yesterday, so he didn't play. You know, he's quote back to being the everyday shortstop, and yet is still not playing every day. So maybe they're just being cautious. This we know, we are now into some uncharted territory with this starting rotation. It is a bunch of question marks right now.
And with kind of a beleaguered relief staff, as of this moment.
Yeah.
So you get through today, you have an off day, or you just get through these next couple days. And we're going to see Arrighetti, which we knew we were going to see Arrighetti at some point. And he had a great performance on Friday night in Sugar Land. But I would have felt rock solid about Hunter Brown if he had remained healthy. I still feel good about Lance McCullers and the version of him we've seen so far this season. You're grimacing.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't feel strongly about McCullers. Like he made it. He didn't make it to the 5th inning yesterday. His pitch count was way up again. He threw 79 pitches, and he needed an unbelievable double play by Joey Loperfido just to get out of the 3rd inning.
Right. They also, I mean, if I were going to offset that, I would say the pop-up that hit the ground in the 1st inning.
Sure.
You know, they got out of that without any runs, but it extended his 1st inning, which the 1st inning was the really long one.
Yeah.
But Imai was just incredible.
He was great.
And I think that everything that they had said about him after his first game, what he himself had said about it was, man, it was a big adjustment, and he was a little bit awed by pitching in a Major League Baseball game and facing those batters. It's interesting because He's facing still some, he's got to face Nick Hertz and those guys, major league batters. But I wonder if it helped at all that it was in a minor league ballpark.
Yeah, that was intimidating.
He was dealing, and he was confusing the pitch tracker and batters. The Astros players and coaches themselves don't know where the hell his slider is going. Vasquez has got to be catchers have that's a challenge adjusting to a pitcher like that, where his slider could end up just anywhere. It was fun to watch.
No doubt. Rockets win last night, 117-116. Alperen Şengün with a bucket to take the lead with 11 seconds to go. Steph Curry misses a game-winning three, and the Rockets continue their winning streak. 6 in a row. They've got 4 games left. They are at Phoenix, and then they play 3 home games to close out the season. There is a very, very good chance, I would say, Seth, that the Rockets are going to wind up as a 4 or 5 seed playing the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs. And if you missed the news over the weekend, add Austin Reeves to the list of injuries for the Lakers, which includes Luka Doncic, an MVP candidate, both out with soft tissue stuff. Luka pulled a hamstring. Austin Reeves has an oblique injury. So it could be LeBron James trying to turn back the clock in a series against a 7-game series against the Rockets in the first round. If things play out how I think the percentages dictate they might play out. But that was nice to see last night. They get a win on the road. A win. They almost blew the game, but they end up getting the win in the end last night.
Well, and part of it is, you get a barrage of 3 from Steph Curry, so you got to expect that might happen. The fact that they ran a play and it wasn't just an ISO or a post-up. They ran an actual play. They made the right decisions the entire game, and really over the course of these last 6 games, there's been ball movement. There have been all these things that were sorely lacking early on. It looks like a structured offense all of a sudden. And I'll credit Udoka for doing what I was very skeptical that he was going to be able to pull off, which makes substantial systemic improvements to the offense. The players, through player-only meetings, et cetera, they figured out a way to do it.
They might wind up with a better record than they had last year. And there was a point about a month ago where I would have said there's no chance of that happening. And they've got a really good chance to they won 52 games last year. If they go 3-1 down the stretch, they'll win 52 games again this year. Probably won't be good. Well, definitely won't be good enough for the 2 seed because San Antonio and Oklahoma City are running away and hiding from everybody. But 6 in a row now for the Rockets. A bit of NFL news over the weekend. Travon Walker, the former number 1 overall pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars, is going to be a Jag for several more years. He signs a 4-year, $110 million deal. So about 26 and change per year, $27 million a year for Travon Walker, which is not elite edge rusher money, but it's good money if you can find the work. So Travon Walker, 4-year deal, Seth. He'll be around for a while now. All right, there you go. There's your those are your headlines for the weekend. You can text the show, Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Speaking of football, let's go with that. Coming up next, we're 2 weeks out from draft week. 2 weeks from this week is draft week. What are the biggest questions right now surrounding the Texans? Both short-term, I've got a couple long-term ones as well. I've got 5 of them. We'll get to that. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20, acknowledging big performances from over the weekend. We'll do all of that coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. Nice long segment. But first, I want to get you guys your help that you may need from BetterHelp. You guys have heard me talk about BetterHelp before. Online therapy at BetterHelp is amazing. And what you need to know right now, they
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. Hope you had a great Easter weekend. The Astros, not a great weekend. They lose 2 out of 3 to the A's. We'll talk more about that a little later on in the hour when we do Acknowledge Me. There were acknowledgeable performances from the Astros, but they largely came at the plate. Yordan Alvarez is incredible. I just want to say that. I will acknowledge him at 7:20. But the amount of times he walks now, like Carlos Correa could have like 20 RBIs right now if he just hit at an average level in this series over the week. He came up so many times with guys on base.
Oh, I know. Yeah, on Saturday the bases loaded. It was the rare game in which you destroy a team by double digits and you feel like could have been a bigger victory than that.
They set a team record for guys left on base.
There were so many team records being set or so many things done for the first time since 1990 or what have you, all involving walks and it was into hits and everything. Yeah. One of the stats they had, it was the first time any team had done this number of hits and walks 2 games in a row since the year 1900. Yeah. All these weird stats because it was an exciting. It's crazy. You go 1-2 versus a bad baseball team, and yet it was a really fun watch. It was an exciting version of baseball. And the last few games.
Espada, in his 2 years and 2 weeks as the manager of this team, for the first 2 years, he had been shouting from the rooftops about plate discipline. You know, he'd get asked after losses, how did you feel you guys swung the bats? And he's like, well, we had a few good at-bats. Espada is the eternal optimist, so he would take some of the most undisciplined performances and pick like the 2 or 3 at-bats where there was some – and he'd be like, okay, it's, looking okay. We showed a little bit more discipline. But we knew that the numbers bore it out. This was just an undisciplined team at the plate for the last 2 years, despite all the lip service they paid to it. I mean, they are off the charts discipline now.
One of the screen grabs I did yesterday of I love the Space City Network graphics. Yep. But the Stro poll yesterday was what has been the biggest surprise of the season so far.
Yes.
Altuve's plate discipline, Imai and McCullers, or Walker's slugging. And Altuve won the poll 51% with Altuve's plate discipline. Walker's slugging was the second place at 39%. And they asked this yesterday after I don't know when most people McCullers and Imai were only at 10%, but Altuve's plate discipline at this stage in his career, when you ask a zebra to change, what is it? A leopard to change its spots? You ask a leopard to change its spots. Yeah. At this stage in his career where, man, forever it didn't matter that Altuve was free swinging and broke all the rules of analytics and everything because he was just so good. Yeah. But you wonder, how does a guy age like that when things start to slow down a little bit? And, man, what a 180-degree turn from anything he's ever been before as a major league hitter. Yeah. He's just showing extreme discretion. Yeah. The way we're not swinging that stuff in the zone either. Right. He's improved his swing, not swinging the stuff outside the zone, but he's also being very selective on stuff that's in the zone. He's just saying, I will force you to pitch to me, sir.
It's remarkable. That was the easiest Stro poll to answer ever. Yeah. It was because that's something that, the question was, what's the most surprising thing? By definition, that's surprising because we've never seen this from Altuve. Christian Walker was not great last year, but he still led the team in home runs and RBIs. He still had power numbers last year.
Yeah, his overall numbers were really dragged down by the beginning of the season, but also he's 35 years old. So you had to wonder, all right, well, he had the oblique injury last year. That's an easy explanation, except, that's what happens when you get older, too. You start to have more injuries like that. Yep. Him and just being a double machine has been really, really cool.
Yeah, it's been great. To have that another bat in the middle of that lineup that is a threat is really, really good. Text message, base power text line. This will be a good segue. Sean, this is from Ocho. My Texans question is, will Stroud develop the discipline and selectivity of Jose Altuve, who leads the league in walks? Did I mention Altuve leads the league in walks? This is Ocho. And by the way, there's like 4 other texts from Ocho about Altuve leading the league in walks that I haven't read.
I've never. It's so much. It's so cool to see where in the old golden era, before this current golden era, that Sean and I have prematurely proclaimed.
Thank you.
This team that just went 1-2 versus the A's
is 6-4.
Is in the middle of the golden era.
Thank you.
Slightly above 500, 10 games in.
Tell a friend. Yep.
The first golden era started in 2015 with a team that was just mashing home runs all over the place.
Yep.
And it was a 2-year burn-in period before they got more selective. You remember in 2017, the big story about the Astros was that they were leading the league in home runs, but they also had the fewest strikeouts. Mm-hmm. Extreme selectivity at the plate.
Yep. We're back, baby.
But now the selectivity at the plate all of a sudden emerging before anything else, really, and being the cause of everything else, feeling good right now.
Yeah.
I've never seen so many people get so excited about walks, and specifically Altuve.
Well,
when Altuve walks, it feels to me like he just hit a 3-run home run every single time.
An angel gets its wings every time Jose Altuve walks. Yes. All right, Texans. Ocho mentioned it. Questions. I've got 5. I've just sat down kind of thinking over the weekend, Seth. All right, where are we at with the Texans? Kind of taking inventory because we're in sort of that lull period here. Draft is 2 weeks from Thursday. We'll have you covered from pillar to post here on the NFL Draft here on Sports Radio 610, including the run-up to it here the next couple weeks. We'll do the mock draft injection in about 35 minutes or so for today. It'll be Nick Shook from NFL.com. We'll do his mock draft. Number 1, is there a Caserio curveball coming in the next 2 weeks? This was about the time on the calendar when the Diggs trade got made a couple of years ago. It was in early April when they traded a second-round pick to Minnesota for Stephon Diggs. There are still free agents out there that could fill a need for the Texans or at least supplement the depth, especially on the defensive side of the ball, that the Texans could shop for. Caserio said that himself in one of his appearances, I think on Texans All Access at the owners' meetings last week, that they're still kicking tires on some guys. DeMeco Ryans himself said they may not be done on the offensive line yet. Now, DeMeco might have been, for sure, was referring in part to the draft. I don't know if they're going to bring in more vets, but is there a Caserio curveball coming in the next 2 weeks? The other one we should point out, Seth, maybe he trades out of 28 in the next couple of weeks in advance of the draft as opposed to on draft night.
Right. Stephon Diggs was traded for on April 3rd or 4th, and I want to say it was a Saturday, wasn't it?
No, it happened when we were on the air. Right at the toss.
Oh.
Right at the toss, between us and In the Loop. Yeah.
I think I'd be surprised if there was a major move between now and the draft, because it usually doesn't happen. There's no way I would say it's impossible. At any given, I mean, Nick's one of the most active traders around. I'd be curious about any of the guys that are available in free agency right now that are at a position of need for the Texans. They're all the types of guys where you'd say, let's wait until after the draft and see if we need to pick this guy up or not. Like A.J. Epinesa, the edge rusher from the Bills, he's still out there in free agency. Yeah. I think you go into the draft maybe seeing how everything plays out, maybe end up drafting an edge rusher early in the draft or something. You say, all right, we'll hold off on worrying about getting a veteran acquisition. So I don't the most marquee name out there right now might be Stephon Diggs. And I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think that's happening, yeah.
I mean, Joey Bosa is a big name, but he's he comes with a whole bunch of questions.
The Diggs thing is interesting just because he had a good year last year for New England. Yeah. And I wonder what the intel is on his off the field stuff right now. Because it's not. I don't think he's a fit I don't think he'd come back here. I don't think he's a fit for the Texans anymore. But there's certainly a number of teams that could use a guy that had 1,000 yards receiving last year, was a good player for a team that went to the damn Super Bowl, and all is quiet on the Diggs front. So I'm just wondering what people are hearing about his off the field stuff right now.
The Joey Bosa, Bosa is he's only 31 years old.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a huge surprise to me if they brought in Bosa. I think for him it would be matter of, understanding I'm going to be a rotational edge rusher.
Yeah,
and he might be looking for a different situation than that.
Yeah, well, that doesn't pay very much.
Yeah.
So you may be looking for money.
Which again, though, that's the kind of stuff that sorts itself out after the draft.
Yeah.
If the Texans really just don't, because they need, in my mind, that's one of their increasingly desperate needs is to have more of an impactful edge rusher rotating in with those guys, because that's been part of the formula the last couple of years.
Yep.
But after the draft, if they don't get a young guy that they feel really good about or they're intrigued by, they might just go ahead and pull the trigger on something like that.
Yep. Derek Barnett's still out there, so that he could be. He's been a solution the last couple of years at that level of rotational guy. So that's number one. Is there a Caserio curveball coming in the next 2 weeks? I'm inclined to say no, but they're curveballs for a reason. Number two, when is the Will Anderson Jr. contract extension coming? I'm so far off on my barometer for this. I thought this would be like a Stingley situation last year where it would be done just, a week into the league year. Stingley signed his last year on March 18th, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We're 2-3 weeks after that now. Here was D'Amico Ryans at the owners' meetings last week on Will Anderson Jr.
You talk about a leader and a guy who does everything the right way, everything you want, everything I've asked of him. Just being in this draft, this draft time, I just remember back, speaking with Will, he was our first 30 visit, first guy we had in on a 30 visit, and that meeting is still the best 30 visit I've ever seen. Like, he's just that type of guy. He's a leader in all respects. So I love having Will, love what he can provide to our organization. I think he's shown that in the 3 years that he's been here.
Yeah, I mean, the deal's going to get done at some point here. I'm a little surprised it hasn't gotten done yet.
Right. And I guess so many of the things always comes down to just what's the level of urgency? What are you maybe arguing about or negotiating about? The deal might be, for all we know, the deal might be pretty much all but done, except they want to add in some little intricacy to help out one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen between now and September. I would be shocked and amazed if it didn't happen. I'd also be shocked if we heard anything out of Will Anderson that sounded like discontent or anything.
Yeah, ever.
I don't think there's
about anything.
I don't think he's going to unfollow the Texans on social media.
No.
I don't think he's going to not show up for an OTA or something.
Can you imagine? Like
somebody, one of the viewers on my live stream this weekend said that he was tired of Sean saying that CJ won't hold out of OTAs. And I don't remember you making a bunch of points about this or anything. I would be surprised if he holds out of OTAs.
I was making points last week. The thing I said last week that may have gotten construed that way is of the things we've heard and seen CJ doing this offseason, he's not conducting himself like somebody who's going to hold out from OTAs.
Right.
He's
Remember Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray was just like floating all kinds of things through the press, on social media, doing all kinds of things, basically agitating for a new deal.
Yeah.
I would just be surprised if CJ operated that way.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that he doesn't want a new deal or anything. It's just I think he's a little bit more careful, and he's pretty professional and mature and polished when it comes to handling that side of the PR stuff.
I like that there's people who have issues with my takes popping into your live stream to tell you about it.
Yeah. But I never know for sure because people confuse our names a lot too.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get mad. They'll say something about Sean that was 100% something I said.
Oh, that sucks for you. Because I have the more ratchet takes. I think.
It was somebody who was
you're a little more measured than I am. I think
it was somebody who was viewing the Seth Payne show on YouTube. I would assume he got the name right.
Yeah, that'd be funny. You bought a Burrows jersey yet, Seth? Huh? Yeah. All right. Question number 3. We're doing the big questions for the Texans right now as we sit this offseason. One was, is there a Caserio curveball coming? Number 2 was, when is the Will Anderson Jr. extension coming? Number 3, are there any other contracts coming aside from Will Anderson Jr.? C.J. Stroud's the big one, and it's its own topic, and we could sit here for days talking about why he should get it, why he shouldn't get it. There's cases to be made both ways. I think Seth and I are both of the opinion. It doesn't matter which guy you get, either Seth or Sean. I think we share this opinion, is that it's not coming this offseason, I don't think, for CJ. I think we're both in that ballpark right now. If it did, whatever. We'll see what it looks like.
If it does, I don't expect it to be a league-setting contract or a top set, one of the very top deals in the league.
Yep.
And I think for me, and maybe this is just delusional on my part, but I feel like there is such a thing as a congenial impasse where it might be that the Texans say, sure, we'd love to lock you down, but it's going to be at a lesser than top of the market rate. And CJ might say, I understand why you feel that way. I'm going to bet on myself. And, if you're not going to give me a league-leading contract, I get it. I understand, but I'm going to try to prove it this year.
I think that's the most likely way it goes, is that it's cordial. He plays it out, and I think we're all rooting for him to get a big contract because that means he'll have had a huge year 4 as an NFL quarterback.
The lower key potential extensions, just as the Texans have this way of kind of sneaking in things like every year we've had a Brevin Jordan extension that
Davis
you look
Mills.
at and you think, okay, cool. Yeah, Davis Mills out of nowhere. Tommy Togiai in the first week of last season gets an extension, a 1-year extension. It ended up being awesome. And I wouldn't be surprised if they give Tommy Togiai another extension based on how he played after they gave him the first extension.
Yep.
Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair are the ones that are, I think, a little bit more urgent in front of mind because they are established starters who are in the last year of their deal.
Yep.
We know Azeez is one of D'Amico's favorite all-time football players, but he's also pushing 30 and or approaching 30, and you wonder exactly how they want to deal with that contractually.
Yeah, the other two that are on their rookie deals, I think there's 5 guys in that 2023 draft class where you could have a conversation about a contract extension of some flavor. We just talked about Will Anderson Jr. Obviously, C.J. Stroud is a discussion. The other 3, you mentioned To'oTo'o, and I don't think that would be a high-level extension or anything, but I think it would, they extended Henry To'oTo'o for a couple of years at, a few $1 million a year, whatever. Xavier Hutchinson is another one. They like him. They love his improvement. They love his work ethic. But he's a guy who catches 30 balls a year. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I think everybody who is here likes it here. So I think Xavier Hutchinson, if they were to approach him just as a depth type contract,
you got to be careful with him because he's an Iowa State guy. I feel like they almost got like a mafia thing going where they got to have at least 5 guys on the roster.
Right.
But now it's maybe more of a Matt Campbell thing now. Whatever it might be, yeah.
Yep.
You got to be careful you let go of an Xavier Hutchinson.
That's true.
You might wake up with a horse head in your bed.
Tank Dell is an interesting one because, you brought up Brevin Jordan. Brevin Jordan is the guy who's been injured a lot, and they keep extending him because they like him. I think they love Tank Dell. I think Tank Dell loves being a Texan. Tank Dell is the one injured guy who's had season-ending injuries who was still around the team last year. Like, you look at the locker room celebrations during that 10-game winning streak, hell, Tank is standing right next to D'Amico in half the locker room speeches after the game. Could that be one? I'm not saying give Tank Dell, 3 years, $60 million or anything like that, but he's heading into the last year of his rookie contract. That could be an indicator of where they feel Tank is physically if they tack a year onto his deal.
That's where,
like that.
You don't want to be in a situation where, man, if Tank Dell comes back and just lights it on fire, he's headed into free agency.
Yeah.
So if you're able to work something out with him now, then and I would present it thusly. Like, we love you, and we want to be sure that you keep this environment around you.
Right.
We're doing this because we care about you.
That's right.
Now, accept the league minimum for an extension for 1 year.
Yeah.
Because we love you so much.
We love you.
You got to gaslight the young fella.
We want you to be here. Don't pay any attention to the dollar amount. It's about being in Houston.
Yes.
Yeah.
We love you. I thought you loved us.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, we're making this about money now? No. It's about commitment.
I thought you did this for the love of the game. What's your problem?
Yeah.
All right, so I think those are guys. If I had to pick, of all those guys we just named, again, with Will and CJ being on a separate burner in this conversation, I would say Azeez. If I had to bet on any of the names we just talked about here, Seth, as to we get, a Schefter push notification or, Aaron Wilson or somebody, Azeez Al-Shaair would be the one I would bet on, getting an extension. That would be the one. Just tacking on a year or two to his deal.
He could build his own rose garden.
That's right, yes.
Remember the one he walks around? He told Gruden that he walked around that rose garden in San Francisco,
That's
and
right.
Gruden was blown away.
He was caught very off guard by that. All right, question number 4. Left to right, what does the first-string offensive line look like when drills begin this spring? That's the thing. Is when we get to OTAs and they're starting to do walkthroughs and things like that,
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see. I think I would bet heavily on this as the best guess of it being Ursery, left to right, Ursery, Wyatt Teller, Jake Andrews at center, and then Ed Ingram and Braden Smith on the right side. But who knows? Trent Brown's in the building. You got a couple guys who, you got guys here who have had injury issues,
right?
That kind of thing.
The biggest question for me is obviously the center position. I think Jake Andrews is going to have a legitimate chance to compete with whomever is on the depth chart when it comes time, when it's post-draft. So if they draft a center in the second or third round, I think Jake Andrews starts off as the starter, and it's his job to either keep or lose. And the other question is, I assume Braden Smith is going to start off starting at right tackle, and yet I could see, because he's the incumbent, perhaps Trent Brown starting at right tackle.
Yeah.
It's always interesting, though, when you bring in a guy in as a veteran free agent, it's just pretty much assumed he's going to start, but who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how they'll, because I'm guessing they've had conversations with Trent Brown, too, about his injury history, his age, all of those things, and whether Trent Brown might be cool with being the named swing tackle.
Yeah.
Knowing that he's going to get a chance to play at some point because of injury during the season, whether he's just cool with that or whether he expects to compete.
Yeah, I would think I'd be shocked if they hadn't had conversations with him about that. I think you just follow the breadcrumbs of the contracts. I mean, Braden Smith got 2 years, $25 million or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Trent Brown got 1 year, $7 million. So I think he may know which way the wind's blowing. He still compete, but I like where they've gone with this line through this free agency period. But that's my best guess. Here was Ariante Ursery. He was on some Texans content. I think it might have been Iron Sharpens Iron, but he talked about his love for Cole Popovich.
I want to give some love to Cole Popovich, man. Him as a first-year offensive line coach, what he was able to do with our group, having him being able to come in here and coach all the little bitty details.
1, 2, 3.
The mentality, everything. Like this year as a unit, we just all really just clicked, and we were starting to see the progress that we worked hard for.
Okay.
That's the biggest thing is he was talking about that, seeing things start to click and everything, but very much leaving it as, sounds like, there's more improving to do. Compared to previous years when you'd have various offensive linemen basically saying, why is everybody making a big deal? We're really good, even though they weren't as a unit. A lot of that, I think, is the influence of Trent Brown. I mean, Trent Brown just very openly said that we need to get on the same level as the defense. We need to be a part of this, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the overall attitude in that room right now.
I do, too. And the more I think about it, I'm just thinking, okay, well, Ursery wasn't here for pre-Cole Popovich being the O-line coach. I know Cole Popovich has been in the building for a few years. So Ursery doesn't have any comparison. I'm looking at the depth chart. The only guys that have any basis for comparison of what it was like before Cole Popovich and after Cole Popovich are Jarrett Patterson and Blake Fisher. That's it. These other guys, it's all kind of, I would be interested to get the takes of the guys who were here when, they had
when he was an assistant O-line coach versus what he is now.
Yeah, and you had an O-line coach, let's be honest, that was talking about retiring before 2024.
Yeah.
And Chris Strausser, how much did Cole Popovich elevate that room from what it had been before?
I think part of it is one of the big differences is that Cole Popovich and Nick Caley are aligned, and you can tell by the way that Cole Popovich coaches the play calling and what they're trying to kind of major in the run game. It's just there's those guys are on the same wavelength.
Yep.
Where with Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser, based on what I saw with my own eyes and with what other people have told me, there was a disconnect there.
Yeah.
And that's a bad disconnect to have when your offensive line coach and your offensive coordinator might have different philosophies about the way to run the offense. It's tough to get that to work and to look good.
It felt thrown together in retrospect. Yeah. It felt thrown together. That partnership
felt like a platypus.
Yes. Okay. All the different. Oh, I got you. All the different body parts. Yeah. So here's question number 5, last one, and then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. The schedule comes out like a month from Thursday or so. Like it's the first week in May or second week in May. What does the league think of the Houston Texans right now? Come schedule making time, because the Texans, say what you will about performances in prime time or whatever the case may be. They were treated like an attraction the last couple of years. 2 years ago in 2024, they had 6 I'll call them like stage to themselves games. Not all of them were in prime time.
Yeah.
Last year they had 5 that were stage to themselves games, prime time and otherwise. Like that Chargers game was a Saturday game at 3:30 where they had the audience to themselves. So that's 11 over the last 2 years. Does the league still view the Texans, largely based on their defense, I would imagine, as an attraction when the schedule comes out?
Let me add this to the mix.
Okay.
That as of the immediately following the Texans-Patriots game, that was the most watched event in ESPN history.
Yep.
So ESPN, at least for their primetime games, probably has a good taste in their mouth about whether the obviously it's the playoffs and everything. But yeah, I think that they're still in that upper, but not extremely high tier of, okay, we want – like, listen, everybody, I know you're going to hate it when I say this, but the Cowboys and teams like that are always going to get a bunch of primetime games because whether they suck or whether they're awesome, they draw a lot of eyeballs. Texans are in that position where, all right, they got to be a good team, but do they still have some appeal on top of that? I think last year, the Chiefs game, I think, got really good ratings. Mm-hmm. So I think they still have that marquee value as long as the matchups are right. So I think we're treated to at least 4 primetime.
I think at least 4. I would say 5 again. I think at least 4. I still think they got a lot of star power. So we'll see. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend and otherwise. I will say a name. Ben, our producer, will hit us with
Acknowledge Me.
Roman Reigns dropping the Acknowledge Me on us. Let's start. I'm going to do a 3-way Acknowledge Me here. Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge Me.
Jose Altuve.
Acknowledge Me.
Christian Walker.
Acknowledge Me.
All with OPSs of over 1,000 right now, 10 games into the season. This lineup right now, you saw it on display yesterday, Seth. They fall behind 9-5 yesterday in the bottom of the 7th inning, and they come right back in the next inning, and they score 4 runs. The ability of this team, including all 3 of these guys, but especially Yordan, who's getting nothing to hit right now. And when he does, he hits bombs.
He's second in the league in home runs right now.
Yep.
Tied for second with 4, behind Langoliers and Chase DeLauder.
Yep.
So he's just been incredible.
He's been amazing, and Altuve with 10 walks or whatever it is to start the season. Jose Altuve, 10 games into the season, leads the major leagues in walks, which is remarkable and I think indicative of just an overall plate discipline that this team has shown in the early part of the season that we hope they hang on to here.
He's actually currently tied, Sean. Have you ever heard of Yordan Alvarez? So those guys are tied for right now with
both of those
12
guys.
walks apiece. Yeah,
nice. Oh man!
And again, another Astros tie. Mike Trout with 11. We've helped contribute to that.
Yeah.
If the Astros hitters could just stop being undone by the Astros pitchers, they'd be emphatically in the lead in a lot of these categories.
Yes, and it's been awesome seeing Christian Walker get his stroke back too. That's been good. Spencer Arrighetti.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, why am I acknowledging Spencer Arrighetti? Well, for one, he had a really nice performance over the weekend at Sugar Land. Pitched 4 1/3 innings, threw about 70 or 80 pitches, but struck out 9. So getting a lot of swing and miss. That's good to see. Why am I acknowledging somebody for a AAA performance that was really good? Because all of a sudden they're going to need Spencer Arrighetti, especially if this is what Christian Javier is going to be, especially now that Hunter Brown is going on the IL. I'm still shaky. I know we joke about my love for Mike Burrows, but Burrows, Imai, Lance McCullers, none of those 3 guys are guys that you feel super duper confident that they can go out every 5th or 6th day yet and give you what you need. So all of a sudden, Spencer Arrighetti is he was going to be important anyways because they're going to a 6-man rotation here at some point. But if Hunter Brown is out for any extended period of time, your offense is not going to go out and score 10 runs every game, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. So Arrighetti, here we go, buddy. It's all on you. No pressure.
Pat on the butt.
It's all on you.
All on you. Yep. Joe Adell.
Acknowledge
Why am I
me.
acknowledging a Los Angeles Angel? Because he did something that I've never seen before. He robbed 3 home runs in a game yesterday. Here was the play-by-play on all three.
And the final one is in the 9th inning.
Yes.
And it's the most spectacular
and he
one.
tumbles into the audience. Yes. Yeah. Here we go.
No balls and 1 strike. There's a drive out to right from Raleigh. Adell's back near the wall. He leaps, and he caught it! Joe Adell! There's a drive to right. Adell is back. He's at the wall. He leaps up. He got another one! Whoa. Joe Adell! What a night!
Lead.
Now here's Crawford with a fly ball to right toward the corner. It's Joe Adell again near the foul pole. Leaping up. Did he catch it again? He fell into the crowd, so it's a home run. They called him out. He did it again.
I don't know why the play-by-play guy was so quick to call it a home run.
If you catch it while you're going into the stands, it's an out. If you somehow get into the stands and then catch it, it's. But I never thought it was anywhere close to that.
I didn't either.
No. Like, you're not allowed to just, like, leap over the wall, stand there, and wait for the ball.
Right. It's like football. You got to get 2 feet down, you know?
This is where I'm gonna criticize something about this whole sequence here. Okay. Angels fans. Adell was left to basically stand there by himself while a couple of people politely patted him on the back.
Well, that's Angels fans for you.
As he stood in there, like, why are you not mobbing him?
Yeah.
Why is this not like a Lambeau Leap type of situation?
Right.
It's one of the most incredible things we've ever seen. A guy making a diving steal of a home run into the stands, tumbling into it, and you just kind of give him an attaboy.
We should point out
that guy should have lost his jersey. Expose the buzzer.
The final score of the game was 1-0. The Angels win that game.
It was 1-0 at that point, top of the 9th with no outs.
Yep, and they beat the Mariners. It's a division game for them. Kyle Raleigh in the 1st, Josh Naylor in the 8th, and as you heard there, J.P. Crawford in the 9th. Those are the 3 Mariners that Joe Adell robbed. Just for some perspective on this, he robs 3 home runs in a game. Fernando Tatis led all of baseball last year for the entire season with 4. So he had almost as many in a game as the leader in the league had last year and baseball had last year for the entire season. Alperen Şengün.
Acknowledge me.
I'm so happy.
Yeah, he got acknowledged, Alpy. You should be happy. Game-winning bucket last night against the Golden State Warriors. The Rockets' winning streak extended to 6 games. I think the biggest thing here, though, with Alperen Şengün, he's just playing much better basketball of late. Mm-hmm. You know, when the team was not playing very well, Alperen Şengün was at rock bottom, turning the ball over, not shooting the ball very well. Now, as it turned out, he might have been dealing with some injury issues. You know, he missed a couple games with a lower back injury. Tweaked it a little bit in a game recently, but he, you know, when he's been interviewed about it, he's not leaned on that as an excuse for his poor play a few weeks back.
No, and I think a lot of it, though, too, is as the entire offense has just started to run a better, cleaner version of offense, and guys are able to do what they're comfortable doing.
Yep.
And they've stopped just kind of trying to let Durant figure out where to go with the basketball when he gets bracketed. Like, all of that just looks better, and guys are more comfortable. And there's been the really positive spillover has been into the fact that they haven't been turning the ball over. Over this 6-game win streak, they've got the second lowest turnover rate in the league, which is in stark contrast to how they were operating for the first 3 months of the season.
It wasn't watchable, man. It was bad. It was bad. So this is good. They're playing much better basketball here down the stretch. 4 games to go. They've got a road game at Phoenix coming up, and then they've got 3 home games coming up against the Sixers, Timberwolves, and the Grizzlies to close out the season. Then it's on to the postseason. We'll see what happens from there. All right, last one here. Speaking of the Rockets, sideline reporter Vanessa Richardson.
Acknowledge me.
On Friday, at Friday's game, I think it was Friday, she interviewed Javon Evans, who is a WWE superstar. Shout out WWE. They're at Toyota Center tonight for Monday Night Raw. And so they were promoting that on the broadcast on Friday. He was in town doing radio interviews. He had his belt over his shoulder and whatnot. And here was Vanessa channeling her WWE right here.
What's your favorite part of being a wrestler?
The excitement, the energy from the fans. Like, the fans there it's something that you would never experience, you know what I mean? So the energy from the fans, something I always love and never forget, for sure.
You know what? I think I've heard enough from you. Know your role and shut your mouth.
Oh, that's awful. Hold on, now. Hold on.
Monday Night Raw coming to Toyota Center.
Great stuff there, Vanessa. Love it. Love it.
Dropping the rock on Javon Evans right there. Know your role and shut your mouth.
I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't get what she was doing and
Can you imagine?
take offense.
All right, good job, Vanessa. You get acknowledged for that one. All right, that's Acknowledge Me. We do it each and every Monday at 7:20 or thereabouts. All right, mock draft injection time. It is draft season. We are down to just a couple weeks to go till the NFL draft. I finally found, Seth, a mock draft that shakes things up a little bit compared to the same 4 or 5 names we've been hearing. Nick Shook, NFL.com, will do his mock draft. Mock draft injection is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. We do it every Monday at about this time, at about 7:45. No, actually, we do it every day. I'm sorry about that. Monday through Friday, we do it during draft season. So let's go. I mean, we're hitting the runway here. We've only got a couple weeks out till day one of the draft. Thursday, April 23rd, the draft in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So let's do this. Nick Shook is one of the several draft experts, or at least NFL experts, that do a mock draft for NFL.com. And he dropped one over the weekend. So let's get to the 28th overall pick. And with the 28th overall pick in the Nick Shook NFL.com mock draft, Seth, the Houston Texans select, welcome back an old face from the beginning of the mock draft season, Caleb Lomu, tackle,
I remember
Utah. Yeah, you look familiar. You're Caleb,
back before
right?
the Texans had signed any offensive linemen.
That's right.
Caleb Lomu he was one of the most frequently mocked guys to the Texans. And there's a lot to like about him, and I think it's one of those things where he's raw in a lot of ways, but it's also because he plays for a system in college that's a whole lot of misdirection and not necessarily playing a lot of conventional football. But it seems that most of the draftologists out there will say that he looks like he doesn't necessarily always show a lot of great strength, but he doesn't lack for strength. Mm-hmm. It's more that he needs to refine his technique and just be put more in an NFL style offense, but people are very optimistic about him. This would be one where that you could envision, okay, wow, if he had gone to Iowa or something, that he could easily be going in the top 15, but it is what it is, and that's where he is, and some people are going to be betting on his upside.
Well, he's got a teammate that's probably going to go in the top 15 that plays tackle also, and Spencer Fano.
Yeah.
So the two tackles from the University of Utah, both on track to possibly be first-round picks in the draft in a couple of weeks. The interesting thing about this particular mock draft, certainly who the Texans take is always of interest. I think in the mock drafts, it's just as fun to see who got taken just before them, who's still on the board when they pick. I think there's two interesting things about this one. First of all, and I don't know if the Chiefs are still viewed in the same light as they were, say, a couple of years ago offensively. But Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, who I'll point out, John Harris, when we had him on last week, we went through John Harris's mock draft at footballtakeover.com with Johnny, and we did that live on the air with him, and he had the Texans trading up to go get Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, trading up to, I think, 18th with the Vikings to move up and get him. That's how highly John Harris thinks of Kenyon Sadiq. He's far and away the consensus number one tight end in this draft. He is still sitting there at 28 when the Texans take Lomu. I would be disappointed if they didn't draft Sadiq here if he were there. Now, here's the other part of it, too, is that the Chiefs have the pick right after the Texans because that came from the Trent McDuffie trade with the Rams.
Yeah.
This is one of those things that I don't know if the league, if people around the league still feel this way about the Chiefs, but certainly there was a point in time where the last person to pick ahead of the Chiefs not taking a top tight end, let's say, would have been viewed as, how could you let the Chiefs get Kenyon Sadiq?
Yeah.
Remember that happened with the Chiefs a couple of years ago when Buffalo allowed the Chiefs to trade up into the first round and draft Xavier Worthy, and people were like, oh my God, now that hasn't worked out to where it's killed everybody, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting one because you'd have Kenyon Sadiq, presumably playing for a year or two, with Travis Kelce there. The sort of the passing of the baton at tight end, so to speak.
As far as Sadiq goes, I'm starting to see now that there's a lot of people saying like, well, let's pump the brakes on Sadiq. There's this flaw, there's that flaw. They're not, how much of it is the system and the scheme, because he doesn't seem to have these huge mega breakaway runs, but he does get a lot of big chunk plays. As far as Caleb Lomu goes, our anonymous scouts weighed in. And as you had mentioned, Spencer Fano, who is at Utah, I was kind of given an excuse for not going in the top 15 because he went to Utah. I think he could have been more developed, and yet Spencer Fano probably will go in the top 15. This is what the anonymous scout says about both these guys. Okay. He's a good athlete too, talking about Lomu, but Spencer's a notch above him. Lomu has the prototypical size and length. He's light. He has a bigger frame than Fano. Okay. He has a traditional tackle body that you like. Not that he's soft or anything, but he just doesn't finish with the same urgency. Fano has more strength and power than Lomu, and he's more of a finesse guy than Fano. I don't like seeing that word finesse, yeah.
It doesn't the Texans don't feel like they've been seeking out finesse this offseason.
Right, it doesn't at all. But again, this is where the upside and potentially, okay, what are they going to ask him to do? Where is the room for development? But you're right. Almost seeing finesse in there makes me feel like, they traded away the elite finesse guy in Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to bring in a finesse project.
I wouldn't be wild about this pick. It's the other interesting thing about this particular mock draft, Seth, is, obviously they don't. This mock draft doesn't have the Texans taking Peter Woods, Caden McDonald, Emmanuel Pregnon, or Blake Miller, the four guys that feel like they're going to the Texans in every mock draft right now.
Yeah.
But the sequence before the Texans pick, where starting at 23, where Blake Miller from Clemson goes to the Eagles at 23, the very next pick, Max Ianachor, goes 24th overall to the Browns. The very next pick after that, Caden Proctor, another name that's starting to get mocked to the Texans a little bit, either at 28 or 38. He goes to the Bears at 25. If the Texans had been much less active in free agency on the offensive line this offseason so far, and this sequence were to happen during the draft, I think people would be freaking out. All these offensive linemen are flying off the board at 23.
Caden Proctor's an interesting one. I still think there's a good chance that Caden Proctor ends up not even on the Texans board. And I think there's some people out there that might be saying, hey, wait, didn't they have him in for a top 30 visit? Yes. But remember that sometimes the top 30 visit is you want to get one last look at a guy before you decide he's not our type of guy. Sometimes, as it went with Will Anderson, it was a top 30 visit where, man, they loved everything about it, and it cemented how strongly they felt about him. And there's two guys. The Texans have had Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle, and Caden Proctor, the offensive lineman, in for top 30 visits. Mm-hmm. I think Caden McDonald is probably a guy that they're looking at, and he checks off a lot of boxes, and they genuinely like him, and they wanted to get another look at him. With Caden Proctor, I think there's probably some things they like about him, but they also might want to be just really trying to figure out, all right, what type of a dude is this guy? Has he grown? Has he matured? All of those things. Yep. So it's not don't get too fooled or swayed by the fact that a guy comes and visits on a top 30 visit. Sometimes it's actually a bad thing. One more from the anonymous scout.
Oh, yeah.
If this is a Texan scout, there's no way in hell that Caleb Lomu's coming to the Texans.
Okay.
Quote, just not a big man. I'm a little lower on him than Fano because he's not a real gritty, edgy O-line mentality.
Okay, yeah, no.
Unquote. Yeah.
Again, for
different... That's a Texan scout. Nope.
Again, for different reasons, maybe not different reasons than Proctor, maybe not on the board for the Texans. Just not a fit. From a personality standpoint, I guess, or a swarminess standpoint. Someone is text page, base power text line. Not the biggest fan of drafting a player in the first round that's not going to play this season.
Yeah. The only part about that where I'm holding it in reserve because the offensive line has been such an issue for so long, and are you a fan of when they drafted Kenyon Green and he did play right away?
Yeah.
Or,
injuries, too.
They slotted Juice Scruggs in as a starter right away.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that things would have gone differently for either of those guys or anybody else, but the situation on the interior offensive line right now is one where I'm like Wyatt Teller, who knows? He might only play 2 more years of football in his career. And the Texans could easily, if they drafted a young guard, they could move on from Wyatt Teller next year with that contract.
Absolutely.
If they like this guy. So I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it on the offensive line just because it's been such a sore spot for so long.
Question on the base power text line. How many times are top 30 visits used to get intel about other guys? I think all the time. Yeah. I think when they had Ohio State guys in for top 30 visits, they were asking about C.J. Stroud. I think that's a normal thing. You want to maximize those visits, and I think that's a normal thing. it would be to ask guys about their teammates. I think you would
but specifically for that, I guess, is what he's asking. Would you bring in a guy specifically because you want to hear about this other guy? I bet it happens with quarterbacks a lot more.
Sure.
I bet there's a lot of random offensive linemen who are maybe like 5th or 6th round picks that get a top 30 visit just because people want to know about the quarterback and his leadership.
Yeah, where maybe that's right. They fake their way through it. They ask the guy a bunch of questions about himself, but the real primary goal is to get more intel on other guys. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
To answer your question, I have no basis for knowing that or anything.
Right. I think it's an element. I would guess that almost every guy coming in for a top 30 visit gets asked about a teammate or two, and I think it's normal. All right, that's actually a good question for Nick. The next time he's going to come on with us at some point, I would imagine, between now and the draft. He's
not going to answer that though. Say, hey Nick, have you ever specifically brought a guy in?
No. But how much?
Oh no, they definitely. No, it's not even a question whether they ask about teammates or anything. That's known. It's just like the question that the listener's asking is, do you specifically bring in a guy just to find out about somebody else?
Yeah. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. What's the latest on Josh Hader? Some awesome audio that's going to make you feel good about a guy we need to feel good about, one of the starting pitchers. And let's relive one of the best plays from one of the most unlikely heroes of the game yesterday. We'll do all of that, summarizing the Astros weekend coming up next.
Here's your unlikely hero, because you don't want these people to be your hero, and yet sometimes they're the hero you need. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, because
West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ground ball towards the middle. Diving stop by Altuve. Here comes the throw home. McNeil will be tagged out. Altuve saves the game and sends it to extra innings. What a play by Jose.
Yeah, man. Jose Altuve, what the hell is going on? All of a sudden, he's leading the league in walks, flashing the glove out there to save the game. Brian Abreu comes in with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Langoliers hits that ball up the middle, and Altuve diving stop, which is amazing to begin with because Altuve has the last few years, his defensive play degraded enough to where they looked at moving him to left field last year. Makes the diving stop and then has the savvy set to immediately pop up and throw home on that play. You know?
Right.
That was, that was a thinking man's play right there, and throws McNeil out at the plate to, save the game. Like, if Altuve doesn't make that play, game over. Now, they ended up losing anyways because Brian Abreu came back out in the bottom of the 10th inning and gave up 3 runs. This game was lost in the top of the 10th inning, in my mind, Seth. I know Abreu was terrible and gave up a walk-off home run. They really had a chance to kind of blow this thing open in the top of the 10th. You start with Nick Allen on second base, the ghost runner or whatever you want to call him, the freebie, and Altuve walks, right? So Altuve gets a walk. So you got first and second, nobody out with Yordan Alvarez up. And look, it's hard to blame Yordan for anything right now, but he strikes out on just a really, really a bad choice to swing at a pitch way out of the zone. Very un-Yordan-like. But you still got first and second with 1 out. Carlos Correa finally comes up big with guys on base, gets the base hit to drive home the run. And then it's second and third with 1 out. They walk Christian Walker intentionally, and then Cam Smith strikes out. Again, tough to blame him. He was the one that tied the game up in the 8th inning with the big base hit. He had 3 RBIs. And then Yainer Diaz, who's not been great this year, flies out to right field. You really had a chance there when you get you got first and second, nobody out. You got bases loaded, 1 out. You really should come away from that top of the 10th inning with more than just 1 run.
Yeah.
And when you did that, boy, you've got no margin for error for Brian Abreu, who is maybe the pitcher in baseball right now that needs the largest margin for error. Brian Abreu's numbers on the season so far: a .364 batting average allowed, a 3.38 whip.
Oh, my gosh.
An atrocious that's walks, hits.
That's not even traffic on the base pass.
That's like
fleeing a hurricane. Open up the opposite lane.
Yes.
Open up the southbound lane.
That is an accident
what
in the
the
middle
hell?
lane traffic on the like an atrocious whip is 2. He has a 3.38 walks, hits per innings pitch. His ERA, Seth, 23.63. He's come into I think he's appeared in 4 games this year.
Yeah.
He has yet to have a good game.
Yeah.
He's given up home runs 3 of the times he's been out there. The other time he went out there was that Sunday game against the Angels where they had to yank him after like 1 out.
He got his velo up. That was all. Remember those days back in the early days of this current golden era when we thought, well, maybe it's just the velo. Get his velo back up. Now it's just a harder hit coming.
That's what I was going to say. You know what else is up?
He's
The
just
exit
setting
velo.
up a harder hit.
The other velo is up too. Yeah. Yep.
Look. It's not as simple as this, but we know that he's not a closer, and you'd much rather see Brian King out there as a closer at this point. But Josh Hader is the closer for this baseball team, and I appreciate them being careful with Josh Hader because this team's had its go around with injuries to pitchers before. But God, we really need Josh Hader back.
Got to get him back, man. Is that. Brian Abreu, by the way, is costing himself millions of dollars right now. I know it's early, it's the first 10 games, but Brian Abreu, there was a big article that I think Chandler Rome wrote about what guys who have been setup guys for other teams are commanding when they hit free agency to be made closers for new teams. Because Brian Abreu is never going to be the full-time closer here because Josh Hader's under contract for 3 more years. So he's costing himself potentially a lot of money. Now, he's got obviously plenty of time to get things straightened out, but this is awful right now. Like, this is – you can't even trust the guy. You nailed it. Like, Brian King is a way more trustworthy guy to close out games than Brian Abreu is right now.
I like Brian King, too, because he looks like he could teach me how to change the carburetor.
The mullet helps.
Yeah, help me fix my dirt bike.
Yep.
Yeah. He's like the cool teenager in the neighborhood that'll teach you how to fix your dirt bike.
Right.
And he's got a bad relationship with his dad and everything, but he's always out in front of the garage, and he's cool to the younger kids.
Yeah.
Maybe eventually he'll sell you some pot, but for now, he's gonna wait until you're older. He's not like out there pushing it on
Right,
people.
right. I was gonna say, you're like in the analogy you're making. I picture the kid being like 11 years old, but like almost to junior high, and being like, "Hey, Brian, can you buy us some beer?" And him being like, "No, not till you're 16. All right, not till you're 16." Here's Josh Hader, the latest on his rehab and how things are going.
Ultimately, it's trying to break that tissue up, make sure it's recovering well. My bullpens have been really well. My last bullpen I touched in the 90s, so that's exciting for me. I've never touched 90 in a bullpen, even when I was healthy, so that's a testament to the work that we're putting in.
As far as when you talk about feeling right now, is there any discomfort, any pain, or do you feel like, okay, I'm past that, it's more so about making sure that we're at 100% before we actually return?
Exactly. That's it. It's making sure that when I come back, there's no setbacks on that. It's when I'm in there, I'm there to the World Series, and I'm going to be there to give it every day as I can and be 100%.
And that audio, Luis Ortiz of KHOU, right, Seth? Yep. That was the other voice that you heard in that.
I guess, the part about him hitting 90 in a bullpen and him never having done that before, I allowed myself to get excited about that. I don't know why.
That feels weird to me. I don't know the nuances of a bullpen versus, like I've never hit 90 in a bullpen before. I'm like, dude, you can throw 90. Like, just choose to.
Right. Well, it's throttling back. So probably like with the same level of just how you're throwing the bullpen, and that it's all of a sudden just kind of like when I threw the Tide packet at you.
Yeah.
It just kind of like all of a sudden I threw that I was expecting to hit maybe 65 or 70.
Yeah, you never hit 90.
It came out at 105.
Yeah.
And it just there was something in my wrist action. So maybe his mechanics are so clean that it's just flying out of his hand at 90.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, you had never hit 90 on the gun before throwing something at me.
Not with accuracy.
No. That was a big moment for you.
I was aiming at your eye, but understanding that I wouldn't. I had no expectation of hitting what I was aiming.
Right.
So I felt like, I felt like Spider-Man the first time he realized he had special powers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my gosh, this is just never been able to throw anything this accurately and this hard.
Sean, it's never going to be the same ever again.
I'm going to be like that Kevin Costner movie, and all of a sudden be a 51-year-old rookie in the major leagues.
Yep. Was that Costner?
Wasn't it? Oh, no. That was
Dennis Quaid, right? Yeah.
Sorry. If it's a movie about an old dude trying to reclaim or trying to pretend he's a professional athlete, it's either Dennis Quaid or Kevin Costner.
yeah. 50-50
Quaid
shot.
At least was a minor league player, right?
Like in real life?
I thought so.
I don't know.
Might be completely off on that.
I'm not sure. That's a question for ChatGPT. Here's Julie Morales. Tetsuya Imai. Really, all of the starting pitchers take on.
Spoiler alert, quick. He did not.
Okay, all of the starting pitchers take on greater importance now with Hunter Brown hitting the IL. They've all got to up their game. Spencer Arrighetti is going to get called up here at some point. He's going to have to make sure he's the good version of what he was a couple of years ago. Tatsuya Imai, all of a sudden, you're having to get the version that we saw over in Japan because there's no Hunter Brown. Lance McCullers, we need the one from the Red Sox game more than we need the one from yesterday's game, all of this. Christian Javier, I don't know what to make of Christian Javier right now other than I think he might be cooked. I thought that after one start. Certainly he did nothing on Friday or Saturday, whenever he pitched Friday, that would lead me to believe he feels any better. Imai was a bright spot from the weekend. He pitched in the 11-0 shutout. Here was Christian Vasquez, who caught that game, talking to Julian Morales about Imai.
And behind the plate, you said you were tired, but you caught a great game. Starting with Tatsuya Imai, we were waiting for him to get in a rhythm. He did that today. What was he doing so well to you?
Throwing strikes. I think the last time against the Angels, we got a lot of walks and get in trouble. But today was amazing, pounding the strike zone and a lot of chasing the slider.
Let's talk about the slider. What the heck is up with the slider?
It's crazy. It's like a left-hander hitter, pitcher slider. He's going to the opposite side, so it's amazing how good it is and a lot of chase.
Yeah, it's one pitch, but it does several different things.
I need to be ready. I don't know. I got big gloves, so.
Yeah, Imai, nine strikeouts in 5 2/3 innings.
No, and it was fun to watch on the broadcast where Blum is just openly saying, like, I think the pitch tracker's wrong on this, and it was a lot, and multiple people confirmed, the pitch tracker doesn't know what the hell it's looking at, because it looks like a screwball. He throws it like a slider, so the batter's watching it and seeing his hands and everything, but it ends up breaking to the throwing hand side like a screwball. But you can't throw a guy's going to throw screwballs because you'll tear your elbow off.
Right.
So he's able to get like a screwball action by throwing a slider.
It's wild.
And nobody knows what to do with it, including the computers.
Yep.
Our future overlords don't have that on us yet.
That's exactly right.
He's John Henry. He's taking on the machines.
He's taking on big AI. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And they can't quantify him.
He's the hero we need, Tatsuya Imai. Here's one more on Imai. This is Josh Miller, the pitching coach, after Saturday's game.
And reading the swings of the guys, especially with the sliders, it looked like if they're really getting frustrated about some of those pitches.
Yeah, I was giving them fits. It was doing some weird stuff, and they were taking some healthy hacks and coming up short, and they looked a little frustrated. Yeah, there's been quite a few misclassified pitches in his 2 outings. He did use the split and the changeup some today, but most of those were sliders.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's confusing.
It almost sounded like you said the change-ups were actually sliders.
Yeah.
Which I'm here for it.
Whatever.
I would believe you.
Whatever.
If Josh Miller said up there and the pitch tracker said that 80-mile-per-hour pitch was a change-up, but actually it was a slider. I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Whatever. They chasing it? Awesome. Yeah. So that was really good to see. That was a wild game on Saturday, man. If someone had told you the Astros set a record in that game, like an 11-0 game, and the final score was an 11-0 win, and they set a record. I'm not going to tell you what record they set. I'm just going to tell you they won the game 11-0. How many guesses until you get to runners left on base in a game?
Yeah, I know. It felt like, if I were inclined to complain about something, I would say this was the closest the Astros have been to one of those Rockets games where they win versus a bad team despite turning the ball over 37 times.
Yeah, it's a win over the Utah Jazz.
You're frustrated about all the turnovers or something. I wasn't frustrated about this because it happens, but the runners left on base, which was a huge issue last year.
Yeah.
How many was it?
17 left on base.
So in a game that you won 11-0, you did kind of leave it thinking it could have been 20-0. I wish.
Well, Correa himself in this game. You and I were texting during this game. You texted that exact thing to me, like, God, or we were texting with Garrett, and you're like, hey man, like, who's an A's fan, our friend Garrett, and like the score could be way worse than it is right now. And I went and counted. Carlos Correa came up with a combined total in his at-bats and his plate appearances, because they yanked him by the 7th or 8th inning. He came up with 9 guys on base during the game and wasn't able to drive any of them home.
Yeah.
He was batting cleanup in a game where his team had 18 hits and 13 walks. He's batting behind the 2 league leaders in walks right now. So if Carlos Correa could have just gotten a couple good swings in that game, you're talking about a game that approaches 16-17-0, something like that. It was wild.
And Correa's been awesome defensively. It's been so nice to watch him out there. And Paredes, who's on bereavement, will be back here shortly. So all of that offensively, there's offensively and defensively, except for the minor detail of pitching.
Right.
But defensively, they didn't have their first error of the season until the Lance McCullers fielding issue there on Saturday.
He threw the ball into center field. It was a throwing error.
Yeah. I call it an issue.
Yeah.
Okay. They're one of the best fielding teams in baseball right now, and yet again, even in that, the pitchers did them in.
Yes.
They're doing everything incredibly well defensively, except for pitching, which is kind of a big deal.
That's kind of a big deal.
The yin and the yang of this. Can I give you some Altuve stats?
Sure,
real quickly, Sean?
yeah. Feed me.
I just want people to understand the difference here. When we talk about Jose Altuve and his judgment at the plate, right now, when it comes to, first of all, his walk rate, he's in the 99th percentile of walk rate.
Yep.
Last year, he was in the 51st percentile, which frankly seems a bit generous, but still.
Yes. If you were to have me guess, I would have said bottom third for Jose Altuve.
This is the astounding one. Okay. So right now, he is in the 89th percentile of chase rate. So 89th percentile in a good way.
Yeah.
Of chasing strikes outside, or chasing pitches outside of the zone.
Yep.
89th percentile. Would you hazard a guess for what he was in 2025?
I would say bottom third again.
5%.
Oh, my God. Well, that's bottom third.
2 years ago,
Way in the bottom. Yeah.
2 years ago, he was in the 7th percentile.
That's amazing, man.
3 years ago was when he was in your gilded territory of the 28th percentile.
Oh, yeah.
He's absurdly, ridiculously improved in this regard.
He is among the best in the league at something he was literally among the worst at the league at. At age 35, that's the thing for me. Like the growth. If you were to ask me, Seth, last year, because we're heading into the very expensive part of Jose Altuve's contract extension, he gets cheap the last 2 years of it, but we're in the seasons that are going to be $30 million here.
Yeah,
I would have said no way he's living up to this contract, just based on age, trajectory. And if this is what, and look, I don't think Jose Altuve is going to walk 160 times this year. But
I honestly, though, I would say this: small sample size, all of that.
Yeah.
There's, and we'll have to read this later in the show. I had people give wrong answers only for why Altuve's been able to get this pitch judgment.
You get some good ones.
But I know, has he had a 10-game stretch in his career where he's been this selective at the plate?
I have no idea. Yeah,
I tell me about it. Go forward. All you super smart baseball nerds who actually can sort these searches out and everything better than I can. Has he ever showed this much judgment at the plate for 10 straight games the way he has so far this season?
I would bet no. Because he's never. We've never seen this before. I would bet no. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Hope you guys had a great weekend. We appreciate you tuning in with us and rocking with us here on a Monday. Up next, Daniil Hunter. Luis Ortiz caught up with Daniil Hunter, too.
He's all over the place.
He's all over the place. He's across multiple sports. Daniil Hunter on the Texans offseason, which included a contract extension for Daniil Hunter. We'll hear from the Texans All-Pro edge rusher coming up next. But I'll tell you who an All-Pro is. It was fun yesterday. Texted a little bit. Boy, Dr. Ben Salento felt so bad yesterday. He texted me. We exchanged Easter salutations. And then in the middle of the Astros game, he texts like, "Man, the Astros are they're kicking some butt lately, huh?" And then like 5 minutes later, Jake Myers goes slamming into the wall and the ball goes rolling away. And Dr. Ben Salento texts, "Oops." I say all that to say he's a huge sports fan, a great dude, someone you're going to really love if he helps do for you what he did for me, which is get rid of that snoring noise that you just heard Ben playing in there. He's an amazing sleep doctor, a great person. And he fixed my deviated septum. That was the big thing for me. I was breathing through just one nostril for years and years and years. Now I breathe through two, and I sleep a lot better. I breathe a lot better. If you have any sleep, sinus, sleep apnea, snoring, allergy issues, whatever it may be, anything involving the air pathways in your skull, Dr. Ben Salento is the man. Here is the phone number to set up that initial consultation, 346-413-6719. I'll give it to you again. 346-413-6719 or online at TexasSinusAndSnoring.com/radio. TexasSinusAndSnoring.com/radio.
In the loop.
3 Astros teams in the past 10 years have won at least 5 out of their first 7 games to start the season. 2018, the 2021 team, and this 2026 team, 5-2.
Previous 2 went to the ALCS.
Correct.
We're not going crazy here, though, right?
What do you mean?
Previous 2 went to the ALCS. We're not going there.
I mean, I'm just giving you stats. What you do with them is all. You do what you want.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. 10 to 2 every day on Sports. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, what's Danielle Hunter been up to lately? Luis Ortiz of KHOU caught up with him and said this is what's been going on for him this offseason.
Man, the biggest thing about me, ever since I had my surgery back in 2020, I just always focus on my body every offseason. I feel like that's the biggest thing. You know, as soon as the season ends, I take time off, I go see the world, and then when I come back, I just start rebuilding my body, like by inch, muscle by muscle, and by part by part. You know, I feel like that's the biggest thing, and I just started that this past week. So it's off to a good start, and as the weeks go by, as the months go by, I just focus on just getting my body right and just preparing myself for the next season.
Yeah, Danielle Hunter, this has been one of the best free agency marriages for both sides that I can think of. Danielle Hunter was a really good player up in Minnesota. J.J. Watt would bring this up, though. About Danielle Hunter specifically, Danielle Hunter has been criminally underrated for years, and oddly enough, you know, a team that has not experienced as much success as the Vikings have over the last decade, the Texans, it feels like to me, and maybe it's because we're around Danielle on a virtually a daily basis during the season kind of thing. It feels like his star has risen here in Houston, and maybe it's because he's playing for a defense that's getting a ton of love right now, and he himself has unlocked a lot of things for that defense. But this has been a free agency marriage, because these free agency marriages more often than not don't work out, especially with an older player.
You know, I think the thing with Danielle is it's kind of like it's a weird comparison here. There's some comedians that are they're known as comedians, where they don't necessarily achieve the huge mass appeal, but comedians really respect the way they operate.
That's a good analogy, man. Yeah.
Because they're just they're very they're just incredibly creative and intelligent and everything, and do everything the way that a lot of comedians would know how to operate, but they don't necessarily have mass appeal.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how Danielle Hunter is with edge rushers.
He's an edge rusher's edge rusher.
Yeah, J.J. Watt and guys like them have always really appreciated just how incredibly skilled he is.
Yeah.
But part of it, too, is that in Minnesota, he was playing on defense a lot of times where they might be real blitz heavy, and it's easier for people to kind of dismiss some of that as saying, well, they're blitzing a lot, so he gets a lot of one-on-ones and everything. So I think when it comes to Houston, he gets a little bit more respect in general just because this is a defense that's driven by getting a four-man pass rush and the guys on the edge just getting it done on their own. And those two guys kind of complement each other, Will Anderson and him. But he is still, in terms of popularity or fame or anything like that, all the attention's put on Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Because he's homegrown. He's the young guy. Yeah. He's awesome, obviously. But yeah, it still feels like a weird situation where he had the second most sacks in his career last year, and he still feels a little bit underrated and under-respected in the league at large.
He wasn't even an alternate for the Pro Bowl.
Right. He's second-team All-Pro, but not even making alternate Pro Bowl.
Yeah, so maybe I'm arguing against myself. I just sat here and said, and second-team All-Pro obviously is huge, but the fact that his own peers – and fans, the
coaches.
The Pro Bowl is the one thing that incorporates all of those elements. That he wasn't even a Pro Bowl alternate. Maybe his star hasn't risen in the eyes of some people as much as it feels like.
I blame Bryce Pop. Because Bryce Pop got Defensive Player of the Year one year where Bruce Smith was obviously the straw that stirred the drink on that defense. And Bryce Pop was the beneficiary of just getting nothing but single blocks, being blocked by tight ends and everything.
Yeah.
And I think people after that thought, all right, we got to be careful about just heaping too many accolades on a guy who's rushing opposite of another great pass rusher. This is a different situation. Danielle Hunter is a better pass rusher than Bryce Pop was, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Don't put your pop on me.
That's right. Here's Danielle Hunter on the offseason the Texans have been having so far.
I like what I see so far. A lot of good guys, a lot of good leaders, a lot of good players on offense and defense. And I feel like that's going to be a plus for us because it's a whole bunch of veterans. It's a good mixture of veterans and younger guys, and when that happens, the team the sky's the limit for the team.
They're at a volleyball tournament of some sort.
Is that
in the background.
I hear the whistles. I know he's at some sort of sporting event. Yeah,
I think it was a volleyball tournament.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, he's. Danielle Hunter makes his home here. So
it seems like pretty much every Texans, one of my former teammates has a 6-foot-tall girl who's an awesome volleyball player. Wade's got 2 girls in college.
Yep.
And,
Yep. Good genes for sure. They've had a really nice offseason. They really haven't done much on the defensive side other than Reed Blankenship. It's been all the resources have been thrown at the offensive side, and I think appropriately so. There wasn't a lot of work to do on that defense. The little bit of work there was to do, they addressed it. So thumbs up on the offseason so far from Danielle Hunter. Final question here with Danielle Hunter from Luis Ortiz was about the way the season ended in that playoff loss to New England.
For the season to end the way I did, I mean, it is what it is. It happened. The biggest thing is to learn from it and just build off of it. Next season we're finding all the right pieces that we need, and when it comes time for a game like that again, we'll be ready.
Yeah, I think nothing earth-shattering there in what he says there, but I think the questions always come back to CJ. Everything leads to CJ in some way or another when people start discussing everything they did in the offseason. And I've sensed zero apprehension or cynicism from players or anybody else about CJ Stroud himself. I don't think there's any worry right now that CJ has somehow lost the locker room or anything because of those playoff games.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you, the listener, have to have 100% faith in CJ, but I don't foresee that being an issue moving forward.
No, I don't either. They've got to take care of their business in the regular season. I've said this for years, and especially the last couple of years, is that they, in some respects, Seth, they're losing these divisional round playoff games in the regular season by losing games they're not supposed to lose. That is one thing. Even at 12-5 last year, and including a 9-game winning streak to close out the regular season, 10 when you add on the Pittsburgh game. The losses, especially at the beginning of the year, there were some inexcusable things happening in those losses. The inability to make a tackle on a 4th down against Baker Mayfield. You win that game, you're 13-4, not 12-5. They had 3 turnovers in the 4th quarter of that game against the Jags in Week 3 last year. Inexcusable turnovers.
And then allow the huge play to Brian Thomas Jr. that led to a touchdown.
That's exactly right.
To a conceded touchdown.
Yes, yeah. So you lose games. I get it. It's the NFL, but they lose games, and they've been doing this now for they've been doing it really since D'Amico. D'Amico's done a great job. So this is not me saying fire D'Amico or anything like that, but the first couple years he was here, they would lose games against teams they had no business losing to. Now, there's no crime in losing to the Rams, the Bucks, the Jags last year, but when you're losing the game, they're not winning the game. When you're making it easier on them, you're going to be in the divisional round if you're a 1 or a 2 seed. That's to me, this team needs to be at home in the playoffs for me to feel good about them getting to the new heights that D'Amico talks about.
Yeah, and that is, whether you believe that last year was a perfect opportunity and it was a weakened AFC or what have you, we'll see. We'll see how this year plays out.
Yep.
But, in any given year, if take any year before that, you play out last year except with the Chiefs at the peak of their powers or the Ravens at the peak of their powers, et cetera, it's going to be really, really hard to go on the road and win versus those teams. A
lot of cold weather teams, man.
To get at the very least, you don't want to have to win twice on the road,
right?
Or 3 times on the road.
Yep.
And that would have been a path to the Super Bowl. You would have had to win 3 road playoff games as an indoor team, and that's a whether you want to believe it or not. You're an indoor team. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You're a warm weather team, cold weather team, anything like that. You're an indoor team that has to go on the road in cold environments. And for your quarterback so far in cold weather on the road late in the year, it hasn't been good.
Has not. Someone's saying on the text page, the way the kids say it these days, Seth, is he's your favorite edge rusher's favorite edge rusher.
Oh, yeah. That's how the kids say it.
Yeah.
So he's like your favorite rapper's favorite rapper.
Right.
Norm Macdonald was like that as a comedian. Because Norm Macdonald remains incredibly popular, but he was more of like a cult favorite.
Yeah.
He was never one of the huge big time comedians, but comedians themselves just loved the way he wrote and structured his jokes.
Yeah, he's very smart.
So Danielle Hunter, the Norm Macdonald of pass rushers.
I like it. That's what I think of. It might sound, speaking of rappers, this is funny. Someone saying it might sound ludicrous to bring in a top 30 visit to ask questions about someone else, but it might make sense if you have the number one overall pick or in some other situations. This goes back to a topic from a couple segments ago about when we were doing the mock draft injection about someone asked, do you think teams actually schedule guys for visits to the facility to ask questions about their teammates? The funny thing about that text is Ludacris was spelled like the rapper.
Oh,
yeah. I have no answer.
I don't think it's ludicrous at all. Yeah. I think that the way I interpreted the question was, would they bring in a guy specifically just to ask about somebody else? And I had said, I think for quarterbacks for sure. Mm-hmm. And yeah, for maybe if you've got a top 5 pick or something, that if you're thinking about, let's say. Well, you know what? We'll have to go back and see who the top 30 visits were when they ended up drafting C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
And if they did have a way more offensive linemen than they typically do, or way more like guys from Ohio State that might not be the classic guys that they might be interested in or bring in for that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You just want to pump them for information. Text message. Seth asked the question last segment about Jose Altuve. Has there ever been a stretch in his career of 10 games where he showed this much plate discipline? Text message, Seth, 10 straight games. Altuve hasn't shown this plate discipline in 10 straight at-bats before.
I know.
Go Altuve.
I don't think – I'm not even going to – you know what? I'm going to claim that I went back and did the research without even doing it.
Yeah, I don't think you need
to. I feel pretty confident.
State it as fact, man. Just sound confident and state it as fact.
I'm going to turn it in like a paper plagiarized in 1973.
Yep.
Before they had any way of actually fact-checking whether you plagiarized this paper or not. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I had a dream last night that I have this dream – and this is the curse of skipping a lot of class in college.
Yeah.
Is you wind up about once every 2 months as an adult having a dream that you're sitting in the final exam of a class that you had never
attended
before.
at all.
Yeah.
I did that a couple times. Well, I told you I had that one 0.3 semester. I had a lot of stuff going on.
A lot of stuff going on.
I went to the finals just in case.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I read a book or something that can help me here. And I was in this. No, but one of them was like a chemistry class, and I just hadn't gone. And it wasn't. I can't remember which chemistry it was, but it was one of the hard ones.
Yeah.
And, well, for my standards.
Yeah.
And I remember it was. So it's one of these tests that takes like 2.5 hours to complete. And about 20 minutes into it, I stood up and walked out.
Yep.
And the look on those kids' faces is the most pride I ever felt as a student, because I think they all thought I was a super genius. Like I was the guy. Like I had walked in. It was one of those huge classes. It was whatever one of the pre-med chemistries is.
Yeah.
And so it's like, even if you're really smart, you got to sit there and it takes a long time to go through. And I stood up and I walked out with all the confidence of somebody who had just nailed it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Was your 0.3 semester at a point in your life where you knew you were going to the NFL?
Oh, God, I never knew I was going to the NFL. No. This was going to do irreparable damage to my future career prospects.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay,
yeah.
got you.
I had a lot going on. I had a situation going on.
You've explained.
God bless the professor who gave me a D. Might have been a D- to get that 0.3.
Big football fan.
He was, actually.
Yeah, makes sense. All right. The biggest, I would say the biggest change in baseball has been the automated balls and strikes. I think this might be the most universally liked thing that Rob Manfred has done. Where are we? What have we learned 10 games in, league-wide, about this new technology, and how are the Astros adapting to it? Seems like pretty well. We'll get to that coming up next. But we mentioned the AI overlords.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. What have we learned 10 games in about the new automated balls and strike system, other than the fact that it's awesome? I think there's going to come a day, Seth. I think they're trying to keep the humans involved here with the, because the tradition, and it'd be a radical change to all of a sudden go from humans calling balls and strikes to robots calling balls and strikes.
Yeah.
But we're all taking this ABS system as being accurate. The league is forbidding people from arguing against the automated balls and strike system. So I'm curious, and we'll get to the nuances of it here.
At some point, you got to have somebody to hand the new balls to the catcher.
No, I'm not saying. Yeah, no, you'll have a human standing there. I wonder at what point he's just got an IFB in his ear, and it's just saying ball, strike, ball, strike.
Part of it is, I think, at least one thing is, you don't want it to get too far removed from the version of baseball that kids and high school players and everybody else is playing, you know?
Yep.
Like, you don't want it to, so I think that part of it, 30 years from now, are people going to be nostalgic at all, or want to have an umpire behind the plate if they can do everything by a computer? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think
because even for plays at home and everything, we might get to a point where, because they've got 29 cameras all around, that can be judged immediately, and you don't have to worry about it.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying eliminate the humans. But
just for the strike zone.
Balls and strikes. Yeah, I mean, if it's 100, if we're taking it to be 100% accurate, which is what baseball by definition is doing by saying you are not allowed to argue against it, then why are we not using it for every single pitch?
I think that, for at least right now, where some of the drawbacks with it are, I think, is that, for one, there's the anatomical differences and everything, and each guy having his own individual strike zone, and all of that goes. There's maybe an irrational fear of, all right, without a human there, how much are people going to start just gaming it and electronically working it and everything, or manipulating where your strike zone is? That I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable with it. So I think this system right now, people are going to end up being, by and large, really happy with and not clamor for more. Yeah. I like having the added human element now of your catchers and your batters and pitchers having to make a decision on whether or not to potentially waste the challenge, which came into play. Astros didn't have any challenges left at the end of regulation yesterday.
I know, and I had missed them using them, and at least like 3 times I'm like, challenge it, and Amy's like, you idiot. I've told you 3 times now. They use these challenges up. So what have we learned about it? Umps are calling a tighter strike zone now. I mean, look, the umps are under scrutiny with all this. They're the ones that are bad are being called into question here.
Yeah, and that Josh Miller had said that they're putting the onus on the catcher or the pitcher to challenge if they really feel like it's a strike or not. So I guess, for the league, if you're also hoping to stoke the offense, if they're calling a tighter strike zone in general, maybe that does end up being one of the byproducts of this, is that there's just more, hopefully, runners on the base.
Yeah. You mean like the Astros having like 38 walks this weekend?
Right, yeah.
Yep. So that's one. The top of the zone is really interesting because it is a gray area right now.
It floats. It floats with each individual batter, and for a catcher to have to decide exactly, or an umpire who, if there's one little bit of empathy I've had for the umpire now in this, it's that you really get a feel for how, without knowing what pitch is coming or anything, to try to figure out exactly whether it's above or below the strike zone, and it's hard for the catchers. Feels like most of the ones that I've seen or noticed where the catcher screws it up, it's because it's something above the strike zone.
Yes,
it has something to do with whether something was either above or below the top part of the strike zone.
You had this in here, Stephen Kwan, who is the all-star outfielder for the Cleveland Guardians. This is a really smart thing to do. He asked AAA catchers for advice on the system during spring
they've been
training.
using this for a while now.
In the minor leagues, right. And so he said that the one consensus that he heard from people was if the ball feels like it's up and it gets called a strike, challenge it because it's probably a ball. And we've seen a lot of that with the Astros in their games with the challenges, a lot of misses by the umps up top. The strike zone on TV had already ruined baseball. That's another thing that we had learned here.
Yeah, well, and I've told you that for a long time. I don't want to go back. You know, yesterday, was it yesterday or two? It was yesterday. The strike zone wasn't working for a couple of innings, and I found myself lost and alone. And every now and then on some of the national broadcasts, they don't use the strike zone. There's a part of me that just – I appreciate it when we don't have it because I don't get angry about ones that are called wrong or that now aren't challenged or not challenged. But boy, back when we were just more ignorant and didn't have a clue exactly where the strike zone was, and we had accepted that a strike zone might change throughout the game or this umpire's calling it a certain way or anything, there was less to get angry about when you didn't have the clear line right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of the strike zone box on TV. The final thing we've learned, it's probably good for managers' blood pressure. Alex Cora, the manager of the Red Sox, said, quote, "My whole career, there's been a lot of screaming and complaining about the calls we didn't agree with. When you have the challenges, it's all of a sudden become very quiet."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this is good for managers.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to get so angry about it anymore. You have a little bit of control. You know, you don't have that beaten dog syndrome where there's just nothing you can do about it and it's going to happen no matter what. Now it's like, okay, we've got options. We can protest it, and if it doesn't work out for us, then so be it.
What's the biggest miss that we've seen so far? Because they give you the length of how far outside.
Well, C.B. Buckner was the one that had he just had a few really bad calls in general.
Yeah,
he had two in a row.
The biggest one I've seen on an Astros broadcast or in the games that I've been to is like 2.9 inches, something like that, and which is it's crazy. That's not that much. You know, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much.
I sent you that video of somebody had done a compilation of all the really, really horrendous calls in the last few years. And it is, you're seeing so many strikes that were dead center in the strike zone called a ball.
Yeah, yeah.
Or ridiculously, or the opposite. Yeah, a foot outside the strike zone.
Catcher's like lunging to go get the ball.
Because, those situations, those are the ones that stick with you forever. Because you go into a game accepting, look, there's going to be some calls that are going to go your way, some not. But the ones that are just egregious and when they happen in the ninth inning or something, you don't get over those.
No.
And now you can get over it unless one of your own stupid players burnt up all the challenges.
That's exactly right.
And you don't have any. But now we can get mad at the human being who burnt up all the challenges earlier in the game.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the Texans. This might be the highest praise for C.J. Stroud that you're going to hear this offseason. We'll let you hear who this was from, what they said, coming up next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Seth, real quick, before we get to the former NFL quarterback who loves him some C.J. Stroud, did you... Boy, Isaac Paredes is on bereavement leave. I don't know who passed away. I just know that the Astros have not really been put in a spot yet where they've had to figure out how to juggle this whole infield surplus they have, because Pena was missing games the early part of the season, and now Isaac has been out the last 3 games.
Well, and then Nick Allen has come in replacement of Pena as they continue to load manage him. Yeah.
Yep. The bereavement leave thing was interesting to me because it's a minimum of 3 days and a maximum of 7 days that you're allowed to be on the bereavement list where they can actually, replace you.
I'd like to see this graduated by closeness of relative and/or relation.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. Well,
you should have to submit something on a graded scale of like on a scale of 1 to 5. Okay, was this nuclear family?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Was this a lost love?
How much
was
did
this
you?
A childhood friend?
Yes.
Whatever it might be.
How good a person was this?
Right. Yeah. What kind of value did they give to society?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's an interesting idea. I just thought the wording is really funny.
That would be very popular with the Players Association.
That literally within the same sentence, they're like, it's a minimum of 3 days. So I'm going, okay. So it's like, hey, take your time, buddy. Like, you need 3 days. You got to, go get right. And then 5 words later, but a maximum of 7 days. Like, but get over your grief.
It's like in Dumb and Dumber when which was the Jeff? I'm blanking on the names of all those guys. It was Lloyd.
Lloyd was Jim Carrey. Lloyd Christmas was Jim Carrey's character.
Who was the other one?
What was his name?
Jeff
Daniels, but what was his character? Harry. That's
Harry Dunn.
So it was when Harry's consoling Lloyd.
Yeah.
And Lloyd is crying, and then Harry is like, okay, that's enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's MLB saying like, okay, that's enough.
I just thought of Tony Soprano when Furio, his driver, came to pick him up, and Furio, his dad had just passed away, and Furio's like crying as he's opening the door for Tony to get into the SUV. Yeah. Tony's like, are you crying? He's like, yes, I'm sad for my dad. He goes, all right, but you got to get over it. That's baseball.
Meanwhile, Tony's like the biggest emotional mess in the whole
ducks.
show.
Yeah,
you
about
hypocritical
ducks.
bastard.
That's right. Alex Smith, he is the quarterback that is still very much in on C.J. Stroud, at least C.J. Stroud, and technically how he plays, just the mechanics of it, the fundamentals of it. Here was Alex Smith when he was asked, who are your top guys? Who are the guys you would tell people, watch this guy and see how to play quarterback?
I think the most fundamental quarterback in football. If you're a kid out there and you want to play quarterback, like this is who you should watch, C.J. Stroud.
Really?
Oh, man. I think he's insanely talented. I know he obviously had the crazy rookie year. Statistically hasn't been as good, but I think this guy's, man, he's so talented. I think Justin Herbert, fearless, super talented. I've been around a lot of quarterbacks in my day, man. Like, I've seen them all. This dude, I remember the first time I saw him, I was like, oh, my God. It's like when I saw Cam Newton. I'm right here in the Bay Area, man. I love watching Brock play. Phenomenal athlete, actually. I don't think he gets enough love for his athleticism. And then, again, there's so many talented guys in the league, I think, that are in that, like, whatever you want to call it, that next tier that are, like, playing at such a high level. Like what Matthew Stafford's doing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
This guy obviously can make every throw in the book, but, like, man, I think he's thrown more touchdowns on designed rollouts than anybody in the league.
So that is Alex
Smith. That was a love fest for him. So for C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, and who else?
Matthew Stafford.
Yeah,
yep.
So C.J. would be flattered just to be in the same conversation as Matt Stafford because we know that he
That's
just
his
absolutely
dude,
loves Matt Stafford.
He loves Matthew Stafford. I liked hearing Alex Smith, of all people, having this opinion on C.J. Stroud, and it sounded more like the question was along the lines of fundamentals as opposed to, performance. But he really likes C.J. Stroud. I respect Alex Smith's opinion on something like this just because of what he went through early in his career as a top pick. He knows what it's like to go through all these struggles and have to come out the other side.
And that's the one where, like I'm not one of these people who pretends to be an expert in quarterback mechanics or anything, but a lot of the people who do pretend to be experts in quarterback mechanics did have concerns about CJ or who actually are, into that stuff. and I think this matches the eyeball test, that CJ, when he's throwing the ball with his good mechanics, it is pristine to watch. It seemed at times in the second half of the season or in the playoffs where he just didn't look as stable. It didn't look like he was setting his feet. And, there's a million different things that go into that, including when the pass protection isn't pristine or you got guys up in your lap. Yeah, it's a lot harder to have a stable platform. But how much of it was also just him being a little bit more gun-shy or whatever it might be after he came back from his second concussion. That's the tough part, and that's why it's so hard to separate QB play from everything else around him. But when he is dialed in and when he is doing all those things right, yeah, it's beautiful to watch.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I guess the two kind of annoying, nagging questions about CJ that you can't answer until he's got an opportunity to play again is, one, all right, how much did the concussion affect him? And he was 100% more reluctant to run after he came back from the second concussion.
Yeah, that's a statistical fact.
And it's understandable, but is that something that bleeds over into this next season now that he's had 2 concussions? Because it didn't affect him the first time. He got better at running over the course of the next year and a half after that first concussion. But then he gets a concussion again, and man, he's way more reluctant to run. And then the other part of it is, and it's annoying because there's just not a huge sample size on it, but it's not the cold that concerns me in general. It's sloppy weather conditions. And yes, I know. Thank you, everybody who's going to say, Seth, you played at Ohio State. Oh, God, I didn't know that. Yeah, I get it. Like, in the NFL, when he's had to play with any kind of precipitation or anything, those have been some of his worst games. You go to the Jets game a couple years ago before he got injured. You go to the Patriots game last year. But we've seen it in practice before. When there's a light drizzle, the offense just isn't operating right. So is that indeed an obstacle, or is it just something that's small sample size and it's luck of the draw? I don't know. We just need to see more evidence that he can actually have an awesome game in sloppy weather conditions.
I'm totally with you on that. CJ has got to be one of the most intriguing stories or players in the league heading into this season. What happens with CJ Stroud? Does CJ Stroud recover from that awful, god-awful performance against the Patriots? The contract, whether or not he gets one, will be a huge talking point in the offseason or in the preseason in training camp. Look, the NFL Network people are going to be coming here, and I'm sure CJ will be one of the guys they sit down with when they're here at camp, or the Pivot Podcast guys, whatever. And he's going to get asked about that contract extension. He is. It's hard to find somebody whose upcoming season is more intriguing than CJ Stroud. It's going to be something, man. This was Tim Hassel.
I guess, yeah. I mean, like Jaden Daniels would be.
That's
the
another
other
one. Yeah,
new offensive coordinator.
Injuries.
Just exactly. Injuries for a guy who's got this slight frame and likes to run the ball.
Yep.
Just what exactly does he become moving forward?
Yeah. Who else is on the list? Text in 713-572-4610. Who's out there that's more intriguing than C.J. Stroud heading into? And I say intriguing not in a totally positive way. It's intriguing because of the poor performance in the postseason.
I'm intrigued by this lump on my testicle. It doesn't mean it's a good thing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yes. I'm
51, so it's usually testicular cancer is usually it's almost always in your early 20s or before that.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a lump on my. Don't worry about me, Sean.
I'm not worried about you. I knew it was just a metaphor. Tim Hasselbeck, the lesser of the two Hasselbeck brothers, a former NFL quarterback. As long as we're talking about quarterbacks here, this was Tim Hasselbeck about the Cleveland quarterback situation. I don't know. I still keep an eye on what goes on with Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. He's saying Deshaun Watson, who I predicted is going to be the starter in week 1, no shot, he says.
Listen, they need to rebuild it at quarterback. And this is the way I look at it is this. If I were Todd Monken, and I could coach as long as he is coached, to get the opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL, and you might be your only one, I don't think that he's going to live and die on that opportunity with the current room at quarterback. Now, it doesn't mean that he won't live with that this year. But so I think what they're going to do is, I really don't think Watson has a shot. He's been away from the game for so long. He's had basically 2 Achilles injuries. I think his credibility in the locker room has been compromised because of his past. I just think there's too many things with it. And so I think Shedeur Sanders finds himself in a remarkable position.
That's always the interesting thing to me about that, Seth, always is these guys who talk about the locker room.
Yeah, he doesn't have a freaking clue.
They're in the locker room.
Did Tim even play in the NFL? What the hell is he talking about?
He had a cup of coffee in the NFL, but he's talking like he's...
Get mad on the horn.
Yeah.
If I'm going to listen to a Hasselbeck talk about the effect in the locker room, give me a guy who actually has substantial experience in an NFL locker room.
Yeah, I'm not here to take up for Deshaun Watson. I mean, I am predicting he's going to be their week 1 starter. It's not like it's a competition. It's not like it's a battle of the giants here, Like it's. I mean, Deshaun Watson is having to beat out Shedeur, who was statistically, arguably the worst quarterback in football last year, and Dylan Gabriel, who was unseated by Shedeur Sanders. It's not.
Tim Hasselbeck played 12 games with 5 starts in the NFL.
He clearly knows the dynamics of credibility in the locker room of a team that he doesn't cover.
The 2 Achilles, both on the same Achilles. He re-injured his Achilles while he was rehabbing his Achilles. That's a concern for a guy that it wasn't like Deshaun's running was his calling card or anything, but he made plays with his legs pretty impressively at times by scrambling, So that part of it, and just given the fact that it's been so long since he played well, I think I would disagree with Tim Hasselbeck in that I don't think that Monken is going to be overly judged by the organization if he decides to give Deshaun Watson a go and it doesn't work out.
Right.
Like, you get it. Now, it's the Browns we're talking about, so who knows how they operate. But if he tries to salvage whatever they can get out of a guy that costs them $240 million guaranteed, I think they know it is what it is, to use that stupid phrase.
What would be more impressive for Todd Monken? What would you be more impressed by, Seth, if he were able to rehabilitate Deshaun Watson's career back to where Deshaun is back to being a good NFL quarterback again, or if he were to groom Shedeur Sanders into being an average starter?
I guess that would be the Shedeur Sanders part of it. Yeah. It would be, because I think even football people who might really like Shedeur still look at him as a project, and it has nothing to do with his social media presence or anything like that. It's like a lot of quarterbacks who have been products of a system to a certain degree, but just have a lot of work to do in terms of becoming an NFL quarterback, that it's going to take a little bit of time.
Yep. And
that he shouldn't be thrust out there immediately, especially in a bad situation. That would be the impressive thing.
Yep.
It would be, it was, so if that's the way he's thinking, I guess, which I don't think Todd Monken is. Todd Monken's a real cerebral guy.
Yeah.
I think everything that he said about wanting to just really take it as it comes and see who emerges and see how it all plays out. Like, there's a genuine competition element
for sure.
there.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to imply that Todd Monken is approaching this decision with, boy, what'll make me look the best.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what we as fans would be more impressed by with Todd Monken. I'm with you on that. Yeah, like getting a 5th-round pick who was statistically poor to become an average NFL quarterback. Like, if you win 9 games with Shedeur Sanders at quarterback next year, that's damn impressive. I don't care how good your defense is.
That was the CJ. I was going through some of the quarterback stats this weekend just to kind of try to reframe my mind and put things in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing, too, the one big one, it was, it was after you had played that Nate Tice audio last week.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be shocking to some people to realize that CJ actually finished pretty much middle of the pack in a lot of ways and in a lot of categories. When it comes to, like, EPA, he was 12th. QBR, for whatever that's worth, I think he was 16th or 17th. But you look at some of the quarterbacks who are below him, and there's guys like Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, other guys who have already gotten their big contracts. But I think that what was your question?
Well, originally it was what would be more impressive, getting Shedeur to be average or getting Deshaun back to a Pro Bowl.
Right. Okay, so that was what it was. So the stat that caught my eye was, CJ was 23rd in a good way for sacks taken.
Yeah.
Him and Matt Stafford were tied at 23rd for in terms of total sacks taken. They both gave up 20. They both were sacked 23 times, and that ties for the 23rd best mark. Shedeur Sanders was tied with them as well with 23 sacks, but he did it in far fewer games.
Oh,
obviously.
the sheer quantity.
Yeah, he still takes a lot of sacks.
He runs backwards a lot. He bails out of the pocket backwards still.
He scrambles, as one Browns fan said, was he scrambled out of the pocket, but then scrambled back into the pocket three times in one play.
Yes,
yeah, he wants to be a pocket passer.
Mm-hmm.
He'll scramble back into the pocket. I mean, that's sacks are a QB stat in a lot of ways. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks who, when they play behind a bad offensive line, they still don't get sacked a bunch. Peyton Manning was awesome at this.
Yeah.
He's going to get rid of the ball, and I think that was one of the areas of growth for CJ. That's one of the things Shedeur really needs to work on.
No doubt. I made the contention that CJ Stroud is the most intriguing player this offseason in the NFL heading into the season. A few people texting in on the Base Power text line. Daniel Jones's situation is very intriguing in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. He's coming off an Achilles, and they gave him a lot of money for a guy who basically had a 9 or 10 game body of work where he was good.
I'll tell you what. You know what people are a sucker for, myself included, is whenever I hear a defensive player say that they're not worried about the quarterback going into a game, they're worried about either the running back or a receiver or something. Because we saw... Was it Levante David who said that about Jalen Hurts last week? I think it was Levante David said that when they go into a game, and he was trying to stick up for Jalen Hurts, but it was kind of revealing that he said, no, we don't worry about Jalen Hurts, we worry about all of these other guys.
Backhanded compliment.
Taking care of those guys, yeah. Kalen Bullock said that going into the Colts game this year when he said that they were worried about Jonathan Taylor. That they weren't really worried about Daniel Jones. You got to focus in on stopping Jonathan Taylor. And I think that's probably the Colts read on it as well. But what else are they going to do right now?
Yeah.
And I think that with what Shane Steichen can do with an athletic quarterback, I think they probably like their chances if Riley Leonard has to start the first 4 games of the year, that they can unleash and spring some unique looks on defenses the way they did versus the Texans and win some games with Riley Leonard. I don't know how they feel about him in general, but man, he was crushing the Texans with his legs. He was really,
Leonard was,
because it wasn't just the plays that he ran; it was the RPO stuff that was really putting the Texans defense in a bind, and that's how they relinquished their number 1 scoring defense.
They gave up 30 points to Riley Leonard in Week 18.
I know what people are going to say. Yeah, but they weren't trying in the second half. The damage was done in the first. A lot of the damage was done in the first half when a lot of the starters were still out there.
I still think D'Amico was pissed about that. I think
he totally was.
I think he was pissed that they didn't lead the league in scoring defense.
Tyler Dunn did a nice long article on the Texans, and he interviewed Matt Burke. And it's rare that we get a sit down with Matt Burke, but Matt Burke talked about how at the beginning of the season he put up all the all-time scoring defenses. And
that's right. I remember that.
I love this as a defensive coordinator. I love defensive coordinators that I don't think many defensive coordinators care about being number 1 in yardage. It's the dumbest thing we do in football where by and large, they still call the number 1 defense the one that allowed the fewest yards. What the hell is that? Scoring. Scoring is what matters.
Scoring.
And he put up a list of the all-time greatest scoring defenses. So, by evidence of that, it's 100% something they really cared about. And to relinquish it against that quarterback in the last week of the season by 0.2 points per game.
Because your starters are giving up big plays to that quarterback.
Yeah.
Not the backups. You're right. The damage was done.
was out, but yeah.
Yeah. But still, it's
I wonder
Riley
if
Leonard.
D'Amico's mad because Kamari wanted to play. And they probably shut him down. If it was a playoff game, he would have played that week.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet D'Amico might be. Yeah, there might be a little bit of kicking himself over that.
Should have played Kamara. Yeah, Kamara probably didn't give up that deep shot to Alec Pierce, blah, blah, blah.
But then as a coach, you remind yourself, wait a second, no. That's not what matters.
No,
it's just winning playoff games.
Got to win the playoffs, yes, yeah. All right, speaking of the playoffs, the Rockets will be in the playoffs. The question is, where do they land in the seeding? I'll tell you where we want them to land, and based on what, we'll do that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. You want to win some awards, or at least work with somebody who's won a bunch of awards, go to Kirk Holmes.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Rockets win last night, 117-116 over the Warriors. Very, very entertaining game. Very entertaining day of sports yesterday between the Astros' extra inning loss to the Athletics and the Rockets' win over the Warriors. So some little Northern California action yesterday for our Houston teams. Alperen Şengün with a bucket with about 11 seconds to go in the game, and then down comes Steph Curry to the other end of the floor to try to go win the game, and Curry misses a three-pointer from straight on at the buzzer to lose the game. 117-116. Curry came off the bench in this game. They've been bringing him off the bench to kind of work him back in. He shot the ball really well. He was 5 of 10 from 3. He had 29 points in 26 minutes on 21 field goal attempts. So the Warriors are one of those teams that are in the play-in mix right now. They're not in the play-off mix yet. But 6 in a row now, Seth, for the Houston Rockets. And as you pointed out earlier, not an elite turnover number or anything like that, but they had 13 turnovers in the game, according to the box score here.
Below their season average.
Yeah. So, and it's the most.
And some of that too is like, Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd. Just they're playing like young point guards at times in the second half, where you got to really be on your P's and Q's. But overall, just a much better version of offense over these last 6 games. 4 of the games have been against not good opponents.
Yep.
3 of them have been atrocious opponents.
Sure.
But also with a couple of good challenges where it's just been it's been this. Sean, you have to store this in your memory banks, okay?
Okay.
Because the tendency whenever you hear about a players only meeting is that the season is lost. Oh boy, here we go. Durant cited the players only meeting again yesterday. We've heard multiple other players, including Şengün, talk about their sit down where they basically sounded like they had an intervention with Tari Eason. And it's worked. It's like this is an example of so far, at the very least, regardless of what they do in the playoffs, this is a better offensive basketball team, and they're playing more as a cohesive unit than they were before they really seemingly started addressing this stuff head on.
Yeah, Tari's still been a little up and down, but he's flashed better lately. He was bad last night, but he's had better games of late. So yeah, that's been important. I think the biggest change that's allowed them to bring their turnover number down, and again, they had 13 turnovers last night. That's by far the most they've had recently. They've been in single digits. They were single digits 3 games in a row during this 6-game winning streak. I think the biggest thing is they've kind of figured out how to incorporate, where does Kevin Durant fit in the whole initiation of offense matrix here? Because Durant, the games where they were turning the ball over 20, 25, 27 times, Durant was usually the biggest culprit out of all of them. He'd have 7 or 8 turnovers. And they were of the, oh, my God, they're trapping me, and he'd just dribble it off his foot, or he'd throw a lazy pass or something like that.
And what he's done a better job of is he's like a better RPO quarterback because he was predetermining a lot of times where he was going to go with the ball when he was going to get bracketed. And the good defenses are going to figure that out, and they got a good feel for if Durant knows where he's definitely going to go with the ball, then good defenses have a pretty good feel for where you're going to go with the ball, where now he's letting it come to him more. And I think that coincides with guys actually moving away from the ball and creating options. So it just does, if you want to use the old point guard as a quarterback type of dynamic, in that situation, Durant's had to be a better quarterback, and he's letting the game come to him more so instead of trying to force things.
So the Rockets are 5th place right now. It would be a real shock if they finished below 5th place at this point. There's 4 games left in the regular season for all of these teams. Minnesota at 6, the Rockets at 5, the Nuggets and the Lakers are at 4 and 3. So those are your 3 through 6. Nobody's catching the Spurs. Nobody's catching the Thunder. They're going to be your 1 and 2 seeds. Thunder 1. In all likelihood, the Spurs at 2, and then you got your slew of play-in teams from 7 through 10. So the 3 through 6, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets, Timberwolves. The Timberwolves have started to dip a little bit. They're 3 games back of the Rockets, so they're almost locked into the 6th seed. The floor for the Rockets is probably the 5. The nice thing if you're the Rockets, Seth, is that the Nuggets at 4 and the Lakers at 3 are probably going to switch spots here, I would say, down the stretch, because the Lakers are now without Doncic and Austin Reeves for the rest of the regular season. The remaining games, I won't go too deep on these.
The Lakers?
Well, I have the Nuggets and the Lakers both pulled up here. The remaining games for the Nuggets, again, the 2 of them are tied. They have the exact same record. They're 50 and 28. Portland, Memphis, OKC, at San Antonio. Okay, so maybe it's not a foregone conclusion if OKC and San Antonio are trying at the end of the year.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like it's going in super deep here, especially when there's big names involved. Yeah. I mean, the Lakers play the Thunder and then the Warriors.
Yeah.
Then the Suns and the Jazz.
Okay. I mean, other than the Jazz, those are all teams that are going to be playing basketball in some form after this coming weekend. Look, if the Lakers fall to 4 and the Rockets are at 5. Or, I mean, even if the Rockets, whose schedule is not that tough the rest of the way, I mean, they've got Phoenix and then 3 home games to close out the season. Boy, if the Rockets could get into a 4 versus 5 with the Lakers and have home court advantage against a team that doesn't have Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, for a team that was – now, granted, you win that series, you're getting fed to the defending champs who just beat the Lakers by 43 last week in the game where Doncic got hurt. But as far as scenarios go, look, as far as scenarios go for this team, this was a team, the Rockets, that were closer to the play-in than they were the 2 seed a month ago.
No, as far as scenarios go for how do you feel about this team headed into next season with Fred VanVleet coming back, I am night and day from night and day compared to where I was a month ago.
Yeah.
Because a month ago, you could have told me, hey, Seth, the Rockets are going to win their first round against the Lakers, and they're going to be weakened without 2 of their best players. I would say, all right, cool. So so if they win that and they're still going to get destroyed and they're still playing this haphazard, mired down, ball is stuck version of offense, I would be disgusted in advance.
Yeah.
Now I can foresee a situation where, all right, great, you beat a weakened Lakers team, but you're doing it with a better version of offensive basketball.
Yep.
You're looking more like a complete basketball team. You're not turning the ball over and just giving games away.
No.
All right, cool. It makes sense that you would beat the Lakers. And then it comes into, if you manage to put up a fight versus one of those 2 elite teams, I'm going to feel way better going into the postseason than I would have in any other scenario I had been imagining.
Yeah.
So I got to credit Udoka for really creating a turnaround in the way that they're operating as an offense that I didn't think this team was capable of.
So you're saying if they beat a diminished Lakers team and then they put up a fight against OKC or San Antonio, that you are team run it back.
I'm back in the Fred VanVleet is healthy train,
And Steven Adams, too.
And Steven Adams. Steven Adams, I have a hard time just because he's a big man in his 30s who's had a bunch of injuries.
Sure.
And that he's not like at Lance McCullers status or anything.
No.
But I just have a hard time. Fred VanVleet, I imagine, if he comes back, I'm comfortable. Better chance than not that he plays the entire season. Steven Adams, there's just going to be a whole lot of load managing going on.
Boy, that double big lineup, though, man. I mean, if you're trying to throw some different calculus at other teams.
A double big lineup when you also have a couple of young guys who hopefully are really starting to come in their own as point guards.
Yeah.
Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd are different players now than they were 3 months ago.
Yeah. Here were the odds for the Lakers. This is before the Luka injury. It's not like they were viewed as on the level of the true contenders. They were on the Rockets level. They were like the true contenders, especially with Cade Cunningham's punctured lung over in the East. Like true contenders are right now OKC and whoever wins OKC and San Antonio feels like who everybody's picking to win the NBA title. The Lakers were, before Luka's injury, they were 30-1. So better odds than the Rockets to win the NBA title, but not by much. After the Luka injury, Seth, so Luka goes out with the hamstring last week. They get blown out by OKC. Their odds go to 100-1. They lose Austin Reeves over the weekend to the oblique injury. They're 120-1. And then the market just kind of, after that, the market clearly spoke. And they, so to get it, to try to get any money on the Lakers, they had to go all the way to 400-1. The sports books did. Initially the Austin Reeves and Luka injuries had them at 120-1, and then as of Sunday morning, 400-1. So there, people were looking at that. Boy, what a commentary that is on LeBron James and like just the shell of himself that he is now. He's obviously still a good basketball player. Ask the Rockets, he lit them up for 30 points in one of those games a few weeks ago, but he's just not a guy who can carry a team in the playoffs anymore. He's just not.
What do you think you're the handicapper on this show? What are the odds that LeBron retires?
Are you looking at them right now? They're like the little.
Yeah, I don't have any updated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say it's. I would give it 45% chance.
It looks like right now, like before the season, it was like a 33% chance that he retires after this season.
Yep.
So it's probably gone up that much.
I would say it's definitely gone up just based on the fact that he's not. He's a more mortal version of himself now. And how is that fun for him? Is it fun for him to be a guy that's just kind of blends in more than he's the king?
Here we go. Right now, will LeBron James retire before the next NBA season?
Yeah.
It says 22%.
22%, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The talk is he's either going to do another year in L.A. or he's going to go back to Cleveland for his swan song. So, see what happens.
Poor Cleveland.
Yeah.
Just in general in the city. All right, great. Thanks, LeBron. Come back for your swan song.
Yeah.
So we can have a bunch of meaningless ceremonies. Somebody's going to be giving him a gift before every tip-off. Houston, they'll give him some cowboy boots or something.
That's right. Yeah.
A
saddle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. New York, they'll give him, I don't know, a line of illegal
No,
substances.
does LeBron? I guess LeBron James probably gets a farewell tour if he.
Oh,
yeah.
It'll be initiated by LeBron.
Yep.
He'll have a registry that's sent out to every NBA
That'd be great.
team. Like, these are the items on my gift registry. This is what I'd like.
Could use one of those air fryers.
He's not going to be getting anything from Memphis.
No.
Memphis was taking it on the chin all weekend long.
They were.
These different NBA players talking about how crappy the hotel. It sounded like it was one hotel that they all stayed at.
Yeah. It's really bad.
Is it one of the Hyatts in Memphis?
I don't know. But
I'm pretty sure I stayed at that Hyatt, but it was during COVID.
Okay.
And I had a great experience because there were like 10 guests in the entire
nice.
hotel.
Yeah, that's really
It was like
nice.
when the first shutdowns all started.
Oh, yeah.
And we were driving because we couldn't get a flight, and we stayed, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Because it was almost like a 4-to-1 employee to guest ratio.
Dude, Amy and I flew back from our honeymoon. We were supposed to go to Italy. We went to California. We got married the week before COVID hit.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went to California instead, and we basically flew on a private 747 back to Houston. There was nobody on the plane.
You should have done one of those photos and claimed that you had
rented it.
You had rented out. Because remember, Vince did that. Vince Young did that like as a joke.
Yeah.
Because he was on an empty Southwest flight, and it became the topic of a million think pieces.
This is why you don't have any
athletes
money
are squandering
anymore.
their money and everything.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Seth asked the question on X yesterday, why is Altuve having this incredible run of judgment at the plate? Wrong answers only.
Yeah, text them in.
Yeah, we'll have the best ones. Yeah, text them.
Ayahuasca has already taken everybody, okay? I got like 8 of those yesterday.
All right, we'll get to the best wrong answers to that question coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a guy.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Jose Altuve and his new plate discipline here, Seth. I guess as I try to process this, and I know we're going to get to wrong answers only to the question you posed on Twitter yesterday. How did Altuve figure it out at this late stage of his career? Wrong answers only. And Seth put up a screen grab of the straw poll question. Biggest surprise of the season so far. And the three choices: Altuve's plate discipline, Imai and McCullers, or Christian Walker's slugging. By a fairly substantial margin, Jose Altuve, 51% said Altuve, 39% said Walker, 10% said Imai and McCullers. Biggest surprise of the season so far. If this is the bargaining we have to do with the baseball gods, Seth, if part of the bargaining is, hey, you're going to be without Hunter Brown here for a little while, but you are getting the best version of Jose Altuve, you are getting the best version of Yordan Alvarez.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue you're getting the best version of Christian Walker at this point as well.
You're getting the best version of Christian freaking Vasquez.
Yeah.
He's got like a 900 OPS right now.
Joseph Loperfido, anybody?
Yes.
You're getting the best version of him. Cam Smith lately. Yeah. He started to get some big numbers.
Cam's up at an 800-plus OPS right now.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So if part of this whole beer league softball team that we've got, this offense that can routinely go out and get double-digit runs, apparently.
Yeah.
If part of the bargaining here is, but you're going to be without Hunter Brown now, it can't be for a long period of time.
So I asked for explanations, wrong answers only, because we know about all the change in approach and all that stuff, all that boring baseball stuff that Altuve is following the advice of Victor Rodriguez and everybody else.
What did the people come up with?
Okay, the first one made me so happy because this is from Astros guy on X, and remember, this is wrong answers only.
Yep.
Why is Altuve able to show such judgment at the plate? He says, easy to lay off pitches when you know what's coming. And then added the annoying hashtag bang bang, but then also hashtag go Stros.
Yeah.
I was so happy to see that because we have a conspiracy-worthy Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
We have an Altuve who's worthy of conspiracy theories. I invite and await the vast numbers of people outside of Houston who not so jokingly are going to say that the Astros must be cheating again for Altuve to be laying off pitches the way he has.
Nobody comes up with conspiracies for a guy with like a 760 OPS.
Right.
Yeah.
But they do come up with conspiracies for a guy who's leading the league in walks alongside Yordan Alvarez.
Who never used to walk.
Yeah,
that's a good one, Seth. I like
multiple people, including Jake9790, suggested perhaps an ayahuasca retreat of some sort.
Oh, during the offseason, he went on an ayahuasca retreat
kind of just broke down the barriers in his mind, man. He's just seeing things differently now, man.
That's a good one.
Might be some legitimacy to that one. Who knows? I'm open to it, and who knows?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Strosbro says old age means that the eyesight is going, so it's hard to see the ball if it's further away. He's not meaning to be more patient. He's literally only swinging balls that he can see. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
That'd be awesome. If he fails a vision test, he's like, no, I can't.
I just can't see. I'm just not swinging. Yeah, I can't.
I don't understand this one.
Yeah.
He watched Chicken Little for the first time. Have you seen Chicken Little?
I've never seen Chicken Little. I know Chicken Little would say
tale.
The sky is falling, right?
Yeah.
Is Chicken Little the one who said the sky is falling?
Yeah, I think I don't recognize.
I don't get
that
one. Yeah.
Bonus walk clause on the new HEB contract.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I don't know. I bet HEB is already working with something to try to capture. To try to capture some joke about Altuve. You know what? An HEB commercial where Altuve's walking everywhere.
Oh, that'd be fun. Fun.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new HEB commercial since Carlos came back?
The one with they do like a Spanish soap opera.
Yes.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's
and
awesome.
They're speaking in Spanish and everything's super dramatic.
Yeah.
Like it's a soap opera or something.
Yeah.
And the caption when Carlos dips the chip and it says in the caption dips in Spanish.
Yeah. The thing I like about that commercial is, for those who haven't seen it, Pena and Altuve are sitting at a table with each other, and they've got salsa and queso in front of them from HEB, and they only have one chip left, and they're trying to figure out, what do we dip it in? Like, this is big, and they're overacting. It's hilarious. And in storms Carlos Correa. The door swings open. There's smoke coming, like dramatic smoke coming in from behind him. And Jeremy Pena in Spanish goes, "Carlos, I thought you were in a coma." And Carlos, like his hands on his hips, goes, "I was." But I took that as very subtle shade at the Minnesota Twins.
Oh, yeah.
And you know how much I hate the Minnesota Twins and the Minnesota Twins fan base.
Yeah.
Who are rightfully suffering now because the team stinks.
You're one of the only sports radio hosts in America that's got the guts, outside of a team that's in the same division as a Minnesota team.
Thank you.
To take on the Minnesota fan base for no reason other than they were rude to you when you were there.
They were rude to me? Well, no, and they cheered when Altuve got beamed, remember?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Bunch of bloodthirsty.
So I made a video about what bloodthirsty.
Those are the people who killed Prince.
Fair.
From Coach Kurt 25.
Yep.
I don't know if Coach Kurt knows what he's doing here or not, but he says he listened to Cintron, which would be sad. Because if he just finally started listening to the pitching coaches who'd been fired, that he was.
We're getting some on the base power text line as well. Altuve stopped going to base running classes and started going to hitting classes.
Oh, okay.
I would submit he wasn't going to any base running classes, and if he was, he wasn't listening.
He wasn't listening. Yeah, whatever time or energy he was spending in it, then there you go. The other one too. And this is interesting. This goes the OPS or the ABS. ABS.
ABS.
Because the umps can't screw them anymore. And I do wonder with that, with the players that are going to benefit or be hurt by the new system, it feels like Altuve with his ridiculously small strike zone is probably going to benefit from this.
Yeah, somebody brought that up earlier on the text page about the new ABS system really benefiting Altuve from that standpoint. You know, that he was. That umpires were probably off with him.
And the guy that's got a weird strike zone also who's always routinely gets the most bad calls per year is Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
So far, according to Gemini, that he's been ranked number 1 in MLB for let's see. It says he's benefiting from it.
Okay. Yeah, from the ABS system.
They're citing his production surge and everything, but they're not necessarily. They're saying it looks like the bias against him has been rectified.
Yep. Someone's saying on the text page they still hate Dubon being on the A's. He's balling. Dubon. I don't know if you follow Dubon.
He broke a guy's glove this weekend.
Yes, he did. That's how hard
it was. Only the guy. I blame the shortstop because it went through the basket on his glove, but it was 105 miles per hour exit velocity.
Look at Dubon,
It was a good hit, but it wasn't like a blistering. We've never seen anything like this before.
Right.
Why? What are his numbers right now?
Good question. I'm too busy gawking at Altuve's
But it's
numbers.
not just those. Because I've seen a few highlights of him, but I didn't really check on his stats. Or anything.
Yeah. I'll check on Mauricio Dubon's numbers here.
He's hitting 333.
Wow. They traded him for Nick Allen. Huh. Okay. Saved $4 million. Yeah.
He's got an OPS of 821.
That's
wait.
good.
Sorry. No, wait. That's spring training.
856 OPS right now.
OPS
plus a 147 for Dubon.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. 47% better than the baseline. Look at that. Good old Doobie. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Hope the guys on In the Loop had a great weekend. John Lopez.
Sean. You got the Monday right.
Thank you,
4
buddy.
4 hours, but you got it.
Appreciate it. I know. Well, and I had a long day yesterday, you know.
Dude, you were a mess when you came in. You were. You know what? I knew we were a mess. Usually when we're all over the place in the first segment, usually it's my fault because I'm bouncing around from topic to topic.
Yeah.
But I was actually kind of proud that we were going to talk Astros and we were staying in the Astros. And about 5 minutes in, you were like, "We're all over the place this morning."
We were all over the place.
No, we're not.
Within the Astros. No. I had a long day yesterday in a good way. Yeah, I made my rounds yesterday. Let's just put it that way. But I think the show turned out okay. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they're in the loop. Not a high bar to clear today, gentlemen. Yeah, how we feeling? How you doing? How was Easter?
Great. Yeah. Lots of fun, lots of family.
Yeah.
Lots of food.
The chef get a lot of love?
Chef got a lot of love.
Okay,
that's always good.
That's good.
Makes you feel good.
Yeah. You've got grandkids. Do you put anything out like the
they all got baskets. I'll tell you what, the Easter egg hunt with little ones, I forgot how fun that is.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's also fun with adults.
It is fun
Amy
with
and
adults.
Amy and her sister went Easter egg. Her parents put out 35 mini bottles of alcohol. and 35 eggs
For
with
Jesus,
money
clearly.
inside of them. I got $104 and 10 bottles of airplane liquor bottles.
Oh, so you do it the right way. You put some ones in some and fives and tens.
Yeah. There's a golden egg that has a 50 inside of it.
That's what we do. We do a 50. Yeah.
Her sister
What do
got the
you
50.
do when the young children find the liquor bottles? You just let them have it.
We don't have any young children there.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no. No,
Just let them have it.
Yeah. The youngest one there would have been Sammy if he showed up, and he's 26. So yeah.
You tell him it's spicy. And then you
Yeah,
take
that's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sammy's 26?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm going to be dead soon.
Yeah, you. Yeah. Yeah, no, and it was good. I had breakfast with Sammy yesterday. So we did breakfast with my son, and then we went to Amy's parents' house.
Nice.
And we went all over the place after that.
That's good.
It was good, man.
Yeah.
It was good. Yeah, just wish the Astros had made it a better day yesterday.
Yeah, that
That's
was
all.
on during the whole finagle there.
The
so,
whole
yeah,
background.
yeah.
Yep. Brian Abreu, man. We need Josh Hader back in a big way right
Yeah, more now more than ever.
Big time.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Question of the day.
So I came to a conclusion yesterday, a decision that I wish Duke had beaten UConn and Dan Hurley.
What you wish you? Hold on.
What's something you hate to admit, but I have to admit it? I hate Dan Hurley that much.
More than Duke, huh?
More than Duke. Because I started thinking about it. Duke was really Krzyzewski and that old
Yeah.
Laettner
Oh, you're falling for it. I love it.
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I like John Shire.
You do?
Because
he beat him once when they were coaching against
My
you
team
beat him in AAU?
I'm just going to beat him to the punch. He's trying to get here.
No,
but
I've gotten to know. I got to know him back then, and then we locked his ass up. But yeah,
I was living in Chicago when he was the Illinois
Warriors
Player of the Year. Yeah, he went to like Northbrook or Glenbrook North or something like some suburban high school up
we
there.
Beat him.
Did you?
No, but back to the point.
Yeah.
What's something you hate to admit?
Yeah.
Because I got to admit, I wish Duke had beaten UConn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's that is something tough to admit.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me, I think, if we go to this feels like many decades ago at this point, but back when Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby were co-GMs of the Houston Texans, I always tried to be as objective as possible and admit that there were some things that Easterby did that I actually thought were really good things.
Mm-hmm.
The sum total and the total, he couldn't overcome. His one or two A's couldn't overcome so many F's. But there were some things that he did well. And then with Bill O'Brien, I think the thing I fought forever was the fact that he was a genuinely good head coach when it came to maintaining a lead in a game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was freakishly good, and it would always be frustrating in the way he would operate in the second half. But that stretch of his record on games where they had a lead entering the second half was just – it got well beyond the point where you could just say it was small sample size or random luck or anything. He was really good at that.
I am curious what you thought of were Jack Easterby's wins.
Well, some of the things they were doing with the player programs, like the player development stuff, and the way they were using technology, they had that simulation room and everything. The way that they really amped up the resources they were putting into the nutrition side of things in a way that the Texans hadn't really before. The Texans had always been kind of stingy when it came to giving the dietitians and everybody else the resources to really do it the way that a lot of pro teams do.
Mm-hmm.
So Easterby was part of pushing that forward, and that was good. Those were some of the good things he did.
As far as me, I hate to admit, I am maybe the least manly person when it comes to doing any sort of task.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to use most tools. I know how to use a hammer, maybe a saw.
Oh, do you hate to admit it, though? Because I make fun of you for it quite a bit. I don't want to
for
do that
purposes of this question, for purposes of
But
this
it bothers you that you're not more.
Yeah. No, it bothers me not at all that you make fun of me for it. It's good for the show, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm a little embarrassed by it when I'm around other men, basically.
You know what we're doing though? Sean had a great idea. Is that Sean and I might be working with a hardware store that we pitched that we'll do videos where I teach him how to use a tool.
Yeah. And then I walk away 30 seconds into the video just saying, no, this is never going to happen.
You lop your hand off.
Yeah.
He walks into frame with a margarita. All right, so what are we doing?
What do I do? How do I use this table saw? Yeah. So that's
good.
Yeah, and I would say this is less about that, but I do even though I admit it on the show fairly often, like the fact that I don't know how to work the appliances in our apartment is fairly embarrassing, I would say. And it probably makes me a bad husband in some ways. It's just an assumption that everything's going to get cleaned and washed by some other human being other than me. It's probably not a great look.
Yeah.
But
what's it like when you're left at home for 3 or 4 days on your own? Are there dishes piled up? And everything?
I don't know. I will. With Amy, I will let you know. We've never been.
She's never just.
She's never. Oh no, she had. Yeah, she did one time. She went on a trip on a bachelorette party a few years back, and no, the dishwasher definitely never ran. I probably did takeout every day and just ate out of the styrofoam.
It was ugly, man.
No cooking got done. Yeah, so yeah.
I love that he's already blacked this out of his memory. He's like, that was a dark time.
Well,
we don't think about it.
Yeah, she rarely goes away.
Do you take the garbage to the trash chute?
I do. I do. I enjoy doing that. I enjoy doing that. I take the garbage to the trash chute, and I like dropping, and I like listening to it go. I like hearing it go. Clung, clung,
it is
clung,
gratifying.
clung.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And occasionally you get there, and somebody else's garbage goes whoosh right down in front of you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
That's
very
kinda cool.
exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Simple pleasures, man.
Yeah. You know what I'm doing when I get home? Throwing the garbage away.
Garbage out.
Hell yeah.
That's a man right there.
He got that right. Hey, by the way, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
It is.
Yep. All right, boys, time for you guys to get after it here. After a nice long weekend of sports. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, Sean. I'll text you afterwards. I can't wait to teach you about Rinse Aid.
I can't wait either, man. I'm jumping at the bit.
This is where we are.
Yep. All right, we're done. We're out of time. We will see everybody tomorrow on Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. Crosstalk brought to you by D&O Auto Leasing, by the way. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Did you ever see when Mark Schlereth was really deep into on social media doing his Man 101?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That feels like what our dearest Sean Pendergast is going to be getting from from Seth. Just Man 101. You start by plugging it in.
I want to give Sean I'm going to come in maybe this week. Just a list of tools, if you can tell me what they are.
All right.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. You said this in his earshot. Yeah. I hope that he doesn't go and study.
I promise not to study.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're going to go because it's the purpose of it is to show where I am right now.
Baseline.
Baseline.
We're establishing baseline.
It's like the concussion protocol. Okay, good. You're going to show me a picture?
And I have to say give you the name.
Oh, and I have to describe what it is?
Yes. Oh, I'm marking it on my calendar as we speak.
Yeah, we got to do this as a
do that during the talk.
Are we starting to plan crosstalks now?
Name the tool.
What does God? What does this come to?
Ask them how to cut on the computer in there.
How to turn on the computer.
Man.
All right. He had a little trouble this morning to try to cut the computer on this morning.
Trouble putting on the computer?
I mean, who amongst us, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't know the computer. Who told you this?
Figgy's got eyes everywhere, man.
Okay, so I know when this happened. This happened during the toss just now when I said I didn't know how to work certain things, and Ben probably said to you,
he came in.
Didn't even know how to turn on the computer. The computer was off. This computer was off.
He said he was messing with the screen like, hey, the computer's not coming on.
Yeah, well,
and so Ben went in there like the computer is under the...
It's under... Well, I didn't know that. It's like screwed...
This is going to be fun with the tools.
Underneath the table.
I want to know how many other things in Sean's life that he doesn't know how they work.
Hold up. I'm defending myself. There have been times where turning on the screen
has done
the
trick
before. That's what.
It works with Reggie's computer, I want to say. You got the all-in-one computer.
No, they changed it.
Did they change that one? Such a dummy then that I came in and turned on the screen when that computer works that way.
Nerve struck.
Hey, man.
Nerve struck.
Hey, yeah.
Sean's like, I'll be the butt of the joke only so long.
Well, as long as it's logical.
Oh,
you guys suck.
That's right. Happy Easter.
I mean, you're not
wrong. We love you too, man.
I love you guys. Where's Ben? That's why I gotta go.
That's right. He's already snuck off.
I don't love.
Hey, he's in the car right now.
Yeah, he dropped the bomb and he left.
That's funny.
He might be calling in tomorrow.
You guys have a good show.
Thank you, sir. There's Sean Pendergast of the award-winning Payne and Pendergast morning show. I don't know what award it is, but I think that there's an award somewhere in there. All right, let's get going here on a Monday in the Loop. First and foremost, got to let you know that the Base Power text line is how you get involved. 713-572-4610 is the number to text, in which someone said Sean needs to learn how to use a radial arm saw, and the word need there. Yeah, we might disagree on that usage there, but also appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And this is where the fun for the moment has to stop, John Lopez.
Yes.
Has to.
No
is probably
more
strong.
fun.
Yeah, no. Cut out. Cut it out. I'll turn this whole show around.
That's right.
Because unfortunately, you're ace down. Ace is down. We learned just yesterday, in fact, out of nowhere, that Hunter Brown on the 15-day IL, and let me tell you, I doubt it's going to be 15 days. Like, he's eligible. I think it's retroactive to the 2nd of April, so he would be eligible to return on the 17th. Buddy, it's throwing arm shoulder soreness. Is that correct? Right shoulder soreness?
Yes.
I don't see him throwing the ball for at least a week and a half. That would be the time. That would be, most of that IL time before you start doing a ramp up. And first and foremost, I think the easy question is, does this at all change your perspective on the Houston Astros at this moment?
How can it not? And there's several reasons for it, not just the obvious one. The worst one is if it, somebody knock on some wood here, but I mean, you've got the 15-day IL, you've got shoulder. I mean, those are the magic words. Then your mind starts to wander, and then your mind starts to wander even more since it's the Astros, and they may have changed their ways. We'll find out in terms of transparency and how they deal with injuries and how 15 days, is it going to become more, or is it going to become less? When's he going to come back?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought this up because this is something
it's a litmus test.
Yes, this is it. Here we go. This is the first test, and I don't know that I could say with any level of certainty that there's like any level of passing or that this is a great sign, but at least I had a moment in my personal morning of your ace going down for a period of time where I went, well, that happened quickly.
Yeah.
Right? It felt like it was out of nowhere because it was out of nowhere. We didn't have that lag time of, oh, he's feeling sore. Oh, here come the Tommy John. Right? We didn't even have time to get our jokes in because Friday he alerts them that there's soreness. He's back to Houston very soon thereafter to see team doctors, and they've shut him down by Sunday. Right? Wow, I was about to make a joke that I probably shouldn't. That would be considered blasphemous. But, I mean, very, very quick turnaround there for shoulder soreness where, hey, there's a little bit of discomfort too. He's going to the IL because we cannot afford any level. So there is at least some level of quickness on the recognition and diagnostics portion of the injury. Now, it was diagnosed as soreness, so we'll see if this ends up being something larger.
That's what they do.
That's the issue that tends to happen. But that happened there. But now we have to see what have the changes that they've done wrought when it comes to his return. And to be fair, you can't just go with the stock number of games that he misses because sometimes injuries are long-standing injuries. Yeah. But we will be able to see how they return him to play, and hopefully it is sooner rather than later. Like hopefully they are so good at this that they can do this sooner because I don't like having to go without a Hunter Brown, especially in this time period where you don't have another dude who is even a close facsimile of a top-line starter on this rotation right now.
No, and with Hunter Brown specifically, the fact that it happened on his off-throwing day, that is a little concerning because we don't know. We don't have eyes on it, and that's number one. And
if we did, I don't know that we would know what we're seeing.
Well, I mean, if he threw a pitch and then he immediately came out, you'd be like, oh boy, So we don't know if it was soreness, like legit soreness, or it was a pitch and he felt something. We don't know any of that. But the fact that they put him on the 15-day IL, that immediate, and they did say shoulder. That immediately, your mind starts to race. As I said, it could be a labrum, could be bicep, could be the rotator cuff, and then of course all that turns into, potential of a long time being out. So the other part about this that is interesting, well, I said interesting, kind of scary. Go ahead.
Before you go there, I didn't want to give you Joe Espada. Joe Espada talking about it. He said that Hunter Brown's shoulder, quote, didn't feel right in his throwing program on Friday in Sacramento. And then he got to, hopefully this doesn't keep him out for a long time. He used the word hopefully, But that is not a level of certainty operating-wise. Now, to be fair, I don't know what level of certainty my manager should have in the immediate wake of that kind of news, but it was very light. When we talk about this, there's not an initial sense. They said we're going to get him to see our doctors, and then we'll go from there, right? Yeah. Before or after the All-Star break as a return for Hunter Brown?
Oh boy!
Of course, we're not going to hold you to this because it's not like you're working off of any hard, concrete evidence right now.
I'm glad you put it because they get me every time. Every time I say I ain't gonna fall for it, I'm not gonna fall for it, and then I fall for it. So I'm going to say before, and I could be dead wrong. In fact, history says I will be dead wrong. But again, I just fall for it all the time. That being said, even if it is before the All-Star break, that is scary, man, when you see the pictures that they're throwing out there right now. Christian Javier is a hot mess. He was missing the strike zone by 2 feet, and I'm not exaggerating. Like literal 2 feet outside the zone. From where the catcher set up. I mean, he's just a hot mess right now. Lance McCullers kind of came back down to earth a little bit. And oh, by the way, they're going to a 6-man rotation on Friday. And Hunter Brown is not going to be part of that 6-man rotation. So what does that do?
It means that at least the guys will have adequate amount of rest so that we can have the days in between to wonder if this guy will come in and have a better game or a bad game. You remember the good Fromber, bad Fromber conversations? We're going to be having that with every single starter that you have to this point because every one of them has demonstrated some level of up or down outside of Hunter Brown, whether it's Lance McCullers Jr., whether it's Tatsuya Imai, whether it's Christian Javier, even Mike Burrows has had a little bit of good up and down to it, obviously some more than others. And it does feel like at the very least, Spencer Arrighetti down at the farm, like his start at AAA has looked really good. He looks like he's ready to go. And you felt like that somewhat when you got to camp as well, like seeing some of the things that he did in spring. You felt like, hey, when he comes up, you'll be good with that, and you'll be happy to see him factor in. That is going to be something that we have to watch because that now matters. In fact, I termed this weekend in starting pitching, I termed it the good, bad, and the ugly when it came to starting pitcher. Yeah. The good was Tatsuya Imai had a good outing right now. It's funny because he described it as like just not focusing as much on velocity and kind of working on stuff, and that's the second pitcher that has kind of had some level of perspective like that. And with Lance McCullers Jr., he's kind of talking about the same thing in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
Does that give you any encouragement when it comes to the starting pitching or like your pitching coach? In the way that they're going about this, because that's going to be important in order to span this gap however long that Hunter Brown is missing.
Not really, and we didn't even mention this. Just pitching in general right now is, I think, second worst in all of baseball in terms of just where they are. Team ERA is 5.46. That's way down. It's like 28th or 29th in all of baseball. They've given up
lots.
Well, look at all the earned runs they've had. The only saving grace, and it wasn't a saving grace yesterday, by the way, Astros lose in extras.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. The only saving grace has been the offense. And can you count?
Big saving grace, though.
Yeah.
Big saving grace.
But it has been in terms of run production and staying in games, but they did lose 2 out of 3 to the A's.
Correct. Which I don't, it's weird, because sorry to stop you there. I apologize. Right. But I actually didn't feel that bad about losing to the A's in this series. Because of the offense. Right.
Yeah.
And I think the A's are better offensively than it would appear, especially when you talk about those first couple series for them.
Yeah.
But it was notable. We talked about this. We're like, hey, Nick Kurtz has a sub 100 batting average right now. That doesn't feel like a thing. Langoliers, we know, has produced well, and he continued some of that this weekend. But yeah, I oddly don't feel as bad about it. I would love for the Astros to stop giving up the booty to the A's, though. That'd be nice.
Right.
But I didn't feel as bad about it as I thought I might.
But that's the thing with the offense, and we all know. I think you said this on Friday, maybe Thursday. I mean, they're gonna hit a lull. They just can't afford to hit a lull for the next month. By the way, you didn't answer. You expect Hunter Brown back before the All-Star break?
I'm going before because All-Star break is mid-July. Yeah. So that'd be almost the entirety of April, May, June. Yeah. That's 3 months.
You with us?
That feels a little strong.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's 3 months.
It still got me worried a little bit because we're seeing the Astros bring back players a little too quickly, and then it end up turning even worse. So I am a little worried.
Of course,
regardless.
And you should be. That's why I was hesitant to even say it, but I'm with you guys.
Hunter Brown, also worth noting, he has not dealt with it. This is his first IL stint. This is the first. And pitching is a almost a degenerative kind of profession, right? You are constantly ramping this thing up. But how much do you, because I know I've seen some people get to this place, how much do you factor in the fact that he threw a lot of pitches in these first few outings?
I hadn't thought of that.
And I didn't either. Yeah. I didn't attribute to that, but some people have gotten there, and I don't know that I would go there with this. However, I could see how the logical leap would happen from, damn, we saw him throw 102 pitches in his first outing of the season.
I mean, we were talking, I was thinking that he'd go 80, 85.
Right.
You know,
he had gone to 82 before the final inning where he comes back out and finishes thing out, right? So yeah,
no, that's worth mentioning, and I'm sure it's something that they're talking about as well. But back to my other point, this offense has been ridiculous and with mixed reviews because, as we mentioned, they lost 2 or 3 to the A's. But you said it, I think Thursday or Friday, they're going to hit a lull. This offense is not going to be this, for 162 games. I mean, I wish it would, but it's not. The thing is, it can't afford to hit a lull at all, over this next month or however long he's out.
I don't know if this is any level encouraging, but you start a 3-game set in Colorado versus the Rockies in Denver, and I do wonder how much the pitching, like maybe it blows up because pitching in Denver is notoriously difficult, right? Yeah. The altitude, the way that the ball carries, it might have been bad regardless. So I don't know if that. I think I might be doing the thing where I get a little hopium or whatever, where I go, whatever bad results, I'm going to blame on Denver as opposed to the pitching.
Yeah.
And you have 6 of your next 10 that are going to be versus the Rockies, so maybe that helps. But ultimately, this is going to be something where I haven't gotten to a place where I'm panicking, but this has definitely changed a little bit of my near-term outlook on this team because this is a huge. I mean, that was the one dude in your rotation that you go, oh, okay.
Doesn't matter where they are.
I feel good about this game. You have a very high chance of winning it. Everybody else in the rotation, I'm day to day. I'm wondering what is the performance that we're going to get as of right now.
I agree.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, getting going on this Monday. Coming up next, there are 17 days till the first round of the NFL draft. So what we're going to do, we're going to do 17 questions for 17 days, starting with question number 1 today, ladies and gentlemen. Question number 1. What's a premium draft pick that might shock some people that you love? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans draft plan. Sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation. To see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. John Lopez right there. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Monday. Shout out to the 719 who said they are going to the Astros game. Watching, they're from Colorado Springs, so they're headed over to Denver.
Okay, I was trying to think. 719. I never heard. I'm like, where's the 719? So
and
I'm
that's
guessing
fun,
Colorado.
right?
Yeah.
I think so. Well, I mean, that's the beauty of the internet, right? We could just go ahead and search this joint up right quick now, can't we? Well, let's see. 719 area code.
Yeah, southeastern Colorado.
There you go. All right, so there you go.
Southern.
So yeah, now we verified that they actually are in Colorado. And
they're not lying.
They are not lying, and they will be seeing Cody Bolton get out there on the mound. Cody Bolton.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, he came in relief.
Mm-hmm.
What was it, last week? And he delivered. And now what can you do as, I'm guessing, a de facto opener? Because I don't think he stretched out enough to go.
Probably an opener.
Full,
but that's part of the issue too. You know, you're going to use a lot of that stuff.
Hey man,
tomorrow's starting pitcher is TBD.
That's right. I've heard he does some
How
really
good is
stuff.
he?
Yeah. Good extension from on the mound, whatever. No, I just we'll see what the Astros do when they try and figure some of that out with their starting pitching. We'll talk more about that as we keep going. But 17 days. That is the number of days that we have till the first round of the NFL draft. It's creeping up on us. And so with that, we have a series of 17 questions headed up to the NFL draft to get us thinking in various different ways, even more so about what the Texans could do headed into this
You'll
draft.
get a question every day between now and the draft.
Okay. A question for every single day.
No. You've been waiting for it. You've been waiting for it.
Yeah.
Finally broke the seal, Figgy.
God bless. That's how you know we're in.
I didn't want to do it too early.
Yeah,
I think
now-
17 days.
17 days.
That's pretty close.
That's
man.
perfect timing. Well done,
Yep.
Fig. I'm proud of you with that. All right. John Lopez, our question for 17 days out is
our question of the day. We have one every day for you.
Well, it's not the
as I mentioned today, I want you to dig in and think about this if you can. And I'm looking forward to it.
You want me to do it for you? You got
I
it?
got it right here, man.
All right,
What's a
very good.
premium draft pick? Premium draft pick that might shock some people, but you would not be.
Okay, so when we say let's define
First or second round.
Okay, so into the second round as well. Okay,
I'm thinking first round, but
yeah, I think so.
That's where I'm leaning.
And what's tough is where they are positioned. So when you ask that would shock, when you the idea is shocked as something that would actually happen for the Texans, or something that just in general
outside of the general quarterback or something like that. Just
outside of the outrageous,
position.
just shock, not out.
Does it have to be? How viable does it have to be?
Well, I'll give you an example. I'll start because we all know offensive line, defensive tackle. I'm talking about like maybe at 28 overall.
Okay,
like
so specifically where they are.
At 28 overall, they draft Casey Concepcion, the receiver from A&M that's a game breaker. That would shock a lot of people.
It wouldn't shock you?
Wouldn't shock you.
All right, explain yourself.
Wouldn't shock you.
Please explain. I need you to explain.
I touched on this yesterday because D'Amico Ryans had me shook last week. I said yesterday, last week. When he started talking,
maybe you were just working on
these. I was not. When he was talking about, he was talking about Tank Dell, and maybe he'll be there for OTAs. And I just keep going back to, we know Nico Collins. We have very high hopes, and you and I talked about this last week, and you don't agree, and that's fine.
That's right.
I think it would be shocking.
Sorry, I just love you.
Dang right. I think it would be shocking to a lot of people.
Yes.
Wouldn't be that shocking to me.
That they add a wide receiver.
Or where's Tate going to go?
Carnell Tate?
Could he follow 28? That might be another one.
No. That's wide receiver one in this class, and there's some teams that have wide receiver as a need, well in between that space. I don't know
if he's gonna get past 15.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that happening. Now it's interesting because there's probably 3 wide receivers that are all of the same quality. None of them, I think all of them have a feeling of probably a wide receiver 2, at least from the drafts and media scouts that I particularly consume their information. It's Carnell Tate, who seems like he might be one of the better. Mekhi Lemon, who has a lot of respect. And then, oh my goodness, what's my other guy?
Jordan Tyson.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that I've seen. Although Omar Cooper's getting some love as well in here, so maybe he factors in somehow in a way that I'm not paying attention to. But those feel like the guys, and they all feel like kind of wide receiver 2s. Mekhi Lemon, actually, remember we talked to Matt Harmon at the NFL draft. I was actually checking in with some of his reception perception work. He has a breakdown on Mekhi Lemon that seems like Mekhi Lemon might be the next in the line of these power slots that are kind of becoming guys that you can use clearly, obviously, in 11 personnel that move around, but also are viable in 12 personnel as that secondary wide receiver. Great against zone, right? Very, very good success rate versus zone. Pretty damn good against man as well. Like Mekhi Lemon is one that I'm watching, but again, all of these guys feel like they'd be gone before the Texans pick, and I just cannot see the Texans investing more. Especially because when I was looking at that Mekhi Lemon, I started going and looking at Jaden Higgins, and you know what's interesting? Jaden Higgins, when you talk about a success rate versus zone, 60-something%, which was like pretty well rated. Amongst receivers of all sorts, wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. I think it was like 30-something, high 30s, when his success rate of receivers, any pass catcher versus zone, which I would not have thought being the big body receiver that he was. I was like, maybe he's more of a man guy. He has more of that pliability. It's one of the reasons why I'm pretty high on him, and why I don't think that you need another wide receiver. To answer your question, though, of a player that wouldn't shock me, but would shock other people. It's funny because I wasn't sure I'd have an answer to this, and then it hit me. Oh, yeah, I do. Linebacker from Georgia, C.J. Allen.
Okay, I was thinking about that.
Linebacker from Georgia, C.J. Allen. This is a dude where when you go and you check his profile as a player, it screams D'Amico Ryans would absolutely love this dude. He's smart. which first and foremost to play in this defense, I think, and specifically what you're looking for as an Azeez Al-Shaair, understudy or / successor, smart is going to be necessary, right? Being able to put guys in the right place, take, if at some point become a green dot guy who that's part of you. He is that dude. True Mike linebacker, and he played at Georgia. You know that this team
SEC school. Caserio loves SEC schools.
Dudes that have shown that they can do it on a high
level. And that would be shocking.
Right? It would. He's a little limited.
But it wouldn't shock. Actually, it wouldn't shock me either.
He's a little limited in athleticism, which I think is kind of interesting compared to like an Anthony Hill, who is capital A athletic. But Anthony Hill's a little bit more of, he's also smart, but he's a little up and down, which maybe that might be more of what you're looking for in the draft, somebody that has more of a ceiling. But CJ Allen, huge high floor guy. And I could even see him being like a second-round guy, so maybe that makes it even more appealing if that was the case. I know that linebacker isn't one of those things that people look at as high in the need, but I do wonder if CJ Allen, a dude who feels like he could come in, play a role in the linebacker room, but then be the guy that is stepping into that place where he could be your understudy or take over the role for Azeez Al-Shaair once he moves on.
I think both of those are fit in the category, and I'm interested if any of our listeners 713-572-4610, because as someone mentioned on the text board, I'm sure just trolling, we're not drafting any Aggies. Lopez has nothing to do with that. Concepcion falls to about that spot. And I will say this.
Yeah, on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50, he's number 29 when he comes.
Yeah, he falls to about, and he's a real game breaker. And Caserio has said this on our airwaves. He loves Mike Elko's program.
Yes.
He's talked about it multiple times.
And what's there to not love? Mike Elko runs an incredible program. Dating back to, I very much had an understanding at Duke, but even before that, as a defensive coordinator at A&M and everything.
And they also have their eyes, I'm sure, because I think he's a top 30 visit. You could correct me if I'm wrong. Chase Pisantis, the guard. I think he's one that the Texans have certainly should, if nothing else, had their eye on. No, it has nothing to do with that, because the other one I was thinking of are some of these that are projected a little higher, like Tate or some of the the kid from USC or something, Mackay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay. Was there anybody that you've kind of seen that you would that fits in here, or you feel like not so much?
Not so much. I was thinking more of a like I have a specific player, but just kind of a
like a position.
Yeah, position, and I'm kind of leaning towards you, Lopez. It wouldn't shock me if they come out of there with a receiver in the first or second round, to be honest.
And they're in a good spot. We've talked about it multiple times. They've filled all their needs. The whole best player available thing, sometimes, a lot of times, to me, is kind of a ruse. I mean, it's the best player available that fits your need, but they can literally go best player available.
They can.
Yeah.
Now, then we start. We'll find a way to be upset. And when I say we, in this instance, I'm not talking about just like general fans. I'm talking about, I guess,
just the response,
the commentariat, if you'll allow me to create coin a term, because we're going to talk about draft value. We're going to talk about what, even though you don't have a definitive need, what are the relative needs? We're going to talk about all those things. But that should actually, for them in the building, should be a lot less. And there shouldn't be something that they do that feels like a crazy shock, I don't think. Some other things that come in here on the text line. Somebody said, if we do draft a wide receiver, I'm thinking Branch Bell Benson. Sounds like you're very much second-round oriented. I feel you there. They also went as far as saying Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas, wouldn't surprise them, but might shock others. I think we're in the same vein. It's just two sides of a coin. Do you like the more polished guy of C.J. Allen or Anthony Hill, who's a little bit more of an upside, definitely an athletic guy? Which
Jacob Rodriguez is also mentioned. That would fit in the category, although he's kind of gone with I don't know where he would end up going. I've seen everything from late first to like late second.
Yeah, there's definitely, it's been interesting because I haven't been able to put my finger on how people feel about Jacob Rodriguez, but I definitely think that when we're talking about linebackers, it feels like he's lower regarded than C.J. Allen or Anthony Hill Jr.
Yes.
And some people feel like he might be more of college really good linebacker, and then maybe not quite in the same sphere in the NFL. But obviously, these are all conversations that you have before the draft, and then we all come back after and find out. So yeah, I don't really, unfortunately, in your jukebox-like question, you hit the number that didn't have really a long song, right? I got. Hey, yep, that seems like there's been a lot of talk around him. I think I'd probably like these other linebackers better. Clearly. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There you go. There's your question for day 17 days out of round one, rather, of the NFL draft. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our actual question of the day here. What's something that you just hate to admit, sports or otherwise? 713-572-4610, because Lopez had to come to terms with something. We'll talk about it next.
In the Loop. SportsRadio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. More people coming in with answers to our 17-day out question for the draft. Someone else said that they think that the Texans should move up, get Kenyon Sadiq, and then get another edge. I don't know exactly which edge you were talking about there. I apologize for not recognizing that. This is interesting from the 713. This feels like very much answering the spirit of the question in the way that I thought. Trade up, add a little love to the backfield. That, and obviously Jeremiah Love of Notre Dame.
Trade up to 5, 4?
Yeah, that would not only shock me, I don't know how much I would actually.
Yeah, you down with giving up a first-round pick next year?
Because you would.
And more? Possibly
you
more?
would.
That would I think that would upset me, honestly, in a way that I'm kind of
not good shock.
I'm uncomfortable with how much that would move me in a bad way.
How would you feel if they just get a running back in general at that spot? Not trading
28?
Yeah, just at 28.
That would fit the category?
Yeah,
it would definitely fit the category.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel as upset. I think having any level of effect on future drafts for it would especially just this draft in general. I don't know that there's anybody in this draft in general who I would.
Well, that's according to us.
Affecting future drafts.
They might be in love with someone,
and maybe they are.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Again, there's a reason why I'm sitting here in a chair talking to a microphone, and they're doing this. Right? I think that there's some level of discrepancy in the capability there. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Which, again. They could say, bump you, like it or lump it, right? Which I did just for you.
Thank you.
I hope you.
It's catching on.
I don't think it is. I think you need to understand that all of this comes with a wink and a nod. But speaking of a wink and a nod, I think that's how Dan Hurley handles his business just generally, and I think he is the impetus for this question of the day from you. What's something that you just hate to admit, sports or otherwise? 713-572-4610.
My otherwise one, I think, might cause a little bit of a stir, but I got to start with this.
Aren't you tired of causing stirs?
No,
you just be stirring.
I don't stir anything. I don't do it on purpose. I just tell you what I think.
Figgy, he said he don't be stirring.
Prediction. You and Figgy will agree with me when I get to it in a second.
Okay.
But the Duke thing, I was like, beat him. You know, when you come
beat Duke?
No.
Dan Hurley?
What I hate to admit is I wish Duke had beaten Dan Hurley. I hate that SOB.
You was rooting for the Boozer Boys, huh?
I ever since the little head thing and he's looking all psychotic on the referee, I was just like, I hate that guy. I wish Duke had beaten him. So I hate to admit that. That's the gist of the question. Here's the one. Well, first of all, we got to get to a text that we just got.
Which is?
Sean Pendergast said.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Pendergast.
He wears those surgical gloves to eat crawfish, Figgy.
Yeah, that was a big discussion at one point. Yeah.
Man.
You know what's funny? I am of two minds here, which is not too surprising. One, let people enjoy stuff, right? However you got to get in where you live, do that. However, I just could never.
Never.
I feel like it is an activity where I've come in with the understanding that it's going to be messy.
And you get to lick your fingers.
Right?
You don't want to taste latex.
That was a thought that I was just like, that feels like that'd be uncomfortable. But I also am oftentimes, if I'm eating crawfish, this is the dedicated activity.
You're in.
Like, I'm not going nowhere.
Yeah,
this ain't I'm stopping in for lunch real quick and then I'm gonna go do something. Crawfish is the activity.
Yeah.
I can understand if you're like, hey, I need to be able to remove myself from this and go be a valued part of society immediately after.
Right.
I get the value of that, but I couldn't bring myself to do it personally.
You don't eat crawfish for just the sustenance. Like, hey, I'm gonna grab a burger.
Right. It's not an efficient way of doing that.
It's an event.
Yeah.
It's an event. Don't wear your damn latex gloves.
Do what you want. He ain't your daddy. I'm not your daddy either, right? Do what you want. I just understand that I would also feel a little shame in admitting that. But do what you got to do.
All right. So this is the one. It occurred to me Saturday night. We did the vigil, the late service for Easter, and I came to the conclusion. I hate to admit it, but a lot of churches. I shouldn't say churches. A lot of churches do Easter wrong. And let me explain.
I saw it. You got a big guy, I saw you.
Let me explain.
God is listening right now.
He was listening to me Sunday when I was praying about this.
Yeah, he sat up in his seat right now.
He's like, hey, what's Lopez doing? So this is, if not the most attended services you have all year, the second most. Christmas and Easter, right? We can agree on that.
I think Easter's number one seed.
Yeah, I think Easter might be number one.
Yeah.
Okay. Why on earth are your longest services of the year on Easter? We went to the service, and it was an hour and 45 minutes, which I was like, this is bad marketing. Churches do marketing wrong. Like, if you're going to get the second or first most attended service of the year, shouldn't you be popping? You know, shouldn't it be a little more?
This is a national game,
yeah,
man.
Yes.
This is a nationally televised game. You on ESPN, big dog.
Yes.
I need to see your best.
Yes. You need to have the A crew there, and you need to keep it popping.
Hey, move the ball around.
You need to move the ball around.
Good shots.
You got to have fast pace.
We don't need no new plays. We need the tried and true plays, the ones that work.
Your best songs. You know, it's got to be popping. So, and I thought an hour and 45 was long, and then a friend of my wife's said she went to this Catholic church up in Humble, 3 hours.
Wait, I'm sorry. When you told us this before, you said 3 hours. A Catholic church for 3 hours?
3 hours.
3 hour mass?
Yes, because
I thought that was one of the large appeals of going to the Catholic churches that we in and we out.
Because they had 11 baptisms.
Oh,
they had 11.
They did baptisms on
Easter. It's very popular on Easter.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It's very widespread.
I only knew about baptisms on maybe a Saturday or something.
Well,
like
it
that.
should be.
Yeah,
it should be. I hate to admit it. I mean, I get along great with God. But the thing about it is, you go.
I'm not laughing because I think it's not true. I'm laughing just at the sentiment of saying that out loud.
We're tight. But my point is, like, this is when you should thrive and bring them back. What's the old saying in show business? Leave them wanting more?
I guess.
This is what you need to do, churches. All right, there, I got it off my chest.
Okay.
How about you?
I hate to admit that, and gosh, show's gonna light me up for this one. I think. I probably am more of a fair weather fan for my college teams than I admit.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think I hate.
That's a big admission,
buddy.
Yeah,
I started following K-State football Instagram page a few months ago. Right, like I'm not one of those people that's like, all right, so who are y'all playing week 13? I'm like, yeah, I got this off top. Like, I find out in the season.
Week 12.
I'm like, who we got next week?
That's right.
Who we got next week? Oh, okay, cool. Right? Like, I can't name you everybody on the depth chart, at least not even the starters.
Yeah.
Like, I got some people here and there. I pick up on the team as we go through the season.
Yeah.
That is how I go on my college teams. But, I mean, I like them when I like them.
That's good. That fits the question of the day, Figgy.
Yeah, I got a couple of them. One of them, this guy was actually in the headlines in I guess as a trending topic last couple of days. Coach Gino for UConn. Back in the day, I used to be a fan, man.
Oh, really?
Back during the
not a good time to bring that up.
Yeah, back during the Diana Taurasi days, I'm like, oh yeah, Coach Gino, that's the standard. Right
you're a fan of Gino specifically.
Yeah. I was kind of a fan of UConn a little bit, but I wasn't heavy into the women's basketball, but I was kind of a fan, man. I hate to admit that now because I can't really. I don't know anybody that's like, Coach Gino, that's the guy right now.
I'm not trying to be that guy because everybody comes to things when they do. I feel like that's one of those things that if you knew, you knew. You know who hated Gino back in the day? Pat Summitt.
Yes, you're right.
Pat Summitt hated his stinking guts, and Pat Summitt was a saint. Pat Summitt liked pretty much everybody, and that should have been, at least if people were familiar with it, should have been like the ultimate red flag. Like, Pat don't like you.
But see, it kind of threw me off a little bit because Kobe was a big fan. I don't know if it was just a strictly basketball thing, like he just liked basketball nerds and all that stuff. But for some reason, I was like, man, I was a big fan. And
what's your other one?
The other one is remember when Lovie Smith came out of nowhere and got that job for the Texans? I thought he was actually going to be good. I thought he was going to be good, man. I'm thinking like, okay, I'm thinking
Lovey, baby.
I'm thinking Lovey in Chicago.
Yes, agreed.
I'm thinking like, okay, I wasn't going as far as saying it was a home run hire or anything, but I'm thinking like, okay, this team about to be way better.
I'm with you. I thought he was a floor raiser. Lovie Smith seems like he comes in.
Especially coming from what you just had.
Yes.
David Cutley.
The thing about Lovie Smith is I think he fits in the category of head coaches where you go, This is a serious adult. That's what I thought you were getting at the very least. Like, even if you weren't going to get schematic advantage or whatever, you were going to get a serious
a real
adult.
head coach with experience that went to a Super Bowl.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, that's fair.
It didn't end up looking like that.
I think he had a worse record than David Cutler.
Yeah.
Of course, there were extenuating circumstances when Levy was here, too.
Yes.
His hands were somewhat tied on that. By the way, 832 says 3.5 hours on Sunday, 58 baptisms.
Man, goodness gracious.
You don't feel like a car wash at that point?
Yeah.
You don't feel like a car
Literally.
wash at that point?
Hey, I will be in there. All right, next.
I can't remember what denomination. At the risk of becoming like a theology talk or whatever, I don't remember which denomination it was, but we would become this where we just sprinkle water on you, move it. I can't dunk everybody. You're just gonna get a little spritz.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna have a spray bottle.
Yeah.
All right, keep it moving. There you
Next.
go.
Yeah.
we gonna move through this, baby.
Yeah.
3.5 hours of just 58 baptisms.
That's longer than the baseball game now, man.
Not if it's the Astros, baby. We still got 4 hours on deck.
That game yesterday was long, man.
It was.
My wife started complaining about that game. Like, this game was on at 3 o'clock. It's still on.
It's still on.
Now the whole house is complaining. This game's still on. I'm like, damn.
That's the thing
I
about
didn't
baseball.
know you was paying attention.
Baseball should never have that feeling because at worst it's just background noise.
Yeah.
When you become outwardly upset with the baseball game,
Yeah.
you
know it's bad.
The whole house full of women was like, damn, this game's still on?
End it now.
I'm like, yeah, it's a wild game.
Play
right?
faster.
Ain't even nothing else to put on. Wasn't nothing going
Yeah,
yesterday.
I'm like,
really wasn't.
I'm like, why y'all so mad at this game? Y'all ain't even paying attention to it.
So anyway, preachers, priests, pastors, tighten it up a little bit, man.
That
It's
was
Easter.
That was your point.
Tighten it up a little bit.
That was your message. Your message for the day.
See, I've never been to a church that had baptism on a Sunday.
Yeah,
That kind of threw me off a little bit.
it's always
I know
real-
Easter, like the church I go to, they actually added an extra service. So they added one because, people like to cook on Easter Sunday and all that stuff. So they added a 7 o'clock service. So now you got the 7 a.m., you got the 9 a.m., and the 11 a.m.
Wait, Figgy, little sidebar here. How you think Lopez feel about when we get the babies out here praise dancing on Easter?
Oh, man.
Oh, I love that.
Really?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought you'd be
I
like, hey,
love
man,
that.
wrap it up.
Oh.
Wrap it up.
No, wait till you get the extended praise. Praise and worship.
There's a line. Again, you got to leave them wanting more. You got to leave them wanting
He
more.
said we got 3 songs. Baby, let's go.
Hey, I'm going to get y'all out of here in 2 minutes, but I just feel the Lord. I feel the Lord
That's
in
a
here.
threat.
Yes.
I feel the Holy Spirit. Oh, Lord.
Yep. See, the Holy Spirit. See, I'm going to let y'all go in a minute, but the Holy Spirit
Still talking. Still talking.
Lopez, were you ever the guy who had the radio at church?
No.
Listening to the baseball game?
Oh, you know what? When I was a kid, I did.
There it is.
When I was a kid, I did.
I knew it.
Way back. I used to listen to NFL because all the NFL games started at noon.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I would always have the little transistor with the little line, remember those old line earplugs?
All right, there you go. That's the question of the day. Very Easter themed in a way that I did not anticipate, but that's the question of the day, ain't it? All right.
Why you hate church service? 713-574-46.
No. All right.
Not enough time for that one.
Oh, my God. I just got to take Jesus is listening right now.
Always is.
I think he switched the music.
He might have. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Jesus switched to me.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where somebody got a big payday. How'd you feel about that? We'll talk about that and more.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto.
Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm sorry, I'm not even sure what's happening here on the text line, but we always appreciate when you get on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Let's go around the NFL, though. And we start with a big-time extension that got signed, and it was actually with a team in division. The Jacksonville Jaguars agreed to a 4-year extension up to $110 million. Actually, it is $110 million. $77 million of that guaranteed. 50 is fully guaranteed at signing. I still have to stop myself and go, what does all this mean again?
Yeah.
But 27 thereabouts average annual value for Trayvon Walker, the number 1 overall pick in the 2022 NFL draft. It's interesting because he actually had a down year sack production-wise, only 3.5 last year, but he's had a number
but probably
of them.
Played better in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Probably fair to say, but he's been an interesting pick that it always felt like as soon as they drafted him, it would be really hard to live up to that number 1 overall pick status, and I don't think that he has, but he has been pretty damn good.
Don't you catch kind of a, well, this might be a bit of a stretch, but kind of a Mario Williams thing going on?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, he's not Reggie Bush. You know, he's not.
He's not. Well, the thing that sucks is that also he was drafted immediately ahead of what felt like a no doubt pick that's also plays the same position in Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
And Aiden Hutchinson been really good, like as advertised. Probably should have been a number 1 overall.
Could this be more of a Jadeveon Clowney?
Maybe that's better.
Like the Jadeveon Clowney type draft.
Maybe that's
where you got him, and then who was it? Khalil Mack that went in that same draft.
Yeah, but that's kind of my point. Like, he clearly has not lived up to number 1 hype.
But respectable career.
Respectable, does the job. Now that they're in a new system, they're having success, and I think that's a pretty good deal for both sides. I think it's a real good deal. You need like 9 or 10 overall.
Yes, right in that range
among defensive linemen, defensive ends and such. So I really think this is a good deal overall, and he's bearing the curse of number 1 overall, maybe a little unfairly at this point.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody's doing. And I think for him, he had a couple of seasons where he had 12 and a half sacks, something like that.
Yeah.
If memory serves, of course, I'm only just working off the top of my head, as I am the sicko that has way too many tabs open. There it is. There's the tab. It took me a second.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's had a number of. He had a sandwich in his first 4 years of. First one, not as great production, and then those second and third year, he had really good pass rush production. And also it feels like there is a real plan in this Liam Cohen's ecosystem for him, where they have a level of belief in him. But yeah, only played 14 games last year. This feels like this is going to work out for them, and he'll continue to produce opposite Josh Hines Allen.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, so it's one of those that I would love to have a hot take or a big take on it, and I just go, no, that feels right.
No, that was mine. It's like he's kind of that curse, but still productive, and it's a good deal for both sides.
Yeah, he falls in when it comes to edges, and of course, I have to make sure that I get this perfectly clean. He ends up falling in, if I get the average annual right. Right there about 9.
9. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Right below where Nick Bosa is, or below Nick Bosa, below Jalen Phillips, who just signed a big deal with Carolina, but above Nick Bonito. And so, that feels like who he is right now. Maybe you could feel like Nick Benito produces at a better level, but it feels like he's being paid appropriately, and he will continue to do what he does. Hopefully, for my sake, that's more 3.5 than it is the 12.5, but we'll see how that goes. You remember last week, at the end of the week, how ESPN had this big write-up about Jalen Hurts and the seeming, dysfunction when it came to the offense and what his role is in that, right? The ways in which he has demands and those things kind of filter in and make it a little bit more difficult for the Eagles offense to get themselves together in the way that I think a lot of people on the outside would believe.
Right.
Well, Jeff McClain, who covers the team for the Philadelphia Inquirer, wrote an assessment of the situation, and he said, quote, about Hurts, he knows this is the last year of his guaranteed money. He knows the cat's out of some. Let me try that again. He knows the cat's out on some of his baggage. A weird way of saying that. You got to be able to produce. You can't be near the bottom of the league in passing 2 years in a row with the same amount of talent that we have. It's not acceptable, and it's everybody saying it from the owner on down. Everybody is on the same page. Close quote.
Well, it's funny because I was thinking about Gerard Johnson, actually, who went from the Texans. And who knows what the situation is with C.J. Stroud. We all have our ideas on it. To Jalen Hurts. I'm like going from the fire to the frying pan to the fire or something like that. And he's not going to be the quarterback's coach. He's an offensive assistant. But nevertheless, I'm sure he's brought in with that in part, being some of his marching orders. So they're clearly focusing, much like the Texans, I believe, what can we do to get Jalen Hurts back to the guy that can win a Super Bowl? And I think, if Jalen Hurts has – now, I didn't finish reading that whole thing. I just saw, the excerpts of it. Now, I don't know what exactly Jalen Hurts has done. I mean, the cat's out of the bag, as he said, but what does that mean? Has he recommitted in certain ways? Is he doing things differently than he has in the past? I don't know, but I think it's clear that's their focus.
Yeah, and you made the connection in a similar way that we're kind of talking about C.J. Stroud. It's ultimately whatever the I get it is, because again, it feels like the original story was in some ways a message to him. So, I guess negotiating through the media, so to say, of, hey, we need you on your best behavior. Or Howie Roseman is not a respecter of persons, right? He'll go get somebody else to play quarterback. And I say that as if it's easy. I know it's difficult, but he will just effort that way. I think that whatever it is, it ultimately just has to show fruit, right? This is a results-oriented business as much as process ends up being something that you want to have right. Ultimately, whatever the mindset is, for a dude who often shows himself to be very mature in Jalen Hurts, whatever that is, it just needs to be the results that show up.
And the biggest part of this, we talk about it with the Texans. Hell, the Eagles, that window is open, but for how much longer? We know it's open, but for how much longer? I mean, they have to get it right at this point.
I mean, that's the nature of NFL football generally, and if you have that amount of talent, you've got to maximize it, whatever it's worth. In a season like last year where the offense was not nearly where it should be considering the amount of talent that they had, that needs to come together. Some other things around the NFL. Let's bring it back in division with some Colts stuff. But Colts stuff from like half a decade ago or over a half a decade ago at this point. Damn, it's pushing. It's not a decade. Don't get me wrong, 2019. But and you remember what happened in 2019?
What happened in 2019?
Andrew Luck retires.
Man, it has been a long time.
Yeah, man. we're like, I was about to say, it's about half a decade. No, that'd be 2021. Like, we 7 years. Yeah. 7 years out from Andrew Luck on one fateful preseason
Where were
day.
you when he retired, when you got the news?
I was at the Texans preseason game.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still remember seeing that video.
What?
Yep.
I can't believe
that real?
And that kind of overshadowed Lamar Miller tearing this ACL.
Yeah, exactly.
In the preseason game.
Yeah, one team took a bigger hit there, let's be honest. But Eric Ebron, former tight end in the NFL, was on a podcast, the On My Soul podcast, and he levied the allegation that Chris Ballard, general manager for the Indianapolis Colts, pressured Andrew Luck in issuing a mandate, which led to Andrew Luck retirement. And obviously, Andrew had dealt with injuries. That was very clearly a part of the story. Ebron is asserting that Chris Ballard was like, "You need to play," and then Andrew Luck was like, "Well, then I can take this to the house."
Yeah.
Andrew Luck has now said he's in an email, mind you, to Fox 59. Chris and I had a wonderful partnership, especially through my decision to retire, and we remain close. Any notion of internal pressures that influence my decision are without merit, close quote. Who you side with?
Andrew Luck. Absolutely. Just To me, I mean, we don't know, and you might side with the other, with Ebron and the other side here. He was the more I found out later after his retirement. I mean, that dude was beat up, he aged a lot, and I just believe that he finally said, "Look, I don't have to do this." I do side with that.
Yeah, I actually side with Andrew Luck as well. As much as I'd like to be salacious and be like, "Oh man, look at Chris Ballard being a bad general manager."
But do you feel like maybe Andrew? Clearly, he's not the drama type of person.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like maybe he was just like, you know what? No, I don't want that out there like that. I'm gonna take the professional route.
Oh, I absolutely think there was a discussion made, because even when he said, we had a great relationship. That doesn't mean it wasn't brought up.
Sure.
It doesn't mean it wasn't, but maybe in a tactful way, or whatever.
Yeah, you can have an okay relationship and somebody still
like, hey, man,
Yeah. And maybe it didn't. It wasn't no slamming doors and stuff like that.
Right.
But maybe it was an issue where he did feel like he was being pressured.
Right. Well, he says that notions of internal pressures are without merit. I could see it for him, that not being the decision. I could probably also see the circumstance where Chris Ballard's like, "Hey, man, we really need you," because you remember those times there was no viable backup for Andrew Luck. It's like the Colts had that as the way that they operated business. Your starting quarterback is really good, and your backup has to be bad. There's no Chris Painter gonna get out here and play some football for us, right? You remember those times, right?
Yes, I do.
I don't know why I can name the number of backup quarterbacks that the Colts ran out there in times where you're just like, really? This is who y'all had in there? But I do wonder if Ebron was sensing something that was actually there with Chris Ballard, be like, "Hey, man, we really need you." One thing, though, is I do believe Andrew Luck, if for no other reason, then I think that he did a really interesting interview that ended up as like a magazine article. You remember the long magazine articles that we used to get?
Those were the days.
I miss those.
Yeah.
That Mina Kimes did back in the day for ESPN that just went so deep into his mental state and the things that he was dealing with and how he needed to get to that freedom of being away from football, obviously. And that's a tough son of a gun, man. I don't think that he was not playing it in any way with something that was in his control, right? And so the idea
almost
of
to his
away,
detriment.
Right. It very much felt like he stepped away because I just can't do it, right?
Yeah.
Like this would not be beneficial to anybody. But I just found that interesting that there's relitigation of 2019. Andrew Luck stepping away happening in the general media. Don't you love this time of year?
Oh, it's the greatest time of the year in some ways.
Also, another thing that historically this time of year has brought is conversations about NFL criminals, right? And obviously I say that with tongue in cheek, right? Anything that allegations or run-ins with the law has historically been one of those things that this time of year gets popped up. We've had conversations. I think the NFL has let off the gas on litigating any of these types of things because it does not help them in any way. There's no win.
Because they have, yeah.
I think that this is another instance in that long run of things, as Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice, apparently, according to the NFL, will face no discipline over abuse allegations. They announced this Friday in a classic Friday news dump that the NFL concluded its own investigation into it and stated, quote, "He has not engaged in conduct that violates the personal conduct policy." The NFL also said its investigation into accusations from Dakota Jones, Rice's former girlfriend, is indeed closed.
This is dangerous, right? Are they going too far the other way? The pendulum is just swinging. They're like, hey, we're staying out of everything?
No.
You don't think so?
No. And I can tell you specifically why. What penance are they going to pay for this?
No.
Right? The idea is you would want to litigate these things so that your audience base, so that your customer base is not turned off by the perceived lack of morality in your game.
My point
with what has happened over the last handful of years, half decade of NFL football, what do you think turns people off from NFL football actually? Because there's a lot of things that we're supposed to, and the numbers keep going up.
Well, I understand that, but like legit bad things that the NFL just turns their head on or turns the other way on. To me, the teams aren't going to do it. The teams aren't going to levy any suspensions or fines and all that stuff. So the only other thing you have is the NFL, and that's where
there's supposed to be this thing called like the law.
No, that's but I'm talking about in terms of their business,
right?
Forget. Obviously the law is going to take care of things,
is it?
Okay, that's another discussion.
Oh, okay, is that too early on a Monday?
You can say the law is going to take care of things, but at some point, it's not as if players are going to be running, rampant and, hey, we can get away with everything, because there still is the law, that they have to deal with. But I don't think they have to worry about the NFL. And I'm wondering if it's just going to be like, Man, they just don't care. That whole thing, because the reason they got real involved was because everybody was saying they don't care a lick.
Right.
And
I think
is that coming back?
I think the NFL, they got out here, they did the commissioner act right, the commissioner bring down the hammer, lay down the law, protect the shield.
Yeah.
And they realized, actually, all we're doing is taking players that are valuable off of the field and making we are now creating the feeling that our game is full of criminals and thugs, right? So why would we do that? And the alternative, I think, that you're setting up is, well, you're going to have a lot of bad things happening that people are going to feel like you don't care about. And the thing that I throw up is that stopping the money from showing up? I think the NFL has just leaned further into the idea of, if it ain't stopping the money, then it's not something that we are going to interject ourselves into.
Yeah.
And I think that this is another demonstration of that. Now,
because everything for the NFL is really PR.
Yes,
it's all a PR thing.
Agreed.
And I guess that's where I'm going. Like, is the PR all of a sudden going to get back to those days that led to this in the first place?
And if it does, the question I'm asking is, does it stop no show? Because again, the PR is all in service of the money. And when it comes down to the money, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Like, it would just keep getting fatter. Keep getting fatter. One more thing here before we go. Shout out to the NHL's Buffalo Sabres. And I know you're asking, Reggie, this is around the NFL. Why the hell are you mentioning that? The Sabres have clinched playoff contention in the NHL for the postseason, and so that ends a 14-year playoff drought for them. So now the New York Jets currently have the longest non-playoff streak in North American pro sports.
Congratulations.
Out and out, like not sharing it with nobody, by themselves. You are the standard of dysfunction, New York Jets. I'm proud of you.
No wonder Aaron Glenn was sitting like that in that picture.
But don't worry about it. Geno Smith's taking them to the promised land, baby.
Last time we was in the playoffs, I was on the damn team.
That's true.
I was wearing the uniform.
And this is why I asked, what is indeed the promised land? Because the way that it's set up, it might just be making the playoffs point blank, period.
Yes.
Right? I don't know about if we even need to get
promised
to the Super Bowl.
land.
Yeah, promised land might be just being 2 games under 500.
So yeah, shout out to the Sabres for stepping into a place where you get to
thanks for nothing.
And shout out to the Jets for being in a world where all sorts of things change. We know that we have a rock, and that is the New York Jets snaking it up.
Yeah, are they the new Cleveland Browns?
Oh, the Cleveland Browns are still the Cleveland Browns.
No, I get that, but every time we talk about worst team we point at the Cleveland Browns, but technically, it got to be the Jets, right?
It sounds like it.
It feels like
at least the Browns made the playoffs a couple years in the last few years.
You're right. You're right.
They might be. Yeah.
I'm still gonna laugh at the Browns though.
Of course.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, are we in a place where the Rockets need to just keep riding rhythm, play good basketball, or angle specifically to face the Los Angeles Lakers? Let's talk about it next.
According to Nick Caserio, Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Airfare, lodging, and 2 tickets to the exclusive show could be yours. Make sure to enter by April 12th. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday is going pretty well. We're rocking it out here at our broadcast location here in the great city of Houston. Man, I kind of enjoyed myself last night.
I know why.
Rockets basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got a little dicey at the end, which is something that the Rockets have to contend with, but maybe that factors in to this thought that we're going to have or the conversation, because the Rockets have found themselves in an interesting conundrum that you've kind of set up here, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it before all hell broke loose last week because Luka had injured his hamstring. And now Austin Reeves.
Oblique strain. I think it's a grade 2,
yes,
I think.
Yes.
So both of them are...
Austin Reeves done for the season, and we don't know about...
season,
yeah,
right.
the regular season, as is Luka. So, we mentioned, okay, what do you do?
Mind you, when you say that, I want to make it clear exactly what you're missing there. Those are their 2 best players, and I know LeBron James is on that team. I said what I said.
Mm-hmm.
They just lost to the Dallas Mavericks yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the game before the Rockets played last night.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rockets did get a victory last night, but that was the game, was the Lakers, and pretty clearly losing for a long period of time, where the Mavericks, at least in the late portion of the game, consistently had a 10-point lead.
Yeah.
That's the type of game that we're talking. It wasn't like, the Mavericks came up and grabbed them by the heels. The Mavericks were controlling the game during the latter portions of the game.
But here's the interesting part, and it's the thing that no general manager will ever say out loud. No head coach will ever say out loud, but teams want that good first round matchup. They want the matchup that they think we got this. They'll always say, "Hey, we're trying to win every game, and we don't, we can't control that." And we've all heard it a million times. No, they want the best first round matchup. Here's the issue: a lot of times when you're saying that, Reggie, you already are showing the team you are. You've already established yourself as, this is how we play. This is our offense. This is our defense. This is, sort of the rhythm of the game that we have when we play night to night. The Rockets are still kind of redefining that. And I thought last night's game was about as good a sign as we've seen, because I was somewhat skeptical, as a lot of people were, of whatever good games they had. I think they really kind of showed that they are, first of all, 6 wins in a row, doesn't matter who you're playing, is nice.
8-2 since they lost those back-to-back ones versus the Lakers.
But beyond that, eye test stuff, man. I mean, they looked like they knew what they were doing again on both ends of the floor, especially offensively, and they got a nice win. So the conundrum, as you put it, is no matter what they might say out loud, they want to face the Lakers. But they legitimately, to me, cannot start thinking like that, because first of all, too many things can happen otherwise. And secondly, why mess with something that finally seems to be going right when you haven't had very many long stretches of things going right like this?
Yeah, I also think that those actually are one and the same.
Maybe
continuing to play good basketball and possibly facing the Lakers. The way that the standings fall right now, obviously, the top 2 teams, Thunder, Spurs, that one's going to just stay there. They're probably locked in there. Then you have this glut of teams 3 through 6 right above that line of the play-in. The Suns are just too far back to actually come up and nip anybody's heels at 6. So the Suns are going to be 7. Everybody else is locked in. But for our case, for our purposes, we're looking at 3 through 6, which currently sits the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Rockets, and the Timberwolves. The Lakers and Nuggets have the same exact record right now. The Lakers just have a tiebreak. The Rockets are a game behind both of them. And then the Timberwolves are 3 games behind the Rockets.
Right.
I don't think that there's enough losing that you can do if you're the Houston Rockets right now to pull yourself back to the 6th seed. Not that you would even want to, but if you were somehow thinking that was the way that you would do this, that's what you'd have to do in the 4 remaining games that are there in the rest of the regular season. I don't think that's the way to do this. What feels like the way to do this is you win as many games as possible. And maybe the Lakers, who demonstrated to you that they could lose a game to a Mavericks team that isn't particularly good right now. It's not a bad team per se, but it's not particularly good right now. And they actually are kind of tanking. So that the Lakers did that, they could keep losing games. I think that you could find yourself in a circumstance if the Rockets keep playing good basketball, getting better in whatever small ways that they can right now towards the end of the season. You could find yourself in a place where the Nuggets move up to third because they're still playing good basketball. They've got more of a healthy condition of their team. The Rockets keep playing better basketball, hopefully getting wins in these, these few games that are really important to them here. And the Lakers lose games, and the Lakers, you are actually hosting the Lakers in a 7-game series, or as the team that starts off the series at home, and you're facing off against a team that either has hampered or completely missing Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves.
On the other hand, there's two things that make me sort of wonder about that. Number one, the Nuggets are playing great basketball right
Correct.
now. And you could face the Nuggets home or away. That would be less than ideal. But the main thing for me is the Lakers. The news, was it late yesterday or early today, about Luka going to either Germany or Switzerland or something.
All I saw was Europe. So
yeah, I saw Europe this morning. I saw Germany and Switzerland or Switzerland. Who knows?
It would make sense if it was Germany, because that seems like something that I know that not Luka, that Kobe used to do. He used to go to Germany in the offseason, and then obviously his homeboy Dirk Nowitzki has connections.
But here's my point. I mean, there are still 12 days until the real playoffs begin, not counting the play-in game.
You think they got something special over there that can get them back to back?
Yes, stem cells. I mean, to me, the most logical.
You going to go get Michael's special stuff in Germany?
To me, it's not even, I'm not even blinking. It's 100% he's getting stem cells. Now, that's not a report. That's what they do when they go to Europe, that they can do there that we don't do here as freely. And then what happens? Maybe Luka in 12 days with these treatments comes back. Who knows with Austin Reeves? I mean, it's almost like just play, man, because you still might play the Lakers with a healthy Luka. I mean, it's still a possibility depending on how bad that tear is.
If there's a healthy Luka, are you more afraid of the Lakers than the Nuggets? Because that's the thing. Also, the other option is just the Denver Nuggets. Now, a relatively bad defense, but an offense that scares the living out of
right. And Jokic is just playing his ass off right now. But that, again, that's on the table no matter what, is the Nuggets. And the way, their pedigree, they've proven it, obviously how good they're playing. To me, it's almost like if the Rockets play the Lakers, I'm not so sure it's going to be without Luka at this point.
Now, obviously, the Rockets played last night, barely scratch out a win versus the Golden State Warriors. First and foremost, shout out to Alperen Sengun getting a bucket at the end. How'd you feel about that last play? Because it came down to the Warriors, who, I mean, they absolutely crushed the Rockets in clutch time. This is still something that shows up. A lot of this, though, was Steph Curry made his return in this game. And when I say Steph Curry made his return, it wasn't just that the player was on the court. No, the Steph Curry showed up. I'm talking about coming off of screens. I'm talking about knocking down tough shots, drawing fouls, making things really difficult on a defense. And that showed up late in the game, including a go-ahead shot at the end. And then that put the Rockets in a place where they needed to make a bucket to win. And they drew something up. I was very much impressed because at that point I was watching very intently. What is Ime Udoka and his staff going to draw up? And it was a two-man game between Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun. And it got Alperen Sengun into the middle with a great shot. How did this game make you feel? Because I know that there's definitely some positives, but there's also clearly some negatives.
No, I thought that was their best look in quite a while. I can't tell you how long exactly, but it's been quite a while since they looked that good. Now, a lot of people, there's a lot of run on the internet about, what a play. That play has been called a million times. That is a high screen, slip the screen. But what it was is players, not plays. Durant goes and gets the ball, and then you read what the defender does. I mean, it wasn't like he was reinventing the wheel. He deserves credit for calling that, but that was Durant, Sengun, slipping the screen, see what Draymond does. If he commits to Durant, then there he is wide open.
Yep.
Good spacing of the floor. Had a guy in one corner, had another guy on the 45, so those guys couldn't really dig, and as much as they could otherwise.
Love when you talk hoop. Just had to say, enjoyed that quite a bit.
No, I truly high school coaches call that play. He deserves credit for calling it because it was exactly what the Rockets needed to do. He called his two best players. What are you going to do on Durant, man? What are you going to do? And then Draymond did a step and a half toward him. Boom, there's Sengun diving, and you get it.
All right. I that kind of it was disconcerting when you did, because you're right? There was just kind of a dribble handoff into read and react, which is what this offense
It was
is
great. No,
purported to be.
it was a great play. All I'm saying is like a lot of people online are like, well, what a play. What do you think he made now? I was like, dude.
No, but that's my thing is I think that's one of those things that pops up for me is in those moments where you got to have it buckets.
It was perfect.
That was good, but I also feel like that also wasn't enough for me to go, I feel like they have answers in these moments, and those are the moments that pop up a whole
I totally
bunch.
agree.
So, yeah, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, we're going to get into what's popping, and one of the things that I want to ask is, how do you just generally feel about the Rockets closing out games? Because that'll matter going into the end of this. But also, on top of that, what was the other thing? Oh, yes, we've got a national championship game tonight. Who are you rooting for?
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the Rockets' 117-116 victory over the Warriors. Not last second, but a late game, two-man game between Kevin Durant and Alperen Şengün. Alpi with a nice, was it floater almost?
Yeah, kind of a push floater. Yeah.
Push shot that knocks it down and helped them win the game. They had a nice lead headed into the fourth quarter, but Steph Curry, who was making his return on a minutes restriction, ends up only playing 26 minutes, 29 points. Kevin Durant was fantastic, just getting to his spots. And some of the times you kind of needed it because things got a little dicey, but also he knocked down some threes in this game. Rockets were pretty good shooting the three, 45% in this game. But ultimately, what made this game close when it absolutely should not be is just the style of game that the Warriors have where they make you run around the court. That very much got into the Rockets' defense. And then Steph Curry was able to go crazy. The closing ends up popping up again. How much of this game closing was the particular style of the Warriors versus the Rockets' closing issues?
Well, I think the style definitely played in. But I do – and I've been very frank about the Rockets, but I did feel good about what I was looking at with that team yesterday. Yeah.
All right. So for me, I thought some of it was the closing issues because you could see the lemon booty. You could see them pucker up in some ways because it went from a free-flowing offense, drive, kick, knock down threes to stagnant, slow getting into the offense again. I think that's when the Rockets are at their worst offensively, and you saw some of that in the fourth quarter. But thankfully, they get a victory. They move on to face off against the Phoenix Suns tomorrow, and that's a national game. We'll talk about that more when we get there. Some other things that are popping. There's big news going on right this moment, John Lopez.
Yeah, there is.
As we're seeing Adam Schefter, I believe, report that Giants All-Pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade, and he's not showing up to any of the offseason workout programs. Mind you, we are reaching that time this week where the 10 teams that have new head coaches are allowed to get some extra offseason work starting this week.
Today is the first team, I think.
Yes, I believe the Baltimore Ravens would be that, and that is Jesse Minter at the head coach position there. They talked about getting guys in and getting used to the program. Lamar Jackson actually showed up, and he doesn't typically show up to non-mandatory workouts, so I thought that was interesting. But over in New Jersey with the Giants, Dexter Lawrence asking for a trade. You know what the question is.
That's a big name.
You know what the question is.
Here?
You know what the question is.
How much you willing to give up?
That because he's not.
Yeah, you kind of stingy on them draft picks, buddy.
Well, and money.
Yeah.
You know, the reason he's asked for the trade is they spent the last two. This is what Schefter is talking about. They spent the last 2 seasons trying to negotiate a contract, and so now, I mean, it's a high dollar player. That's a hell of a good player too.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I just, I have to ask it, right? But Dexter Lawrence, it just feels like that's outside of the range of what is necessary. Like I think at this point we are trying to kill a fly with a bazooka.
Yeah.
Like at some point, is it not enough?
But D'Amico's going,
Is it not enough?
D'Amico's, the thought has crossed his mind.
But yes, especially when you make the point that it's not just that he was uncomfortable with the circumstance, which is interesting because, again, with the John Harbaugh coming in, clearly things are going to change up. But that's a dude who just is like, I don't think that's just hey, I'm not willing to wait because this team has not been good. I think that's a dude who is like, I want to get to a place where I can get my money.
And he should. It's that time.
Yeah. But, I don't think that's a Texans landing circumstance. But, man, that is interesting, though. Do you think this says anything about John Harbaugh? Because I'm wiping that away, but I do want to put that up as a possibility.
I don't know because he has been wanting to get paid for a long time now. Maybe Harbaugh is a factor now, and, I don't know. I don't know if I want to pay that much at that position while we're trying to rebuild and get this thing going. Maybe. But I think it has more to do with this is, he's doing what I would do. This is my chance, man. This is maybe the only chance left,
Yeah. All right. Some other things that are popping. Astros They drop a series in Sacramento to the Athletics, 2-1, including a walk-off 3-run blast off of Brian Abreu by Brent Rooker I was about to say last night. It felt like last night. Just yesterday.
It ended up last night.
A 12-10 4-hour game that went into extras. That was wild. That was wild. But ultimately, they're on the road in Denver facing off against the Colorado Rockies. We'll talk more about the Astros, that series, but Brian Abreu will be a big conversation point. I'll just leave this at this for this What's Poppin'. oddly enough, losing a series to the A's who had only won one game coming into the series didn't make me feel that bad.
Didn't.
Just the idea of losing to the Athletics.
Yeah, as much as this team.
Yes.
Yeah, this team. I'm good with that. We mentioned it before the season began. They have some pieces. They have some parts.
And you saw the offense kind of start coming up. I imagine by the time we get to the end of the season, I definitely expect the A's to be in the top half of the majors when it comes to hitting. And so that was what kind of did it in this series. And obviously we'll talk about the offense, or rather we'll talk about the pitching as Hunter Brown, 15-day rather IL, and I don't think that it's going to be 15 days retroactive to the second. But yeah, I did not necessarily feel all that bad about losing to the Athletics in that way.
Yeah.
All right, some other things that are popping, and this is WNBA-wise, but it's notable because it's a name that a lot of people know. Angel Reese, one of the big young stars in the WNBA, today was traded. Traded from the Chicago
First
Sky.
and a second, I believe, and
I think it's 2 number 1 picks.
Is it 2?
I thought I saw 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, what's wild about it though is it's when you say a first-round pick, it's a late first-round pick, and then they're swapping seconds. So the Chicago Sky aren't getting a lot out of this, but they're trading a big name in Angel Reese, and nothing makes me look more sideways at your franchise than trading away a superstar for reasons that I don't necessarily know. Now maybe she instigated this from the backside. What do you think is?
Oh, they don't like her ways. Let's put it that way.
That'd be a really dumb way of operating. They don't have anything.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. They don't have anything else.
I don't disagree.
If you're at all familiar with women's basketball, Therese Witherspoon is a name that people might know as a legendary player. She wanted to get into coaching. She applied for their job. They ultimately didn't hire her a couple seasons ago, if memory serves. Like the Chicago Sky have done a lot of things that make them look unserious, and this feels like it caps it off.
Yeah.
At which point I'm like, well, move them to Boston. Boston's so eager for a team. Go get that one because that one's not serious. But yeah, that's a wild thing that happens in the WNBA. But it harkens for me back to any team that just goes, you know what? We don't want a superstar player.
Yeah.
Hello, Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's what I thought of, and I go, that same feeling is what I looked at, and I go, ooh, that's nasty.
No, I agree.
All right, we were mentioning a little bit of baseball. I want to take it back to baseball for this. And does this feel like too outrageous of a question? Did Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim just put up the best defensive game in recent MLB history, or maybe just MLB history, period?
I don't think that's outrageous. I've never seen anything like it. I don't expect to ever see anything like it. If you don't know, they won 1-0.
Yes.
And he robbed 3 home runs.
Correct. And when we say rob 3 home runs, you're
over
like,
the fence.
No. He is at the wall stealing them. I'll take you to the audio of this. This is 3 home run robbings by one Joe Adell.
No balls and 1 strike. And here's a drive out to right from Raleigh. Adell's back near the wall. He leaps and he caught it. Joe Adell. There's a drive to right. Adell is back. He's at the wall. He leaps up. He got another one. Whoa. Joe Adell. What a night.
Lead.
And here's Crawford with a fly ball to right toward the corner. It's Joe Adell again near the foul pole. Leaping up. Did he catch it again? He fell into the crowd. So it's a home run. They called him out. He did it again.
Unbelievable. And that falls into the category, if this were the postseason, it'd be like, Willie Mays who? It would be like Willie Mays who,
This actually brings up a great point because Sports Info Solutions gave us this stat. Since they've been tracking home run robberies in 2004, Joe Adell is the very first player with 3 home run robberies in a single game. And it would be one thing if it was a single game and they won like 6-2 or something.
Right.
This was a 1-0 game. Every single one of those would have changed the complexion of this game.
He should have won player of the game. If they had a player of the game,
I'm sure he should have won, right?
Yeah, he should have won player of the game.
Even if he won,
if he would have won 0 for 4 at the plate, he should get player of the game.
What this brings up to me though is I realize that I have kind of a little bit of a historical blindness in the moment because I over-index on trying not to overreact, right? Putting things in a historical context. I'm like, no, let's just be here in this moment.
Yeah.
But there's got to be times where we are in the moment watching something that's the greatest thing in history. But I have such a hard time acknowledging that is the reason why I asked the question.
That happens. That's just human nature. You don't really appreciate what you just saw until 25 years later. You're like, oh, man, that might have been the greatest single game by an outfielder I've ever seen. And it happens all the time. A lot of times you're watching J.J. Watt, and you just think, well, we expect
this is
JJ.
good.
This is really good. And then you realize there's never going to be another dude like that, and I watched it, and I think that's what – and then the context of, regular season game in April, and, he makes these three incredible plays. It might be the best single performance an outfielder has ever had, but Willie Mays' over-the-shoulder catch was in the World Series. And so the context of – like the picture that a fan took of him raising the ball from behind, looking out at the stadium.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's like Pulitzer
I need to find
stuff.
that.
That's like
I'm surprised you didn't see that.
Yeah, that it was unbelievable. But again, regular season. But I think we should appreciate it as such.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that we put this in the right context because I like seeing incredible things.
Mm-hmm.
This was incredible, and I just wanted to appreciate Joe Adele, who, mind you, was at one point like one of the highly regarded prospects, and he's just been kind of fine in the majors. But what he can do is, I know he won the Gold Glove in 2024. This is really cool. Yeah, you're showing me the photo right now. Joe Adele just right behind the right field pole.
It's so good.
In the stands after having
with
tumbled
the fans,
over.
shoulder to shoulder with the fans, holding up the ball. I got it.
Somebody said that outfielder turned into a hockey goalie. Yeah, he kind of did.
He kind of did.
And he ended up literally on his head.
Standing on his head.
He literally ended up, as he goes over to rob that third home run, he ends up feet in the air. That was a weird way of saying that. Apologies. As he goes over the wall, stands up triumphantly for the third time. I can't imagine how he felt.
Just on top of the world. And his teammates and just, the context of a 1-0 game and literally saving a 3-1 loss. It's pretty incredible.
Incredible stuff. So salute to Joe Adele for that. And then there's a national championship game tonight.
Oh, that's tonight, isn't it?
Michigan, UConn. UConn managed to bury Duke in what was...
I hate that guy.
Yes, you do despise Dan Hurley. And I get it, man. Yeah. He is a character, but not necessarily in the good way, per se. Yeah. Michigan has done something that has been absolutely phenomenal. 5 straight games, the first time in NCAA tournament history that 5 straight games of 90-plus points in consecutive games in a singular tournament has ever happened. They have just mowed down all the teams that they played, including Arizona, the number 1 overall seed in this, and a team that very much should have been able to play with them, did not. Is there anything UConn can do in your mind to slow them down in this game?
I think the logical answer is no. But college basketball, one game, and a really good coach, as much as I hate that guy. But nevertheless, yes, there has to be something that they can do, and there is a path for UConn to win. And Figgy, I know you have a confession about this later, so I won't go there. But I will say this. I would lean very heavily there's nothing UConn can do because of what they did to Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, Arizona was the second best team in this tournament, and I don't think anybody would argue that.
On Friday, we talked about that as being the de facto national championship game, and that game ended up being like...
It wasn't even interesting to watch.
Yes, it was just on the TV at a point. I found myself looking... I was trying to actively watch it. I found myself looking at my phone. I was like, what am I doing? And this is a big-time game, and it didn't feel like it.
Well, and Arizona is a really good defensive team. You mentioned 5 straight games over 90 points. I think Arizona was a top 10 defensive team in college basketball this year. And they just destroyed them. Absolutely picked them apart.
And the additional thing on top of it, Yaxel Lendenborg, right? The best player that they have.
Well, he did turn his ankle. There's one pass.
He turned his ankle. He only played 14 minutes in that game, right? So depending on how ready he is to play, he might jump in here. But the point that I'm making is they don't even need him to go crazy because he scored all of 11 points.
Now, the ironic thing is this is the kind of run that Michigan is on that UConn had, when they won it here. Like they were just mowing through people. So there's a little irony there.
But also, it ain't the tournament if you don't get some level of wackiness. And
crazy.
Ultimate wackiness would be UConn.
Exactly.
But I do wonder if we moved to a point in the NCAA where, especially with the NIL, but more importantly, right, the freedom of movement and the ways in which the talent kind of gets gobbled up by the top teams. Yeah. If we haven't found ourselves in a place where these tournaments, even though they're single elimination, don't end up looking a little bit more top heavy. And maybe Michigan just absolutely, just bloodbathing their way all the way to a national championship isn't a representation of that. But that game gets going tonight. I believe that one is, what time is it, of course? I forget.
Is it 8:30?
7:40, I believe.
Oh, 7:40.
Yeah, 7:50 rather, TBS. Is where you can catch that one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I said we get back to the Astros, and we will indeed, because Brian Abreu, there's a conundrum here. He gives up the 3-run blast. He has a huge ERA. What's there to do with your current closer for the Astros? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stu. West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday's going pretty well. Mine's pretty good to this point. I'm excited for yet another week.
Damn good show so far.
Okay.
Yeah. Figgy, great show so far, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, too.
Okay. Yeah. I will not be commenting personally because that feels weird to me. But excited for this week just generally. I know you're hyped for the Masters, which is coming up later on this week.
I woke up excited.
I know you did.
Legit.
I know you did.
Yeah.
I know. When golf.
Ready to see Jason Kelsey?
It's Wednesday, right?
Are you going to watch the part 3 tournament?
Now we have to.
We have to get that
He's
on.
going to be escorted off the course.
I don't think so. I think he'll be fine.
Is he rocking the suit, full blown suit? Is he rocking like a golf shirt?
He's gonna look like a newspaper boy from.
Is he gonna be shirtless at some point?
Cut off shirt like he wears sometimes on the podcast.
Yeah. I think he's gonna look like a newspaper boy from 1937.
That'd be cool.
I can see that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about these Astros because obviously you lost the series with the Athletics 2-1, and in large part it was because Brian Abreu came in yesterday and he got one out to get you to the 10th inning, but then in the 10th inning just gave up a 3-run shot to end the game. It was 2-run shot. Apologies. Brent Rooker.
No, it was 3 because they were down 1, weren't they?
Oh, yeah, that was because the Astros had scored at the top at that inning. I was like, it was a two-run game, but you're right. Thank you for clearing me up there. But Brian Abreu has been problematic to say the least at this point in the season. I mean, he just has not been competitive in the way that he's pitched, and he is your closer right now. That was kind of the idea, is that you had kind of a backup closer when Josh Hader was not available. Unfortunately, you start the season with Josh Hader on the IL. So here's Brian Abreu. This is the one thing that it's nice to have, and he might be he's probably the second worst, I guess, out of the pen that you've had thus far.
That's saying something, right? They haven't been great.
No, they haven't been that, but he's been clearly a problem, and obviously the times that you have him having him in the 9th inning has been a big portion of it, but it's just not been there. And so first and foremost, what's been the issue to your eye with Brian Abreu? Why has it been this problematic before we get to the what is there to do about it?
I think it's like when that assistant coach finally gets the head coaching job. That seat's a little hotter, isn't it? That seat's a little hotter.
The additional leverage is what you're talking about?
It's one thing to, be able to pitch in the 9th inning when you have to, whatever Hader's taking a day off or has pitched 2 consecutive days or whatever. But when you're the guy, it's like that scene in that old movie Unforgiven. Did y'all ever see Unforgiven? Clint Eastwood, Gene Hackman.
I haven't.
Gives a dude a gun.
Why would you even ask
He gives long story short, gives a dude a gun and says, "Go ahead and shoot me." And the guy just freezes. And he goes, "It's hot, isn't it? It's hot. It's a hot seat, to actually do that." And that's not to disparage his talents, because we know Abreu has been very, very good. But it's a different role. It's a different, pressure. And frankly, there probably are some mechanical things or something that is not quite ramped up to midseason form, just yet with Brian Abreu. But it's a different animal, man.
Yeah, it almost the thing is that I start asking myself with any pitcher in general is how much has the strike zone with ABS, right? That tightening, how much has that changed the mindset? But even with it's all over the place. It's pitches all over the place. It's not being able to execute. And obviously for him, he's got his 2 pitches, right? He's got a fastball, he's got slider. And I was listening to the fellas of the Clutch City Territory podcast, and a good point was made that he's a dude who can get hit, right? If you're throwing 98 as a fastball, if you're just off your spot and somebody gets a hold of it, that's going a long while, right? If you hang a slider, that's going a long while. Those are kind of inherently
and maybe that's the mechanical thing too.
But that's always been there to some degree. He's walking the hell out of dudes, even more so than what he typically does. And so it feels like it might be a little between ears in a weird way that is uncomfortable. And I wonder how much of this is a year in which I think this is a contract year for him, right? This is a circumstance where he's going to try and go and get some money, and how much of that pressure is starting in addition to all the other things.
In addition to being the closer. There are a lot of facts. I don't think any of us can honestly say, "Oh, it's this," and that's why he's struggling.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of things. But the thing that just keeps go ahead.
No, because the thing I was going to bring up is if we can't determine what, I think that then sheds light on what is there to do about it, right? Because I think that the way that Brian Abreu profiles, when you look at who he has been to this point, before you've put him in a place where he has to be the out-and-out closer, he pitches well enough to where I think that what somebody says here on the text line, right? MLB pitchers go through slumps too. That would be something that I could abide with to some degree.
Yeah.
But it feels like this is outside of the realm of just a slump where he needs to figure something out. It feels like it's even more, something bigger than that, which is something that I would like to, like my natural reaction would be like, all right, well, have him in lower leverage situations. He's still in your pen. He still has the stuff. What? That is the thing that you're at, where in a very unique way compared to other teams, other circumstances, that who would you then have closing games? I don't think you have a good answer when you talk about what your pen looks like right now.
I don't think there is one. And compounding it is, I think I mentioned this in passing. I know I did off air with you. Starting Friday, they played 13 games in 13 days.
Correct.
With no Hunter Brown.
Correct.
Well, what is that going to tax? The bullpen. Not only in terms of you're going to maybe have some openers in some of these games.
Six-man rotation.
A six-man rotation. That's going to add another arm out of the bullpen into the starting rotation. You're going to be probably going shorter in games with some of these starters. Cody Belton starts, is it tomorrow? And so you're going to, who knows your confidence level, 60, 70, 80 pitches in. Like, we were sitting here. Remember way back in the day when I said, oh, this is fun. This is a lot more fun than I thought it would be.
It ceased being so fun.
I'm not having as much fun anymore, man. All because of, that one thing, which outside of Yordan is about the worst thing that this pitching staff could have experienced, was Hunter Brown going down, because the trickle down, not just in the starting rotation, but a six-man rotation, taxing the bullpen, and then on the back end you have Brian Abreu, which he's given up a run in every outing, hasn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe so. And I mean, it's also where are my statistics here?
I think he's given up at least one run in every single outing.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Right, and he's putting him on base now. I see the text line going, all right, we'll just move Brian King into that role. Brian King in high leverage situations can get a little squirrely as well. He has been better, clearly, but obviously that's not a hugely high bar to clear either, right? When we start talking about getting that sweet spot, he's probably been the best of any of your pitchers when you talk about the guys that actually hit it, man. Maybe you go there, like could you be convinced into like a Steven Okert in those circumstances? Those are the guys that we're talking about here, and I think that all of this, oddly enough, places more of an onus on your offense in a weird way. To try,
it absolutely
try
does.
and lower the leverage in that way of the circumstances by having more runs and having more circumstances that are less strenuous on your pen.
I thought, Sean was being funny, Sean Pendergast, when he tweeted this, but he's probably more accurate than funny. The Astros right now are like a beer league softball team. Just mashing the ball, hitting home runs, scoring a lot of runs, and who cares about the pitching? Well, you have to care about the pitching in the major leagues, but I think that's what you have to rely on, is them continuing to score runs. And the other thing with the bullpen is even the guys right now, anyway, the guys that you were hoping for the best with, especially Lance McCullers Jr., he wasn't exactly great in this outing yesterday. And then Christian Javier is just, he's a mess.
Yeah, that's a great point, right?
Yeah.
Is that if you have starters that are eating up some of the innings,
right.
maybe that, and not maybe, it does feel very much like that was a key part of some of these pitchers going a little deeper than what we might have imagined early on in the season. But yeah, I mean, part of that game yesterday was that was it blue ball that went a couple of innings in that, and also it's because Lance McCullers couldn't give you length in that that particular game, right? You've had guys like Christian Javier could not give you length in these circumstances, and that has to change. Problem is, I don't know that I'm certain that it will. Right? Lance McCullers had a fantastic first game, but how much do we feel like that is the new norm of what Lance is?
Right.
I think that it's just as likely that he can give you what he gave you yesterday, where the stuff wasn't that bad. It was not like it was a bad outing, but he didn't give you the number of innings that you wanted. I'm still not even sure. Even Tatsuya Imai, who had a better outing, the length is one of the things that you're concerned about. So yeah, all of these things compound in a very weird way, where it just feels like you're going to need to have the bats go. And the bats are going, don't get me wrong.
No, it's crazy.
But even more of an impetus is put there, and it's a weird reversal of fortunes, where last year you were like, damn, if we could get just a little bit of offense, we could help what is a solid pitching effort from this team. And now you're in a place where you're like, damn, if we could just get these guys to give us a little bit more length and give us some better circumstances, we can match what this offense has given us. It's a weird place. Also, I'm going to need my defense to help my guys out as well.
Oh, catch a pop-up.
I'm going to need my defense to help my guys out.
What, 2 pop-ups yesterday and a fly ball that maybe it was the sun, but should have been caught by Jake Myers?
The Jake Myers one absolutely infuriated me in a way that I had to stop. You know how you get real mad and you're like, okay, you're being unreasonable right now. I had to stop myself like, this is a dude who is a really good defensive player. But in that moment, I felt all of that because I was like, that is well beneath you, letting that one get lost in the sun for you, which probably is unfair. It be like that sometimes. Even the best stumble at times.
Yeah.
But it just felt like the circumstance where then you go and you see additional runs go up on the board and you go, damn, we could have avoided that if. And it's weird because there's instances where you're seeing the defense be really good. Dude, you saw Jose Altuve at the bottom of the ninth.
That's great.
Bottom of the ninth. I mean, Jose Altuve, who we talked all crazy about at second base, I'll raise my hand personally, showing a flash, a little bit of leather, getting horizontal, getting on the ground, popping up, sending the ball to home plate to stop a run from crossing that would have walked them off, right? Like we're seeing some of those defensive things, but it needs to be more consistent, and it's got to be. You can't have the crazy errors. I'm okay with you not necessarily being able to make the borderline plays. The obvious one's got to get made defensively.
No, it does. And then, it's kind of hard to, quote-unquote, blame the offense. But was it the 10th or 11th inning, whatever, you had a real chance to put this game away, and you only got the 1 run because, at the very bottom of the order, you had 1 out, and you go boom, boom, strike out and pop out to end the game, and that's when the A's could score their 3 in the bottom of the inning. So, it was just a combination of things, and you're in a place.
They still have left a lot of runners on.
That's what I'm saying. Like that one particularly, you're like, ooh, could have used more than 1 run there, given the circumstance. Really, I mean, who would have thought we would have gone here? I had high hopes for him, but I didn't expect to be, hanging everything on Imai right now. I mean, he's got to be clutch. He has to be clutch.
I mean, he's kind of situated to be your best pitcher right now.
He has to be right now,
and that sucks because he's dealing with an adjustment himself, right? There's still a level of finding out where he can be at this moment. I will say one thing that is completely, besides the point. I like watching Imai for no other reason than it scratches my brain in the right way.
That slider that he has.
Yes, you know exactly.
Stupid.
Just watching the shapes of his pitches are so odd to me.
Yeah.
Like I love watching with the companion of the StatCast because I'm a weirdo and a dork. I'm like, we're gonna have to do some adjusting, aren't we, on what some of these pitches are or what we call
moves.
They're there. So, but I mean, he did do a better job in this outing this weekend. What was it, Saturday?
Yeah.
It feels like we're already in a place where I'm like, hey man,
you got to do it.
Yeah, I need you to do more, and that doesn't feel like it's a recipe for success. If we're going to be entirely
well, you're counting on a lot, and we did mention this at the beginning of the year. A lot of things had to happen right. Like they have to get some production at the bottom of the lineup. They have to get Imai and Burrows to really step forward. They have to have answers in the outfield. All they have to figure out a way to get 5 into 4 on the infield. And we at one point we said, well, that's a lot of ifs. They need to do these things. Well, now it's kind of biting them a little bit.
They've gotten some real good out of the ifs, though.
They have.
Hey man, Christian Walker isn't.
He's lost weight,
right
hasn't
now.
he?
You know what? He kind of has, hasn't he?
He looks thinner. And I think that's a big change for him.
Think so?
Yeah.
You think we're on the Prince Fielder plan of attack here?
But it's just
that's probably aggressive. But you get what I mean.
He looks like he's lost some weight, and it's made a big difference.
Nah, he's been really good, and I appreciate that a great deal. Oh, also what I appreciate. Getting on the base paths and taking bases has gotten all the way to Carlos Correa. And I say all the way, that sounds crazy, except he had not stolen a base since 2019. Yes, since the last time he was an Astro.
That's crazy.
But that's all the type of stuff. Like, in order to make up for the margins that are your closer looks like he cannot close out games at this moment. Hopefully the mentality gets back. And I imagine that you're in the same place that I am, where I don't expect Joe Espada to make a change when it comes to it. He's still just going to continue to imbue Abreu with belief, because I don't know that there's a lot of great other options.
Yeah.
But I'm going to need the margins of those things, getting on the bases, taking bases, being real diligent with your base running, and hopefully not leaving nearly as many runners on base to help, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know that this gets fixed when it comes to your closer until Josh Hader gets back.
And one more thing, just for fun, Jose Altuve leading Major League Baseball in walks. Number one, baby.
This is amazing.
It's amazing.
This is really and truly amazing, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
It's crazy.
Almost kind of as crazy. Jordan Alvarez also getting a lot of walks. And some of these are intentional. But the thing with Jordan is, I think that this makes me feel like this is more sustainable than I'm giving it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
The almost 1.5 OPS.
Yeah.
I feel like that could keep going because it's not like he is just mashing consistently. Like he's getting some base knocks here and there, walking. I'm like, he could keep doing this.
Of course
in my
he could.
mind.
Yeah.
Of course, is he going to continue with like a 1.479 OPS? Probably not. But it feels like it though, and it feels like you're also going to need it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our lunchtime confessions as we always do. Next.
All right, let's talk about the.
281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I should have thought of this, and I didn't, when we were talking about the city of Memphis last week. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And they were, NBA player after NBA player, LeBron and a bunch of other Draymond, a bunch of other players talking about how, nasty the West.
Seems like it's only LeBron that's getting the blowback.
Well, because all the other
weird, yeah,
all the other ones were older clips. LeBron talked about it recently.
Yeah,
them and Milwaukee.
Did you see that? I think he goes by G-Fed or something like that.
Nope, can't say that I did.
The video he did, Figgy, I sent it to you.
I saw the video. Yeah.
And I think it was just first world problems. That is a nice Westin. Like, it is really seriously a nice.
It didn't look bad.
He went through the whole, just for those.
Oh, I did see.
We don't have to play it. I got some of it on there, but he went through the outside and then the lobby, and then he got a room, and the room was, and he didn't even, they didn't. He didn't tell them he was going to kind of get an inside look. He just showed up.
Yeah.
So they didn't know that he was, was a big influencer. And he got a room that had like a little parlor area, a little living room area.
Yeah, it was a little suite.
Yeah, a little suite. And 2 bathrooms and king-size bed and a great view of the FedEx Forum and all this other stuff.
It is funny. Great view of the FedEx Forum.
But it's downtown, all that stuff. And I'm like, I should have thought of this. It's just NBA first world problem.
Oh, yeah.
You and I and Figgy, we'd be over the moon if we got a room like that.
Sure, but we also don't stay. We also don't stay at the Ritz-Carlton, right?
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying it's first. It's like legit first world problem.
Certainly.
Yeah, and I was like, I just kind of want to say we gave Memphis. We gave that hotel, maybe not Memphis. We gave that hotel a bad rap.
There's also, I think, there's a Hyatt as well in there. But no, it's a 4-star hotel. It's not a 5-star hotel, and they typically say a 5-star.
Yeah.
This is one of those can't go back type things. But of course, it is first world problems, right? If you only ride in cars with leather seats. You sit in that car with the cloth, you're like, hey, it's kind of nice, I guess. But, right? And it's like, this is a perfectly nice car.
It was great. I watched the whole video.
I wish it was more professional teams there, so I could kind of get their experience too. Because we only hearing it from the NBA players. So I'm not sure if it's just the NBA diva type deal.
Yeah.
Or is this a general, professional athletes hate going to Memphis type deal?
No, it was very enlightening, and I felt bad that we were bashing on the hotel. Now, maybe Memphis still has some issues.
Now, the interesting thing to me is I wonder, not in this way, because I do think that the NBA players are being a little bit of ridiculous. Or at the very least, even if they aren't ridiculous, it's one of those things that I file in the bucket of ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true, but we ain't the ones that are gonna side with you on this. I wonder how far that actually goes in sports. I wonder if there are baseball players that are like, yo, we do not like going to insert city here. Now, maybe because of the way that baseball works, they've all rode the bus at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
now that's fair.
It's not hitting us that way. How many NFL players are like, going to Green Bay, not really my favorite thing, right? I do wonder how much that shows up. We just don't necessarily hear it like we've gotten it in this particular instance.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I guess this is now my confession. I feel bad because I keep forgetting about the UFL. I think I put it in there as an honorable mention in our draft in the weekend that the Gamblers were playing this weekend.
They got a dub, didn't they?
They got a W.
Yeah.
A last-second field goal, in fact, got them a victory yesterday over Birmingham. And I am just I'm a little disappointed in myself because I just can't get myself – I haven't gotten myself into that just yet. It's – you know what some of it might be, though? I don't get the same alerts on the UFL as I get for everything else. Like, this is – I like to kind of get to a place where I'm like, hey, people will find it if they want to find it. But there is something to be said for our current landscape of sports. It's so hard to recall and think of just all the things that are on and when they are on and where they're on. And there was a value in just having a couple of central hubs where I just put this on this
and that's
station.
Going to be it.
And they're going to remind me that, hey, something is on, whether it's just because it pops up and I'm like, oh, it's on. Or, okay, I need to think about that. It's so hard for me to remember that, oh, yeah, the Gamblers game is going to be on. And honestly, I should have remembered because ESPN has shown their stuff. But I'm just like, Completely.
I think part of it also is we've just been consumed with March Madness and Astros in our case, and the menu's kind of full. The menu's kind of full right now.
I appreciate you giving me that out, but I also did watch the Dynamo match where they lost in heartbreaking fashion in the second half. So that's probably not my excuse. My excuse is I just forgot. But I appreciate you trying to give me a
Do you feel like that's worthy of one of the TVs you got, though?
I mean, the third one at least.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would have thought. I thought you would have had it on the third one.
Now, all three of your TVs are the same size, right?
Pretty much, yeah. One of them is like 5 inches smaller. It's like a 55, 55, and a 50.
So do you have like an order? Like that's 1, 2, and 3?
Yes. Center is 1, right is 2, left is 3.
Wait, what?
That's right.
I'd do that. Like that's my third TV. Even if they're all exactly the same.
They're priorities.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly center is number 1 TV, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The right one is I bought. So one of them I had older. The other two are newer.
So
the right one is the other newer one, and then the left one is the one that is slightly smaller, and sometimes cuts itself off. Don't worry about that. I'll upgrade it soon.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess. I feel like I'm in a sticky situation, and I mean, I think what was the reference we used last week? Jumping out of the fire, jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Yeah, I like that saying so much. I feel like I'm at a place where should I be stabbed to death or shot in the back of the head?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that was very graphic. Apologies to anybody who was not expecting that.
You got my attention.
Yeah, so we've been doing Sports Radio 610 bracket for March Madness, and it's come down to the wire. Me versus John Lopez.
Oh. Hey,
yeah.
Where am I on it?
I don't know.
Not top 2.
It's the very bottom. It's the very bottom. I was just making a joke.
Yeah. So honestly, I'm surprised to be in it this far because I thought I was out of it early on in the beginning. But so for me to win, I have to root for UConn.
Oh, boy.
Pretty much. I have to root for UConn, which is cool because, I'm going against Michigan. But the thing is, I really don't care for UConn like that.
Exactly.
And I can't just switch on the other side and just root for Michigan because that's absolutely.
You don't want to root for either one.
I don't want to root for either one. But if I root for UConn to win, and if they do win, I win the bracket.
Right. Which is great bragging rights.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we're getting anything out of it, but
I don't know. Are we? Although I might win the other one too, which maybe we'll get something out of that.
I mean, I feel like you could at least, even if there's nothing set aside, you could guilt Parker into give you something for winning it. I feel like we can make that happen.
Yeah, I'm sure he could find some type of something.
Gotta win something, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not doing this for me, of course. I'm doing it for Figgy.
I bet.
Yeah, so if you win, you don't get anything.
If you win, you get something?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it sounds like you're saying. But, man, I do not want to root for UConn, no, man.
And you can't root for Michigan.
Exactly, yeah.
Have y'all ever been able to just watch a game and not have a rooting interest?
No, you just human nature. Ultimately, when you sit down, you start.
I can.
Yeah.
I can do that. Yeah, I can.
I can as well, but it's real particular circumstances, and not if I have some I hate one of these sides or both of these sides. I feel like I'm more likely to just not watch the thing if I hate one or both of the sides. Then
I feel like a lot of people had that with the a couple years ago at the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and the Eagles.
Yeah,
where a lot of people probably hated the Eagles just because of Eagle fans and all that stuff, but you also didn't want the Chiefs to win.
Yeah. But once you sat down, you start cheering for someone.
You start,
and in my case, that was the Eagles.
Yeah, once the Eagles start blowing out the Chiefs, then it's like, I could point and laugh at the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But man,
you're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
The good news is I'll win. So.
All right, don't count out Hurley there,
hate
man.
That guy.
I hope he listening to this segment.
He may well be.
Do you have a running list of like your sports hates? Because I'm interested in
not
where
like
he would
officially,
show up.
But Hurley.
I'm gonna make you do this exercise.
I will do it. I will do it at some point.
Yeah. He gonna headbutt you after the game, just kind of.
Or go the psycho eyes like you did with that referee.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what the worst part about the Dan Hurley thing is? I think it's kind of good for college basketball.
It probably is.
Because you do need those figures. You need the characters in college sports, especially since the players aren't going to be that because they cycle in so much. I just hate that one.
Yeah, see, it would have been great if he didn't get to the doggone national championship 3 out of the 4 years or whatever that stat was. I'm just like, man, if it was somebody else, then I would have been okay.
Yeah. Like, who are the characters in college basketball? It's Hurley. Oddly enough, it's Mick Cronin is in there.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, Calipari. Oddly enough,
Cal's in there.
It just doesn't feel like he pops up as much as he
But
wants
he
to.
will. And he has
will.
lately.
Yeah, it feels like the dudes that are showing up front and center, kind of dudes that are petulant in a way that is annoying.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I was just texting about this, and I really believe that Tatsuya Imai does not throw a arm side slider. That's a screwball.
I could see it.
That's a screwball. It was kind of driving me nuts watching, especially that one that has made all the highlights where they call it an arm side slider. And I'm like, that's Fernando Valenzuela. Fernando Valenzuela captured a nation's fancy with what is called back in the day a screwball. We're all familiar with that.
I thought
right?
that was a drink.
Except for Fink.
The screwball I know is a whiskey personally.
It's starting to get me a little upset. It's not an arm side slider. It's a screwball.
This remind me of your take. That's not a moonshot. Remember the
moonshot take.
That's accurate. That's 100% accurate. And I believe I'm 100% accurate on this. 713-572-4610. If you go over the inside on your slider, that's a screwball. It's not a slider. Let's get this right, people. Let's get this right. When you see the term arm side slider, which means it's fading, and we've seen the highlights, it's fading away, away from the arm on that one, not toward the left if you're a right-handed pitcher. It's a screwball, man. He throws a screwball.
You want to know what I did after that game? Or actually, during that game?
What's that?
I just looked up all sorts of pitch shapes.
Yes.
Like I was just looking.
Oh, that's the other thing. People, he shapes it to the right. Yes, because it's a screwball. He goes over the inside of the pitch.
Now I'm going to spend time today looking this up, and I'm going to be mad the whole time. Like, damn it!
You're going to be mad at me?
Lopez is making me juxtapose. Like I'm going to really do Zapruder.
I'm going to show you during this break a
Okay.
Fernando Valenzuela screwball, and tell me if it's any different than what Imai
All right, so
throws.
for you're just thinking about the actual shape of the pitch, but what happens if he actually holds it in a different way than what a screwball grip is?
It depends on the action. I mean, the action is still a screwball action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the thing.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Rabbit hole. Hello.
Yeah. This is where we get.
You can't even tell him you wrong.
This is because I don't think he's. I get what he's saying. It's just this is the.
I can show you right now. Look
This
at
is the pedantry that people hate.
They would
about.
call Fernando Valenzuela pitch today an arm side slider. It's not. It's a screwball. Watch the action on that. That's a screwball.
I mean, I see your point. I understand you. But this is the pedantry that people get upset about when we get into baseball, the nitty-gritty at times. Either way, I would like him to keep throwing that pitch because it scratches my brain the right way.
Yes, it does.
Somebody said Lopez sounds like the old man who needs something to complain about. This is actually a little different.
No.
The moonshot really is, though.
No,
the moonshot is him being an old man yelling
No,
cloud.
it's 100% accurate.
All right, Grandpa,
I'm always striving for accuracy.
Now, just say, get off my lawn for me one time. And
Why
then
would I
we
do
good.
that? Because you're going to save it. Get off my lawn.
Yeah,
There it is. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Get the hell out of here.
All right, you're in the loop here.
Crazy kids.
You're here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, one of my favorite exercises that's done every year is by Bill Barnwell, where he does a mock draft with all trades. Does it tell us anything about what we're seeing, what we might see from the Texans? Or any of the other teams. Yeah, at the very least, I think it'll be fun. 713-572-4610. We do it next.
In the Loop. Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. 17 days. 17 days till day one of NFL Draft 2026. And Bill Barnwell of ESPN, he does an exercise every year. I think I recall seeing this, and it entertains me. And I thought that maybe it might entertain you. And maybe
sounds like it will.
Maybe we might learn a little something about it. Just because sometimes the idea of doing a weird exercise is just to see where it takes you. This exercise is one that I like to call Oops All Trades, in which he does a first-round mock draft where all 32 teams have to make a trade.
That's so fun.
And
everybody's trading.
I love it because clearly that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than just we know that the Raiders are taking Fernando Mendoza. Like, that's not going to shift.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, and also the larger point is you're not going to manage to make trades for all of these teams. That would be absurd.
Yeah.
But if it did happen, he kind of forces himself to find what might be the most reasonable or just kind of get to different places. So it makes you think about all these. I'll start with the Texans one. We could talk that out. And if you want to see.
Let me ask you something real quick.
Okay.
Are all these trades, I mean, I'm guessing some are up, some are back?
Yes.
And so that's why, it matters like, if the Texans go up or back.
That's part of it as well.
Yeah.
For what and with what kind of capital
Mm-hmm.
in this thought process, thought experiment. So maybe you'll find this useful, maybe you won't. But I found it kind of interesting that the Texans at 28, first and foremost, I'm going to force you guys to guess it. Do you think that they traded up or traded down? Because they're clearly not standing pat in this one. You say down.
Yeah, I'm going to say traded back.
They did not trade back.
They traded up?
They trade up with the Carolina Panthers to get pick number 19.
That's a pretty big trade.
They will also acquire 83 overall, which is a third-round pick, and 200. But they give up a second-round pick, so that 59th pick, the second of their second-round picks, and their fourth-round pick. So they'd be getting rid of their fourth round, picking up a later day 3, and then moving that second round 2 pick back to the third round to jump up those 9 spots. And who would they be jumping up those 9 spots for? You want to take a guess?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to say.
Are you guessing player or position?
Position, lineman, offensive lineman.
It wouldn't be an offensive lineman.
I'm going to say defensive lineman.
Not a defensive lineman either. Bill Barnwell says that Nick Caserio quietly has a lot of draft capital this year, which obviously would allow him to move up. We've talked about that. That they've addressed wide receiver last year, Higgins, Knoll, those types of things, right? Dalton Schultz, I read verbatim now. Tight end Dalton Schultz
I should have thought of this.
is on a 1-year deal, and though he's an effective pass catcher, he's not a reliable blocker. The Texans used 2 tight end sets at the second lowest rate in the NFL last season, but I wonder if offensive coordinator Nick Caley noticed what the Rams did by moving toward 13 personnel and might emulate his former employer by getting bigger with his personnel.
Should have thought of this one.
That's
on me.
He has them, including in that tight end room, not just Dalton Schultz, not just Cade Stover, not just Foster Moreau, but Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah.
Ability to run away from defenders and stretch the field would be appealing for the Texans, who ranked last in yards after catch over expectation on a per-catch basis. Yes, he's also a nerd like me. But the Panthers could draft Sadiq, but this trade would be an even exchange by the Jimmy Johnson chart, and picking up an extra second-round pick would allow Carolina to focus on peppering Ejiro Evero's defense with multiple selections. So that's the reason why the Panthers might do it. But he has them moving up to take not just a tight end, but Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah.
Does this feel like that tells you anything about this thought process? Because I did think that he came to the same conclusion that we had to some degrees, especially about Nick Caley. And, hey, there might be more tight end desire for Nick Caley in this offense than what has been demonstrated last year, and what honestly this wide receiver or tight end room right now would dictate.
No, and the logic, I'm right there with it, because that's why I was maybe a little bit unreasonably excited that they brought in Foster Moreau, because of what he just mentioned there. Like they may not have even tapped into everything they can do with the tight end room, because they didn't have an opportunity to run 12 personnel, much less 13, because of Blake Fisher. No threat as a receiver. No, the logic I love, and the player we both love.
Yeah, I'm like this. I was kind of surprised that it was this simple, because maybe that just means that it makes enough sense for it to be an easy land. Because I was in a place where I was like, I could see that happening.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of up and down about how excited I would be about that being the way that you went about it. But no, I could easily see that happening, and I think I'd like it, right? I think I get to a place where I go, hey, you have a tight end that you feel like could be a point that you a point that you rally around for a long period of time. It gives you another dude who possibly could be another deep threat, right? An opportunity to create mismatches, especially whether it's through personnel or just with typically that's the guy being guarded by safety that's in an interesting place. I think that could be really intriguing. Do you feel like the trade at all knocks you off? Because obviously the player we like. The trade, the capital is not too crazy for you.
No, that seemed like a lot of times when you hear these, and we had a couple last week, you're like, all right, well, that ain't going to happen because it's going to take more than that. I think that feels about right.
I think that's going to be when we get to draft night at the draft party. I'm guessing that's going to be something I watch. At what point do we start feeling the ethereal itch of, hey, is this the right time to maybe look at going up for a dude who is getting there? Because we're
going to be seeing the board.
He feels like one of those
players dropping, and
I do. And also in that middle section, and correct me if maybe other people have done more mock draft looking and feel like they have a better idea. It feels like you get to the middle rounds, and there's a lot of places, a lot of teams that could go a lot of different places. There's not like okay, well, this feels definitely like where they go, or it feels like there's a number of picks, a range of picks like in that middle where we go from like 10 to 19, where they might take a wide receiver, or one of the few, or they might take an edge, or they might, it just feels like there's a whole bunch of variety, and that could create a circumstance where players fall, especially someone like Kenyon Sadiq.
No, I like that. No, let me ask you about. I know you went through all this. What is the division looking like?
So let's start. I'm glad you started there. Let's start with the Tennessee Titans, who obviously are selecting fourth, or at least would be before they traded.
I'm guessing they traded back.
You are correct.
Yeah.
They trade back with the Chiefs in this. The Chiefs would be trading up to
oh, wow.
Yes, the Chiefs would be trading up from
I didn't
9.
like this. I liked this at first.
Yes. Yeah. So this would be a circumstance where the Chiefs trade up and lean towards someone like a Carnell Tate or a Bailey, the edge rusher. But I could see either of those, right? Adding another offensive weapon to Patrick Mahomes, and then, or maybe going for another edge rusher, or even a cornerback, right? Depending, or maybe they do that later. But then having the Tennessee Titans trade back out of this spot, that does make sense, because I don't know that there are players that you go, this is going to change the trajectory of where the Titans are right now. So go and get a little bit more. They would add some day 3 picks in addition to this.
But who do they get?
Cheap. Who would they get at 9? Let me see what they have.
Because I'm still worried about maybe the running back position with Love.
Well, they don't even have that there. Honestly, let's stop with that. Jeremiah Love, it's felt like, okay, yeah, the Titans probably are a spot where they could go. I'm starting to think that they don't. Their offensive line isn't together enough where they would get the maximum value.
Running backs don't tend to
Love.
last real long.
I'm starting to think they go to it like a defensive perspective there.
I don't know. I think most people are arguing generational type talent, and a lot of people are going to have that. It's going to be difficult to say no to that, no matter who you are. When Love is available.
I think the Titans will show up elsewhere where they actually, like the Bills trade, let me see make sure I get this right. Yeah, where the Bills make a trade with them as well. And that one, yeah, I've lost it. I've lost it because I started moving on to the Jaguars. Sorry.
By the way, I've lost it.
Yes, no, I lost it. But the Jaguars, they have moving into different place. So I need to look for the Colts. Is what I was looking for. That's the one that I need. And yeah, they don't have any of them with first rounders moving in.
Oh, really?
To spots. Yeah. Interestingly enough.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. So they actually don't have the Colts which I guess I could kind of see. Like there's both of those teams, but the Jaguars feel kind of set in a way that you would kind of stand pat and draft in the second round or whatever.
Yeah.
The Colts, I don't know that there's a player that you go, this shifts. If you did have the Colts jumping up into the first round, who would you be looking for?
For the Colts? Oh, that's a good question. I would have to say, if they move into the first round,
And I think that your difficulty in finding an answer is kind of the reason why that doesn't jump up as a possibility.
At first, I was thinking, it has to be on the defensive front, right?
I could see that, but even then, is that something that you're
a game changer? It depends on how high up they move into the first round, and then you're costing a lot of resources as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. 8-2 seen a mock draft with the Texans trading with the Lions to take Jordan Love or Jeremiah Love rather.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be good with a trade up for running back?
For that running back?
Yeah.
Well, it cost you an arm and a leg. First of all, yeah, but yes, yes, for sure.
It would be one of them things where I don't want it right now, but if it happened,
yeah,
I'd be super excited, man.
Mm-hmm. By the way, a little bit of Astros news here, real quick.
Is there news?
That Chandler Rome is reporting. They've placed reliever Rodri Munoz on outright waivers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's been talking about how Javier was a mess and missing the zone by 2 feet. Munoz would miss it by 3 feet occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they tandem together for a bad outing, didn't they?
Yeah.
Right? Them together on, what was that, Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Ended up having a really poor outing. Yeah, that one makes a lot of sense, and that probably gives them an opportunity to bring up their Spencer Arrighetti, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it does affect, it's all, cause and effect, so to speak, of the Hunter Brown thing, and then move on down the rotation. Yeah.
Also, a little bit of breaking news. UNC has a new head coach that they're going to hire.
Let me guess. Billy Donovan.
No.
No?
It is a former NBA coach.
Who?
Michael Malone.
Oh, I like that.
Really?
I would have never guessed.
I thought he was waiting for a spot in the NBA, man.
Yeah.
I would have thought as well.
That's shocking right there.
I thought they were all about Billy Donovan.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might need to. Yeah, I'm still. It's a thinker as well. 8-2 says Colts need a receiver. They do need to add a receiver. I wonder how trading up from the second round into. I don't know that they could get as high as they.
That's
might
a lot of resources on receiver right there. For them.
I think that trading high enough to get one of those like kind of 3 guys that are at the top of the class would be worth for them. And then at that point, you're probably in just the pool of guys where it might be worthwhile for you to just kind of sit in that.
Yeah, they got to find somebody in the second, third round.
Yeah.
All right. Some drafts have the Chiefs take a Sadiq. Yeah, to move from the Travis Kelce experience to the Kenyon Sadiq experience would be very frustrating for everybody outside of Kansas City. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I thought about this as I was looking at the standings in the NBA yesterday. The Rockets are set for a 50-win season, which used to be just the barrier for you had a good season. As it stands right now, is this Rocket season successful? And if not, what needs to happen for it to be one? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The Drive with Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's been a really interesting news day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 because there's a lot of like kind of generally newsy things, but not a lot that specifically ties in locally. Like we just found out that Michael Malone, previously the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, won an NBA championship there. He's going to become the next head coach at UNC. I mean, he did coach some college basketball as an assistant way back in the late 90s and just crossing over into the early aughts. But he's been a long-time NBA assistant and head coach, so it's interesting that he goes and takes a college job at a big program like that, because it feels like UNC might have slid a little too far the other way of, man, we're just going to go get a guy that knows UNC. And they were like, it don't matter. Let's just go get a good ball coach.
I think it's good.
Maybe. I feel like still understanding the college game particularly is useful. And I don't know how that works here. Like this isn't going and hiring Bill Belichick. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
At UNC, which, that just clicked for me. But it does feel a little odd to go that way. So there's that. There's Angel Reese getting traded away from the Chicago Sky, a team that has basically nothing else besides her, and she's said that before. There's that. What was the other news?
Well, former starting quarterback for the Browns, Martin Emerson, is on a free agent visit with the Houston Texans. After missing last season with an Achilles.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be a good. He was pretty good. Not the last healthy season, but No, I want to say his rookie. See, he was really good, man.
Okay, so I mean, he'd be coming off of injury, which is a little concerning. But I'd love that as a dude who you add into camp. And
Only a visit for now,
right? Yes, that's fair, right? But I'd love that as adding a dude who into camp who can play well if he gets back to playing. If he gets back to being healthy, and adds some depth, some competition, which is a watchword for them. What are the other things? I appreciate this from the 832 on the base power text line. Jordan is first in ISO, on base percentage, slugging percentage, weighted on base, weighted runs created. It's a whole bunch.
Everything.
Jordan has just been sick.
Yeah.
It's been really cool. And it hasn't felt like he's been working for it. It's like when you go to the gym, you see like the big hefty dude just moving
grunting and
no, not grunting.
Oh, you're talking about the
big dude who's just like, what is that, 500? He's just sliding that around as if he is just moving a vase from one table to another. You're just like, oh, okay, that's what Jordan looks like at play. And then the big one that I think people that you can maybe tie in close to the Texans is Dexter Lawrence has asked for a trade, the interior defensive lineman for the Giants.
You can maybe.
But I just I would not go there, right? I don't know exactly what the cost would be specifically for the draft capital, but on top of that, the payment ends up being the question. I know that you were talking about this, that Dexter Lawrence has trouble trying to come to terms with an extension with the Giants, and that seems to be the impetus for this request of a trade.
No, I think he's taking advantage of his opportunity to finally get paid big here. I mean, he's getting paid. Don't get me wrong, but get paid big here. So that would be a huge, I guess, risk. For the Texans.
I don't even know if it's
financially.
A risk. The idea is that it's not a risk. Like that he could produce. The problem is who all gonna pay him? Like how are you getting all
risk
of this
financially?
Money? To stack up together. That's the question that I have that I can't wrap my head around.
That defense will be crazy though.
It would.
I can't. Yeah, that's the one. A brother could dream a little bit.
Yes, no.
That defense will be insane.
Yeah. Don't let me stop you from having because this is the fun of this time of year is that you get to start to imagine what does the team look like with these various people.
It would be stupid. It would be stupid good.
Man.
Like I would be interested in hearing what opposing offensive coordinators think about when they go, all right, Texans on the schedule. God,
no.
What are we supposed to do?
Man,
lace them up, boys.
You can't do anything against them, man.
Yeah. You really can't. Like, but yes, those
Martin Emerson is a big dude. He's 6'2", 210.
Yeah,
big cornerback,
big old cornerback.
He was pretty good though in his rookie year, man. He was really good.
As soon as I hear big cornerback, I start thinking about like
Petrie.
Yeah, not the Petrie's like
like depth. Yeah,
but could that be something like that? Well, we'll see. We're not even sure exactly what's happening as that is Emerson just coming in for a visit. All right, a lot of different things. What did I tease again? Oh, yes, the Rockets. The Rockets, 49 victories with 4 more games to go. I think it's one of those, I think they finished off with Memphis at home. It feels very evident that they will win 50 games this year. And that used to be, in the days of my youth, that a team won 50 games in the NBA. That was a pretty damn good season. Point blank, period. No need to have further discussion. And it got me thinking as I was scratching that itch of the thought, is this a good season for the Rockets? Is this a successful season for the Rockets as we stand right now without seeing what the remainder of the season is, the final 4 games, but more importantly, without seeing what the postseason is?
As we stand right now, to me, it's a very easy answer. The answer is an absolute no. But there are qualifiers that you have to put on that.
Okay.
If they make some noise in the postseason, and define noise however you want, but it's at minimum, into the conference semifinals, I would guess, given what the expectation was. And also, I mentioned earlier, like I kind of was like, all right, when I was watching the Rockets yesterday, I thought it was kind of their best overall performance that I've seen in a while.
I'd still put the Knicks game
maybe
above it.
Again, that's in the mix.
Sure.
But just in a general sense, my point is kind of playing okay, better than okay. Got to make some noise in this, but right now it's an absolute no. I mean, because it is still a small sample size of this 6-game win streak after looking like a team that was ready to just go home. No, it right now, it is an absolute no. This is not a successful season.
Yeah, and I'll take it further than that because I was thinking about, all right, if you don't win in the playoffs, which of course we came into the season with the idea that you bring in Kevin Durant, you're going to be able to win in the playoffs, and it does not feel like they have a great path. Even if I can look at it and I go, hey, there's a path to win in the first round. The second round feels like a dead end. And sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes you run up against a really good team, which it feels like is going to be the probability, whether it's the Thunder or the Spurs. But even outside of that, there's other ways to measure success. And one of the things that I would look at is, are you finding an understanding of who you are as a team and what you do? And the answer to that is actually no, not really.
I agree with that.
I don't know that you have a repeatable year-over-year idea of what this team is. Hell, we're still lamenting what the offense is right now. 70, how many games? 78 games into the season, right? We're still lamenting that right now. The defense has actually fallen a decent amount from where it had once been, to the point where I saw a statistic this week and that I shared with you that was fascinating to me. The lineup that has become the starting lineup down the stretch here outside of that Knicks game, where you have Reed Shepherd, Amen Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alperen Sengun. That is the second worst 5-man lineup that we've had this year that qualifies.
Yeah.
I had not thought that. I thought that
second worst in the league.
With Reed on the floor, I go, all right, they're not as good of a defense. I can say that. I would have never said that was one of the absolute worst lineups in the league.
But it also speaks to it's not just Reed.
Correct.
Like if you think, oh, look what Reed does, he drags them down. No. That's the entire lineup that has not been performing, at a high enough level.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so that is a thing that's been wild to see is, yes, you're long, you have limbs. I think Reggie Miller was mentioning that on the broadcast yesterday for NBC. You have all those things. But I go, all right, as a defense, I'm still seeing, you talked about last night, I'm still seeing dudes with great effort in rotation, but they don't have the attachment of, we know how to work together to cover up. It's not just about rotating, it's about getting back to a stasis of our defense is solid. They don't do that enough. Offensively, there's not a great idea. Here's the question I want to ask that is a little bit of a scary answer, at least when I answer it. Who's gotten good development this year of your young players?
I thought about this the other day too. Where are they getting better individually? You can erase Kevin Durant. We know he is what he is, and he's just going to be great, until he decides to hang it up. Who's improved?
I think my one answer is Jabari Smith Jr.
I don't even know about that one.
I think Jabari's become a more confident shot maker.
See, I don't say, oh, you're wrong, because I get the point, but I'm like, is he good enough to be, was he 3rd overall pick? 4th?
I think that's a litigation that I don't really want to get into, because I think that's probably not the framework. That framework's probably dead, in my opinion. Like that one.
So you're resetting the standard.
Yeah, I think the idea is, okay, but for this year, have we seen progress and growth from him? And I can say yes, but that's the one
what do you think,
I feel
Figgy?
good about.
Yeah. I think I kind of agree with Reggie a little bit. It is. I feel like he is playing better than he did last year. But if you want to throw in number 3 overall pick. I think that's kind of tough to say because, of course, he's not playing like a number 3 overall pick, but he has improved. I was thinking Reed Sheppard, maybe because
he would be one.
Maybe because he get more playing time.
Yeah.
But to me, it's saying like now he's improved. Hell, I felt like he improved over the year.
My only answer would be Reed Sheppard, probably.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's also there. I think maybe my frustration, which is funny, you'll get a laugh out of me saying this, is that development happened once you got to a place where you were absolutely hamstrung. You kind of just had to.
It was almost by accident?
Yes. Yeah. Or almost, by force.
It's like he had to prove himself that, hey, at least keep me in at the end of games.
Now, you did get there, so maybe I shouldn't count it against him. But, okay, let's put that one in a possible depending on how you view that, right? That's still not as much development, especially if this is going to – because I can easily see us getting to a point where at the end of the year – Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, even if they don't say it explicitly in this way, considering what we've heard from them, kind of chalk this up as, well, it happens sometimes because of the circumstances.
It just wasn't our year.
It just wasn't our year. Let's get back to the drawing board. And even if you were wanting to accept that, I feel like there should be some other things that you take away from that. And it feels like just going, hey, well, Reed Sheppard has started to look more like a dude that we can utilize as opposed to a dude that we couldn't play.
Yeah.
That's not enough for this to be like, hey, this is a success at this point, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. That was what was that? More than a month left in the season, right? When he said that. But I get where I'm not going there again. I was just trying to think of it. I feel like when you're talking about improvement year to year, the individual improvement, maybe 2 guys, as you mentioned. Fred VanVleet isn't going to fix that. He's going to fix the team playing better, but the improvement is never going to get. You're never going to get this year back, is how I would say it.
Yes.
You're never going to get this year back, including Kevin Durant.
Right, and the reason why, because I do think the 2 guys that we're talking about, Jabari and Reed matter because they're helping you along. I kind of gave the game away here. I think the big issue is I don't think that you've seen the right amount of development from Amen, and that's because he's been put in a role where he's had to try and make up for some other deficiency rather than becoming a better version of who he is.
I mean, and maybe it's not wholly on you because it was maybe worth a try, but it didn't work. And I hate to use this term so casually, but I think it's kind of a wasted year in terms of individual development, and that stacks up. You're never going to get it back.
And what sucks is if you're giving up some of the runway on individual development, it needs to be for winning, and I don't think that that's in the cards. Even as I now see a path for you to win the first round series. So at the very least, maybe you could cobble together a argument that this is a successful season, because I do think that. That's the weird thing that I came to. I go, 50 games, this should be a successful season. What does it take to get there? I think at this point, you just need to make sure that you win the first round
used to have 14 teams tanking either.
Right.
I think maybe I'm exaggerating, but maybe I'm not.
No, I won't go to 14 because there's only 30, but there's a lot of teams that are trying to be at the bottom. I looked at it 20 years ago in the 05-06 season. There were 6 teams that won 50 or more games. It was rarer. That's why it held up that kind of esteem.
But all the teams on the bottom are just giving you games.
Right. Now it looks like there is, and I'm not making a stretch by any means. There's probably going to be 10 teams that win 50 games this year.
Yeah.
So that level, that barrier for, okay, this is a successful season, a little bit higher, and I think that you need to go and win this first round series for any of this to feel worth it. So at least you took a step forward as a full team, not just going to the playoffs like you did last year and losing against the Warriors, but actually winning one. It has to happen.
I think 56, 57 is now the standard, right? You win 56 games, okay.
That's high.
I don't think so.
That's high.
With the tanking that's going on, I think 56 might be.
I was like, you might give me a couple more, 6 more games in order for you to feel like you had a good year. Feels like. Let me see. How many teams this year do you think have won 56 games?
Or could get to 56.
Yeah, or could get to 56. How many teams do you think there are? Just off the top.
Without looking, I want to say 5?
3.
3?
3.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City Thunder have. 3. Oklahoma City Thunder have 62. San Antonio Spurs have 59. The Pistons have 57. Everybody else has 53 or less with the remaining games.
Well, 53. Celtics.
Okay, so maybe you can get to the Celtics possibly getting that.
Yeah, I think 56. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, I feel like that might be a little high. You could give me to 52, maybe 53. But ultimately, the larger point being, there's still
it's a different world.
It's a different world, and that number that the Rockets are about to hit, it used to mean something. I think that they need to find a little bit of a different intrinsic value for success right now to make sure that they wring out the best out of these last 4 regular season games and what the playoffs will look like for them ahead.
How many teams do you think are going to win fewer than 30 games this year?
Oh, God. Fewer than 30?
Fewer than 30.
I'm going to say
12?
Fewer than 30.
I was going.
You finished with 20-something wins in an 82-game season.
Ooh, I was shooting kind of low. I was going to say 9.
You might be right. I might have been wilding. How many are there?
It's probably going to be 8 or 9.
Okay.
That's still a lot, man.
8 or 9 teams finished with 20-something wins or fewer. That's why 50 doesn't feel the same anymore.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, I got a story about a woman trying to rekindle her marriage and decided to add a spark to it. Plus, we got an update on our astronauts going to space.
Oh, yes, I love it. Let's hear it. Next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans Injury lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So a woman trying to rekindle her marriage, she decided to add a spark to it, pun intended. So before I get to the story, I gotta play this song as I get to this story right here. The Ohio players right there, yeah. So I felt like this song is appropriate for me as I tell you guys about this story about a 40-year-old woman in Florida named Melissa Dunham. Hey, Melissa. In my David Culley voice. Yeah. She was hoping to rekindle her marriage, but apparently things didn't go well. So she got upset, and she lit her husband's house on fire.
Oh, she went chilly.
Yeah, pretty much. So Melissa recently moved back with her husband to celebrate their son's 18th birthday, but then they started arguing.
Oh, no.
Wait, they were separated?
Yeah, they were separated.
Okay.
Yep, so they started arguing nonstop 4 days.
For days.
4 days.
All right, at what point do you just, all right,
imagine just waking up. And another thing.
Good morning.
Lopez, what's the longest argument that you've had with Jan?
42 years?
Ooh, oh, man. Goodness gracious.
This is not a continual argument.
No, I'm just kidding. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'm hard to argue with.
I think.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I just love too hard.
Eventually, we're gonna have to have Jan on the show because there's a lot of things we
gonna have to have her on the show without John Lopez.
One of these days this summer, we're gonna get Jan in the studio.
Yeah. So with the story, it was one morning Melissa walked out the house with several bags and 2 dogs on a leash. She saw the husband in the car in the driveway and reportedly said, "Now we both don't have bleep."
Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah. So shortly after the home...
She did the Joker thing. She
said, if I'm going down, you going down with me.
She's walking out, pressing that button.
Yeah. Shortly after, the home was on fire and smoke was blowing out of the windows.
Oh, my gosh.
Melissa was arrested and had meth and marijuana in her purse.
Oh, she had nothing to lose.
She was charged with arson of a dwelling, 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, and 1 count of possession of a narcotics paraphernalia.
That's weird. They broke up.
Man.
Well, you say that like he wasn't still involved.
They just couldn't get it together.
He was where he wanted to be until it went up in flames, literally.
I do have this question. You said like she went with the intention of making up with him?
Yeah, trying to get
back together.
Yeah.
And they argued for 4 days.
4 days.
No, not 4 days.
4 days and nights.
FOR.
Oh.
4 days.
Yeah, for multiple days.
Yeah.
Oh, so we don't know how many days it was. It
we don't
4?
know.
Yeah.
Nah.
I thought it was literally
multiple
4
days.
Yeah. I thought we were doing 4 days and nights like it was biblical.
Could have been more.
Yeah, it could have been more. It could have been
which is
8
again,
straight days.
40 days.
I like Figgy's line. Good morning. Bleep you.
Yeah.
And another thing.
Yeah, you waking up. And another thing you did. This is why we can't work out together.
346 got me. I appreciate you. It was Left Eye. It was Lisa Left Eye Lopez. Why did I go to
what did you say?
Chili was in the news recently. That's why.
Oh, yeah. And she's currently on tour, I want to say.
Yeah, let me leave that one alone. But yes, it was Left Eye. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So thoughts and prayers to that man. At least trying to work it out. But he done lost his house. At least he took the dogs out the house.
Wait, is this a lesson? Is this a lesson? Don't circle the block? Is that what we're hearing here?
You got to peek the block out first. Because it might be a rough block. You might think that they might have gentrified that block. Nope, it's still the same old block.
I wonder how many people are still with us in the metaphor now. Like, what? A block? What are we talking about? Don't go back to your ex.
He should have knew the block was hot. No pun intended.
Yes.
And that way don't do it again. I don't think he'll circle the block again.
Well, he doesn't really have a block to circle to.
No, he doesn't.
He's going to be in a
vacant lot.
At least medium security for a little while.
Yes. Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, have you been keeping up with the Artemis?
Big time.
Artemis
I was just talking about it during the break.
Yeah. So they took. I'm not sure how far they are from
252,752 miles as we speak. Not that I'm watching it.
Okay. So I'm sure you was probably watching this. They actually went through a little trouble on the way up.
Yes.
And here's the AP with the story about this.
During the night, we tried to vent the wastewater tank that's attached to the toilet. We had problems with that due to suspected blockage, we think probably due to ice. So we directed the crew overnight to use their collapsible contingency urine devices, just like they did on flight day 1. The toilet it technically will work with number 1 right now, but we just want to keep the tanks half full right now until we figure out what's going on with the vent line. Absolutely, it'd still go for number 2.
Bathrooms is something everybody can really understand, and we're flying it for the first time. Apollo didn't have that kind of technology in the vehicle, so it's always a challenge. They still have challenges on the space station with toilets. It's just a very complicated thing to accomplish.
I would really like for it to be in the best state that it can be for the crew's sake. They're kind of like, it's a little bit of camping in space already, but then it makes the camping a little bit tougher when you don't have the full capability of the toilet. But, they're okay, and they're trained to manage through the situation.
Well, not to hijack here, but
yes, go ahead, man.
As I was digging in on this,
it's our expert John Lopez, correspondent.
No, I'm just fascinated by it. I like it, but apparently they're putting a nice spin on that. Apparently, it reeked in that capsule, like bad. Like there were some complaints. There was some back and forth that
which is amazing because that smell ain't got no air. It's just it is traveling. Actually,
can't open no window.
No, it was like. Carnival porta potty.
Oh,
I mean, it was bad.
The Carnival cruise, the bleach cruise.
Yeah.
A few things I noted. One, I do love that the technical aeronautical term is number 1 and number 2. I'm glad that we have that established. Also, quote unquote ice. Nah, one of y'all blew this up. Who blew up? I love that. Who blew up the bathroom?
Yeah.
Goes if you are hundreds of thousands of miles above the surface of the earth, just like it does right here on the earth. And then also the collapsible urine device sounds like something we need to get for our own John Lopez here soon.
Yeah, you might be needing that
it
pretty
piqued
soon.
my interest. It did. I'm not going to lie, because our bathrooms are going to be under construction here. I guess this week or next, right?
It's like you're an astronaut. I've often said that.
I always wanted to be an astronaut and a cowboy.
Would you go up to space if they offered it to you?
I don't know. Back in the day, I always used to say I would love to. And now I'm like,
hell no.
Yeah.
Not only no, hell no.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Ain't no resorts in space. Ain't no beaches in space. Ain't no activities in space. You got to work out just to stay normal in space. I'm good.
Yeah.
You know where I'd rather go? Cancun.
Hey, look, Reggie sound like an NBA player
I
right
go to
now.
As long as there's not a West in there.
This is a 2-star. This is a 2-star rocket.
They need to move the team because these hotels here are awful.
That's right.
Speaking of that,
can you imagine in the window as they're looking out to the earth? There's just a little freshener tree hanging on the window.
A little pine tree.
Just a little pine tree hanging on the window.
That's hilarious.
Did you pack the poopery? Come on now.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Speaking of Memphis, we talked about it last week, a little bit today, how LeBron, he said some not so nice things about the city of Memphis and the hotels and all that stuff, as well as other NBA players in the past. And a lot of people, I feel like LeBron is becoming the face of this now. And a lady, a local person up in Memphis, had this to say about what LeBron James had to say about their lovely city.
For LeBron James, how you gonna talk about what city you want to go to or don't want to go to when you're from Cleveland? Memphis is way better than Cleveland at any point, any time. Think about that while you're trying to pick what team, where you want to play at. It's not about where you want to play at. Everybody got their own support for their city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was harsh.
Here's the thing about that. She said he from Cleveland. No, ma'am.
He's worse.
He's from Akron.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah, no, the thing is, LeBron James do not claim Cleveland at all. Like it's multiple times where he just say Akron. Like I think if it was up to him, He would probably change the Cleveland Cavaliers to the Akron Cavaliers if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And that is like that's an even greater point to what she's trying to get across, because what is Akron known for? Is it tires?
No.
Like that's it, man.
Rubber City.
Yeah.
Right. Akron ain't really known for nothing. So for him to be out here now, of course we know, right? He's gone, he's lived life, Miami, LA, all that. But for him to be like talking that way, and that I thought it was kind of ridiculous to happen.
But see, the thing is, after he got all this blowback, remember they asked him about it, and he pretty much threw his whole city under the bus. Like, I don't want to go back home either.
Yeah.
And like, come on, man.
Yeah.
All right then, buddy.
This is why players need to retire when they get older. It's not just because they can't play. It's like, hey man, you done got to a point where ain't nobody trying to hear that, man.
Yeah.
You're an old man yelling at the cloud when old man is like. I could imagine, just for sake, because I don't think this is the right name, but I can't think of it right. If Dr. J said, man, I hate going to meet Memphis, it wouldn't mean nothing. He's still playing right now is the reason why this one hits.
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know that gave that city a bunch of juice. I know it's towards the end of the season now, but
they will remember.
Yeah, they will remember that.
And her one point that I thought was more than valid is like every city, if you live there, you know what you can defend. I mean, you defend it just because there are certain things that you love about it, or otherwise you wouldn't live there. Every city you can defend somewhat.
Some people just can't afford to leave.
No, that's true too. But if you live there, like Cleveland, you grew up there. I'm sure there's some stuff you'd love to.
Yeah, like it's funny because I get Cleveland is a joke of a city. Like it's a running joke to say, oh, Cleveland, joke him. No, by the way, Joke him Noah kind of, I want to say walked back his comments from years ago, but he actually took a vacation to Cleveland.
Yeah.
He was actually kicking in Cleveland. He said it's pretty cool. But anyway, I think it's not a bad city. It's not a bad. It's all about how you move around. And I know a lot of people like to bring up the crime and all this other stuff, but like it has some good places you can go, man.
Yeah.
Like you got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you got casino, you got all type of different stuff. So I just don't understand the whole, this city ain't nothing to do in this city, especially when it comes to Cleveland. It's like it's multiple things you could do. I wouldn't plan a vacation
right
to go there, but it's not like a awful city. But I did want to ask y'all this. Do you think the NBA will move Memphis to Nashville at some point?
I could see it as much as I don't want to. I can easily see it.
Yeah, would you be surprised if it's already kind of set and done?
I would be surprised if it's already done, but I could see.
You mean the plans are in motion?
The plans are in motion behind the scenes.
I wouldn't be surprised about that.
I wouldn't either.
No.
Like, I don't think it'd be out in the forefront because that would cause hell. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to get some of that not Memphis love, but some of that Nashville love.
Nashville is a hugely growing metropolis. I mean, real estate is booming out there. They already have an arena that's there. Now, that would be an interesting thing is how would if it's the same ownership or a different ownership group, how would they want to be a secondary tenant in their own building? Because that when we talk about moving teams, we don't think about that type of stuff, but the ownership does, right? That is all those concert dates and stuff do not come to you, right? That money, I feel
and they may not even go to the Predators. It might go to the city. I mean, we don't know.
Right.
How they play that out, yeah.
But whoever it is, if you are not primary tenant or at least co-tenant in there, it does not. The money operation.
Yeah, but you can play there till you build your own.
You could.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly how that would end up going, but that's the only thing I'd wonder about. But yeah, the money is clearly there, and the demographics are building in such a way where I could easily, at the very least, see a lot of people in the NBA going, there's money to be got there, and it's ruined by there is a team like 100 or so miles away.
Yeah.
Nashville
Grizzlies kind of has a nice ring to it.
You said what?
Nashville Grizzlies kind of has a nice ring to it.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of like them being in Memphis, though, to be honest. Like, maybe because I don't travel there, but I'm fine with it. I never looked at that team and said they got to get up out of there.
Yeah.
I just love the grit and grind mentality that is very unique to the people of that city, and I feel like that is completely
The other thing I like, and this happened recently, I want to say, Project Pat was performing at halftime, and every time.
Well, you don't think Project Pat will go to Nashville?
He probably would, but it hits different. Even to me, it hits different seeing Project Pat from Memphis 10, as they like to say, performing at halftime at the Memphis Grizzlies, halftime show.
Yeah.
And also just that legendary card of Ja Morant, and you got Young Dolph, rest in peace, Young Dolph in the back. I don't know. I just thought that was cool.
I love the story of Zach Randolph getting out of games and going and playing dice with people in the streets, like in the city. Like that is a level of player to community connection that you just don't get very often. That feels very Memphis.
Yeah. I'm fine with them staying in Memphis, but hell, I'm not the NBA, and they ain't my money.
Not my money. There you go. That's a mixtape in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, or actually, no, I should let you know, at the Figgy Fig on social media is where you hit him if you see something mixtape worthy. But indeed, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Also, Daniil Hunter. What did he think? What does he think about the way that the offseason has gone? We hear from him next.
In the Loop.
3 Astros teams in the past 10 years have won.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
One of my favorite texts of the day. Not that it's a competition or that it's one that if it was a competition that'd be one that you care about. From the 713 though, Mad Max would shoot dice with us commoners in Third Ward in the late 90s, and you know what? That sounds about right. So I apologize for making
surprise at all.
Apologize for making.
Hopefully
it sound
you ain't owing no money.
He'll take it public.
Yeah,
yeah. Mad Max, it ain't about him. He don't care that he's a professional athlete at that point. You owe him money.
He gonna call you
money.
broke.
That'd be the nicest thing that he could do. Just call you broke, huh?
Yeah.
But yes, I didn't want to make it seem like the only Zebo going and throwing dice with the people in Memphis was the only place that could happen. So I apologize for saying it that way. Great city, Houston, always can deliver on all levels because that's part of being one of the greatest cities in the entirety of the world. All right, appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. It's been pretty damn fun. We've gone to a lot of different places, including Lopez, talking directly to all the churches that are listening and telling them they need to step their games up. Did not anticipate that.
It's true. It's true for those.
Is it?
It is.
Okay.
And you and Figgy never really answered, but I have a hunch you kind of side with me on this one. What
was there to answer?
Well, for those who weren't listening,
we're back into it. We've fallen into it.
We are back into
it.
You
see this?
You brought it up.
It is my fault.
Either the most attended or second most attended day every year at church is Easter, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I would very much agree with that.
And I went to mass or church. And it lasted an hour and 45 minutes. And there were, I want to say, 3 baptisms and some other things going on. And my point is, churches.
Hour 45 ain't bad, though.
Well, it ended up, it wasn't bad at all. Because I was talking to somebody who said they went to church and it was 3 hours.
Yeah.
Church on.
So what would you change about that? Like, what would you do to fix this?
You need better marketing, churches. you got to be better marketers than this. I'm dead serious. You have the most attended, let's say it's the most attended day of the year.
He said, get your elevator pitch right.
Quick. Leave them wanting more. Let's get to it. Let's make it lively. Let's entertain the folks and be humbled,
need more entertainment.
You say more pyrotechnics.
You laugh. You want.
I'm not entertained enough.
It's not the only thing I'm saying. But, you're trying to get people to come back to church.
Add some more details to the story.
That's right. You want people to come back to church, right? Everybody does.
That is the objective, yes.
Don't be a 2 or 3 day a year person.
That's right.
So keep it snappy, man. Let's pop a little bit.
Dunk those people on another day.
Yeah, yes. And you can do it on an entirely separate day. And we had somebody text in earlier saying it was 3.5 hours?
Yeah,
and
58.
51?
58. I will not forget that number. 58 baptisms on an Easter Sunday is kind of crazy.
That's not exactly,
I mean, great numbers.
That's not juicing the pot.
Good. Okay, very good. I'm going to move on to Daniil Hunter now. I hope you understand that. Daniil Hunter was talking this weekend. And can you give me the first one, him talking about his offseason? Because Daniil Hunter talking about how his offseason has gone in this time away from football.
Man, the biggest thing about me, ever since I had my surgery back in 2020, I just always focus on my body every offseason. I feel like that's the biggest thing. As soon as the season ends, I take time off, I go see the world, and then when I come back, I just start rebuilding my body, like by inch, muscle by muscle, and by part by part. I feel like that's the biggest thing, and I just started that this past week. So it's off to a good start, and as the weeks go by, as the months go by, I just focus on just getting my body right and just preparing myself for the next season.
First of all, I love that. He does. He's not the guy that's back in the gym, the day after the Super Bowl or whatever, the day after their season ends or whatever. He's like, I'm gonna go live a little bit, whether it's 2 weeks, a month, whatever. And then he gets serious again. First of all, I love.
Well, technically, he said see the world, and he just demonstrates himself as such a serious person. I know that he definitely has more to him in his interior life, but it just feels like he means that literally. Like he goes, he looks, I have seen the world, I'm going back to go play football. Like that's how it hits my ear.
Like Artemis, there's the whole world.
Yes, I see. In fact, that might be the most effective way. If he went up on the ship, was like, I see it, now let's go back and lift weights.
But so at the very beginning, I love it that he has, he's that whole of a person.
Agreed.
And when he sees the world, I can envision him, and we'll have to ask him. at training camp. What did that mean? I could see him like, I'm going to go to Egypt, or I'm going to go to, Romania, some really, kind of deep dives into other cultures and,
The real interesting thing for me, because I had the same thought. I wonder where he ventured off to, what he got himself into.
Yeah.
The real question is, what happens when the world see him? You know what I mean? Like that. I can imagine just Danielle Hunter coming into your neck and just being like, "What is happening there? Who brought the Terminator to our fair country in our fair state, and so on and so forth?" But it's cool that he did get that freedom. But I found it interesting that he goes, and then I get back to rebuilding my body inch by inch, and I was like, "Oh, so that's why that works that way. That's why it looks like that." Because you very much, I don't think there's anybody that I believe more when they say I am very meticulous about the way that I build my body than Danielle Hunter, which I can only imagine, because he talked about last year like coming back in better shape, and I'm just like, how? And it feels like that is how you do it, right? Being very meticulous. No, not even the slightest.
Not at all.
Not at all. All right, so I take you to this one. I believe this is the third one here, Fig. Danielle Hunter talking about the Texans offseason, because that's ultimately the thing that I think a lot of people have asked about. Hey, how has this thing come along? How do you like the way this thing is coming along? And this is what Danielle Hunter had to say.
I like what I see so far. A lot of good guys, a lot of good leaders, a lot of good players on offense and defense. And I feel like that's going to be a plus for us, because it's a whole bunch of veterans. It's a good mixture of veterans and younger guys. And when that happens, the team the sky's the limit for the team.
The other part about this, because we're going to talk about what he just said, and he's not wrong, off the shelf, they could play a game tomorrow if they had to, before the draft or any other signings. If you didn't know, the Texans are hosting a cornerback right now, and they have another top 30 visit with another cornerback. So, they're still going to add some players, but just off the top, he's not wrong. I mean, the roster is significantly better, and with that defense, he needs to be excited about it, and he is.
Yeah, I mean, defensively, it's hard to not be excited about what the Texans have done. Like that feels like the easy one. I did find it very notable that he jumped out and immediately leaders. Right, from his perspective, that's very much one of the things that he is tapped in on, and being that kind of leader guy, being a guy that is a veteran in that feeling. And you see that a lot on defense. I don't think that he said that just about defense, because clearly the change that you had on defense was Reed Blankenship, almost called him Shepard, different white player in the city of Houston, but Reed Blankenship on that defensive secondary, and he has a certain leadership to him as well, but I don't think that that's what he's talking about. I think he's specifically speaking to, hey, here's a David Montgomery to be a leader guy, almost in a similar way that Joe Mixon was prior, before he was kind of away from the team, but maybe even hopefully in a better way, in an interesting way. But then also on the offensive line, leadership, when you talk about when you talk about Braden Smith, I think that is very intentional as a word that Danielle Hunter uses, and I think that that's going to be very vital for some of the young guys that you have. Every position we're talking about there, of the guys that we mentioned, there is a young guy that is under their tutelage that stands to benefit from working with that leader.
And no one knows it better than him. I mean, he was making life miserable for the offensive line on a daily basis practically. So, no, I agree with you that he's got to be excited about not just the player improvement, if there is, and we'll find out, but the veteran improvement, the experience.
And you really hope that shows up in a big way. But, to your point, there's also worth noting that the Texans are hosting Miami Hurricanes cornerback Keontae Scott for a 30 visit. Now, I'm still in the perspective that the 30 visits, we might sometimes take them to a different place, because in all reality, sometimes it's about getting more information about a player that you're not assured about, rather than, hey, this is a locking in on a particular player that we are definitely looking to draft. But with that being the case, you have the other, the cornerback who had played in Cleveland, who they're having in for some level of workout, right? You mentioned that earlier. All of that came together, and I was like, there's cornerback depth conversations that you're having there. And a random thought came up, and I want to thank D&M Auto Lease for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas, bring them in on the conversation here as well. Is it possible that we get to the time to play football in August and September, and the Texans have a damn near unassailable roster? Because it's the thing that I always think about is, with a salary cap sport, they make it so that you have to have some level of weaknesses, that you cannot cover all of your bases. Is it possible that this Texans team could get to that point, and it's just like this roster is fully covered up and down, left and right?
I think it depends on who you're asking.
Man, what you talking about?
It depends on who you're asking, because every roster is assailable. Every roster is assailable.
What you mean, like they can go out and play, and you feel good about all?
You feel good about
decent about? Spots?
Yes.
I guess decent, yeah.
Okay, but if I don't go to decent, if I go, you feel good about all of this, is there a possibility for you that they can get to that place? with the draft,
walking,
with additional...
walking into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. No. I don't. No. Yeah. I don't.
See, what I said is it depends on who you ask, because you can assail any roster.
Yeah.
Even though we might feel really, really good about whoever, pick an offensive lineman, Braden Smith or whomever. There are going to be but now this is a roster that maybe come week 12, and they're rolling and everybody's looking like they're living up to the bill. That you can say, yeah, they did a great job.
Yeah.
Across the board.
I mean, right now you're looking at maybe 15th through 20th type quarterback you got, which is very important. Right now, I mean, your receiving core is you got a 1 and a bunch of possibles.
Sure.
With Nico, I mean, your tight end room is cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got their floor is high in a lot of spots, but I don't know if you're yeah, man, I feel like this is a roster right here, man. That we just got everything. Like it's Michigan's basketball team. I don't get the sense that the Texans are that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to define good. I mean, for me, I feel a lot better than where I was last year offensively with this offensive line, with the addition of David Montgomery. But I mean, again, for me, the Texans conversations have changed. I mean, we've got to get to – I don't really care whether you have 10 or 11 or 12 regular season wins. We've seen a year where 10 wins the division. We've seen 12 not win the division, right? So, I mean, I don't care whether you win the division or you win 10 or 11 or 12 games. To me, it's more about the product of hey, man, if they get to the second round, if they put a good year together, everybody stays healthy, and they get to the second round – how do you feel about their ability to do then what they have not been able to do the previous years?
Sure. Right.
And to me, that's got to be better than good. Right? I mean, we're watching teams, and I'm not saying this is the only way to go about it, but we're watching teams, and this one's done it. I mean, look, the year they went and got, Joe Mixon and
off season of 23,
and Diggs, and I think Danielle Hunter was in that mix somewhere. I think, now that is hey, we're trying to go from single-digit wins to double-digit wins. Hey, we're trying to go from, being lucky to be in the playoff to being a staple in the playoffs. And so to me, it's you got to define good. I mean, I feel good about it. I mean, I think Ron hit the nail on the head. I don't think there's not a better way to describe the Texans right now than, boy, they got a high floor.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I will be flabbergasted, as I use sometimes, if they roll out here with a 5-win season.
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I just feel like even we saw they can lose their quarterback last year. They just there are a lot they can lose. Nico, there are a lot of things that they can lose to where they just they're well coached. They know, especially defensively, what they want to do and can keep it and stay in games. Now we have not seen them have injuries to big pieces over there, so maybe that is something, but. But yeah, I mean their roster is one where you're like, they ain't just gonna fall apart.
Right.
I didn't think Kansas City would, but but for the most part, you wouldn't see them just all right, man, they about to run out here and win 5-6 games.
Yeah.
No.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. How was your Easter? And know that I'm setting you up for a John Lopez special. I just want you to understand that to prep yourself.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what a sale means, and I don't know what John Lopez special you're referring to.
Yep. Well, John, would you like to hit them with your Easter? Just I was going to try and give you an opportunity.
I'll put it bluntly, but I think it's very
a Tier 1 holiday. Remember, just wanted.
No, it is absolutely a Tier 1 holiday. I'm talking about church. Churches are doing it wrong on Easter, and let me explain. It is either the most attended.
See? You see what I'm saying?
They're doing it wrong. It is either the most attended or second most attended holiday at church, period. Christmas and Easter, right? And they save their longest, most tedious services for Easter. I went for church for an hour and 45 minutes. I had a buddy that went for 3 hours. What I'm saying is...
Well, let's be clear. Y'all's church is doing it wrong.
No, it's not alone because we were getting texts from all over, every denomination.
Hey,
yeah,
my guy did a solid. Come on over, we'll take you. Come on over, we'll take you. Hey man, he's about 5 minutes earlier than a normal Sunday. I said,
was in and out.
He said, "Let's pray." I said, "Dang, okay."
You say you sure you're done preaching?
My point is, by and large, churches go super long on Easter.
They're trying to get you in there.
No, but
They're trying to sell you.
You got to keep it
They're trying to
snappy.
sell you.
If you're trying to get people to come back to church the next week and then the next month and then 6 months
Yeah.
after that, you've got to leave them wanting more.
I agree.
You
I
gotta
agree
be
with
quicker.
you.
You don't even
They're
got
trying
to don't tell them the whole Jesus story. Just stop a little early.
Hit, John.
Huh?
They're trying to let the Spirit hit them.
That's
They're
fine.
trying to let them hit them and just stay
it can
there.
hit me in 45 minutes.
I like the idea of John Lopez having them do the resurrection story, but leaving out the end on the cliffhanger. Come back next week to find out what happens to
They're
Jesus.
trying to throw you their choir at you. They're trying to
Yes.
throw you their praise and worship ministry
Big
at you.
mistake.
They're trying to
Children's church coming in too.
You just got to get to that rock rolling. Get that rock
Yes.
moving out the way a little bit, man, and we'll be and he's there, right? It takes too long to get there.
But
like once you get there, hey, all right, it's Easter, baby. That's right.
And you guys know this. I mean, churches are about, the membership and the
it's a business.
It's a business. Why you giving us a preseason game that has all the backups and goes for 4 hours on Easter?
Hey, J-Lo, I need you. I need you in my rig. I need you.
Which I'm
I
sure
need
there's
you
a lot
in
of
my
people
rig.
that are appreciating that on the text line.
I need you in my rig when we leave church on Sunday.
Yes.
My wife is like, Clint, can you just go to church, man? I'm like, but babe, why they do this, and that, man? We had 42 extra people in the seats, man. We got to lock them. We got to hook them.
Yes.
Why'd they do that, man?
You just can't enjoy the service.
like, can't you just-
Look in here. You two in here.
It's her childhood church too, so she takes it personal.
I like that. Lopez was hand timing the sermon.
Yes.
This was a little bit long.
You don't think people do that?
Hand time the sermon?
Yes.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you, my boy did it right though, Lopez. He was, I ain't kidding you. I looked down at 44 and he was wrapping it up. I said,
Not a baby.
my man, come on.
Yeah, not a major change for us.
Really?
My grandpa would have you. He gonna get you.
Yeah.
Try to get you.
Yeah.
He's gonna try to sell the entire Zion Grove experience for you, baby.
There you
He gonna
go.
give it to you at all.
But that's a mistake.
He said, "That's it." Yeah.
How long has Granddaddy been doing this?
Ron,
he was-
said, "Yeah, that's fine, but just let Granddaddy. That was a mistake. Granddaddy was doing it wrong."
He was
Ron.
there for about 50 years, about 40 years as a pastor.
Yeah.
You don't think he figured some things
I'm sure
out?
he was
No?
great, but keep it snappy.
Hey,
you got to keep
hey,
it
He gonna
snappy.
sell the whole church, baby.
I don't think everybody was so quick to want to leave back in the day, though.
I think there were some praise dancers that slid in there.
Oh, yeah.
They had a section
Plus,
of it.
why you putting baptisms? I get it. Biblically
Oh, they
speaking.
load those up.
They
baby.
put 9 baptisms
On
in.
Christmas?
But see,
On Easter?
the church I go to now, they make the decision for you. It's outside. It's after the benediction. You can stay.
There you go.
If you like.
That's the
Okay.
one.
All right.
That's it.
That's keeping it snappy.
Lopez is just like, let me go.
They also had an adult Easter egg hunt, so you would have.
I like that.
I knew it.
Ask Sean how his Easter was, because he had one of those as well.
Texas Roadhouse.
Oh, look at that.
$25 gift card.
God bless.
Yeah, sure wid. Yeah.
You know, Ron, win the gift card.
Hey, and I did, as they say in the post, I did all my work early. Position. I saw the bigger eggs had to have them.
And the best part is it's all adults, so he had to feel bad about boxing nobody out, huh?
Full dive and got it.
In your Sunday best, huh?
He got to do an
No,
argument.
it was a Saturday.
He got to do an
Oh,
argument.
okay.
He got to do an argument.
No, I didn't. I just beat that lady. I beat that lady.
She got in an argument.
Yeah, she was mad.
She lost. I won. Texas Roadhouse.
Here we go.
$25, baby.
Well, I always appreciate D&M Auto Lisa for the crosstalk. See, I told y'all that was what was coming. I tried to give you some preparation. Hopefully it helped. I don't know if it did. But Lopez, always fun to do a show.
Yes, sir.
Even when you're trying to tell churches to wrap it up. I'll wrap it up myself here.
Playing
Again.
that Oscar music.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good idea, right?
No, do not.
Hey, if John was on that organ, just playing that music,
That's a hell of a good idea.
faster. Come on, you told me to keep you on now.
Lopez got to get the hell up out of here.
All right, we're done for the day. But for the time being, the drive is on.
John Lopez walking out with the doors of the church open, man, trying to call people. They thinking you coming down. They thinking John coming down to give his life. Nah, John get to that exit. John walking past these ushers. You going the wrong way. No, I'm not. I got a brisket to get to. All right, welcome in on this Monday as T-Mill is back from his little mini vacation in Galveston, that Goodwater, according to Charles Barkley. He went out there and enjoyed that.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he went out there at where'd you go? Crystal Beach?
Crystal Beach, yeah, not named for the water, but Crystal Beach.
You went down Galveston way too, man. You hit the old seawall and then hit the ferry across there, didn't you, man?
That's right. Felt like I was in high school again, going across over to old Crystal Beach. It was good.
Boy, I tell you, if them beaches could talk, boy.
What would they say?
Oh my.
Stories aplenty on my end.
Hey,
that's
man,
for sure.
that's like Mardi Gras. That's like Mardi Gras on the beach, man.
You always got stories aplenty everywhere.
That's fair.
Well, if you spend any time growing up in Crystal Beach, you know what the hell we're talking about. I mean, that was you could drive on the beach.
That's what he said he did. He said he drove on the beach.
You everybody park and watch people drive. You know what happens when that goes down. All of a sudden, them tops start coming off. All of a sudden, them drinks are flowing.
Tops, you mean like off the
Jeeps? Off the Jeeps.
Yeah.
You know, the Jeeps and stuff like convertible drop tops, you know. Man. All of a sudden, the closer it gets to Sunset, boy, the raunchier it gets. Yeah, I mean, we've all been there in these parts. Yeah, you'd fit in real nice with your nasty ass Ron.
Yeah, well, guilty as charged.
You fit in real nice. Hey, Ron would have had Ron. Everybody be like, I thought old Ron was cheap. He got the sweetest Jeep on the beach out here.
My boy Ron.
Yeah, that rental. Yeah,
he'd rent it, huh? Just get him old rental.
And get a good cleaning out of it. Yeah, then hand that thing back over. All right, welcome in as we appreciate everybody rolling with us as you do each and every day at 2 o'clock. Those of you on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610, you know you can get involved that way. YouTube and Twitch jump in as well. I see you, Brandon, Joseph, Timothy, and another Brandon out here. Boy, y'all rolling through. So come hang out with us and pull up and have a good time with us. No, no skeezies. No skeezies.
Yeah, I thought it was that B skeezy.
No skeezies. No, we got a Brandon K. And we got a Brandon.
Isn't that Brandon K. Scott?
No, it's not K. Scott. Just Brandon. Brandon. I don't want to give out his last name, but Brandon K.
I didn't know you could see his last name.
Yeah,
I thought you.
And then Brandon H. right there. Yeah, we got a couple of Brandons. Yeah. Someone texted in and said, "Damn, I thought Clint was talking about real tops."
Well, if you've been down there, you know what the hell I'm talking about.
When he went to the raunchy portion of it, I felt like he was meaning at that point the other tops.
Get pretty wild down there. Pretty wild down there. Good times, man. Good times. Had a buddy of mine kick over the crawfish boiler on his leg and pulled the skin off his leg like a sock one time.
Holy smokes!
So we spent a little time in the Galveston emergency room as well.
My.
Across that old ferry holding his leg up.
Yeah.
Tyler, you cooked a little crawfish this weekend, or you ate some. You didn't cook any, so I'm sure nobody. You didn't. So that's the lesson. That's the Galveston lesson, man. When you're cooking crawfish, make sure your propane tank's a little tight to your bucket. Make sure nobody's stepping over your. Make sure nobody's stepping over your cord there.
Had some crawfish. Shout out to Victor Gaines and company.
Am I the only one that didn't eat crawfish this weekend?
You might have. You didn't eat. Did you eat some? You got some? You got some, bud?
I had a plethora of crawfish.
I was jonesing. I was jonesing yesterday, but I didn't figure there were places.
Had ravioli and pineapple for the first time in the crawfish boil.
Yeah, I've seen folks do the ravioli in the boil, but I've never experienced it myself.
How was the pineapple? I like pineapple.
Was good.
I bet it was.
It gave a little sweet flavor too as well.
Oh, did it sweeten up the crawfish too?
Yeah, it was the last batch he dropped. Then he threw in the pineapple at the end.
So got a little freaky with it on that last batch.
Real spicy there, yeah. Ravioli, strong. I like the mushrooms a lot with them.
Mushroom ravioli or the mushrooms?
Just mushrooms, and then the ravioli. I enjoyed it. Go along with
ravioli and the crawfish boil. I would say is probably the newest ad that people are doing. Even though pineapple's the first time I've ever heard that. But ravioli's kind of tricky for me because the couple of times that I've been to crawfish boils with ravioli is you got to separate them pretty quickly. You can't leave them down there in the mush with the other vegetables, and damn sure not in the mush with the bugs because them raviolis get them old noodles get awfully soggy pretty quick. So you got to handle them with care now. But if you get in there early enough, they're really good.
That was very good. I got in there early.
Like right as it's pulled out, you just. Right there? Yep, bam, that's it. That's the key.
That was it, baby.
That's the key. You got to wait till you buzzed up or high, one of the two to go back for them late raviolis. Been in there for a while.
They all felt the same.
Yep. Is that a mushroom or a ravioli?
After about five mules and 3 shots, they all felt the same. All right, the Astros. There's a couple sides to the story, right? And let's start with the good side. The Bats. The Bats were rolling again. 25 runs they scored in that 3-game series against the Sacramento A's. That's what they are, right? They're the Sacramento A's.
Yeah, we got to talk about that too. But go ahead.
That Sacramento, they're giving to that small fan base there. They needed it. They needed those jerseys. But the Sacramento A's, they scored 25 runs, albeit they lost the series. But they scored 25 runs in 3 games. And Clint, it does not seem like Altuve's slowing down. He's continuing to be patient, getting walks at the plate, and then Yordan Alvarez he's hitting everybody with that. If y'all must have forgot who 4-4 is.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe, like, I think you can start, Tyler, to look at what categories is he not leading baseball in right now, because he is on a tear, and what makes him great, Clint, different from others, is, you know, if Jake Myers, if he got on a hot streak, Jake get on a hot streak. What about 3 games?
Give you a week.
Maybe a weekend. Mm-hmm. You think give you a week? Maybe a weekend.
Khakis.
This Joker here, he feels like he can do this and just stay hot for like a month and a half, and just go nuts. Yordan is scary. I told you all before the show today. I'd consider him. I consider start walking him. Anybody gets on base, I'd consider it, because he is just as locked in as ever for the most part.
Well, look, he's the hottest hitter in baseball, I think, right now, and he just makes it look easy. It doesn't look like it's some random hot streak unless you just look at the box score. He makes it look easy. It's there's just not when and I say this. Let's be honest. When he's healthy, there's just not a weakness in his ability at the plate. There's not a pitch that you can say, hey, man, you're going to get him to chase. There's not a pitch that you're going to say he can't hit. Obviously, if you get ahead of him in the count, you might get him to do something kind of out of character a little bit. But there's just no weaknesses in what he does. He can hit it to all parts of the park with power. He's not trying to hit everything out of the damn park, and so he's not a true approach-wise, not a true power hitter. He's just a powerful hitter. And a lot of it leaves the park when he's hitting it on the screws. And so, yeah, man, I mean, I saw an article, or heard a conversation talking about Yordan Alvarez. At one point, of course, it was highlighting all the injuries and the ups and downs. And, is Yordan Alvarez a top 10 hitter in the league? Well, I mean, that article didn't last about 2-3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, that article is good as you might as well tear that up and throw it away and just delete it from the interweb, if you will, because there's no doubt about that. He is the best hitter in baseball right now, and it is fun to watch.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to continue. But, Clint, the other part of that is they scored 25 runs, and their bats were rolling double-digit runs in 2 of the 3 games, but they still lost the series. And that is because, obviously, the pitching struggled. We'll talk about a couple of those. We'll get to Christian Javier here in a bit. I know it's early, but damn. The other one that sticks out, Clint, is Brian Abreu. And I would throw this out to you and the people, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Brian Abreu on Sunday, a third of an inning, 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, no strikeouts, 1 walk, and then gave up that bomb, that 3-run bomb to go ahead and end the game. On the season, he's thrown 2 2/3 innings. His ERA is – 23.63 is what his ERA is. 6 Ks to 5 walks, 7 earned. He's given up 3 home runs already. And he just looks different in that closer spot. And that's just not this year. There's been times where Hader has gone down or Presley has gone down, and you look and you think his stuff would play in the 9th inning, but he has not looked the same. In your mind, I know it's early and it's several appearances. Do you think they should be having conversations about maybe somebody else closing games until Hader gets there?
No. Look, as frustrated as I am with him, I don't think they should do that. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to moving him to the 8th and letting somebody else close, but I wouldn't have a knee-jerk reaction to what we've seen so far from him. I just need him to wear the right belt.
Oh my God.
I mean, I just don't know what we're doing with the Astros uniform. I mean, did y'all see the neon yellow belt, the neon belt? What are we doing? He deserved to get his ass shelled.
I was too busy watching him get drilled.
I mean, what are we doing, man? That's part of the damn uniform.
So you loaded up into the belt.
Put the right belt. Yeah, I was pissed off with the belt, and then all of a sudden, him and Diaz try to give up the damn lead with a wild pitch, and Diaz tries to throw it in left field. Luckily, you got Carlos Correa, who's I mean, just long and 6'4", whatever the hell he is, and goes and gets it. They tried to give up the lead, them two yahoos, before the guy ever hit the bomb, and then here we are. You end up losing by 2. Yeah, man, you can't even put the right damn belt on. Like you had to borrow an A's belt or something. You go out there and then you get shelled. It's a crying ass shame. Yeah, I mean, it was embarrassing. It was terrible.
Tyler, hey man, I'm having a conversation, man. I might have to slide O'Brien King in there in that closer role.
Wouldn't be opposed to it.
He just seems to pitch it. I don't know what's wrong with him in the 9th inning. It's not like the game is never on the line in the 8th and he's not facing. He just seems like a different pitcher. I don't know if it's too much pressure. Maybe it is the belt. I don't know if that seems like an easy fix. But like the one time he had a good outing, he still gave up a home run to the Red Sox. He still gave up a home run. So. I don't know, man. This is like he's getting his ass kicked every time. And I'll be honest with you, it's not quite to this. I just don't like the look in his eyes. It's not Jake. It's not Jake against the White Sox when he got struck out by that second baseman. You'll never live that down. And by the way, Jake, stop playing dodgeball out in center field with the ball that's getting hit in the air. By the way, Jake's ass was out. He had to wait for his teammate to catch it to get back in because he certainly was playing dodgeball. That ball hit the center. But the look in his eye does not look like a confident guy that's about to run through the 9th inning.
Nope.
Even before the trouble starts. So
the minute you trot out there with that fluorescent belt on, ain't nobody believe you finna go out there and mow through that lineup. Ain't nobody believe that. Ain't nobody believe that. But to answer your question, Ryan, like I wouldn't be. I thought you meant like remove him from the damn.
I'm just saying right now until Hader gets back. Well, yeah. This is getting.
Well, Hader or no Hader, I would have no problem with moving him to the 8th or being a setup guy back to the normal role if that's your first.
Yeah, Hader's out there. We know where he's going to be. He's in the 8th. I'm just saying. All right, maybe he just doesn't pitch as well in the 9th out there. All right, damn, your ass is cold. All right, coming up. Hey. Some other news with the Astros. Listen, this weekend was I would say disappointing, losing to the Sacramento A's, but I think there's some more disappointments that occurred over the weekend. We'll give you the updates on 2 major pieces for the Astros coming up next.
All right, check it out, y'all. Look, if you are
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some updates on a couple of, I mean, important's not even a good enough term to use, but I'll go with it. Important pieces for the Astros and their pitching staff. Would you say these two guys are top 5 in terms of importance to this? If you were to draw up the top 5 most important pieces to this team, would Hunter Brown and Josh Hader make the top 5?
Absolutely. Hell, they may be 1 and 2, but yeah, I mean Alvarez wants a word, but yeah, they'd
like to.
Absolutely, I would say they're in the top 5 without a doubt, no question.
Especially what you're seeing with with Brian Abreu and the rest of the starters. By the way, shout out to Lance. I know it wasn't like the first one, and Jake really hurt him with his final line when he got drilled by that ball out there in the outfield.
I screwed it up.
I mean, you may lose your chances at a Gold Glove for that with that play right there. That one play that might take
hard to hang your head heavy on defense and not make that one. But we'll let it slide, Jake. Sun got you, wall got you, dirt got you.
I'm just saying he may have taken himself out for that one. That one may be on the resume too much this year. But Lance, shout out to Lance. Lance looked like he could. He followed it up with yes, I am a guy that you can depend on pitching every 5 days. It wasn't 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, and a walk, but it was, I'm going to give you a chance. So I did want to shout him out. But updates on those two. First on Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, obviously, if you did not know, is going to the 15-day IL, and they lose him with a right shoulder strain. Astros manager Joe Espada said Hunter Brown felt something in his shoulder during his throwing program on Friday. He had some imaging done in Sacramento and flew back to Houston to be seen by the new team doctors. He was seen by the new team doctors. So that is the latest there with Hunter Brown. And let's just stop there real quick, Clint, because this is the one that you can't have. This is the injury that concerns you the most, more than anybody else on the team. So it looks like 3 starts or so Hunter Brown is not going to make coming up. And that's the piece when you look at everything that's around him that concerns you the most if he were to go down.
Yeah, look, I think the pieces around him, I mean, it's not ideal. The first round through the starting rotation was not good, but this round I thought was significantly more convincing with the exception of Christian Javier.
It's not ideal.
And so the pieces around him actually look better right now than they did a week ago. You feel better about those guys. You feel pretty good about your ability to weather the storm with the way this lineup has been absolutely
they keep
crushing.
Like this, yeah.
Right? And not, look, I know neither one of those are probably going to keep up, but the point is you got to feel better around Hunter Brown than you did a week ago, and you got to feel a lot better with the bats than you did before the season started, especially if they told you that Isaac Paredes was going to miss a couple games and Jeremy Pena was only going to play every other. You still got to feel pretty damn good. So I feel really good about the supporting cast, a lot better than I thought I would at this point about the supporting cast. The reality of it is I think the one thing that holds true is it doesn't matter how well you're swinging the bat. It doesn't matter how well, relatively speaking, how well the guys around Hunter Brown is pitching. If you don't have that ace to anchor that starting rotation, you don't have much of a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the reality of it. I mean, I'm excited about Lance. I think what we saw from Lance this go-around is probably more of what we're going to see the majority of the outings, assuming he can stay healthy. I think we're going to see 4 or 5 of what we saw the first time in a rotation. MI is coming around, and I like it. But the reality of it is you got a bunch of others. I mean, you got a bunch of others that would make a good 2 through 5, even a good 2 through 6 if you want to throw Arrighetti in there right now.
Yeah, he was he can't come up because he had just pitched. Yeah, him and I forgot who they got going tonight. They got a Colt. Is that a Cody Bolton? That's who's okay. That's who's got the ball tonight.
Yeah, I mean, so I feel as good as you can feel, but the reality is with Hunter Brown, I mean, we've just got to have him. I mean, Hunter is a lot like I think Alvarez is.
Yes,
I mean, those two guys. When they're in the lineup and they're pitching well or swinging it well, you feel pretty good about your chances. The minute that you lose one of those guys, the others, if you will, around him become pretty human.
Like, no, Tyler and Clint, you can squint when you see the lineup and you see Alvarez in there. You can squint. You're like, all right, here we go. All right, you see Hunter in the rotation. You take Hunter out, and I'm not even saying you put Cody in here, but you take Hunter out and you put Spencer in there, and you're moving everybody up, and now Burrows becomes your ace. That looks a lot different. Than it just looks different when they're not there. So that's one update. And then Josh Hader. Josh Hader spoke this weekend himself and talking about where he is because with the way Brian Abreu has struggled in that closer role, boy, it's like what time and how long you got to wait for Josh Hader. Here is his update.
Ultimately, it's trying to break that tissue up, make sure it's recovering well. My bullpens have been really well. My last bullpen I touched into the 90s, so that's exciting for me. I've never touched 90 in a bullpen, even when I was healthy, so that's a testament to the work that we're putting in.
As far as when you talk about feeling right now, is there any discomfort, any pain, or do you feel like, okay, I'm past that, it's more so about making sure that we're at 100% before we actually return?
Exactly. That's it. It's making sure that when I come back, there's no setbacks on that. It's when I'm in there, I'm there to the World Series, and I'm going to be there to give it every day as I can and be 100%.
That's Luis Ortiz, who he was talking to. Your thoughts when you hear him? He doesn't sound like he's like coming back in a week or two.
No, it doesn't sound like he's ready to rock and roll. He just touched 90 in a bullpen. He said, "That's weird though. As hard as he throws, he's never touched 90 in a bullpen session before. That's strange." What was he in the kitchen? Was somebody back there washing dishes behind him? Sound like his wife was maybe giving his kids a lesson on washing dishes.
He was
in the
at a
background.
Waffle House back there. He was back there.
The hell's going on? But yeah, no. Look, I'm with him, man. I like the fact that he said, "When I'm back until the World Series," and so that's. I mean, he clearly is he's got a plan now, whether it's his or the Astros training staff, I don't know, but he's got a plan to be fully recovered and ready to last the long haul when he does come back.
Yeah. So we'll see where that is. That didn't touch a 90, and maybe that can speed up. You would think he's probably going to have a rehab assignment in either Corpus or in Sugar Land before he gets there. So it could be some time.
Yeah.
A little bit more time. Maybe I kind of thought like he may have been close and they just didn't want to push him, and maybe he'd be back maybe 2 weeks into the season. I don't know if that is going to be the case now with Josh Hader. But those are updates. Josh Hader, and he's still on the IL. Hunter Brown, the ace, goes to the IL. All right, a hypothetical. This is one of my favorites during the offseason. A hypothetical button game. There is a very prominent voice at ESPN who is proposing a trade that he thinks could happen, and it involves the Houston Texans. We'll let you know what that is and if we push the button on that trade coming up next.
Look, I'm going to let you know whether I'm going to push the button on that trade right there, but the reality of it is this right here. If you
at basepowercompany.com/610.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Before we get to that hypothetical button game, Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network.
What's his name?
Ian Rappaport.
There you go.
Of NFL Network reports former Browns starting cornerback Martin Emerson Jr., who missed last season after tearing his Achilles, is on a visit with the Texans, sources said. Emerson is heading into a contract year after starting 27 games for the Browns before his injury. Now could be a potential addition to the Houston Texans. So making that cornerback room a little stronger, potentially.
Well, you mix that with what was the report that right before Reg and John were going off air, 30 visit with the Miami nickel defender, with the Hurricane from the kid from the U, that Scott kid from the U that they reported that the Texans had a 30 visit with him.
Yeah.
You mix that with, I mean, that's an interesting approach. It seems like, you know, some of the noise coming out of NRG is corners and nickel defenders and secondary players, and you would think that's the one place where they're pretty set. I know they need some depth, obviously, but you know, you start talking 30 visits and you start, you know, signing guys that with 27 starts before tearing Achilles up, boy, you're looking to strengthen that room that most folks thought was probably pretty set.
Yeah. So they're adding to it. There you go, as a starting corner before he was injured in the league for Cleveland's defense, who, you know, they've been bad, but their defense hasn't been, you know, that bad over the years. So there's a look on maybe another move Nick and D'Amico are making to add to this secondary. Already adding Reed Blankenship in the offseason and potentially another former starting corner in the league. So let's keep our ears and eyes out for that one. All right, the hypothetical button game. Those of you on the Base Power text line, you can jump in on this 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Bill Barnwell for ESPN, he was going through the first round talking about drafts, or talking about trades in the draft that could happen, ones that he's looked at that could happen. And one that he drummed up, and you'd love this one, Clint, is he is making a hypothetical trade package between the Texans and the Carolina Panthers that could send this. The Texans, they would receive the 19th pick. They would flip their 28th and the 19th pick. The Panthers would get the 28th. They would get the 19th. They would also give up their second-round pick, number 59, and then a fourth, 106. So 28, 59, 106. They would then get 19 to move up those spots and then get a third and a sixth. The third is pick 83, so another top 100 pick. And Bill Barnwell says he would connect the Texans potentially to Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, moving up to 19 to try to go get the tight end. 713-572-4610. Would you push that button? Would
right
you
now.
hit that?
Right now.
I know your ass would.
Absolutely. One, I really like the kid. I mean, I think he's a perfect fit for where I believe the Texans offense is as you mentioned in the crosstalk, and you've mentioned several times over the last month. The floor is really high for the Texans, right? Enough of them solid moves. All right, now an aggressive move to go get an explosive weapon for your quarterback, which, by the way, complements your $12 million tight end that you already have in a beautiful manner. And, you know, what it would mean on several fronts, all the ones I just mentioned, along with if the Texans went out and got aggressive in this draft and moved up in the draft to any degree to get a weapon, I think it would signal, you know, what they're up to and what they want to look like offensively. At least they would be acknowledging the fact that they lack that explosiveness in the pass game and in the pass catcher rooms, if all around, if you will. Right now, I think you look at the Texans, look at the moves they've made. It's pretty obvious what they want to do. They want to ground and pound, right? They want to fix some problems up front. They want to move mass up front. They want to ground and pound between the tackles. They want to be better in short yardage. They want to be better in the red zone. All right, now, then that's not based off what they've said. That's based off the moves that they've made, right? Don't listen to what they say. Watch the moves that they make. If they went out there and made a move like that, got aggressive in the draft, which I think they positioned themselves this year to do, you don't need 15 draft picks. I mean, you position yourself to move up and go get an athlete. And if they then went and done it, then I think it tells us as fans, like, okay, they see what we see is there's a need for an explosive weapon on this team, and they just went and made that move.
That's a really good point. Champ Slice said, sure, why not? I think we got about a solid year or two left in Schultz, which would give Sadiq time to develop. But I think you said something in that really good. We talked about it. We talked about it in the pre-show crosstalk with the fellas from In the Loop. The Texans at this point with their roster, and I've said it, their floor is really good. What the Texans need now, and I know some people will think about it and think like, well, hold on, they've got several of those guys, but especially on the offensive side of the ball, they don't need more solid players. They need some difference makers, like more than they like. I think if you give Nick and D'Amico, especially Nick, especially late in the draft, you give him 7 draft picks, I think he will get 4 or 5 guys that will contribute and raise the floor of this team. But as opposed to getting 7 draft picks, if they got one difference maker on the offensive side of the ball and just flopped on a couple of others, like the way this team is set up right now, that is almost what they need more than just, all right, let's just keep adding solid pieces. Keep adding solid pieces. They need one of these guys on the offensive side of the ball to be another Nico, to be another big-time player. Because right now, I feel like offensively, they just have the one right now.
Well, look, yeah, Rami, right now.
I'm talking about across the board.
Yeah.
Like offensively, whatever position you think of, how many players do they have that are great players? I think they have one.
Well, I mean, you've got one that's factored into an opponent's defensive game plan. I can tell you that. Like nobody's worried about Higgins. You know, nobody's worried about Dalton Schultz. Nobody's worried about Woody Marks. And by the way, I'm not talking about what they're capable of doing. I'm not saying these guys aren't capable of being playmakers. What I'm saying is, in this offense, with Nick Caley on the 1s and 2s, and the way that it seems like D'Amico Ryans wants to play offensive football, there's one guy right now. I mean, hell, I'll even go out and let me explain. I'll surprise nobody that I said it, but some people may disagree. I mean, ain't nobody worried about C.J. Stroud. The way that he's being asked to play football, and the way that they work their pass catchers, and the way that they're kind of operating offensively. I mean, the only one that you worry about busting a game wide open is Nico. It's the only one. I mean, and the only way he's really going to do that, it's not like CJ's not out there forcing the football to him. Hell, like I said, he averaged like 4 targets the last 5 games of the year, something like that. I mean, 4 catches the last 5 games of the year, something like that. So, I mean, it's not like, you know, you got to look and go, oh boy, well, CJ's going to throw this thing up to him and he's going to go make plays. No, they're not going to do that.
They just have to get more elite players, close to elite players. Because right now, on the offensive side of the ball, how many guys, Clinton, Tyler, did you say you look on the off? Because we can do it on the defensive side of the ball. I can name about 7 guys on the defensive side of the ball for the Texans that I think could have a chance to make the Pro Bowl. How many guys on the offensive side of the ball right now do you look at? I'm talking at any position. I'm not just talking skills. How many guys would you say could make the Pro Bowl? Like, you look over there and you think.
Like legit or this alternate thing?
No, legit make the first Pro Bowl. Legit make. I think it's Nico.
I think Dalton Schultz could have a career year.
Dalton's surprise. I was going to say,
but he ain't scaring nobody. But he could have a career year.
But Clinton, he had a career year this year.
Yeah,
and didn't make it right off the bat. Mm-hmm. Right. So they just got to get more players like that. So I say that to say, yeah, they could hold on to some of these picks and just continue to grow the floor. But as someone texted in, how could Sadiq fit into this offense? He's not an inline tight end. Well, the same way that that Travis Kelce could fit into an offense. The same way that any talented tight end that can make plays in the passing game can fit in it.
Well, I
don't have one right now.
I don't disagree with the overall point of the texture, though. You're in a position. I think you could go get a like they did last year, essentially a sixth offensive lineman along with Dalton Schultz, and you've got a complementary piece. Like you could get a tight end that is a bigger bodied offensive line-esque type tight end, and he would complement Dalton Schultz well. And to the texter's point, that may be what the Texans do. That may be what they plan on doing is bringing some guys that aren't near the pass catcher, near the threat that Dalton Schultz is, but they're going to be better in the run game, and they'll complement Dalton Schultz. I just don't know that they're going to commit. I mean, that would be if Dalton Schultz. I mean, let's be honest. Jordan, Brevin Jordan is clearly the most athletic tight end, right? He hadn't been able to stay healthy long enough to sell a jersey. But at the end of the day, if Dalton Schultz is really your most athletic tight end that's getting constant run time, play time, then you lack explosiveness, right? But they may very well go with a bigger bodied blocking tight end and complement, and they could. That would be on brand for these guys. But I would like for him to go get a weapon.
Joker ran a 4.3.
And it's a good look, and he is athletic, boy.
Yeah. No, I just think they got to find more guys, and I'm not saying he's a home run immediately, but they've got. It's to me more impactful for them to find guys that have a chance to be Pro Bowl level guys, because I just think they're lacking that right now on the offensive side of the ball. All right, we got a big one tonight. Does UConn have a chance? Do you think UConn has a chance to make this game? Because I mean, Michigan has just been giving everybody the beats the entire time, and the Rockets. They did something they have been struggling on. Hell, we got into it with a texter just on Friday about this. They did something they've been struggling with all season. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
3 Astros.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive and a beautiful Monday, and the full gang is here. It's Championship Monday. We got a national championship game. I'm certain that will play a role a little bit later on T-Mill's Best Bets around 5:30-ish.
Well, how do you feel about it? You real critical when the Final Four came here, man. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't it the Final Four? Didn't like the teams here?
Well, yeah.
I mean, how you feel about this one, man?
They had Eastern Maine.
Yeah, they had some tough ones. They had some tough ones. But how you feel about this one, man? How you feel about them games this weekend?
The first game was a good one. Mm-hmm. And the only problem is anytime Michigan's involved, they're going to beat the hell out of whoever they're playing.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, though.
Yeah, I didn't either. Well, we were there. We were there all weekend. Everybody was talking. Nobody was even talking about the first game.
Yeah.
Like, everybody was talking about, this is the real national championship game. I mean, they were down by the 30s.
Yeah.
And the Big Ten Player of the Year played 14 minutes and was injured the whole time. And they just.
I mean, the talk was, why are they even trying to bring him back? I mean, he was coming in the game and playing, and they were up 20.
He hit a couple of threes.
He did bang a couple threes.
Dog, man. And I've watched Arizona a lot. Arizona is. There was an argument. Hell, I think we had
Rob Dostry.
Rob on, and he said, I think Arizona's the best team in the field. There are a lot of people who thought Arizona, they had Bradley, and they had multiple guys on that team, multiple answers, and they just got their ass is kicked. I mean, Tommy Lloyd, thank God he signed that contract before. Probably wouldn't have made a difference, but he signed that contract before we got a little bit more money, and then they just went and got the beast. This Michigan team, I think Charles Barkley said it in the broadcast. He said it's about 2 or 3 times that since he's been doing this college basketball stuff that he's looked and thought, well, everybody else is playing for second place. And this is one of them.
My God.
They are I don't know what you have it on, Tyler. I think the 6.5, that's what I last saw Michigan favored in. I think it's disrespectful to them.
That's what I thought when I saw that line.
Yeah, I see Champ Slice. As I said, I do not give them a shot at all. I don't think UConn has a prayer, and I know they have championship DNA, and Rudy Tomjanovich is saying don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion. Well, you can underestimate the heart of them getting their asses kicked because they don't have a chance at really dealing with any of the pieces that Michigan has.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
I'm fully prepared to getting ready to moving on and maybe watching Monday Night Raw, and then until we get to one shining moment, which is absolutely one of the best things in sports. I hope. Sometimes I can't figure if I want the Teddy Pendergast version or if I want the Luther Vandross version, but both of them are great, and I love me some one shining moment, but I don't think this game is going to be in. I mean, they have scored at least 90 in all of these tournament games and beat the hell out of 101-80 against Howard. Okay, St. Louis, you remember they beat the hell out of Georgia. They then beat them 95-72. Alabama 90-77, and it was not that close. And then they beat the hell out of Tennessee 95-62 in the Elite Eight, and the 91-73, I promise, was not that close. It was mid-30s in the second half.
Yes, it was.
Like, they just kept.
When I turned it off, they touched 30.
I started getting mad. Like, damn, okay, man, stop. That number one dude just went off by himself in the second half. Like, I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with y'all. Tyler, this is, and you can speak to this being a betting man. It's too good to be true.
Which is terrifying.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I agree with everything you're saying. I watch those games and I'm like, there ain't nobody running with Michigan.
You think Dan's going to be able to find a way to keep them close?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is as a casual fan and watching during the tournament, and I'm watching, this is a Michigan double-digit all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. And, hell, we may get up into the teens if you ain't careful.
Like
what it should be.
I'm close to putting money on this.
Yeah. That's usually the game that I run from. Which, let's be honest, with my record, I should run from all of them. But this is.
I'm thinking about.
I mean, this is one. I watch it. I agree with you. This should be. I mean, Michigan has got the real potential, and in fact, the expectations to skull drag these boys. And you look down there, and it's -6.5. That don't seem like it adds up.
I know sometimes Vegas knows things that we don't know. I don't know.
I mean, that number's so far off. It should be double that.
I mean, honest to God, I thought, and I don't know the lines the way you two do, but since being forced into this, I've seen it a little bit better. I thought it would be like 8.5, 9. I thought it would be pushing towards double digits, and they are at 6.5. But do you see what Tyler got it in a little bit later on at T Mill's Best Bets around 5:30?
I think they know something that we don't, boys.
Okay.
I think they got Hurley's game plan or something.
Okay.
You don't think he can keep it close? You don't think they can?
No, I don't think. I think they have a hard time getting Arizona before the Arizona I watched Saturday. I thought UConn had some issues getting Arizona. I mean, and Arizona they continue to just destroy them, and they didn't even have the Big Ten Player of the Year at his best. And now Solo Ball, one of their best players, he's gimpy for UConn. So I mean I like this is yeah. Evan says on YouTube, UConn wins outright. Gotcha. All yours, champ. They're gonna get their ass kicked.
I'm just telling you, man. It's I'm leaning UConn myself.
I know it, man. You remember when you were thinking like, oh boy, I don't know, man. Yeah. Alabama, Indiana, I don't know, but they could be good. Yeah. Then you just kept watching Indiana just beat the brakes off teams, and they did it again.
Yeah,
they beat the hell out of them. Whose ass did they kick? Oregon, boy, I don't know, man.
Boy, they embarrassed Oregon too.
That
thing was out of hand by halftime.
Listen, and I do want to give credit to Dan Hurley, because Dan Hurley, if Dan Hurley wins this one tonight, if he wins this one tonight, then he's only second behind John Wooden, and he's flown past it. If he wins this game, if he finds a way to pull this one off, I mean, I just don't think they're gonna. We saw how they got down to Duke early. They won't come back from Michigan.
Yeah,
like they did against Duke. They will not.
The question I have, and it's a legit question. I did not watch Michigan. I mean, highlights, sure, but games all year long. Are they gonna, or do they always shoot it as well as they shot it? I mean, they just, like you said. I mean, they had this was one of those fights you're watching and you just feel sorry for the other guy because he's getting the hell beat.
You're
like, hey man, throw in the towel, man. Like
somebody.
They should. Arizona should have threw the towel in midway through the second half.
I'd have left if that was my kid.
You wouldn't have waited to see. You wouldn't have waited to console him after the game.
Got it down there left.
But a big part of that to me.
I'm joking.
A big part of that, the Michigan, the size inside was a problem, and that one dark-headed kid was getting off inside. But at the end of the day, I mean, every time you thought you had a chance, like you said, the what's the kid's name? Their best player,
Yaxel.
I mean. Yaxel comes in there on a bad ankle and a bum knee on the same damn leg, hobbling around the court, has no business on the floor whatsoever. By the way, if that would have been my mom my mom would have come out of the stands and gotten that coach's ass up 20, knee brace on, and a bad ankle, and you're playing my son. Linda, Astro Granny would have been in that ass during the game. She was sitting up there cheering. I'm thinking, damn, he's got a bad wheel down
here. She's in tears every time he's hitting one.
I know. And
you heard his story, by the way?
He didn't play basketball?
He was just. He was in depression in high school and just did nothing but just play video games.
Video games.
Yep.
Devil, Tyler, devil.
Video games.
Devil.
And then he was just working at a warehouse.
And mama talked to him about basketball.
Made him go to a showcase. And he ended up at Arizona Western. And became the JUCO Player of the Year.
Yeah. I caught that part of it during the game. They mentioned it. Yeah. But, that's the question is Michigan was able to really hold off Arizona. I mean, I was hold them off, but really keep the high teens, low 20 lead because they came down and they knocked down. They were just knocking down shots left and right from beyond the arc.
Yeah, they got hot, but they have. That's the thing with Michigan is they have so many like potential answers.
Yeah,
it was the big this time that went off, but they got Yaxel, they got Cadeau, they just got a bunch of dudes that maybe this guy's not hot, but this one is. Like they just have a bunch of answers, and UConn has to have. Like they're two main guys and they're big. They got to have like if one of those two are out, they're going to lose by 20. If one of them are struggling, Kerrigan, Reed, or Solo Ball, if one of them are struggling, they're gonna get drilled anyway. But if one of them it could get nasty. So I don't know. I don't think this is going to be Duke. I don't think there's going to be Duke against UNLV. Look at Andy.
Weatherman Andy, traffic man Andy, cable man Andy. He's got it rolling, baby.
He's frisky.
He's got it rolling.
Yeah.
There it is. Well done, Andy. TV in the studio was off, and I just pointed at old Andy out the window, and he got it done.
And got it done. By the way,
man, if you need to know what traffic or the weather's going to look like, we'll holler at him. Y'all let us know.
By the way, shout out to the Rockets last night. You stayed up late. It looked like Steph Curry was going to go back and Steph Curry them like he did. I mean, he just – first off, that dude, I know Tyler hates him. And every time I believe Tyler sees Steph Curry, he sees him throw that mouthpiece. But that dude has not played since January. And he just right back on the court. Like
he loves playing the Rockets.
Just played last week. I mean,
it's just a perfect. I mean,
there's no way I didn't think that was going down. That shot over there, there's no way I didn't think that was going down.
I mean, he obviously is an all-time great, but the system is just set up so perfectly for what he does. The ability to never stop on the floor the way he does, that's an ability. That's rare.
Yeah, but he's also been out for a long time. His stamina was like, how's he keep doing that?
That's what I'm saying is like just the ability to stay on the move. I thought for sure, and they did limit his minutes early on. It seemed like I thought for sure like he's got to run out of gas at some point.
Yeah,
and he never does.
That's what Reggie was saying. They got 5 more minutes of his limit.
Yeah,
my ass.
He must be on that Lance Armstrong stuff.
He'll make you start thinking crazy stuff like, oh man, they're gonna get themselves to that 8 seed. Boy, OKC's gonna be concerned till I remember OKC is Michigan of the NBA, and they're just gonna end his dreams. But no, man, it was crazy. But to the Rockets side, we have talked about their struggles and clutch games, and it has been rough, especially in the second half after the All-Star break. They have just down the stretch, even with KD. And he's been a part of it. Turned the ball over. Just had bad possessions where they weren't getting good shots. And at the end, the other teams were stepping up, and the Rockets weren't. In this game, yes, they let the lead go, and they got outscored in the fourth quarter. But down the stretch, when it got to money time and this thing started getting tight and they started to have to deal with that onslaught from Steph Curry, KD made a lot of plays, both as a playmaker and making shots. Şengün was big time too, and I'll give Udoka some credit. We've talked about it being very, very clear and obvious what teams want to do, and him making it easy, just giving KD the ball at the top of the key to just run double teams at him. He didn't do it this time. He was catching the ball off the move. He was not who they were inbounding it to. The game winner, they inbound it to Şengün, who then passes it to KD on the run. So it's harder to double him that way. And he made plays. So I give them credit. All the guys who you're looking at down the stretch of, man, what are they doing down at the end of these games? We're really, 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 really good in this game against the Warriors.
Yeah, they flipped the switch. There's no doubt about it. Ime Udoka and the squad has flipped the switch, and it don't have me thinking anything crazy now. But the reality of it was, Ron, is that to start the season, we're thinking, man, these guys got a chance to make a run. As you start your season rolls along, you go, damn, are these guys going to fall to the 6th seed? And then you look up, you're like, damn, can they even compete with the 6 and the 5s? And can you compete with those guys? Forget the 1 and 2. Can you compete with those other guys? And it looks like of late, I credit those guys, man, for turning the corner and getting a couple of things right. Maybe it is the NBA just flipping the switch late in the season when
they played well since the Minnesota debacle.
Yeah. And really won 6 straight.
Yeah, and Şengün has been a big part. Another 24 last night, and when he's in the game like that, he should dominate. Now Porzingis was back, so I was thinking, well, I wonder if that would cause some problems. And he was clearly him and Draymond's going to try his weird tactics, but he was clearly the best big out there and came up with huge plays, including the game winner. And it just looked better, right? Maybe they don't always make it, but you're like, all right, they're going to inbound this ball and give it to Kevin, and it's going to be a clear, easy way to run double teams at him,
blitzing. But
no, they changed something. Finally, they changed something and opened up the entire floor. Use the double team against them. Use what they're trying to do and don't make it real easy. So shout out to the Rockets coming up big. That Jabari Smith, he will frustrate you.
He's my favorite.
I know he's your favorite, but you look at it yesterday, 23, 9 of 12 in the post a little bit, making jump shots right there, but you just don't know that you're gonna what you're gonna get from him every time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's like when he plays like that, they got a real shot because you know that extra part is coming, but he doesn't always bring it like that. All right, shout out to the Rockets getting a big W last night, and now everybody in the West are going to try to maneuver themselves to get the Lakers in the first round. When you just look at everybody they got injured. Coming up, is it too early for one piece in regards to the Astros? This is the second time we've seen him, and it did not get much better than the first. Is it too early right now on Christian Javier? We'll discuss that coming up next. What it is not too early to do and should be the perfect time to do right now is make that switch to base power. Those of you who have been in Texas a lot longer than I have, you understand these wild Texas weather. This weather where the wind can knock down Wi-Fi, knock down your
confident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive. The Astros, they are heading to Colorado for the next several days. They will take on the Rockies, and I don't know what the over-under is on runs tonight or any game this weekend, but I'd be inclined to take the over with this hot offense.
Ride the wave, huh?
And being in Colorado, I mean, that's usually a spot where anybody hits and scores runs. So Jordan might just go crazy. I'd like to think about maybe doing some sort of a parlay with Jordan and the
Astros win, Jordan bomb, man. Let's do it every game.
And Michigan Wolverines.
Oh, you and the Wolverines. Oh, I'm gonna sit that one out.
I was thinking about something with Jordan, whatever the total bases is. Maybe Jordan and Michigan winning. That's something.
Well, I mean, I know a guy. I know a guy right in that window right there that can tell you what that'd pay you. Now, I don't think he's going to take a $10 wager. I think you probably got to up that ante a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it, man.
$27.
Let's get weird with it.
No, I'm still mulling over.
Always get my hopes up.
I'm thinking about it. I'm just saying that was one to throw out. Let's have a conversation. I know the it's too early crowd, and I think I agree with you in many cases. 713-572-4610, base power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this. Didn't get better for Javier. We watched Christian Javier again. That first game was a train wreck. The glaring stat to me was his one strikeout to 4 walks. In this game, he gave up 6 runs before you could even get settled in to think that they had a chance.
Hey, think about that, Ron. Christian Javier is the guy where the game gets so far out of hand, half the lineup rests.
Yep. Back-to-back days rest. They won 11-0 the next day, and then they were just getting their asses kicked.
I mean, I looked up there and I was like, wait, what happened? How did Jordan only get any? Well, you got yanked.
They said, let's
wait,
go.
how did Altuve? Well, he got yanked.
Nick Allen, boy, getting him at bats. But, I mean, he was 3 2/3, and I believe they kept him in there so he could just wear it. He's, again, 6 hits, 6 earns. At least he didn't give up any home runs this time. But his now 2 strikeouts to another 5 walks in this thing. So he's not missing bats, and he's walking guys to go along with getting shelled. Clint, he has 3 Ks to 9 walks on the season with 12 earned runs. His ERA is near 13. And I see Champ Slice said that Nope called before the season started, and Javier was going to be burnt toast, is what Champ Slice said. Where are we at on Christian Javier? It's just been 2 starts. You just lost Hunter Brown to the IL for a bit. And to be honest, out behind Hunter, he was the one that you felt like you knew the most about. The one that you thought you could at least look at and say, I think I got a better idea than anyone else of what he is going to be. He has been bad, Clint, and it ain't just been had a couple of unlucky innings, man. He is just getting his ass kicked and not looked right. How concerned about you are you with Christian Javier, and are you getting to a place where you're like, all right, it's early right now, or are you looking at him like, yo, what the hell's going on?
No, it's definitely, yo, what the hell's going on? It's early folks can kiss every bit of my ass on this one. I just can't. I mean, you're talking about the one guy in this rotation, especially with Spencer Arrighetti and Sugar Land. You're talking about the one guy in a 5-man rotation that you at the very least say, hey, man, he's 1 of 5. I mean, I don't know where he fits, but he's 1 of 5. And you know what? If 5 other guys step up and they're better, then he's got to be in the bullpen. This is a long relief guy. This is a weapon in Christian Javier. And he has been an absolute mess. And you want to, I mean, look, this is not a one-track opinion or something. I mean, he can't throw strikes. He's walking, folks. He's getting centered up. I mean, he's hitting the sweet spot on barrels way too often, and games are out of hand immediately. Like you don't even have time for an offense as hot as the Astros have right now. You don't even have time for those guys to give you some cushion to keep it interesting. So, I mean, you can miss me. Anybody can miss me with the short season stuff, early season stuff. This Christian Javier thing is a concern. I mean, like when a guy like that struggles, all of a sudden you're putting major pressure on Mike Burrows. You're putting major pressure on MI. You're putting major pressure on Lance McCullers or Spencer Arrighetti. Everybody not named Hunter Brown, you're putting major pressure on. And more importantly, hell, as a fan, you're putting major pressure on me to hope those guys come through. So yeah, no, I think this is a problem.
Yeah, text line coming through. It's been 2 starts. Let's give him a little bit more of a leash. Someone else agreed with you. I'm ready to pull him out of the rotation now. It may be a bit harder to do with Hunter Brown being off the on the IL, and maybe you give him. But I don't know you pull him yet. But Clinton Tyler, I don't have too many more of these to watch if I'm Joe Espada. And when I say too many of those, like I'm talking 2. Like if over the next 2 starts, the thing that is really troubling is it would be one thing if things that generally have given him problems are giving him problems. But one thing you could look at him was like, all right, man, he's going to get some swings and misses. He's not getting any strikeouts like that. Like his fastball would confuse hitters, like and it would be like that moving fastball. Like there is no confusion at all from hitters with Christian Javier. So the things that he did well at, he is just awful at, and it doesn't seem like it's getting better. Like I don't have too many more 2 strikeouts, 6 walks in me. If I'm the Astros, and I don't think they can afford it. Like that is just there's like Spencer. He has another 1 or 2 of these. Like Spencer Arrighetti damn sure deserves a spot. Some of the other guys, Jason Alexander, he deserves a start over this. And I never would have thought that I'd be this way in 3-4 starts. But it has been that bad. It has been that bad from Christian Javier.
Yeah, and again, like I said, he's the one guy for me. I mean, my thought early on was, hey man, he's going to be 1 of 5. You feel good about him being 1 of 5, and he's not. I mean, he's like you said, you stop short. You could probably rattle off a couple more guys that would deserve a shot over what Christian Javier is doing. I agree. You're 1 or 2 away from having to make some real tough decisions on him.
Text line, Bill M., one of our loyal listeners, can't bench him yet because of Brown's injury, and McCullers is now a question mark. I don't know. I mean, McCullers is.
What's the question? Did he hurt or something? Did he get hurt?
No.
What you talking about?
I mean, he came back down to earth a little bit in that last start comparatively to the first one, but he wasn't like ass.
Yeah, like I mean, listen, he had to come out. What did he go 4 2/3, and he couldn't get that final out in the 5th, and then Jake did Jake things, but I can work with that. Like I can work with 4 2/3, and it would have been, I think, 2 runs that he had given up, especially when he followed it up with 7 innings and 9 Ks and one strike or 1 walk. Like I can work with that as my walking into it 5th starter, but not this with Christian Javier. Like it's just it looks like they're teeing off immediately on him. So the Lance and Christian, they're not even in the same atmosphere right now with what they've done. All right, coming up as we continue, weekend's best, weekend's worst. There is a lot to look at with this weekend. A lot happened this weekend in the sports world, or it doesn't have to be the sports world. You can text yours in, your weekend best and your weekend's worst. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, big game tonight now. Big game.
Search today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We talked earlier about Emerson, the former starting corner for the Browns, being on a visit with the Texans, and Ian Rappaport reporting that there could be a potential union between the Texans and Martin Emerson Jr. coming off of an Achilles from last year. He was his former starter for the Browns. More news given out by Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. He says the Browns have signed former Texans defensive back. This defensive back started 3 games for Houston last season. I've decided I'm not going to tell you all who it is. So, no, it's Miles Bryant. Miles Bryant is and listen, Clint, we've heard of what D'Amico loved him some Miles Bryant. I mean, spoke up highly of him.
The one he trusted the most.
That's what he
Play
said.
all the different positions. Yep. Be ready even though he's not a starter.
Yep. So he is not going to be back with the Texans. He is signed with the Cleveland Browns. So Miles Bryant out as an option, played inside outside for the Texans, and it looks like this is making a little bit more sense potentially to see them upgrading that cornerback room with them moving on from Miles Bryant. So Miles Bryant been pretty good for them during his time.
A lot of run, man.
Texans. Yeah, he did.
Corner, safety, nickel defender, always showed up. I mean, he's one of them Dare Agumbawale type of guys that I thought would be here for a while, but I guess he probably got some feels like he might.
Did he?
Well, he may feel like he's got some starting abilities in Cleveland with the new coaching staff out there.
Mm-hmm. Why not? Yeah, why not? Give him a chance. All right, there it is. So we'll see. I feel like the Texans, we'll see what they do prior to the draft. It looks like maybe that cornerback position is somewhere they may add either right in free agency with a veteran or in the draft. So it does look like we're seeing them connect.
Well, I wonder how much they liked the young fella out of SC last year, third-round pick last year. Is it Cam Smith? It's not Cam Smith, is it?
Jalen.
It's Jalen. It's another Jalen. That's right. It's Jalen Smith. He,
Jalen Reed in there.
You know, I think he was on the way to being a pretty, well, I mean, at least pretty highly thought of. I don't know if they knew, you know, if they had seen enough to know much of anything, but they at least thought that he was a guy that, you know, that they trusted in certain situations and just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah. So that is the latest there with the Texans. All right, let's do a little weekend's worst, weekend's best, weekend's worst.
Good weekend, good golf.
Thanks, Marvin.
That's right.
You nailed that.
Yeah, there you go,
Marvin
Marv.
Zindler.
Marvin Zindler. Thank you, Marv. All right, let's hit it here, Clint. What is your weekend's best from this weekend?
What a weekend for the U.S. military. The rescue that went on. We had I don't know how many people, if you had any hell, you've been under a rock, but we had a downed F-15 fighter pilot. Two pilots in that plane, both of them ejected. One of them they rescued right away. The other one, how about it? Good Friday. Got shot down Good Friday. Climbed up apparently somewhere far enough to where they didn't think he was capable of doing after having to eject out of a plane. Hid in a cave for Saturday, and then Happy Easter gets rescued and flown back as the sun comes up Easter morning. So U.S. military, love or hate what's going on over there, love or hate what's going on in our world, man. Always support the military and to have one down in enemy territory and have the ability to go in and get that dude and him be wasn't completely healthy, but to be alive and to be back in the hands of the Americans is a beautiful thing, man. So big shout out to the U.S. military.
Yeah, his family is as well. I'm certain you know, that was couldn't imagine what they were thinking or feeling or even any of that situation his family dealing with, and it came out to be a much better outcome for them and him than it could have been. So that is a good weekend's best. You can text yours in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, as well on the Base Power text line, texting your weekend's best, your weekend's worst. My weekend's best, Joe Adele. I know the Angels are a laughingstock, and and one of Tyler's favorite punchlines. But did you see Joe Adell in the game this weekend against the Mariners?
I did not.
He robbed three home runs in the outfit. It's hard to even think you'd even have the opportunity to get one in a game. He got 3 of them, and it was like dramatic. They got tougher by the third one.
There was build up.
Oh, the final one have you seen that photo, Tyler? The final one was nasty. The first one he goes up and gets it, and then brings it in. Then the second one he goes up over the wall and gets it again, and then he's amped. Boy, he's hitting the chest. And then the second one, they got that short wall in Anaheim, and he flipped right over into the crowd and stood up. Almost went half Randy Orton with the glove, and he's standing in the stands. And there's somebody has a great picture from behind.
That photo needs to
that
win
young
awards.
lady. Good for her. Great photo. But that joker took away 3. And the last one, I think it was J.P. Crawford, the shortstop for the Mariners. He just stood in between first and second base a little bit longer than you normally would. And he was just standing on concrete out there. And, I mean, the whole place, they should have given him a drink, something like that was.
One of them weird baseball things.
No,
man.
it was like, how the hell did he get 3 of them hit to him?
How to get the opportunity to get 3 in a game.
And the Mariners, they got to figure something out. Got to hit this ball just a tad bit further. Joe Adell on the horn trying to get things through. But, no, man, that was amazing to see that occur. Mine is Joe Adell, weekend's best. All right, your weekend's worst, Clint.
Well, I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the Sacramento A's. I mean, I just got so many questions. And it'll start with, you mentioned this a little earlier, Ron. I'll be honest with you. I didn't at first I didn't even recognize it. I thought it said athletics, like game 2 or 3 did, whatever. The fact that the A's are playing in Sacramento, waiting for their Vegas home to get ready, get built, and they decided to put Sacramento on their jerseys is laughable.
City Connect.
Is that what that was? That's their City Connect?
I don't know. They wear those.
That would make it make sense for me, but I mean, I just thought it said athletics as I'm watching the game. I'm like, that says Sacramento on their chest. I mean, you got to. I thought it was silly. I mean, just you've got a jersey that says athletics across the front of it. It's embarrassing enough that what's gone on with you. Let's just make the best of this situation and move on. You don't need to write Sacramento across your chest as if it was athletics. I hated it.
They're trying to give one out for the fans that have supported them the last couple of years.
Okay,
baby.
well, I'm not done with them being my weekend's work.
Okay.
Lawrence Butler, the center fielder. I mean, he just said to hell with it. I'm not wearing my hat. I'm gonna go to center field, and instead of wearing the green hat with the A on it, like part of the uniform, he just goes with the bright yellow headband.
Yeah, headband. See if he can get away with it.
I mean, they don't see into it. He is getting away with it. I mean, there's a fly ball hit out to him. I'm like, what has he got on his head? Well, he's got the wrong hat on. And then
maybe Jake should have took it.
Maybe Jake should have gone with the headband. That'd have been classic if Jake would have took the next inning, take center field with a yellow headband on.
Hey, I've seen that. Lawrence is one that rounds the bases and immediately takes his helmet off.
Yeah.
Throws his helmet off.
Maybe that's what. Maybe when the ball was hit, he threw his hat. But I thought, you got to be kidding me. The guy just left his hat. It looked like he left his damn hat in the dugout.
Yeah, I think baseball would have hit him. Somebody would hit him if he'd gone out there without that hat. I think maybe it flew off.
I hope he threw it, because he must have threw it far, because I couldn't see it in the screen. But I don't know what the hell's going on there. And I'm gonna look. This part here is just plumb ass silly. Max Muncy, and it ain't just a Max problem. And if you remember, Craig, I believe Max is the one that just hit bombs all over us last year. 4 in one game or 3 in one game or something. I think the Astros single-handedly got him a new contract. But my man got I believe it was a base hit. I believe it was an opposite field base hit. And he runs to first base. And he got so much crap on his body. He got so much equipment on his body when he's hitting.
Protected himself.
Ron, the bat boy couldn't handle it all. The bat boy was my size.
First of all,
yes, he had to run his ass all the way over there. Max had shin guard, elbow guard, which I think Max is a pretty good sized old boy. So he takes those 2 off and hands them to the bat boy, and then it looks like he's got offensive lineman gloves on. Like, those aren't normal batting gloves. He's got to pull with both hands to get a damn glove off. And this poor bat boy standing there having to run all the way across the diamond. And I'm just thinking, are you kidding me?
Not gonna get him hurt.
Do we need? I ain't kidding you. Max Muncy was a helmet short of a football outfit. He was a helmet short, like a face mask, because he had a helmet on. He was a face mask short of playing for the damn Oakland Raiders back in the day.
They don't even have a team in Sacramento.
I mean, Ron, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. What? I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Max, you're a big boy, man. Come on. You don't need all that damn protective gear when you go to the
He's
damn
not
plate.
Going to the IL.
I mean, you
got to hit me in the face to get me in the IL.
My man is up there. The best pitchers the world has to offer is who you're hitting against, and you look like, I mean, you look like Dalton Schultz up there with no face mask. Yeah. Come on, man.
That's very
the hell out of here.
Come up there armored.
I mean, what are we doing, Major League Baseball? Get up there with some damn gloves on and let's play gloves and helmet and let's go. What happened to those days?
I get protected. Yeah. I get protected. All right, my weekend's worst is to Gino Auriemma, the head coach of the Connecticut Huskies. Gino had a weekend that continued to get worse. First off, at the end of the third quarter, he lost his mind and started going off about the South Carolina Gamecocks tearing his best player's jersey when she then admitted later that she tore it in frustration from missing a jump shot. He was cussing on Disney, going off, just came off looking like just a whiny. You follow it up with whatever you want to follow it up with. Then after the game, he is going to lead us to believe that he has carried the fact that in his mind, Don Staley did not meet him at half court, that he waited for 3 minutes. And so at the time of him losing his first game of the season.
That man said 3 minutes like it was 2 days.
Getting his ass kicked. He then goes and chooses that time to go off on Don Staley, who I don't know what he thought Don Staley he was going to encounter, that she was just going to walk off and take the high road. No, she then told him she would whoop Gino's ass on that hot mic that caught her voice. And he lost his mind looking bad. And then you said he goes to the presser. I waited for 3 minutes. I've been doing this for 25 years. I mean, 3 minutes, man? We got a video of her shaking you and the entire staff right before the game the whole way. And then he came up with that ridiculous apology in which he refused. That was by choice. A choice he made, refused to put in Don Staley's name. Who the hell with the staff? You know you showed up. And he gonna make that apology and refuse to put Don Staley. He had a rough weekend. Yeah. It was terrible.
Look, that was a tough look for Gino. No doubt about it. That
never got better.
And I'm not of he stole her moment. Look, both of those coaches have had all kinds of moments. And let's be honest, he probably made a moment for women's basketball at that point in time to draw more eyes to it. I'm not a part of the stole the moment type deal, but you look like a clown.
He was.
I mean, and you sound like a clown talking about. I mean, you put a time limit on it. You put a 3 minute time. Like, come on, man.
Like he's been that pissed the whole way. He's been that pissed the whole way.
Come on,
If there is no way in hell, Tyler, if they'd have won that game, that he would have walked over there and shook her hand and told her about that. You didn't meet me pregame for 3 minutes over there. Kiss my ass, Gino.
And the bad thing too,
you
Ron,
won 12 national championships.
Yeah, man.
Say it with your chest.
He knows,
Gino.
but the bad thing is too, and I think you said this. I mean, he picked the wrong one. Like Gino, you knew she wasn't gonna go quietly. You knew
you didn't do that to Pat, and you
knew she was going to give it back to you.
And then he just bounced. He walked off, Clint. He left his girls down there. His girls, the seniors, they're losing their mind. He's up the tunnel, and he is out. He is out for the zeros. My God, what a bad weekend for Gino. All right, what you got coming up next?
Oh man, I tell you what, Ron, I did something. I agreed to have my fertility check today.
Oh boy.
And then this happened. I got to know if I'm alone with this, boys. All the fellas out there, you've been to this doctor. I got to know. I got to know if I'm alone on this. I'll tell you what all went down, and I got to know who's with me on this one.
See that coming.
I don't think Tyler's been there yet. Ron may have, but we'll go through it together. We'll walk down this together and see if we can help each other out. But before we do that, though, another place we're gonna walk together, Ron, is to play a little golf. It's gonna be 100 degrees. It's gonna be 100 degrees out there before you know it, man. And
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, I tell you what, speaking of boners, I'm going to tell you, today, Dirty's Daily is powered by good company, all the good company, the Houston staple. Great family, great food, great dining establishments, and, of course, the old Armadillo Palace, which is obviously great food. But I've had many a good evenings there, sitting at the bar, having a cold beer, breaking a little bread. Love the establishments. Today's spotlight on Dirty's Daily is actually on Good Company Barbecue. Had me a little barbecue plate, little 3-meat barbecue plate, 3-meat special. Yeah, I doubled up the beans though. wasn't overly proud of it, but they were really good. Green beans and pinto beans. I went brisket, I went pork rib, and I went a little jalapeno sausage. Not a huge sausage guy, but I thought, hell, I'll give it a whirl, and it was really good. It was really good. Speaking of sausage, fellas.
Oh my God.
I'm at that age. 48. I know it's hard to believe. A lot of you out there, maybe I feel a little younger. Some folks have told me that I look a little younger, don't quite look that old, but I'm at that age. I got to start seeing some doctors, boys. And so I've taken that initiative there. I've over the last week or so, I've seen a few docs, and I was in seeing one today, and the conversation turned to, well, are you and your wife trying to have a third? And I said, well, I think yeah. I said, well, I think
one of us is.
I think it depends on who you ask. I said, if you ask me, I say, hell yeah. If you ask her, I think she'd probably tell you, well, if it happens, it happens. So the answer to your question is yeah. And so we go on a conversation, and we kind of get a little game plan here. And I'll go into all those details. I get ready to wrap up. My man says, well, hey, you want to go ahead and just, since you're trying, you want to go ahead and just check your fertility and make sure everything's all right? I said, well, hell, why not? Sure. I'll give it a swing. So Doc says, all right, good deal, boom. Everything's good. He said, my nurse is going to come in and talk to you. I said, okay. So the little nurse comes in, probably about late 20 fella, guy, says, he rattles, he hands me 3 pieces of paper, 3 things. One of them's a small kind of a flyer type deal with some medications that I got to pick up. And then 2 of them, Ron, were at least 5 to 10 sheets of paper that were stapled together. So 2 different sets. And he just rattles through. This is this, go here, go here, go around the corner, go to the front desk, tell him this, I said, whoa. I said, you got to slow down a little bit, man. Tell me about this. I need you to repeat this. So he took the little postcard and he wrote on there, this is your prescription. They'll call you. Thank you. Got it. Boom. Put it down. I said, all right, what about this sheet right here? He goes through the whole deal. He said, I can't remember exactly what that sheet was, but that's it. He said, this one right here, this is your labs. You got to go around the corner, and they're going to draw your blood. You got to hand this to the lady. She's going to tell you. I'm like, around the corner of my car, around the corner. No. Go out this door right here and turn left. There'll be lab on the wall. It's cool. Got it. He said, this right here is your fertility test. I said, okay. So I said, what you want me to do with that? He said, well, when you leave this room, you go right out there. You're going to pass where it says lab, and you look on your left, there's some quiet rooms right there. And they got all the reading material. They got everything that you'll need to provide a sample.
Come on, Tyler.
And I said, whoa. I said, whoa, Pod. I said, I can't. No, before that, he said, has it been 2 days? I said, yeah, it's been 2 days. And he said, all right, we're going to go ahead and go around the corner. There's some rooms right there.
There you go. Take care of it.
I said,
said you had your own material.
At this point, boys, I'm in a predicament. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I ain't that dude. I'm not that dude. I cannot. There is. I mean, how many? 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. How many guys out there are like, I got it. I'm leaving this. I'm going to walk out of this doctor's office. There's 15 people sitting in the waiting room, which, by the way, the waiting room for the semen sample, the blood work, and about 4 doctors was all one room. So there's at least 40 people sitting out there. How many guys, 713-572-4610, you just going to walk out there, you just going to ease over into a little cubicle around the corner, and you're going to get – isn't it? Well, I mean, private, yeah, but, I mean, there's still somebody around the side of that wall right there. I mean, and you're just going to get you – I'm assuming there's some Playboys or something in there, I'm guessing.
You got your phone.
I mean, how
you
many?
Got your own phone to knock this out?
Hey, be honest, T. I mean, I can tell what this nasty sunbuck's gonna say. But you be honest. I mean, you're gonna walk out of the doctor's office. The pressure's already on. I mean, just to I mean, now it's on call. Like right now, boom.
Champ Slice said they had a little stand to put his phone up.
Is that what he said? Hey, Tyler, be honest, man. Are you rolling right by all these folks in a deal, and you gonna ease into this so-called private room that's right around the corner, and you just gonna crack one off?
Zero problems.
Easy. Really?
Very quickly for you.
Really?
Let's get this done.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna pull the curtain back. I immediately told, but like I was ready for him to be like, all right, we'll take this little thing home and fill it up or whatever, you know.
No, get it done.
When my man said go around the corner right here, All I could picture was all them, a lot of old people in the waiting room.
That's gross.
And I'm like, I'm gonna walk out of here, and you want me to walk out of here and just walk over here in this closet and crack one off for you and carry it back over here, or carry it to Dorothy or something behind the glass, right, with all these people literally in an earshot.
Easy.
As I can hear, by the way,
what that fella's about to do.
Hey, Tyler, by the way, I could hear the doctor that just left my room that was supposed to be private next door talking to somebody about their problems, by the way, right? And so I had to, I'm going to be honest with you, Ron.
Knock him dead.
Hey, Chief, I crawfish like a mug. I said, hey, but it ain't been, my bad. I told you, I lied to you, man. It ain't been 2 days. It ain't been 2 days.
So you're not going to get a real reading.
No, but I definitely at that point in time, I needed to buy myself some time to get my mind right.
Okay.
I had.
But did you eventually take care of it?
No.
Oh.
No, hell no. By time to get my mind right, man, I need to go home. Not I need to sit here and get some courage. Hell, it didn't matter. You could have set me there all day. I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to tell you.
You're an atmosphere guy?
I don't know what I'm a quiet room. I'm a quiet room with some privacy, and my lady with a lot of heavy petting going on, and yeah, I just.
Y'all are under 5 years.
I'm just telling you, I can't. You want to just crack one off in the waiting room?
I don't want to, but you're
halfway excited about it. Tyler couldn't wait to tell the people he could do it.
I'm not excited about it. I'm just saying, I'll go ahead and take care of business. Have I had to do it? Yeah.
In the same way?
Yeah.
Like you just go around and
I had to go. I had to. I think I went ahead and filled one up after I got my vasectomy in there. Went ahead and just took care of it.
So they just send you to the room and you just crack one off in there?
Yeah,
what do you pull up? You just pull up a little corn?
I got you something right here.
Hustler.
I mean,
I don't need a magazine.
Sorry, man.
We got it right here, Tyler. I can get it right here.
Hey,
man.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. The fact that if I could just go over there without the phone and everything and pull one off, I can't go in there and watch porn or do something like that, knowing that there's people right outside the wall.
I'd ask the doctor how many samples he needs.
I mean, it's been a minute.
How many do you need?
You're
right.
It's been I'm gonna be honest with you.
Give me a couple of cups.
It's been a long minute for your boy.
Text line are starting to send in their material that they would use
back in the day,
or their names.
Back in the day, as a single man, when I needed to execute that plan, I'll be honest with you, I was afraid somebody's going to knock on my own damn door when I had my own place.
Why'd that slow you down?
You thought
I'm not saying it ever slowed me down. I'm not saying it ever slowed me down, but I don't know that I've ever been just overly comfortable, just spread eagle, let's crank the corn up and let's go.
Again, I'm not just my legs aren't spread either. I mean,
Ron's getting excited about it right now.
I'm just telling you,
he's over here vibrating.
I can execute the plan with ease.
I mean,
I think most gentlemen can. There's a couple on here saying I'm with you. I can go ahead and knock it out.
I ain't got no shame.
Y'all could put blinders on and like the 10 old people that you just walked by that were out there, and
they're not coming into the quiet room with me.
What about when you walk out and your hands are super soft and your forehead's beated up with sweat? I mean, you cool? Is it no big deal?
Yeah, that's a part of it, man.
Yeah, no, man. I'm sorry,
it's
fellas.
natural.
I mean, I'm sorry, man. I ain't kidding you, man. Very rarely. I went through some pretty. I mean, there were some pretty lengthy conversations had in there. There were some pretty lengthy exams had in there. When my man wanted me to go around the corner and get in that closet and crack, I said, "Nah, I'm good." I wasn't a bit nervous about nothing else. Having conversation. Hell, one of them was a nurse. It was a woman.
Nervous about what?
I said there was some tough.
Said nothing else.
No, well, yeah, no, it was something about when they said just go around there in that closet. I said, oh no, I can't do that.
Did you hear? Hold on.
I got to prepare
real quick,
for that.
Tyler. Did you hear him? I was nervous in my own house that somebody was going to knock on the door.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but I was always like.
Did you stop?
I don't know if it was knock on the door as much as hear through the wall or something. Like I don't know. I just was never.
You're a big grunter.
I wasn't never comfortable. I was never.
The walls.
I mean, I'm going to sit here and act like it was. I didn't enjoy myself. I'm just saying I did not. Like it was never a real comfortable situation. Never has been a real comfortable situation.
You were blown away. Like you guys are serious. This is the protocol. He wants to knock it out right here.
I can't believe that they just said go right around the corner right there.
Hit that corner, man.
I wish y'all had seen this waiting room.
Go to work, son.
The waiting room was over at Baylor Medical. Man, there's a lot of people in there, man.
That's fine, man.
There's some thin walls in there. I couldn't do it. Sorry,
they could send me that handicap stall over there, Tyler. I'll go ahead and knock that thing out.
Really stretch out.
I'm telling you, man, there ain't no way, bro. Like I knew when Buddy said it, I had to figure out a way. I had to say, I lied to you. I said, you know what, I've been out of town, man. I came back in.
There you go. I see you 281. Nothing a little Sarah J won't go ahead and clear up, huh?
Oh my God.
That's your go-to, huh? All right.
What about friend of the station, old Lisa Ann?
What would you go with, T?
Okay.
Oh, I mean, whatever's available. I don't need a lot.
This is completely going off the rails. I'm not going to push it back on the track. What
was the old Houston gal's name? What's the Houston gal's name? That was my go-to.
Ava Adams.
There you go.
There it is.
There you go. That was it right there. How did you know? Golly, that was my go-to back in the day. I was nervous. I don't know if it was her or my thin walls, but I was nervous.
Tyler waited an additional 2 seconds to come out with that name. Just so
he said, "Oh, there's several."
Creepy right off the bat. But as soon as he said it, he had it.
I'm just educated. I know Ava's the most notable, probably female actress from our great city of Houston.
I didn't know she was an H-Town gal that whole time.
Oh yeah, I've seen her out at a cafe before.
Did you get a picture?
Listen, no. The base power text line is not for you to please express to us the last time that you have, quote, cracked one off. Let's reel it in, man.
Hey, I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to tell you when the last time wasn't for me. Today at that damn doctor. I ain't no way, man. There ain't no way. I made too much eye contact with them old folks in there. I said hello to every one of them old folks in there when I was walking out. And you think I'm just going to walk around the corner and nah, man, I can't do that.
Yes.
Oh, that old boy got a Nike sport coat on.
Yeah, why is he leaning like that? Looked like he was in that office today.
He might have been, I'm telling you.
Champ Slice. Ava Adams is from Houston? Well, I didn't know that. Learned something new on the drive.
Champ Slice, she damn sure is.
Happy to help.
She's not near as tall as she looks on that TV screen either, or that phone screen either.
Just as thick.
Yeah, she's shorty. Shorty. I didn't know. She definitely looks thick, but I thought she was taller than that. She's a little bitty old shit.
Yeah, Tyler has studied. Yep, he is.
You dumped that.
That's why
I got the dump button.
That's why he's the top 4 producer in all of Afternoon Drive.
Hey, get me out of here, man. Y'all got me. I just wanted to know if I was fertile or not, man. Y'all got me over here on Ava.
Yeah, Joseph said he's seen her at Astros games. Yeah, probably have.
Yeah.
Deep V-neck, deep V.
Shout out to
do they still call those V-necks when they go that low?
Shout out to Cocoa Bunnies. All right, coming up as we continue here, the Astros updates here on two important pieces that they're going to be out maybe a little bit longer than maybe we thought. We'll discuss what the Astros got to do moving forward without their ace and their closer. We'll do that coming up next. But before that, guys, it is property tax assessment season.
Drive. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame. Energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Two updates. One, I'll be honest with you, neither one of them feel great, to be honest with you. And we will get you updated on anything else that we hear leading up to it. Maybe we don't get as much information coming back with the Astros in Colorado. We'll get those that news to you. By the way, Isak Paredes is back from the bereavement list. And O'Shea Whitcomb had to go on back to Sugar Land. So there is that. And if you're wondering, Clint, Christian Javier is still listed as a starter for Wednesday against Colorado. So that is the latest there. But who was supposed to start tonight was Hunter Brown. But, Clint, the news over the weekend is that the Astros, they are going to lose Hunter Brown a little bit to the IL with a right shoulder strain, according to Joe Espada, the captain. And the Astros manager, he said Hunter Brown felt something in his shoulder during his throwing program on Friday and had some imaging done in Sacramento, but flew back to Houston to be seen by the new team doctors. So that is the latest there. We know he is not going to get the ball today. Clint, he was scheduled to start today. They've had to go in a different direction. They are going to have to go with Cody Bolton. He will get the start tonight. But the bigger news is, Clint, prior to the season, we had these conversations of who is the most important and impactful player to this team. And for the last couple of years, it's always been Jordan for me. But I changed that this year, and I think we both agreed that it is Hunter Brown, just with everything that you have rolling behind him. And I'm wondering, how do you feel today now? Because now it's happening. You would hope it didn't happen. We talked about it. We said they're going to have to use more starters because it's Major League Baseball, and somebody's going to get to the IL at some point, and he's probably not going to be the last starter that does it. But you were hoping it wouldn't be him. Now that you've seen a couple of turns through the rotation, and now we know Spencer Getty's down there, Jason Alexander is down there. They've got some guys that we've seen have some experience pitch for the Astros. How do you feel now that you've seen the other guys behind him that Hunter Brown's going to be out? How do you feel about this rotation with him out now?
Well, I feel better about
that you did in the offseason.
Yeah. Look, I feel better about after seeing Tachi Aimai, see him have some success. Obviously, we've seen Lance have a great outing followed up by a good outing. And it looks like Mike Burrows kind of rebounded off that the first outing that wasn't ideal, not terrible, but wasn't ideal. Looks like he rebounded a bit, and so I think I feel better about that group than I did before. But I don't feel, I've never thought that I would feel or have felt, obviously, good enough about the starting rotation, even with the guys that you mentioned that haven't been brought up yet and we haven't seen pitch yet this season, Spencer Arrighetti most notably. Even with those guys, I mean, this is just not a rotation that's going to have a chance with no Hunter Brown. And so it doesn't matter how good we feel about the bats. It doesn't matter how good we feel about the rest of the starting rotation. Bottom line is this team has no chance to make a run without Hunter Brown. I think it's that important. He's that big of a piece. Much like on the offensive side of the ball of the game, I don't know that they have a chance if you don't have Jordan in the middle of that lineup. So and I say that even as well as everybody's swinging the bat right now, I just don't think you have a shot without a guy, without a power like Jordan Alvarez in the middle of it. So, Yeah, this isn't ideal. But to answer your question, I feel better about the supporting cast. Now, I obviously don't like this news, but I feel better about the supporting cast than I did.
Yeah, especially to me, the way the offense is swinging the bat, that's helpful. They scored 25 runs over the weekend against the A's. Now, they did lose the series, but they are still swinging the bats, and they've got multiple guys that are hot. So it feels like they're going to get run support, so that helps. But this was the injury that scares the hell out of you. And hopefully it is. And Dana Brown, of course, he was on the flagship. Oh, hey man, just a little precautionary, baby, ain't that big of a deal.
I
Dana
kept it real as a true professional myself.
Dana made you try to make you feel real confident. It ain't gonna be too bad, baby. Just 15 days. But no, this is the one that makes your staff look different. And they've got the Rockies. They should be able to score runs and maybe potentially hold the Rockies down. But they get a 4-game set against the Mariners after this, and I know it's early, but damn, you'd wish your starter, your ace, was there to face your primary competition in the West right now, at least prior to the season starting. So it is something that, to me, was the worst case scenario for the Astros before the season started. Now we've seen how they're swinging the bats right now, and we'll see it. And the other part about it that makes it even more difficult is the latest update with their closer and what their replacement closer has been doing. Brian Abreu has just been awful. I mean, his ERA is above 23 at this point. He is just at every turn has given up runs, home runs, walks, whatever you want to take a look at. And when you don't have Hunter Brown and your starters, even though they've been a bit better, they with the exception of Lance, haven't been exactly going deep into games. You need that bullpen to help you. And Josh Hader was a guy they gave $95 million to come here, and he's been good once he has been on the field, but we know he's been injured. Here is his update of where he is right now.
Ultimately, it's trying to break that tissue up, make sure it's recovering well. My bullpens have been really well. My last bullpen I touched into the 90s, so that's exciting for me. I've never touched 90 in a bullpen, even when I was healthy, so that's a testament to the work that we're putting in.
As far as when you talk about feeling right now, is there any discomfort, any pain, or do you feel like, okay, I'm past that, it's more so about making sure that we're at 100% before we actually return?
Exactly. That's it. It's making sure that when I come back, there's no setbacks on that. It's when I'm in there, I'm there to the World Series, and I'm going to be there to give it every day as I can and be 100%.
Order up.
That's a report coming from the kitchen.
Yeah. No, Clint. We've said take your time with Josh Hader. It sounds like it's going to be a little bit longer than maybe, at least I would say I expected it to be.
Well, as hard as it is on the heels of what we watched from Abreu, as hard as it is to stomach, it's one of those where, and it sounds like that's what his mindset is get right to a point of where you come back. The plan is to pitch in a World Series, not just rush back to be a part of what you're watching right now.
So they got to figure something else out. I was thinking, all right, man, maybe Brian Abreu can hold on to this for about another week or two. But if he's just now touching 90 in a bullpen, you would assume, as we said earlier, you got a rehab start. How many of those rehab appearances is there going to be for him before he finally gets up there? But they need him. But I agree with you. Just because of what's happened with Brian Abreu up here, that should not put them in a space to rush him back. That should not put them in a space, and it doesn't seem like that by what they're saying is the goal is to be up here and ready to go right now, and be up here into the World Series and not to have any setbacks. But it looks like it is a little slower with Hader. So Hunter Brown, IL, hopefully he is back soon and they can hold it down. And we'll see who they officially add probably over the next couple of other starts with him. Spencer Aggetti seems like that makes a lot of sense. Or Jason Alexander. And then Josh Hader is now throwing 90, finally touched 90 in the bullpen. We'll see how long he is out. All right, as we continue, there is a player who is requesting a trade, and that player plays a position where it seems like the Texans have been connected to either drafting or bringing free agents in at that position, should they pursue him? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I know Brian Abreu has definitely lost some energy and he's definitely lost some confidence. I can't tell if he's gained any weight, but I know he's lost.
SportsRadio610.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we continue live here on a Monday. Big one tonight as the college basketball season comes to an end. National championship game tonight. You can hear that right here live on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. Our guy Jason Horowitz will head the coverage. We talked to him last week at Indy.
Loud talker. Real loud talker.
Knocked your camera down, didn't he?
Yeah, beats on the table, knocked the camera down, it was my phone. I didn't have a camera with a stand, Ron. My phone was sitting up on a mic stand, makeshift. But yeah, he beat the hell out of the damn desk and knocked my phone off. And I mean, before he ever got to our table, I mean, he was one of the loudest guys in the room.
The loud fella in there.
Yeah.
Well, you can hear it right here, Sports Radio 610. A loud talker will lead you into, I believe, Kevin Harlan and company, as they will have the call for tonight's national championship game where the UConn Huskies are going to get run out of the gym. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit more, a little 5 o'clock fire coming up as well. All right, Clint, I do want to see if we can get to a hypothetical button game. Old Bill Barnwell put together a potential hypothetical trade package involving the Texans, and I think it would get you good and greased up. I think if you heard this trade package,
deluxe nut package
at that doctor's office, you could have gone around the corner and taken care of business. I believe that. Maybe
I don't know. I don't know if I'm football horny. I don't even know if that would have got me there.
I think it would have. I think it may have.
Boss.
There it is. Thank you. All right.
I could not.
You couldn't even start. All right.
I couldn't.
Should the Texans entertain this? One of the best defensive tackles in football, Sexy Dexy, another person who would not have any trouble taking what he needs to get done around the corner. I'm sure of it. I've seen that dance after he gets a sack. Dexter Lawrence, New York Giants, has requested a trade, according to multiple sources. He wants to move on from the New York Giants. I saw that from Ian Rappaport and others. All-pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence has requested a trade, and he will not be participating in team's off-season workout program that opens on Tuesday. Lawrence and the Giants have been through 2 off-seasons attempting to negotiate a contract reflecting his value to the Giants over the past 3 years, but there has not been any progress per sources. So Dexter Lawrence could not potentially get a contract going, and he is requested to be traded. Now, not sure if that will actually happen. This could be a negotiating ploy by him and his agent, but he is 28 years old and potentially could be on the block, which means you would have to give up something to go get him, and clearly he's pissed off that he hadn't had a contract, so it would imagine you're going to have to also break him off with a new contract as well. He's already had one where he was one of the highest paid defensive tackles where he got 60 guaranteed. Your thoughts on this? Is this something you would entertain? Because we have heard, if not one position connected with the Texans, is defensive tackle. That's what we're seeing in the draft. Would you consider that?
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. I want the Texans to entertain this kind of move. I mean, here's where I sit with the Texans is I'm not real sure that what they're doing offensively. In fact, I don't feel good about it all. What they're doing offensively, and I'm talking about across the board, the last 2 years. There is, I don't believe what they're doing offensively is going to be the reason why they get beyond the second round of the playoffs. I don't think Nico Collins and others is going to be enough. I don't think that's going to be the reason. So what do the Texans do to make it happen? They make their strength better. And the one place where I believe that they get significantly better if they bring in a difference maker is at that defensive tackle position. No disrespect to the guys that we have. I like the guys we have. Dexter Lawrence is on a whole nother planet. Dexter Lawrence is a different animal.
No, absolutely.
Dexter Lawrence is a guy that you've got to double. Dexter Lawrence is a guy that allows linebackers room to roam like they've never roamed before, right? I mean, with a Dexter Lawrence on this defensive line, I mean, you are now double teaming one guy, and you're asking one individual to block two of the following three: Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, or Dexter Lawrence. I mean, you can't double them all. Hell, you can't double two of them because you got somebody else in there. You simply can't double them all in a 4-3. And so I just can't. The way you make a strength better is with this defense, the way it's constructed right now, is you bring in a game-changing force on the interior defensive line, and this would be it. Now, look, I don't know. I can't speak to the point that you read the report where you read, he wants to trade out of New York because they hadn't worked out a new deal.
They tried for a couple of years.
And so when he does move, does that new team, is it going to be part of the trade required that you got to work a new deal, right? Is that part of the plan, which I'm sure it is. And now that's a different animal. What does Dexter want there? What can the Texans afford? But I know his current contract right now, you'd be trading for $20 million this year, and you'd be trading for $19.5 million in 2027. You'd have 2 years with Dexter Lawrence, I believe, at $20 million or less per year. And that right there, folks, I'm signing up for. I'm absolutely signing up for. That'd be year 4 and 5 of Will Anderson. That'd be year 4 and 5 of C.J. Stroud. That is, if they could somehow pull that off, Ron, I could get real good and turned on about that.
From a football perspective, this is a no-brainer, right? Like if you're looking for a pass rusher, and listen, you know me, Clint Tyler. I will repeatedly tell you that the salary cap is not real. You can damn sure make whatever you want to work. And I mean, and the Texans could potentially make this work if they wanted to, especially with, their quarterback not being paid right now, and maybe they don't pay him. But Danielle Hunter is already the 4th highest paid edge rusher in football, which is really high in terms of non-defensive players or non-quarterbacks anyway. We know Will Anderson is going to probably top the list. And Dex, the way this is being reported, it looks like he is not going to go anywhere unless he gets a new deal.
Yeah.
With that. And, boy, that would be 3 guys that are making over $30 million on the defensive line. Right.
Well, no, Will's not going to get paid for another 2 years.
Yeah, but that money is that money is probably, you're probably going to have to pay him a signing bonus up front to try to push some of that down. But that would be a lot of money on the books right there in that position group. I think football-wise it would make sense, knowing that you got other stuff coming up. Because, I mean, like, if Dexter comes in here and gets him a new deal, or I'm Nico Collins, I'm not stepping on the field till I get me one. Like in other spots, if y'all got the ability to go get Dexter Lawrence and repay him. So I just think if you didn't have 2 big threats, big money guys, I could see it. I think they're probably going to handle this position in the draft, somebody cheaper to go there. But that would be a scary combination. If you're going to go all out, baby, scary combination to put him right in the middle of those rushers.
It's interesting from a contract standpoint because if you really start looking at the Texans, and look, I know that they've spread it out across the board and by design, but if you really look at it, I mean, you got Derek Stingley Jr. making a grip,
yep,
and you got Danielle Hunter making a grip.
Right now.
I mean, you got Nico at a discount. CJ ain't there yet. Will ain't there yet. I mean, Dalton Schultz, $12 million a year is, I mean, that's the big boy right now.
Dalton, offensively.
I mean, a couple of the offensive linemen you signed with Braden Smith get 10 a year, 11 a year, something like that. I mean, you're not I mean, your linebackers, your safeties, your other corner, they're all on rookie contract. I mean, the safeties and corners are. So I don't know. I don't know how it all breaks out. And I know, again, they believe in you raise that floor by spending money across the board and not being reliant on one player. But, boy, it would
and that's the other part is they got them jokers coming, though, right? Like Kamari Lassiter is coming up.
Yeah.
Right? And I feel like he's a got to keep to them, right? And then if he's coming up, then that means getting the other safety, whose name has just escaped me, for some reason, Bullock. He's coming up, right? They've already paid Petrie. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think they're going to be – I just saw that from Aaron Wilson saying he doesn't see them being heavily involved in this move.
I don't see him either, but I sure want him to entertain it. And everybody out there is wondering when I earlier in the offseason when I said I want D'Amico to just kind of at some point stand up and say, no,
I got to have this.
I got to have this one. And I was hoping that'd be on the offensive side of the football, but I wouldn't be mad at this one. Hey, I got to have Nick figure this out. I got to have this one. I mean, I got to have this one for 2 years. I got to have this for 1 year. I don't care how you figure it out, but let's see if we can't entertain it.
I'm sorry. That would bother me a bit, Clinton Tyler, if they went and got that type of an impact player, but wouldn't entertain that on the other side. That would annoy the hell out of me. Which I don't think they're going to do. But if they were to go, all right, man, I got to have
so damn nasty.
But I'm not going to get one of these great offensive linemen or any of these other spots. That would annoy me just a tad. Just a tad. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as the Astros, they get ready to take on the Rockies. We'll let you know who is starting in place of Hunter Brown. The lineups are out and some hardware to be given out for the Astros as well. National championship game, UConn, Michigan. We'll talk about that. And North Carolina, they have filled their head coaching spot with an unusual name. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts.
Action at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. A little hardware. We'll go with the hardware first, and then we'll talk about some of the roster moves that have been made. Because Isaac Paredes is back. But no surprise, I think you called him, what'd you call him earlier, the hottest hitter on the planet right now. AL Player of the Week is left fielder DH. Yordan Alvarez, he was named the American League Player of the Week. And he hit .471 with 2 doubles, 3 homers, 8 RBIs, 7 walks. An OPS out of this world, and this is the 4th time he has won the AL Player of the Week. And Clint, this is scary for the league when the Astros have this Yordan Alvarez, and you see it affects everybody around him. He's walked 7 times. He's on base all the time. Now, we'll see about Carlos Correa, who is the person who is generally hitting behind him. Carlos Correa was 0 for 9. On Saturday when they won 11-0 with at least not 0 for 9. He left 9 runners on, in that game. They left 17, which was a record. But they're always on base, and the more chances that guys like Altuve, who's behind him at times, Paredes, if he's behind him, the more times Correa, who's behind him, Christian Walker, who's been coming through, the more times they get with runners in scoring position, guys on base, the more they're going to have chances. So Yordan Alvarez has just been killing it. And you clearly see what they were missing last year and a big part of why they didn't make the postseason.
Yeah, and the lefty-on-lefty crime, those numbers you read off were unbelievable, but the lefty-on-lefty crime is it's the best the league's ever seen. I mean, ever at this point. Now, I know it's a small size sample size. Obviously, it's not going to last, but back to what we were talking about earlier with him, the amazing part of Yordan Alvarez is there's just not a weakness, right? The weakness is the ability to stay healthy, which is, I guess, the big one, if we're being honest. But, like, as long as he's healthy, if you're pitching against Yordan Alvarez, there's just not a weakness. I mean, he hits with power to all parts of the park. He's a disciplined. Yeah, I mean, you don't have a whole lot. I mean, obviously, if you get ahead early in the count, I mean, then obviously you have an advantage. But I mean, man, it's just he's so damn good and he's so hot right now. And if you watch him, it's not like. I mean, I've watched the majority of these Astros games, and I don't maybe I'm wrong, but I don't watch and go, boy, Yordan Alvarez is just on a tear. Now I know the numbers will tell you he is, and how easy he's doing it, but like it just seems like it's a walk in the park for him, I guess is where I'm going. It seems like it's just so effortless for him to be this damn good, and it's been fun to watch, no doubt, man. I with him in the middle of this lineup, man, with Christian Walker swinging the bat the way that he's swinging the bat, Altuve seemingly has really embraced this whole seeing more pitches thing, and it's working out for him. I'm not. You mentioned Carlos Correa. I know it hasn't been pretty at times with leaving runners in scoring position, leaving runners on base.
Giving him chances, man.
But yeah, I mean, he's just clutch, man. I mean, it's just like it's with, and this is true for all the hitters in the Astros. Are so hot right now, but it's fun to watch an Astros game and watch Twitter and you look at Carlos. You look at Los Correa, which by the way they're calling him CC, which I think is pretty slick. But Los is you look at Twitter and they're like, oh. He's over, he sucks, he's this, he's that. And then he comes up in the next inning when you need it the most and he singles in a run or 2 runs or whatever. I'll take the clutch gene of Correa all day and just trust that he'll be bigger in those situations moving forward.
Real quick before we head to tonight's game, the Astros, they've reinstated a couple of members of their big league club. Enel De Los Santos, he is back from the 15-day IL, and infielder Isaac Paredes is back from the bereavement list to make room for the roster. Rodri Munoz has been designated for assignment, and then they have optioned infielder Shea Whitcomb back to AAA Sugarland. So those are the moves they've made. Paredes and De Los Santos are back with the big league club in Colorado. All right, Astros.
I swear I hit it.
I know you did. I know you hit it hard. Astros.
Probably should have had it potted up.
They're in Colorado, and
that's what she said.
Hunter Brown was supposed to make this start. This is supposed to be a start, but Cody Bolton will get the start. He's thrown 3 innings this year. The lineup is out. Pena back in the lineup. I thought he was going to be the everyday guy, but he's still taking breaks. Pena, Alvarez is the DH tonight. Altuve, Correa, Walker, Cam Smith, Luperfido, Diaz, and Myers. So no Paredes in the lineup today. But that is who the Rockies will have to face, and Cody Bolton will have behind him. And it will really help Cody if these guys can keep scoring runs the way they have. That lineup, they scored 25 runs in that 3-game series against the A's. So it was not the offense that was the issue. And we'll see if they can continue to stay hot.
Yeah, we'll see if they can stay hot. It makes life a lot easier on that rotation, especially with no Hunter Brown. But, boy, you mentioned one name in that lineup that's got to come on, man, Diaz. Yep. Hey, man, you talking about looking lost at the plate now.
Well, it's not getting much better.
I mean, it seems like
runners out either.
Yeah, well, that is. I think that ship has sailed. I mean, Maldonado, he is not. But damn, I need you to be more than Maldonado at the plate, man. Yeah. I mean, that's. And I don't even know what the numbers will tell you, but it's been a rough watch for this Astros fan every time Diaz is up there. I got zero confidence.
It's just crazy where what has happened with him.
Man, I got zero confidence, bum.
You don't feel when he will feel good, and it was. I mean, we were just. Most everyone screaming, yelling for him to play more, get more. I don't know, man. It's rough for him, but they've been able to score runs even without him, and he's getting further and further down in this damn lineup. He's going to be 9th here before you know it as we get rolling there. But Cody Bolton will make his start tonight. We'll see if the Astros. I can't wait to see what T-Mill's best bets are. Runs potentially in this. The way this team has been swinging the bat in Colorado is always a hitter-friendly park. I don't know who. I don't care really who the Rockies are going to throw out here in this 3-game series. This Astros team is rolling, especially with Altuve and Alvarez. This could get dangerous in Colorado. So I'd expect big runs as this offense will continue to stay hot as they face the Rockies in Colorado.
5 o'clock fire.
Tyler's got his fingers crossed on that one. National championship game tonight. UConn, Michigan, 6.5-point favorite is what I've seen is Michigan in this game. In Michigan, they have blown out every opponent they faced in this. They've blown out everybody, and they've scored at least 90 points in every single one of these games. And even the ones that are closer, like I think Alabama, they beat 90-77. It was not even that close. This is some end-of-the-game stuff. They have been dominant and no more than what we saw against that Arizona team. You came away from Arizona and the way they played against your Razorbacks thinking, who the hell's going to beat this team? I bet you never thought in your wildest dreams that they would be down mid-30s by 35, 34, whatever it was in the second half to this Michigan team.
I mean, they just look like a total different team. I mean, it unfortunately, as a Razorback fan, it makes me look into it of like, damn, how bad was Arkansas if this is how Michigan's doing the team that drugged them. So, yeah, man. But then I tell you what makes me feel better about it is we spent time talking to a lot of folks that do nothing but college basketball, and I don't believe one of them thought that Michigan was going to run away or run over Arizona the way that they did. In fact, most folks thought Arizona was the best team left in the tournament. So that makes me feel a little bit better about my Razorbacks. Now, moving forward, Michigan absolutely dominated. I mean, that wasn't even
you never ever felt Arizona.
It was a complete mismatch, top to bottom, inside, outside, shooting, and I mean it was just an absolute skull drag. And now the question is tonight, I know Michigan's getting a lot of love. We've talked about it a lot today. The question for me about Michigan, the way Michigan was able to keep the lead that they had and even extended, as you said, to touch 30 in the second half last week, was they were on fire shooting the ball in the second half. They built the lead. They were the better basketball team for a half of basketball, and then when they came back out in the second half, it was their ability to shoot from beyond the arc, shoot the three, and just bang, 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 and swing that thing another 9 or 12 points was the difference. And like, it just allowed them. Hell, it allowed old boy. Like, I'm sitting there going, hell, their best players on the court. Why is he on the court? He's injured. Get him off the court. You're up 20 plus at this point in time. And Virginia has. Arizona has no chance, right? And so the question tonight for me is, can Michigan shoot it as well as they shot it against, particularly in the second half early on? Can they be that deadly tonight against UConn? If so, I think Michigan runs away with it, but I don't know that they can. I don't know that they can repeat that, Ron.
Yeah,
I don't know if they can repeat that, Bob.
Yeah, well, even if they can't, they'll do something else like go inside and dominate inside, like the big guys they can.
They had a pretty good game against Arizona as well, didn't they?
Yeah, that's the thing is they're going to get theirs on the inside, and that's what makes them scary and why we've seen them beat the brakes off everybody they've played who all play different ways. Like Tennessee, that's a pretty good defense. Arizona's a pretty good defense.
Yeah.
They got guys out there. They just couldn't do anything with them because they have so many different weapons and answers. Right? They can go beat you up inside. They can go small, Clint, and play that way if they want to. Right? 14 minutes. Their best player, the Big Ten Player of the Year, played. And it still didn't matter.
Right.
It still didn't matter. They are a scary, scary team, and they've really played this way. It started in Vegas when they played in that tournament, and they just beat the hell out of everybody. When we thought Auburn was good. We thought Gonzaga was good. They just were – they were punishing these teams by like 30. They've had a couple of slip-ups, and I think Dan Hurley is an amazing coach, a great coach, but I just don't think he has the horses to go with this. And the other part about it is we saw it against Arizona – Michigan's defense is really, really good, too. They're a scary team. I'm like, this 6.5 seems like a disrespect to Michigan, and we'll talk about this, I'm sure, a little bit later on with T. Mill's best bets, but that 6.5 looks like that's just too inviting.
It seems too good to be true. This is one of those bets where, and look, I'm again casual fan, just watching it throughout the tournament. It seems like that 6.5 is too good to be true. It seems like Vegas knows something that we don't know, and every time I see that, I typically fall for it, and I typically lose. So I'm going UConn plus 6.5 tonight.
Oh, you're going to go with UConn?
I'm going with UConn. Okay. I'm going with UConn.
Okay. All right. You can have that, champ.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some Texans news. One, let's look at a player who has been an impactful piece for the Texans the last couple of years, and that's Miles Bryant. Miles Bryant, they've used him multiple different ways, Clint. He has signed a deal with the Cleveland Browns, and we've heard D'Amico speak highly of Miles Bryant. He is no longer with the Texans. And then this news was reported as well by multiple sources. The Texans are hosting former Browns starting corner Martin Emerson on a free agent visit. Medical is key here after he tore his ACL in training camp and missed the entire season, but he did start with the Browns in that secondary. So Miles Bryant moves on to Cleveland, which I don't know if it's a surprise, but he was somebody that they seem to really, really like, and now it looks like they're looking at Martin Emerson as a potential to come in that backfield.
Well, Miles Bryant was a guy that D'Amico did really, really like, Ron. Clearly a guy, I think he used the term he trusts as much as anybody or more than anybody to be that utility player. Does he play safety? Does he play nickel? Does he play corner? And will he be ready in a backup role to jump in and play meaningful snaps? I think he was a key piece to D'Amico's defense on several occasions, and so to lose him is obviously it could be painful, assuming that you have an injury here or there. But knowing that guys like Miles Bryant are no longer here, it's obvious that they got to backfill some positions. So no surprise that they're looking at some other secondary players, whether we're talking 30 visits before the draft, or we're talking about free agent visits. Either way it goes, there's a reason why they're looking to fortify that secondary a bit.
And maybe that's not a spot that many people thought they would, but clearly they're looking at it.
Yeah.
Right? They've had visits from guys in the draft. They've had other they got Tremont Smith outside of those two big ones that we feel like they're comfortable with. So we could see that being a position that maybe some didn't think of as like, all right, that might be a potential appointment positions, but they're bringing guys in. And with the loss of Miles Bryant, you can see that making sense. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. We've got national championship game that he may go. There's Astros. There's basketball. There's a lot to pick from this time of year, but we'll get T-Mill's best bets. It's a Monday. Let's see if he can get these Mondays back rolling again. And we talked about the Astros. We talked about the injury to Hunter Brown and the way they've been swinging the bats. But what about Christian Javier? Is it too early? Is it too early to potentially think about making a move with Javier? We'll discuss that next as well.
All right, look, it's never too early to make a move on that chronic joint.
Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. An unforgettable invite-only celebration leading into the unofficial start to the football season in Pittsburgh. And you can be there thanks to Sports Radio 610. Just visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Airfare, lodging, and 2 tickets to the exclusive show could be yours. Make sure to enter by April 12th. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm sorry. I did somebody understand. Explain this to me. If I were Stephen Vogt, whatever his last, I think it's Vogt, the manager of the Cleveland Guardian, Clinton Tyler, 2 outs, bottom of the first inning, got a runner on first, cleanup hitters up, 2 outs, lays down a bunt.
That seems pretty stupid.
The pitcher, hey, it wasn't even a good one, man. It wasn't good at all, man. He laid down the bunt right to the pitcher. First pitch, right to the pitcher. Threw it over.
That had to be. That's got to be. Even from the small ball king myself, that's got to be. That has to be the hitter.
Yes.
I mean, if that's a coach, you're fired. That has to be a hitter.
What would you say? I meet you at the top of the step.
No, I'm at the baseline.
That was a no-brainer for me.
I meet you at the chalk. There's no doubt about it. Like that had to be the hitter see some kind of shift or some kind of something and go, I'm gonna drop this thing down.
I don't know what the hell he saw.
It had to be. It had to be. There's no. I mean,
I've never seen anything.
I mean, I don't even know if a cleanup. I don't even want my cleanup hitter to have that mindset.
Look at this guy. I mean, it's just he just flat late.
They got to show it. The third baseman had to be playing shortstop, and that had to be.
He bunted it right to the
There it is. The third baseman was playing where the shortstop.
Who cares?
He was trying to push it down the third base line. I care simply because if that came from a coach, hell, I'm firing his ass.
Oh, I know it's from the hitter, but that's what I'm saying. Okay. I got to have a conversation with you.
Well, yeah, no,
what we doing here, champ?
That's fair.
Do you want to bat ninth?
Yeah. Do you want that Diaz treatment? You want that Jake Myers treatment?
It sucks to suck.
Hey, that's when we'll know it's bad for Yiner. Yeah. If Yiner goes in there and lays one down, 1 out.
Well, I think he may ought to try it. I mean, hell, the result is that anyway.
He's going to try to get something.
Yeah, I'm going to be disappointed if Jordan tries to push one down there on that third base.
Left him a drag bunt. I mean, that be punting right to the pitcher. Give him 2 outs.
I mean, he popped it like he just kind of touched it out there where the pitcher just easily came off the mound too. It wasn't even make him work.
Oh my God! T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit here. As a national championship game, big night, final night of college basketball. I'm certain that will make an appearance. We'll do that here in just a second. But, Tyler, I want to start with you before we get to best bets. It is early. It has just been 2 starts. We're sitting here, and this might be the most surprising of them all. I mean, he's somehow gotten to over 8 innings. But Christian Javier, 8 1/3 innings. He's 0-1 just by the grace of God. The Astros were able to pick his ass up in that first game. And his ERA is nearing 13. 3 Ks, 9 walks, 12 earned runs, 2 homers. I mean, that 3 strikeouts to 9 walks ratio is not what you're looking for from your starting pitcher. Is this a red alarm lighting or going off on you for Christian Javier, or are you still waiting to see through these first 2 starts?
Oh, yeah. Just like during that Texans presser a couple of years ago with that alarm going off in the background, the fire alarm. That's like in my head right now when it comes to Christian Javier. I'm not completely out, and I hope he can turn this thing around. But there is some bad stuff going on when it comes to the mechanics of Christian Javier, not being able to find the strike zone by 2 feet plus for Christian Javier. This is not the guy who at one point had the by far nastiest stuff we've seen on the mound for the Astros. It's not good, and I'm very worried.
It's crazy, Clint. He can't strike guys out. He doesn't get swings and misses, and you could always depend on whether he was coming out of the bullpen, he was starting. That's the part that is wild to me.
Yeah, I'm with T on this one. The wild part is that, one, I would have bet a good chunk of money coming into this season that's the one guy that other than Hunter Brown that I knew was going to be in the somewhere in a rotation 2 through 5, and you were going to get some good outings out of him, and potentially, could be your number 2 starter. The stuff that he has, he could potentially, with Framber Valdez leaving and Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai and all these options, you could see Christian Javier being nails and being the number 2 starter. And instead, we get a bad Christian Javier. And the scary part is what Tyler said. I'm with Tyler on it. Like, there's not a quick fix. Like, he's not missing barrels. They're centering him up.
Yeah, when he is able to get in the strike zone, they're tattooing.
Yeah. So it's one of those. It doesn't seem to be, well, he's tipping. He can't attack the strike zone. He's walking a bunch of guys. He's giving up a ton of earned runs. And so I don't know how this is one of those, well, just give it time and it'll right itself. Now we'll see. Crazier things have happened, but I'm telling you, it is tough to watch. And I'm one that typically appreciates what Christian Javier brings to the table. This is a tough watch.
No, yeah. Text line coming in. Christian Javier is definitely showing signs of being completely washed. It's like all that elbow and everything else, all the problems have just messed with his mechanics so much that he can't find the strike zone. And that's what I thought was a positive thing is he's not just coming right back, right? He came back and pitched last year coming off the injury. So I thought maybe he may be over some things with that injury. Hell no, man. That is the concerning thing, right? Like when you look at Lance and when Lance struggles and you're like, damn, man, Lance cannot get a feel for any of his off speed pitches. Like he can't. The curveball is what he's kind of known for. He can't get a feel for that at all. Then you're like, damn, that's kind of what he's known for. That's what he does, and he can't have any success with that changeup either. When you look at him with that fastball, and that fastball is not missing any bats, that is concerning. I mean, that is the biggest thing. The three strikeouts to the 9 walks. That is, which means he is just constantly in trouble all the time. Like I feel like Friday was just like, all right, man, you got to wear this one a little bit. That's why we're gonna keep your ass in here for a little bit. You got to wear this one. So I don't know, man. It's looking more than just like, all right, man, he's ramping himself up in spring training. This looks like, yo, hey, bro, I don't know, man. My man's got maybe a start or 2 left. By the way, the Astros still continue to list him as the starter for the finale of this series against the Rockies on Wednesday in Coors Field.
I've been there.
Trying to get some coolers in Coors Field. Yeah, I've heard it's nice. But Clint, boy, if he struggles again like this, especially if we see this kind of ratio when it comes to strikeouts to walks, he might really be in some trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be.
They may, because like you said before, Spencer Getty's down there. I mean, I think that is a space where he at least deserves a damn start. Jason Alexander, he at least deserves a start.
Well, I mean, look, you got some guys that, quite frankly, it shouldn't be about. Their time in the starting rotation shouldn't be about Christian Javier, but Christian Javier's pitched bad enough to where he's in that conversation.
Absolutely. Like, it's just not even close right now. All right, let's get to T-Mill's Best Bets. Remember, if you need to check them out, you'll have some time here. You need to check them out. Go to @T-Mill-Real-Deal, where you got a chance to get those best bets. What you got tonight, baby?
I got 3 picks for the people, and it all is involved in this title game. This Michigan Wolverines versus UConn title game tonight. See who is king of college basketball this year. I got 3 bets for you. The first one's a line we've talked a lot about today ahead of this championship game. I am on the Michigan Wolverines -6 against UConn. Now, the line is at 6.5. It's been fluctuating between that and 7. I teased it down a little bit to just -6 with a little worse odds, but I like it a lot. Yes, sir, Ron?
You've said that for a while. What is teased? What does this mean?
So
teased it down. What's that mean?
That means you bet on something, but it's not just the given line from Vegas. It's not the line that's available just point blank out there for everybody, but you can change the line and risk more money to win the same amount. So it worsens the odds for you.
You buy points.
Yes.
Or in this case, a lot of people buy half a point to keep it from being a push or to be able to push it. You pay more to get a half a point one way or the other. He teased it one direction or the other.
Okay. Yeah. Clint put that in much simpler terms.
Typically, like an over, like you can tease an over if it's 140, and you could tease it to 145 and pay more, and then take the under.
Yeah. Yeah. That's well said by Clint. So that's a little tease for you.
Wondered that. Okay.
Michigan -6. That's your first bet. Second bet between UConn and Michigan in the title game tonight. I'm taking the over. And I got it at 144.5. Ron likes it. I like it.
Not bad, because Michigan's going to score 90 at least. So that leaves UConn.
Always love when you like a bet, man.
I think they can carry their part.
Like to think of Ron as our resident college hoops insider here.
I feel it. That's right.
Those are your first two. And then finally, your third best bet for tonight is a player prop within the title game. It is a Michigan player. It is arguably the best player on the floor tonight, in my opinion. That is Yaxel Lindenborg.
Yeah, what is it, 12.5?
Oh, yeah, over on his points. I should probably give you that detail. Over 12.5 points for Yaxel tonight in the Wolverines.
It's low there because he injured himself in the first half of that game against Arizona, which absolutely did not matter for Michigan. And he then moved to, which is his drive athletic game, and just said, well, I'll just sit back here and hit threes. And he came out and hit 3 right off the bat in the second half. In his 14 minutes, he got his money's worth in his 14 minutes of action. He is going to go, absolutely going to go and play his last college game. 12.5. I think he's probably going to get up shots, and not a bad one. I like really all three of these. He does have the ankle and like a ACL or MCL kind of a sprain.
Both in the same leg.
Yeah, same leg. He just rolled it there. So we'll see there. But I like all of these. I think Michigan is going to pound UConn. I will be shocked if we come in here and we're sitting here in the final 5 minutes and this thing is a game. I think Michigan's gonna beat them down like they have done everybody. And when 144 is safe, when you're thinking of a team that has scored 90 points in every one of their tournament games, and they score big anyway. So I like these three.
Me on, bro.
Check them out. Go. There we go. Check out T-Mill's best bets. Go to @T-Mill Real Deal if you need to look at these again. You got some time as this game starts around 7:50 here in Houston. By the way, you can listen to that right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. No Area 45 tonight, but you will have the national championship game. So I think those are some really good bets. These Mondays have been struggleville at times. I think this will be a good one coming up. All right, what did we learn from the Rockets last night? The Rockets won a clutch game, and they did it by doing things down the stretch that we have not seen them do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, in this radio business, man, a lot of times, whether it's working again,
and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as John and Mark will have a little convo about the draft priorities for Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and the Texans. They'll talk a little draft coming up behind us. As you know, John Harris, you not only hear him on at night after we get done, but he comes on Sports Radio 610 and talks about the draft and the draft stuff right now. This is his time, baby. This is John Harris's his moment, so I'm certain he'll have some good stuff. Yeah. Mark and John coming up, talk a little Texans draft priorities coming up after we get done. Remember, and I said this a little bit earlier, I just want to make sure you have this. No Area 45 tonight as the national championship game will be on. So if you're looking for Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Colin, Mitch, Byron, all of the major players for Area 45, they will be back at it tomorrow, I believe, and they are out tonight. Title game, Michigan-UConn, starting at 7 p.m. right after Texans All Access, courtesy of Westwood One. So that is the lineup coming up after we get done on the drive. All right, Clint. Yesterday, we saw the Rockets do something, Clint, that we have seen them struggle to do, and that is close out games and win clutch games. Not to say they haven't won any, but their record in clutch games, first off, they play a bunch of them, and it hasn't been great, and it's been in particular lately, it hasn't been great. Well, they were leading, and hell, they were up 10 or 11 at around the 5-minute mark, and then Steph Curry just started going off a little bit, and they get this thing tight. But in that moment, what we've seen against the Knicks, against the Lakers multiple times, against the Timberwolves, you've seen these games that they seem to struggle. And in this game, they didn't. They executed, right? Kevin Durant made shots and made plays for others. Şengün made shots, including the game winner. And Udoka was pretty good, and at least his staff was pretty good at not being really completely obvious of what they were going to do and make it easy for defenses to kind of stop whatever their game plan was, especially running double teams at Kevin Durant. Listen, I thought all the way around, not saying that this means they're going to go on and make a run, but it was good to see them execute down the stretch of games much better than they have been lately.
Yeah, they executed down the stretch. I tell you one thing I thought that was blatantly obvious early on. Now I don't I just remember noticing it in the first half and kind of how they responded. It was obviously led by what's my man's name with the Warriors, Draymond Green. It's led by Draymond Green, but I think there are some other players that they had on the team that there was a level of, like, they were willing to be a little bit more physical than maybe the refs should allow. They were going to make that game a little bit more of a bar fight. They were going to get physical and force the refs to call fouls, and I don't know. I just remember early on, like, this could be a problem. And then the way that the Rockets responded was it didn't seem to bother them as much as we've seen in the past where when you're watching and Kevin and KD, whether we've seen him get blitzed by defense, but we've also seen a defender, a bigger body defender, try to get in his jersey with him the whole damn time and cause problems, right? And for the whole team, the team not have answers. I thought early on that physicality that Golden State was bringing was going to be a problem, and it just never seemed to really get under the skin of the Rockets, which I thought was a sign of maybe some maturity and some learning from the past kind of deal in dealing with it. So, yeah, man, it was a good win. Look, they win 6 in a row. And I think even bigger, the way the Rockets have responded to what was some disappointment, mid-season disappointment. some frustrations. Yeah, some frustrations down the stretch. The way that they've responded, man, has been big time. And so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I feel like they could go, compete with the top teams in the West. But I do feel like you can go out. I do feel like there's a chance as a Rockets fan we can go out and legitimately hope to win a series. Like I think we're seeing a team
especially if you get the Lakers.
Well, yeah, if you get the Lakers, hell, especially without the guys that they have now. But you just I feel like if you go out there with the squad you got right now, playing the way that they're playing, I don't think Oklahoma City, I don't think Denver, but you get down and you start talking about, you mentioned the Lakers, Minnesota, some of these other teams. Like I think as a Rockets fan, I feel like I got a puncher's chance to get in there and compete and maybe win a series. I don't know that I felt that 2 weeks ago.
Well, I think the big thing
I know I did not feel that 2 weeks ago.
I know you had thrown in the towel like everybody is. By the way, I think the towel is still in.
It's still in?
Okay. But the thing that brings it out that we are seeing, I think the biggest difference is the guy who you thought would be the Robin is actually playing like that and sometimes playing like Batman. And that's Şengün. Şengün, to me, is the biggest difference in this little stretch that the Rockets have been in. And last night, he was the best big on the floor, and him and KD worked well together, and he filled up the stat sheet, and he scored. And he did it over guys like Porzingis and Draymond, who both bring different potential issues defensively to him, the physicality of Draymond and just the sheer height and size of Porzingis, and he was attacking, going at him, and that's not just, yesterday's game. He's been doing that even in the Minnesota game where it feels like they said they had a team meeting afterwards, the old team meeting. They had a team meeting afterwards, and he was really, really good there, one of the best games he's played before. I do also want to specifically, because we crush him for this, and I think he deserves it, is Udoka and his staff.
Mm-hmm.
They have made some adjustments. Right, especially the way that game ended, the game winner, where they didn't just inbound the ball to Kevin Durant and allow the Warriors defense to just load up and either just come out and double team or just have guys standing right behind to force him to have to make a decision and give it up. Nope, they inbounded it and put him on the move, and then he was a playmaker. He didn't just take his own shot. He got a really good shot for Şengün. So I thought Udoka and his staff did some things different in this game, and hopefully that's something that they are able. It shouldn't take this long, but hopefully that's something that Udoka and his staff is able to kind of get going and getting the ball to Durant in different ways. I liked him on the move. You just couldn't run and double team him like that, and he got others involved. So it was they seemed to turn the ball over a ton. They seemed to do those things, and that was much, much better. And it seems like everybody is starting to kind of fit in that roles. And by the way, Amen Thompson almost killed Gary Payton's kid last night. 2 hands, nuts in his face. I mean, it was just.
I feel like Kobe.
Gary might not talk to him for a week. You got to be kidding me, son. You ain't gonna let him finish that. Goal 10 something. You don't just let him
look
dunk on
there. I don't know, Ron, if there's much they can do. But I give Amen Thompson some hell. But I love the edge he plays with. I'm gonna be honest with you.
He was going over there with violence.
Yeah. Look, but he strikes me as the friend that you got that may not be the biggest, baddest dude in the building, but you have to damn near kill him to get him to stop.
It's not gonna stop.
Yeah, I mean that you can't hurt him. Like, I mean, you can get him, you can hit him 5 times to his 1, and he ain't gonna slow down one bit. That's Amen Thompson. I love the edge he plays with. I love the physicality he plays with. There's just just enough crazy in his eyes to where I think guys around the league, most guys, not all, but most guys around the league probably don't want to mess with him. And he is bigger, faster, stronger than most guys, so you got that going for you. I love the edge he plays with, man. And if they can figure out how to get this thing rolling, as you said, with KD and obviously Şengün as the tip of the spear, but Jabari Smith is got a real chance. Obviously, Reed Shepherd is coming, and Amen Thompson doing what he does best. Yeah, man, I could get turned and get good and excited about maybe winning a playoff series here with the Rockets.
Yeah, no, that was a big win because I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought Steph was gonna run him down. And then when